Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 559, KWM Chapter 557 Middleman. Deep in the spirit world, in a bronze-colored complex of many classical bell towers and stone pillars, a misty light, coalesced from countless complex messages, surged closer, passing directly through walls and roofs, and reforming Leyton's body inside the library from a mass of complex and pure knowledge. As soon as his figure solidified, Leyton saw many semi-transparent, rabbit-shaped spirit bodies swimming around in the air, each holding books larger than their own bodies, passing them to one another. Beside Leyton, Mr. Hughes, holding a cup of still-steaming coffee, quietly appeared. He looked warmly at the knowledge rabbits bustling about and spoke calmly. Although they don't like to talk, they do make this place much livelier, and with a little training, they can completely take over my previous work. Leyton thoughtfully glanced at Mr. Hughes. The other party's appearance had not drawn the slightest notice or vigilance from him, despite both being Sequence 2 angels. If the knowledge rabbits are doing all the work, are you just responsible for drinking coffee and reading newspapers every day? Sensing Leyton's silent grumbling, Mr. Hughes chuckled and said, "As the administrator of the library, isn't it normal for me to have some special privileges here?" Leyton nodded silently, no longer dwelling on the topic, and instead said, "I didn't find the third Beyonder characteristic of the Knowledge Emperor in the forsaken land of the gods. Was it hidden by someone?" Mr. Hughes, holding his coffee cup, took 2 steps forward thoughtfully, then said, "There aren't many who can hide it from you. Perhaps you could ask the Mother of Concealment. In exchange, she will most likely ask you to go to Calderon City to retrieve some water from the River of Eternal Darkness." Leyton shook his head and said, "The River of Eternal Darkness represents absolute, eternal death, the end of all things. Ordinary objects cannot carry its water, even a Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic would be corrupted by it." Mr. Hughes stopped, his gaze penetrating the layers of bookshelves and walls of the library, looking deeply into the spirit world depths, his eyes covered by a thick, cold, silvery white layer. A moment later, his eyes became clear again, and he said in an extremely calm tone, "The Evernight has been planning for Death's legacy. I can see that the Son of Death will regain himself at some point, and the Evernight will most likely use that opportunity to find Death's uniqueness." Leyton nodded in agreement. Among the 7 deities, the Evernight is the most likely to become a great old one. After a pause, he added, "However, she probably won't trust a uniqueness that is very important to her to pass through my hands, just as the true Creator wouldn't dare let me touch the first blasphemy slate. Even if I don't need these things, they still have to guard against the possibility of me secretly doing something." Mr. Hughes nodded slightly, then moved past the topic and asked, "Is there anything else you came to see me for?" Leyton awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and said, "I want a prophet and a cognizer characteristic. What do I need to exchange with you for them?" Mr. Hughes was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "If you can find a characteristic of the same sequence from an adjacent pathway, I can separate one characteristic for you, but only one. Characteristics of the Mr. White Tower pathway are in short supply, and even the internal demands of the church are difficult to meet." Leyton nodded knowingly, then asked, "Can I purchase information from you about Beyonders or mystical items of the Mr. White Tower pathway outside the church? If so, what price do I need to pay?" Mr. Hughes calmly shook his head and said, "No price is needed. Retrieving scattered characteristics is a good thing for the church. My lord does not mind the ownership of the characteristics. The Church of the Lord of Storms and the Twilight Hermit Order both have their own prophets. There are not many mystical items of this pathway, most have already been recovered by the church through trade and other means. Only parts belonging to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the Earth Mother Church, and the Lord of Storms Church have not been recovered." Pausing for a second, Mr. Hughes looked at Leyton's thoughtful expression and asked with a smile, "It seems you already have an idea." Leyton calmly nodded and said, "I will find a Dream Weaver characteristic to exchange with you for a cognizer." As his voice fell, his body suddenly blurred, breaking down into streams of complex and pure knowledge, surging like a torrent out of the spirit world. Back in his hotel room in Constant City, Leyton glanced at the lunch and drinks left by the hotel attendant on the table, quickly walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Before he could even pick up his cutlery, a thick gray fog suddenly emerged in his vision, and a deep red light rose within the fog, condensing into a blurred figure, half reclining in an armchair. He had black hair and red eyes, a serious yet somewhat dashing demeanor, appearing to be about 27 or 28 years old, and was handsome. Emlyn White. Leyton recognized the figure in the armchair at a glance, hesitating for a moment before remembering the trait he had discussed with him earlier, and couldn't help but lament inwardly, "Is the response efficiency of you sanguine a bit too slow?" As if responding to his thoughts, Emlyn White's voice echoed in his ears. Esteemed Mr. Fool, please trouble you to inform Mr. Tower that we sanguine agree to the trade he proposed. All characteristics he helps us recover from the forsaken land of the gods, we will purchase at market price, or exchange for items of equivalent value. As Emlyn's words fell, the figure condensed from the red light instantly dissipated. Then, Klein's voice echoed in his ear, are you going to refuse? No, please reply for me, I agree. Leyton gently shook his head, then added, please contact Little Sun for me. I'd like to ask their chief to help me hunt some vampires, preferably those at the demigod level. I will purchase them at a suitable price, and at the same time, try to help them collect the Silver Knight potion formula. Above the gray fog, Klein, seated on the high-back chair, twitched the corner of his mouth, silently complaining in his heart, he's actually using information asymmetry to be a middleman. Why didn't I think of this before? Indeed, I'm still too kind. After a moment of silence, he simply replied with a faint, okay, and immediately cut off his connection with Leyton. In the hotel, after Leyton finished the lunch provided by the hotel and rested for a while, he directly went out. In the fountain square in front of the church, because most tourists and residents were still having lunch, the crowd here, though numerous, was not yet crowded. Leyton walked on the gray-white marble floor, which was decorated with patterns of waves and ships, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. My relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms is arguably the worst, yet the number of times I've visited the Church of the Lord of Storms is the most, apart from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As he mused, he already saw Sean, who was looking around at pedestrians near the fountain. He chuckled softly and approached him from behind, patting Sean's head and saying, "You're here early. Have you had lunch?" Sean, lowering his head and turning around, complained, "Don't touch my head, I won't grow taller. Are you worried I'll just take the money and leave? I'm not that kind of person. We people of the sea are very trustworthy." Leyton looked at Sean's serious and earnest face, unable to resist teasing him. "Didn't your father tell you that on the vast ocean, the people are what you need to guard against the most?" Throughout the rest of the afternoon, Leyton was led by Sean to enjoy the celebration activities. Although he didn't personally participate, feeling the emotions radiating from the surrounding crowd, he could sense his own state improving little by little. No wonder every church has its own festivals. This is not only a rare time for people to relax, but also deepens the anchors of the deities, allowing their suppressed emotions to be released. As he mused, a knowledge rabbit wearing a gray-blue waistcoat emerged from the spirit world. On its left chest was a bright-eyed rabbit pattern, and it held a dark leather briefcase and an iron-gray metal box in its hands. Leyton's gaze swept over the briefcase and the metal box, seeing the neatly stacked banknotes inside, as well as the Black Knight be under characteristic. So efficient, did Sasser separate a characteristic on the spot? The knowledge rabbit hopped forward, offering the leather briefcase and the iron-gray small box to Leyton, while saying in a childish voice, "Postage, £3, or a piece of knowledge. Sending something to myself and it's cash on delivery." Leyton muttered inwardly, then lowered his eyes, which sparkled with stars, reflecting a brilliant galaxy. As he and the knowledge rabbit met each other's gaze, the stars in his eyes were reflected in the knowledge rabbit's eyes, and knowledge was infused into the knowledge rabbit's mind bit by bit. This process did not last too long. To the surrounding pedestrians, Leyton merely stopped suddenly and stared intently at the spot in front of him for a while. Except for Sean, whose young face was filled with shock, his eyes wide as he stared at where the knowledge rabbit had been. Excitement, curiosity, confusion, and fear flickered across his face. Only after the knowledge rabbit left did he slowly come back to his senses, looking at Leyton with curiosity, so excited that his words became incoherent. Was that a rabbit? What was that just now? It, and you. Leyton raised his left index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Sean immediately understood, covered his mouth with his hand, and nodded gently at Leyton, as if saying, "I'll keep your secret." Leyton chuckled and said, "It's called a knowledge rabbit, and it's a postman in the mystical world. You have a small amount of characteristics inherited from your parents, so you can be considered half a beyonder, which is why you could see it. If you master the correct ritual, you can also summon it." Chapter 560, New FIC. Naruto, help Madara regain his youth and launch a counterattack. Chapter 561, KWM Chapter 558 The King of the Black Throne. Sean immediately pressed, "What are characteristics? Are beyonders people with superpowers? But I don't have any abilities, so how can I be considered half a beyonder? Also, can I learn the ritual to summon that rabbit just now?" Leyton chuckled and patted his head, "You can, but no knowledge is free. You can't afford it yet. As for beyonders, your physical fitness is a bit better than ordinary people, and isn't it an ability that you can see the knowledge rabbit?" After a pause, he added, "If we can meet again next time, I can directly tell you the ritual to summon the knowledge rabbit." Sean's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "Next time we meet, does tomorrow count as our next meeting?" Leyton shook his head and said, "No, next time we meet refers to an encounter after I leave Constant City." Sean pouted and continued to press, "Then when will you come to Constant City again?" "Next year's the Ocean Festival." Leyton pondered and replied, "Perhaps, or perhaps much later." All right," Sean said, hanging his head, his tone very disappointed. After parting with Sean, Leyton directly found Lawrence and exchanged the mystical item called the magic chalk box from him. Then he directly entered the spirit world, surging rapidly as a torrent of information, following his intuition. He quickly arrived at the easternmost part of the Fog Sea, on an island called Shoggoth Island. This is an island colonized by the Phaenopotter Kingdom, close to the Berserk Sea. Before Roselle discovered the safe passage, it was the main route for travel between the northern and southern continents. However, with the appearance of the safe passage and the shift in focus of the major churches and kingdoms, this island gradually declined and became a gathering place for pirates and adventurers. Leyton aimlessly wandered the city streets for a while and soon discovered several low to mid-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway in this small city. It seems I didn't come to the wrong place. Next is to find the hidden King of the Black Throne. While muttering to himself, Leyton's body rapidly dematerialized, breaking down into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information stream creature, circling the sea area around Shoggoth Island. Through the eyes of mystery prying observation of the surrounding sea area, he quickly discovered the King of the Black Throne in the consciousness blind spot from the flow of ocean currents. As it was observed, the psychological invisibility effect on the King of the Black Throne instantly broke, and it fully appeared in Leyton's eyes. This was a huge 5-masted sailboat, primarily black, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty that made people inexplicably feel fear, wanting to flee and stay away. It was over 200 meters long, even larger than the death announcer of the Abyss Pathway Sequence 3. On the largest sail in the center, a giant dragon's head with long curved goat horns was depicted. The moment he truly saw the King of the Black Throne, a lot of information about this ship surfaced in Leyton's mind, all of which he had already grasped but had subconsciously overlooked. The King of the Black Throne, a ghost ship from the 4th epoch, is suspected to have fused with the disciplinary knight characteristic of the Justiciar Pathway Sequence 5. On this ship, released attacks are weakened, and received damage is enhanced, and this restriction gradually strengthens over time. Barrows Hopkins, the King of the Black Throne, his main body remained in Eden, and those active in the outside world are different identities. As more information came to mind, an imperceptible faint glow, difficult to observe with the naked eye, appeared in the captain's cabin of the King of the Black Throne, and Leyton's body reassembled from the complex and pure knowledge. He smiled as he looked at the elder in front of him, whose eyes showed a hint of astonishment, and said in a calm voice, "I came here to seek a dream weaver characteristic, but when I just saw the King of the Black Throne, I remembered that all your activities in the outside world are different identities, not your main body, which makes things a bit difficult for me." In front of Leyton, Barrows Hopkins, wearing a crisp black evening suit, with slight wrinkles on his forehead and an unnaturally pale face, his pupils suddenly turned into dark golden vertical slits. A violent wind surged in the captain's cabin, seeming to come from reality yet also from illusion. The wind carried strong wills, blowing in all directions, affecting the bodies, minds, and spirits of those around, as if facing an extremely terrifying giant dragon, making people lose self-control. At the same time, in the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, various psychological illnesses and extreme madness surged forth, becoming exceptionally active, wantonly eroding and infecting the surrounding islands of consciousness. Leyton expressionlessly watched the King of the Black Throne in front of him. His body became somewhat illusory, as if it didn't exist at all, completely unaffected by the plague storm. After 2 seconds of silence, Leyton suddenly shifted his gaze to the direction of the captain's cabin's bay window and smiled silently. Then, he flipped his wrist like a magician, producing a lit match. Silently, the surroundings became exceptionally quiet. Deep darkness, like a tide, engulfed everything. The sounds of surging waves and howling sea winds disappeared, as if everything around was being pulled into the deepest dream. This state lasted for less than a second. Dazzling sunlight pierced through the heavy darkness, illuminating the surroundings. Terrifyingly majestic dragons, demonic wolves, and giants appeared around, their faces ferocious as they surrounded Leyton, as if they would tear his body apart the next moment. Barrows Hopkins, using the mystical reenactment that Leyton had just employed, wove a dream, covering the original illusion and making it no longer false. Leyton directly ignored the illusory figures woven in these dreams and slowly approached Barrows Hopkins. As he moved, pure white, ethereal feathers rapidly condensed behind him, forming wide, white wings. His body instantly transformed into a black mass covered with countless eyes, filled with madness, exuding auras of destruction, ominousness, and disaster. The moment the mythical creature form appeared, the dream woven by Barrows Hopkins shattered directly, and the surroundings returned to the captain's cabin. From the cracks in the floorboards, the shadows of objects, and even the dust floating in the air, eyes filled with madness grew, wantonly exuding destruction and madness, emitting whispers that were difficult to block and affected one's mind. Before Barrows Hopkins could make an effective resistance, sinister greenish vines descended from mid-air around him like a rainstorm, covering the surrounding area. They intertwined and rapidly formed a distorted, mad forest, emitting a grating creak. Countless complex and useless knowledge, like mad worm of spirit, scrambled to burrow into his head. He clutched his head tightly with both hands, his fingers clenching, nails digging into his scalp, causing streams of crimson blood to flow. His body distorted and struggled on the ground. During this process, his eyes became cloudy, his pupils turned pale gold and vertical, his limbs began to swell, gradually becoming somewhat short and thick, dense gray-white scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and his back bulged high, as if something was about to break through his flesh and emerge from his body. At a certain moment, Barrows Hopkins, struggling on the ground, his eyes suddenly cleared, as if he had become a different person. His voice hoarse and dry, he shrieked. Adam, Adam. It's useless. This is a concealed realm, Adam can't hear your voice, unless he has already become a visionary now. Leyton mocked Barrows Hopkins in a low voice. His voice, in the other's ears, turned into unintelligible, unbearable gibberish. Barrows Hopkins's eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes mad. His virtual personalities were one by one affected by the gibberish and madness, driven wonderful by the knowledge constantly poured into their heads. In this state, he could hardly make effective resistance, and even beyond her abilities were difficult to use. Those eyes around him, wantonly exuding madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster, always managed to interrupt his attempts at self-rescue at just the right moment. Ugh! Kill me! Kill me! After a painful wail, Barrows Hopkins completely lost his human form. He transformed into a lizard-like monster covered in gray-white stone scales, with two constantly wriggling fleshy lumps bulging on his back. Cracks appeared in the scales on his body, from which mad and sinister eyes grew. The black mass covered with countless eyes contracted inward, revealing Leyton's human form again. He quietly watched the lizard-like monster, which had fallen to the ground in a state of slumber but whose body was still constantly wriggling. Barrows Hopkins's many virtual personalities, under Leyton's influence, fell into endless madness. They dragged Barrows Hopkins's main personality into a dream, where they began to fight each other. As long as the correct countermeasure is found, spectators can easily lose control in battle. Leyton sighed softly. He raised his hand, summoned an invisible servant, and took several worm of spirit from the servant's hand, which were harvested from the puppet of dark demonic wolf Kotar. The white translucent worm was held in Leyton's hand, and a brilliant, shimmering galaxy was reflected in his eyes. Gradually, points of starlight also appeared on the worm of spirit he was holding, and then transformed into a pale white stream of light that merged into Barrows Hopkins, who was twisting and struggling on the floor. Moments later, Barrows Hopkins, who had completely mutated into a monster, gradually recovered his human body. Aside from his damaged clothes, he looked no different from when he started. Chapter 562, KWM Chapter 559 Garden of Eden. Leyton temporarily turned Barrows Hopkins into a marionette using the residual spirituality from the worm of spirit of the Kotar. However, because he was not a marionettist himself, he could only perform simple manipulations on this marionette. He tried to have Barrows Hopkins cast a placate on himself to calm his spirit, which was being eroded by the residual effects of the mind plague. As soothing was used, Leyton clearly felt his control over this marionette decrease further. It seemed that after 2 more uses, the residual spirituality in the worm of spirit of Kotar would be completely exhausted. The greenish vines interwoven into a forest quickly retracted, and the previously isolated space around them re-merged with the captain's cabin. Footsteps could be heard running on the deck outside. After the effects of the previous mind plague and Leyton's beyonder characteristic form subsided on the King of the Black Throne, some higher sequence crew members had already reacted and were trying to approach the captain's cabin. Leyton directly ignored the people outside the captain's cabin. With one hand on the shoulder of Barrows Hopkins, who had become a marionette, their bodies instantly blurred and became transparent, disappearing from the captain's cabin. Barrows Hopkins led Leyton swiftly through the dream world, and soon they arrived at the depths of the dream world, in a city made up of various emotions, desires, and subconsciousness piled and mixed together. The people here wore neat suits and formal wear, but their necks had various animal heads, each seemingly representing a human emotion and desire. Restraining the urge to observe, analyze, and record various information in this city, Leyton somewhat reluctantly manipulated the marionette Barrows Hopkins to approach the depths of the city. In the center of the city, in a wide and grand hall dominated by bright yellow, with tall gray-white pillars inlaid with gold on both sides, an old man with light yellow eyebrows, dark golden eyes, and neatly combed hair paced uneasily in the center of the hall. He was the true body of King of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins, left in Eden, and also the former principal of the deceased Backlund Medical College and Royal Medical Consultant, Paulie Derlau. His already wrinkled forehead, due to frowning, appeared even more deeply creased, and his face was an abnormal pale white. What's going on? Why do I have such a strong sense of unease? As soon as he whispered, the brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed, and twinkling, brilliant stars descended, casting a sense of tranquility and peace. Bang. The sound of flesh hitting stone slabs echoed behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw a completely naked version of himself slamming onto the gray stone floor, cracking the floor. That body was also smashed with blood splattering everywhere, and beyonder characteristic began to precipitate out little by little. In midair, pieces of pure white, ethereal feathers fell, tainted with auras of madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster. Good evening, Mr. Polly Durlau. I've come to request a Dreamweaver beyonder characteristic from you. I hope you don't mind. Leyton's whisper echoed in his ears, full of madness and chaos, making him feel as if every organ in his body was about to come alive, producing a tearing pain, and his brain temporarily lost the ability to think. Buzz buzz. The surrounding falling stars burst into ripples, colliding and surging together, emitting sharp, piercing sounds. This sound was like countless wraiths screaming in his ears, piercing directly into his spirit body, making his spirit body vibrate with the frequency of the sound, as if it would collapse at any moment. Mad and evil eyes sprouted from the surrounding air, each eye reflecting a brilliant galaxy, as if containing countless knowledge, swarming into Polly Durlau's mind. The continuous attacks targeting his spirit and brain threw all of Polly Durlau's virtual personas into chaos, which manifested as his entire being falling into a state of daze and disorientation. In this state, he found it difficult to observe more details or perform precise operations. Polly Durlau slumped to the ground, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, and gray-white scales continuously emerged from beneath his skin. His entire body also began to twist abnormally. The next moment, his entire body suddenly swelled, gray-white scales covered his body, his pupils became vertical, huge curved goat horns grew from the top of his head, and his spine arched high, constantly emitting sounds of flesh being torn. He completed his transformation in a very short time, turning into an incompletely developed gray-white giant dragon. The huge webbed wings were connected to his forelimbs, making flight difficult, but also giving his forelimbs a larger impact area. Roar. A roar like a giant dragon's bellow sounded, and an invisible, transparent breath spewed from its mouth, as if it could tear apart the spirit and pierce through the spirit body. The invisible, transparent breath passed directly through Leyton's body. His body quickly shattered and disappeared, leaving only a plain card-sized card. The front of the card depicted an old man in a robe, holding a lamp and leaning on a staff. In the upper left corner, several words were written in ancient Faceac, Sequence 0, Hermit. This was an illusion created by Leyton using the Hermit card, and it successfully deceived the King of the Black Throne, who was not in a good state. The next moment, a black mass covered with countless eyes appeared directly in front of the giant dragon that Polly Durlau had transformed into. Every eye on the dark thread mass clearly reflected into the giant dragon's dark golden vertical pupils. A complex and chaotic stream of information instantly poured into the giant dragon's head. The dark golden vertical pupils suddenly bulged, and crimson blood vessels also protruded, as if the giant dragon's head was about to explode. Many of the information infused into the dragon-transformed Polly Durlau's mind were living knowledge. They were difficult to resist or defend against, and would spontaneously drill into a creature's mind, revealing the information they contained, and most of this information was highly polluting. Hoo-hoo. Blood rushed rapidly to his head, and heavy gasps came from his gray-white scaled neck, as if it was overwhelmed. Leyton retracted his beyonder characteristic form and placed his right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, on Polly Durlau's gray-white scales. His dragon-transformed body began to turn red and hot, the scales on his body fell off abnormally, and the water in his body began to rapidly drain, gradually developing in the direction of a mummified corpse. Roar. The intense pupils briefly restored his clarity, and he let out a roar filled with complex emotions. Leyton's body blurred in an instant, followed by a violent whooshing sound, seemingly from reality, yet also from illusion, easily penetrating his body. The whooshing sound carried intense emotions of anger, fear, and unease, as if it could awe a person's body, mind, and spirit, blowing in all directions, and then quickly dissipating among the twinkling stars around. After Polly Durlau's final struggling, mind deprivation, disappeared, Leyton raised his hand and dragged out from the void an ancient-style long spear, from tip to hilt, burning with clusters and specks of bloody dark red. This long spear easily pierced through the giant dragon's surface skin, tore its flesh, and pierced its heart. The eyes of the gray-white giant dragon, which had fallen into confusion and madness, cleared for a moment. Its body became stiff, and its aura plummeted like a cliff. The gray-white giant dragon's lizard-like head let out a hoarse, weak murmur. How is this possible? You were too confident in yourself and in Eden. I merely magnified some of your emotions, easily influencing your thoughts and judgment, making you completely forget to escape, forget to use mystical item, and forget to stall for time. Leyton's almost delirious whisper fell into Polly Durlau's ears. His dark golden vertical pupils seemed to finally be unable to bear it, directly exploding, mixing crimson and milky white substances. Leyton did not waste time. He half-squatted and placed his right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, on the giant dragon's gray-white skin. Silently, the giant dragon's body began to crack little by little, turning into fragments that fell to the ground, and even its color quickly dissipated as if evaporated. During this process, gray-white light spots continuously precipitated from the giant dragon's corpse, rapidly floating in midair, forming a pale vortex that swarmed inward. As the giant dragon's corpse completely disappeared, the Beyonder characteristic precipitated from him also fully formed. It was a gray-white brain tissue, with wrinkles outlining complex and three-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended inward into the flesh and outward into the surrounding void, as if interwoven into something that did not belong to the real world. On the ground not far away, there was also a dark, lightless leather glove, engraved with dark red, evil patterns. Just looking at it gave one a feeling of emotions and desires rising. The moment he saw this glove, Leyton seemed to understand something, muttering in a slightly mocking tone. Was he affected by the negative effects of his own mystical item? No wonder his thoughts and judgment were so easily influenced by my use of the Earl of the Fallen Beyonder characteristic. As he spoke, he summoned two invisible hands and picked up the Beyonder characteristic precipitated from the King of the Black Throne identity on the ground, along with the dark glove. The Beyonder characteristic from King of the Black Throne belonged to the manipulator pathway. Its appearance was a fist-sized object, similar in shape to a heart, but its surface was covered with gray-white wrinkles, like an unusual brain. On each wrinkle, countless symbolic patterns and strange designs extended in layers, penetrating the surrounding environment and connecting to a world that Beyonders of other pathways could not see. Lowering his head to examine the two Beyonder characteristics in his hand, Leyton summoned two invisible servants holding metal iron boxes, placed the Beyonder characteristics into the pre-prepared metal boxes, and then had the invisible servants take them away for storage. Chapter 563, KWM Chapter 560 Psi. After the invisible servants retreated with the two Beyonder characteristics from the psychology alchemist's leader, Leyton tilted his head to look at the pile of dark gray dust on the ground, his eyes flickering. Besides Barrows Hopkins, the King of the Black Throne, and Polly Durlau, the former Dean of Backlund Medical College and Royal Medical Consultant, he also had other spectator saints like Eric Drake, a well-known hermit from the Sonia Sea. It's truly difficult to completely kill them. Alas. A distant, profound sigh penetrated the hidden space created by the surrounding stars, echoing in Leyton's ears and momentarily blanking his mind. So fast. Leyton thought to himself, and at the same time, his left hand, holding the pitch-black leather glove, squeezed hard. The glove crumbled inch by inch in his hand, disintegrating into specks of red and light blue light, floating in the air. Blinding sunlight appeared from outside, like dawn expelling night, easily penetrating the flickering stars around and destroying the concealment here. In the dazzling sunlight, Leyton saw a somewhat blurry figure. He was wearing a simple white robe, with a light gold beard covering the lower half of his face, and a cross pendant hanging on his chest, looking like the most ordinary priest. Leyton calmly assessed Adam, who appeared before him, and said nothing, merely tapping his fingers lightly, allowing the Beyonder characteristics extracted from the glove to quickly dissipate and spread to various parts of Eden. These were the Beyonder characteristics of a demon. As the light points of these characteristics drifted to various parts of Eden, its originally peaceful appearance instantly began to tear, and various emotions and desires abnormally surged. Adam's figure quickly became clear. He looked at Leyton with a gentle smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned by his previous actions, and spoke in a calm voice. Greetings. Should I call you the newborn sage, or the embodiment of the knowledge Moor? You can tell. Leyton looked at Adam with some surprise, then chuckled softly with a hint of realization. Of course, after all, you once controlled the Chaos Sea. The moment his words fell, his body suddenly dematerialized, breaking down into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow entity, and, like a torrent, moving away from Eden and the dream world. Adam maintained his gentle smile, as if nothing could stir his emotions. He looked at Leyton with calm eyes, his voice echoing throughout the entire dream world, easily reaching Leyton's ears. Perhaps we can have a chat. I think you will need a brand new, unique humanity of your own. Adam's voice echoed in his ears, and Leyton, still in his information flow state, felt an urge to stop and continue the conversation with the other party, an urge that grew stronger and stronger. This thought did not make Leyton stop his movement away from the dream world, instead, he ran even faster. In Eden, Adam merely glanced in the direction Leyton had departed, then quickly retracted his gaze, not pursuing. He turned and looked around Eden, sighing softly. The emotions and desires that had abnormally surged due to the demon's Beyonder characteristics instantly calmed down, like stagnant water, not creating a single ripple on the calm lake surface. Specks of crimson and light blue light emerged from various parts of Eden, slowly gathering into Adam's hand. In the hotel in Mid-Seashire County's Constant City, Leyton's figure reformed from the complex, pure knowledge. As soon as his figure appeared, green, thick pea vines began to descend from the room's ceiling, quickly covering his body and pulling him into a forest interwoven with green. Within the space isolated from the outside by mystical reenactment, Leyton once again transformed himself into an information state, checking his condition bit by bit. He wasn't sure if Adam appeared after that sigh, or if he had discovered him soon after he arrived in Eden and rushed over. That was the king of angels closest to the visionary position. As someone present at the scene, Leyton was not confident that he could see through the other party's psychological invisibility. After checking and confirming that his mind and consciousness were not subjected to unknown interference, the complex and pure knowledge reassembled Leyton's body. At the same time, the vines forming the green forest rapidly retracted, allowing his body to return to the hotel room in reality. He pulled out a chair from beside the desk and sat down. He gently tapped the wooden desk surface twice with his right hand, and several invisible servants floated up behind him, successively placing the iron boxes in their hands on the desk, then disappearing again. Leyton let out a long breath, then waved his hand. The iron boxes opened one by one, and the Beyonder characteristic stored inside flew out, slowly rotating around him. The mechanical glove on his right hand spontaneously split open at the palm, revealing tightly interlocking gears that clicked and whirred, like a slowly devouring maw. At his thought, a heart, seemingly formed from countless flowing black shadows, spontaneously dropped into his right palm, which he gripped tightly. Click. Click. The sound of mechanical operation became crisper, as if constantly tearing something. The pitch-black heart in his hand melted bit by bit, turning into long, slender, translucent shadows that flowed into the glove. In just a moment, the Beyonder characteristic he held completely disappeared. Simultaneously, the strange symbols inscribed on the bronze mechanical glove changed slightly. On the back of the hand, a pitch-black gem with a deep red, rose-like bloom inside appeared. Around the gem was a cold, indifferent eye pattern without eyelashes, the gem itself like a pupil adorning it. After examining the gem on the back of his hand for a moment, he suddenly extended his right hand forward, making a grasping motion in midair. The shadows in the room suddenly came alive, surging like water, condensing into pitch-black shackles, then instantly shattering, transforming into the most ordinary shadows, flowing into the floorboards and wall cracks. Retracting his right hand, Leyton quietly examined the mechanical glove for a while. Deep, profound pale purple light flickered in his eyes, and he soon understood the changes in the glove after incorporating the Black Knight Beyonder characteristic. The negative effects are almost unchanged, only the living Beyonder characteristic has been strengthened somewhat. It will pray to the knowledge more every day and likes to acquire and spread knowledge. Muttering softly, Leyton then manipulated the manipulator and Earl of the Fallen Beyonder characteristics floating in midair, successively integrating them into the mechanical glove on his hand. They transformed into grayish-white and dark red gems, respectively, embedded just below the middle and ring finger joints, surrounded by intricate symbols and patterns, looking like stars circling the eye below. Utilizing the Black Knight Beyonder characteristics' hurting ability, these two additional Beyonder characteristics did not increase the glove's negative effects, they merely granted it a significant amount of mysticism knowledge related to mind and order, increasing its living Beyonder characteristic to a certain extent. It seemed Leyton's thoughts startled the glove on his hand. The three gems embedded on the back of the hand flickered with a cold light, as if blinking, and then a rather sharp, childish voice emanated. Great Master, I can virtualize many personalities for you, giving them corresponding mind bodies. This can both resist many influences in the spiritual domain and help you quickly complete spellcasting, even achieving multi-spellcasting effects. Not bad. Leyton praised softly. The virtual persona, Beyonder ability was one he had always longed to possess. For a mystery prior, who primarily relies on spellcasting, virtual persona was like transforming a small pistol into a heavy machine gun. The sharp, childish voice continued. Great Master, I can also help you achieve consciousness stroll, allowing your consciousness and spirit body to roam in the collective unconscious sea, but unable to bring your physical body with you. That's not a difficult problem for me. As Leyton spoke, he leaned back against the chair, holding the remaining Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic in his left hand, and with his mechanical gloved right hand, he gently rubbed his fingers, creating one brilliant golden star after another, radiating circles of warm, strongly purifying light. As the purification continued, pale white specks of light began to precipitate from the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic. After about half an hour, the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic was separately extracted, and the remaining Beyonder characteristics, from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4, were repacked into the metal box and handed to the invisible servants to take away. Indeed, murder and arson are the fastest ways to get rich. No wonder everyone wants to become Gehrman Sparrow. As he murmured, his body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into complex knowledge, and drilled into the spirit world depths. Soon, he arrived at the library located deep within the spirit world. The library seemed unusually lively tonight. He saw Hilarion, Orange Light, whom he had met before. His appearance had changed significantly upon returning to the spirit world. He was now a plump old man in an orange robe with a white short beard, looking quite amiable. Besides Orange Light, he also saw Glen Palace, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. This lady with messy brown hair sat opposite Hilarion at a dark round table. There were also Bree and Ritz, the 2 artisan cats, lie on the table, constantly flipping through books. Leyton's gaze swept across the library. Besides the knowledge rabbit quietly reading and moving books, there were also many strangely shaped spirit world creatures with not-so-weak auras. This library had a tendency to develop into an animal park, if spirit world creatures counted as animals. Chapter 564, KWM Chapter 561 It's Monday again. Leyton retracted his gaze from surveying his surroundings and quickly walked to the round table where Orange Light and his companions were seated, lowering his voice to greet them. Good evening, Mr. Hilarion. Good evening, Miss Glenn. And good evening to you two lovely kittens. Orange Light Hilarion scrutinized Leyton with profound eyes, maintaining a gentle smile on his face as he said, Good evening, Your Excellency. After a 2-second pause, he added, Congratulations, you've taken another step towards reclaiming your authority. Although it might be rude to say so, I feel that in the near future, I might witness the birth of a true god of knowledge. Humph. A cold snort, devoid of any emotion, suddenly sounded as Mr. Hughes, dressed in a simple robe, appeared silently beside them. Ha ha. My apologies, I misspoke. Orange Light Hilarion chuckled and bowed to Mr. Hughes in apology. Mr. Hughes's expression showed no emotion, seemingly not taking the small interlude to heart. His gaze fell upon the square iron box Leyton held in his hand, and he calmly spoke. You found a dream weaver characteristic so quickly. Leyton nodded, handing over the iron box containing the characteristic while explaining how he obtained it. After listening to his narration, Mr. Hughes nodded slightly, not replying, his gaze deepening slightly as if he had entered a state of thought. After a moment of silence, he leisurely spoke. There is a certain coincidence of fate, but it should only be to make you and Adam meet. As the one closest to a visionary, he is also the best psychiatrist in this world. If he is willing to help you weave a true and rational humanity, it will be of great help to you. Leyton gently shook his head, his tone calm as he said. It's impossible for me to let him weave humanity for me, just as he is unwilling to let me touch the first blasphemy slate. We lack the necessary trust between us. Mr. Hughes nodded gently and then said nothing more. He opened the metal box containing the Dream Weaver Beyonder characteristic, took a look, and then returned it to Leyton, saying at the same time, Help me give it to Luca Brewster. His contributions to the church are already enough for advancement, but he has always lacked the corresponding characteristic, and he is also unwilling to switch to the Hanged Men or Storm pathways. As he spoke, faint silver-white glows emerged from his body, swiftly moving around and outlining one omniscient eye pattern after another. These silver-white specks of light rapidly converged towards his open right hand and gradually solidified. As the silver-white light faded, a pair of cold, indifferent silver-white eyes were revealed within. As Leyton received these two characteristics, Mr. Hughes explained in a calm tone. This cognizer characteristic belongs to my personal belongings. The church indeed has no spare cognizer characteristics, and even if it did, it would quickly be allocated to personnel who need it. Leyton shrugged, smiling with little emotion. All right, I hope Bishop Luca isn't too surprised or upset when he finds out he's been promoted to a Dream Weaver, while his colleague becomes a cognizer. He can return to Wisdom Angel in the next sequence, Mr. Hughes responded in a very calm tone. Leyton smiled silently, then bowed to the other party before his body disintegrated into countless complex knowledge and he left the library. After Leyton left, Mr. Hughes turned to look at the round table nearby. The two people and two cats there continued to flip through the books in front of them without changing their actions. Mr. Hughes shook his head slightly and then calmly said, The frequency of your page turning is too obvious. For someone who has experienced the detective stage, this is a very clear trace. After a 1-second pause, he continued, I have already had a technical university in Lemberg send an invitation for cooperation to the Steam University in Trier. When it comes to knowledge in the mechanical field, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is at the forefront. Miss Gland closed the book in her hand and said in a deep voice, Given the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's fanaticism for technology, they will definitely agree. However, this will expose too much information to them, and it's possible they could genuinely research it. All we need is a time difference. As the words fell, Mr. Hughes's figure silently disappeared from the library hall. The next day, Empress Burrow, Backlund. Audrey, accompanied by her psychiatrist teacher, Escalante Oselica, arrived at an empty cafe where she met Vin Rambus, who introduced himself as a member of the Psychology Alchemist Council. He was a gentle and refined middle-aged man with a pair of blue eyes that seemed to hold boundless wisdom and knowledge. Audrey restrained her gaze and the extent to which she scrutinized the other party, while silently sighing inwardly, thinking, I didn't expect the royal advisor to also be a member of the Psychology Alchemists. No wonder Mr. Tower said that the high-ranking members of the Psychology Alchemists have certain inclinations in their stance and beliefs. Vin Rambus observed the beautiful young lady before him with gentle eyes. In the spiritual domain, his virtual personality had already silently invaded Audrey's consciousness island. After Escalante left, Vin Rambus took out a white paper from his briefcase and said in a calm voice, I apologize for disturbing you so abruptly, Miss Audrey. According to our original plan, we did need to observe you for a while longer, but some things have happened recently within the psychology alchemists that have forced us to accelerate the training of new members. What happened? Audrey asked at the appropriate moment. Vin Rambus did not rush to answer, but first handed over the white paper. Audrey took it and glanced at it. It still depicted a hooded, humanoid monster covered in eyes. The reason she used the word monster to describe it was because she couldn't find any human features in the painting other than its humanoid shape. Vin Rambis's tone became somewhat heavy, carrying a hint of fear he himself could barely detect as he said. Our psychology alchemist president was assassinated, and the assailant succeeded. Fortunately, due to some peculiarities of the spectator pathway, Mr. President did not truly die. Audrey's eyes suddenly widened, her shock completely undisguised, nor did it need to be. Mid-Seashire County, Constant City. Leyton spent only one morning with Sean, exploring all the remaining festival activities in Constant City. Under Sean's earnest gaze, Leyton gave him a ritual to summon his messenger, and then disappeared from his sight with the surging crowd. He found a local specialty restaurant, enjoyed lunch, and then rested at the inn until the wall clock reached 3 in the afternoon. As the wall clock accurately chimed the hour, a thick gray fog surged before his eyes, and deep red light pulsed like a tide, rapidly engulfing his vision. Leyton restrained his instinctive urge to resist, and guided by the deep red light, his spirit body detached from his physical body, arriving at the grand and ancient palace above the gray fog. Sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to Mr. Tower, Leyton lowered his gaze, looking at the mechanical glove that had accompanied him above the gray fog, a rather calm smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. It was still Justice Audrey who first rose and bowed, but her state today was not as lively as usual. She seemed to have encountered something troubling. After everyone rose, bowed, and nodded to each other according to procedure, Hermit Catlia was the first to raise her hand, directly presenting 4 pages of the Roselle diary. She chose not to ask a question or exchange them for items, but rather exchanged all the accumulated diary pages for a promise of help from Mr. Fool, to be provided when necessary. The diary pages contributed by Miss Hermit are accumulating more and more, and my pressure is also growing. If it's a demand for more profound mystical knowledge, that's fine, but if it requires Mr. Fool to act, Mr. Fool can't do it. Klein sighed as his gaze swept across the faces of the people on both sides of the mottled long table. Seeing that only Hanged Man, Alger and Chariot Anderson were looking at the extra playing card on his right side, a hint of disappointment flashed in his heart. If Miss Hermit had asked me about the content of this card, it would have been great. I could have gotten away with it again, what a pity. As he sighed, he bent the fingers of his right hand and lightly tapped the edge of the table twice, making a thump-thump sound, and at the same time said, "You may begin." Upon receiving the prompt from the Fool Klein, Hermit Catlia looked directly at Leyton and spoke calmly. "I wish to exchange for a drop of your blood. What price do I need to pay? It seems you are eager to increase your strength. Have you encountered something?" Leyton asked curiously, then added. 2 conditions. First, I need the future to help me transport some things between the northern and southern continents. You can understand it as smuggling. Second, you need to regularly hold a class on the future, teaching the crew some necessary knowledge, and based on their feedback, compile it into a book and send it to me. Only these. This is not equivalent to an angel's blood, Catlia questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Moreover, she felt that the 2 conditions Leyton proposed were a bit strange. She could understand the first condition, but the second was very difficult to comprehend. Apart from Frank and Ottolov, the rest of the crew on the future had no enthusiasm for learning. If this were done, the future would likely fall into the same long-term shortage of personnel as Vice Admiral Iceberg's Golden Dream. Leyton looked at Catlia, whose face showed confusion, and calmly explained. It's not easy to make pirates obsessed with learning, and this involves a very important plan of mine later on, so this is equivalent to a drop of my blood. Chapter 565, KWM Chapter 562 Communication. Catlia lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and nodded calmly, no problem. Leyton calmly glanced at Catlia, who was slightly in front of him, and nodded gently. After the gathering, I will have someone send the blood to you. He paused for 2 seconds, then swept his gaze around the other members and chuckled lowly. Help me keep an eye out for demigod-level items from the Sun and Storm pathways. It can be a lone beyonder or a mystical item. Moon Emlyn looked at Leyton in surprise. He hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. We Sanguine have such mystical items. If you can help us recover the corresponding characteristics of a Sanguine Count or even a Marquis, I think our Sanguine big figures would be very happy to trade with you. All right, Leyton replied with a light chuckle. Hermit Catlia, who had just made a deal with him, also expressed her stance. I will help you keep an eye out, but demigod-level items are not common, especially those from the Sun and Storm pathways. Most of them have been recovered by the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms. Leyton nodded slightly in Catlia's direction as a greeting. I will also help you keep an eye out. Me too. I will go through the sealed artifact data that the City of Silver has, but I can't see much with my authority, and my contributions are far from enough to exchange for them. Chariot Anderson and son Derek also made their promises one after another. The remaining Tarot Club members did not speak, demigod-level items were still too far away for them. Next, Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, and Chariot Anderson initiated trades one after another. Some succeeded, some failed. After a brief silence, the Fool Klein, who was leisurely sitting at the head of the mottled long table, chuckled. You may communicate freely now. Hearing the Fool's prompt, Justice Audrey quickly raised her right hand and, after glancing around at everyone, said, Today, I met a member of the Psychology Alchemists Council. His true identity is Vin Rambus, an advisor to the lone royal family. From him, I learned a piece of news: the president of the Psychology Alchemists was assassinated, and it was successful. However, that unknown president did not truly die due to some special characteristics of the spectator pathway. I don't know what specific characteristics they are, Vin Rambus did not tell me. The Psychology Alchemists have increased their efforts in training new members because of this incident. They have already started assigning me some tasks to accumulate contributions for exchanging for the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion. Finally, she added, I feel that the Psychology Alchemists seem to have entered a tense atmosphere. While they are vigorously training newly joined members, they are no longer developing and accepting new members. Hangman Alger sneered. They are afraid of exposing themselves and attracting new assassinations, but some tasks that originally belonged to them still need to be done. At this time, new members like you, who have just joined and haven't established too deep a relationship with them, are just right. Those who survive this turmoil will become loyal due to the organization's vigorous training, and if they die, it won't be too much of a loss for them. Audrey was momentarily stunned, her expression clearly bewildered. As a noble young lady who was naive about the ways of the world, she had never encountered such things and had never thought about this issue so deeply, so darkly. TSK, you humans are truly malicious. Moon Emlyn leaned back in his high-backed chair, sighing with a tisk-tisk sound. Next to him, Chariot Anderson also shook his head, then continued his words. Although such speculation about human nature is overly dark, in many cases, this is the truth. Hermit Catlia observed the noble young lady for a moment and said calmly. Members of the Psychology Alchemists have high research in the spiritual and mental domains. You need to be careful that Vin Rambus might have left psychological hints or some hidden influences on you. Audrey instinctively looked at the figure shrouded in grey fog at the very top, and said with a hint of relief in her tone. He did do that, but I prayed to the Fool in advance and received the protection of an angel. It could be like this. The Fool sometimes provides substantial help to the members of the Tarot Club. Hermit Catlia's thoughts began to wander after a brief moment of astonishment. During this process, Audrey had already requested the Fool Klein's permission to materialize the portrait that Vin Rambus of the Psychology Alchemists had shown her, and displayed it before everyone's eyes. Leyton glanced at the image on the grayish-brown parchment, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. It seemed Adam wasn't prepared to help them, not even giving me a portrait. In fact, he even actively helped me cover up the traces I left in Eden, preventing the Psychology Alchemists from getting effective answers through divination and prophecy. Thinking of this, he chuckled and said, This portrait really doesn't resemble me at all. It seems they didn't get Adam's help. Having lost his main body and most active identity, it's uncertain whether your Psychology Alchemist president still retains his demigod status. He might be somewhere guarding against potential backstabs from the council members. Justice Audrey looked at Leyton somewhat bewildered, pursed her lips, and then hesitantly asked. Mr. Tower? Are you the one who assassinated the president of the Psychology Alchemists? Why? Leyton leaned back in his chair leisurely, his voice calm as he said. I traded a Dreamweaver characteristic for a Cognizer characteristic. Finally, he added, by the way, I still have a remaining characteristic that includes the Spectator pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 4. If you need it, you can purchase it from me before I use it. Dreamweaver and Cognizer. The former should be Sequence 3 of the Spectator pathway, so what about the latter? Most likely from the Reader pathway. But Mr. Tower actually directly broke into the headquarters of the Psychology Alchemists. This is truly, truly too arrogant. Audrey pondered for a moment, quickly adjusted her emotions, and calmly said. Once I successfully advance to Sequence 5, I will purchase the characteristic from you. However, I'm still a bit curious, what does it mean to lose the main body and the most active identity? Why did Vin Rambus say that the assassination was successful, but the president didn't truly die? Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Spectator pathway can separate some of the identities they once possessed, turning them into living people. Even if these identities die, it will not cause the main body to fall. If the main body falls first, they can awaken their self from the avatar and complete their revival. However, the characteristics that have been lost will not return. The main body of the psychology alchemist president and the king of the Black Throne on the seat were both killed by me, and their characteristics were taken. Besides the king of the Black Throne, it is highly likely that his remaining identities are not even at the demigod level. The identities separated by a Dreamweaver do not possess actual power, they must gain power by accommodating characteristics. I understand. Audrey nodded slightly in response. She suddenly felt a longing for Dreamweaver, to be able to turn past experiences into a real identity, just like characters from an adventure story stepping into reality. Being able to separate out identities one once possessed, this is somewhat like a prerequisite for a visionary's ability. The fool Klein, at the head of the modeled long table, made a judgment in his mind. The communication continued, and this tarot club meeting quickly drew to a close. After everyone stood up and bowed, streaks of deep red light rose, carrying everyone on both sides of the modeled long table away from the space above the gray fog. Looking at the suddenly empty hall, Klein leaned back in his chair and sighed softly, waving his hand to make the world at the very bottom disappear. Not a single person was curious if this new card was a card of blasphemy, or what kind of card it was. Perhaps they noticed, but didn't have a suitable reason to ask me. As he spoke, he reached out and picked up the new card that was face down on the table. The front of this card depicted a church, and in front of the church stood a group of Emperor Roselle in different outfits. Some wore sailor suits, some wore captain's hats. At the very front, the tallest Roselle wore a pope's robe and a triple crown. In the upper left corner of the card, a line of small text was written in ancient Faceac, Sequence 0, Tyrant. Turning the Tyrant card in his hand twice, Klein threw it back onto the table and then left the space above the gray fog. In Constant City, Mid-Seashire County, Leyton opened his eyes in the armchair by the hotel window. He tilted his head to look at the clock on the wall. It was only 3:30 p.m. Today's tarot club ended a bit faster than usual. Well, as their sequences increased, everyone's needs clearly decreased, and the focus of the tarot club had unconsciously shifted towards the final exchange and sharing session. While sighing inwardly, Leyton placed his left hand under the sunlight streaming through the window. His thumbnail lightly grazed the pad of his middle finger, leaving a small wound. Specks of pale blue light, carrying bits of stardust, overflowed from the wound. The surrounding sunlight instantly dimmed. Inside the hotel room, on the street outside, on passers-by, everything around him appeared abnormally distorted, like a stretched image on an old television with a bad signal. In less than 2 seconds, everything around him returned to normal. The sun was still bright, and the pedestrians on the street continued to walk and talk as if nothing had happened. Chapter 566, KWM Chapter 563 News from Evernight. Leyton looked down at the pad of his left middle finger. The original wound had disappeared, replaced by a strange, transparent, amber-like crystal in his palm. Inside the crystal was a drop of dark red blood with countless intricate symbols floating within it. He placed the transparent amber, which contained his blood, into a pre-prepared square ring box. Then, he set up a ritual to summon a knowledge rabbit wearing a gray-blue vest. After giving it 2 gold coins, the knowledge rabbit took the square ring box and burrowed back into the spirit world, wandering towards the location of the future. In the central Sonia Sea, the Blue Avenger sailed quietly on the surface. Alger stood by the bay window of the captain's cabin, gazing at the distant sea. Through a series of hints and guidance, I finally managed to get the crew to suggest heading north of Sonia Island. At that point, all I'll need is some time bought by the Sanguine's anesthetic gas, and I can rush to the sea where the Obninsk is active to complete my advancement. It was indeed the correct decision to go to that primitive island with the world in advance to explore. Although this will increase the risks I bear, the Ocean Songster characteristic alone is worth the risk, not to mention that Tyrant card. Once I become a Sequence 5 Ocean Songster, I'll be considered to have caught up to the second tier of strength in the Tarot Club. Thump. 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 A sudden knocking sound interrupted Alger's thoughts. He turned his head towards the captain's cabin door and said in a calm voice. What is it? From outside the door came the voice of the ship's bosun. Captain, we're approaching Sonia Island. Do we need to find a private port to anchor and resupply? Yes, Alger replied calmly, turning to walk towards the nautical chart spread out on the desk. At the junction of the Fog Sea and the Berserk Sea, the future broke through the waves at an extremely fast speed, heading northeast into the Fog Sea. Inside the captain's cabin, Katlia was quickly flipping through the intelligence from the Moses Ascetic Order. The Moses Ascetic Order has shifted its focus to the southern continent Paz River Valley. Even without the Tower's request, I would still travel between the northern and southern continents due to internal organizational tasks. She sighed softly, and her spiritual intuition was suddenly touched. As she looked up, a translucent, rabbit-shaped spirit body wearing a gray-blue waistcoat darted out of the spirit world and landed on the desk in front of her. A knowledge rabbit. Katlia whispered in confusion. Although the mystery prior pathway does not have a sequence called polymath, as long as one embarks on this pathway, one is destined to be knowledgeable. Even without actively studying, knowledge will automatically enter one's mind. She recognized the spirit world creature at a glance, but the small waistcoat it was wearing made her momentarily bewildered. The knowledge rabbit stared blankly at Katlia, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Then, it reached into its translucent body and pulled out a small square iron box, placing it on the desk in front of Katlia. Then, it said in a relatively childish voice, "Your delivery, please sign for it." Having done all this, the knowledge rabbit quickly burrowed back into the spirit world, disappearing from Katlia's sight in the blink of an eye. In the spirit world depths, Leyton, who had been moving rapidly in the form of an information torrent, suddenly stopped and reassembled his body from complex and pure knowledge. His eyes, deep and profound, looked towards his front side, as if his gaze could penetrate the barriers between the spirit world and reality, seeing the scene on the distant sea. He felt his own aura erupt, and someone had established a deeper level of mystical connection with him. She used my blood so quickly. It seems she had already prepared everything needed for advancement, only lacking a drop of a mythical creature's blood. He sighed softly, then reached out and pinched the void, severing the connection between himself and Katlia. Otherwise, the influence from the hidden sage and knowledge Moor would cause her to lose herself during advancement and become a puppet. Having done all this, his body once again decomposed into torrents of complex knowledge, surging forward like a flood. Soon, Leyton, in the state of an information torrent, left the spirit world and appeared near Backlund's St. Samuel Cathedral, reassembling his body from complex and pure knowledge. Leyton slowly walked out from the shadows beneath the house. During this process, his appearance, image, and demeanor rapidly changed, finally settling on that of an ordinary-looking and ordinary-tempered polymath. Without any delay, he directly followed the scattered crowds into the St. Samuel Cathedral. On both sides of the aisle, narrow, tall windows embedded with tiny blue and red patterns let in streaks of colored light, blue almost black, red like the moon, making the surroundings exceptionally dim and quiet, like a peaceful and tranquil night. Leyton slowly walked to a front row seat and sat down. In front of the night holy emblem, which was deep black with brilliant embellishments, embracing exactly half of the crimson moon, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed in a low voice. Gradually, he felt his surroundings become exceptionally quiet. The footsteps and hushed conversations he had heard earlier all disappeared. The scent of night-scented stock lingered in his nostrils with a gentle evening breeze, and Leyton immediately opened his eyes. He casually glanced around. His surroundings were an endless garden of night-scented stock, and above him was a tranquil night sky dotted with only a few dim stars. About 5 or 6 meters in front of him, a somewhat illusory and hazy figure had appeared at some unknown time. She wore layers of black classical robes, with specks of starlight embedded in the hem, like the deep night sky. Her face seemed to be veiled by layers of thin gauze, giving a hazy impression, yet one would instinctively think that face was exceptionally beautiful. Leyton merely glanced briefly before retracting his gaze, placing his right hand on his chest, and bowing, he said, "Good afternoon, Ms. Ammonizes." Through a layer of illusory veil, Leyton felt as if Evernight Goddess gave him an emotionless smile. Then, an ethereal, illusory female voice echoed in his ears. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency Knowledge Moor. Your disguise is very good. At first, I truly thought you were also a remnant of the outer deities. If you hadn't voluntarily appeared before me, I would still be unable to accurately determine your identity." Leyton chuckled, following her words, "This is a gift from fate. Besides the circle of inevitability and goddess of fate in the cosmos, there isn't an existence on Earth yet that can easily see through and unveil this layer of concealment. It seems that the two snake of fate's inability to determine a victor for so long is not as simple as it appears on the surface." Evernight Goddess sighed almost imperceptibly, then continued. "I'm still curious, why did you choose to disguise yourself as a remnant of the outer deities?" Leyton spread his hands and said, "Because it's very simple for me. Likewise, this is the only bit of humanity I have left." "I understand." Evernight Goddess nodded quietly, then continued to ask, "What do you plan to exchange with me for the information about the missing part of the Knowledge Emperor characteristic?" "News of the River of Eternal Darkness," Leyton said calmly, then paused and added. "There is no conflict between us. It's the same to you who becomes the demon of knowledge, and I am the one most likely to succeed, no matter which it is." "Understood." Evernight Goddess nodded gently, then she began to speak of the third portion of the Knowledge Emperor characteristics information. "It is with Omabella. In the twin eras when giants and dragons were relatively strong, the most sagacious subordinate deity under the Dragon King, besides the Dragon of Wisdom, was also a Dragon of Wisdom. It fell in a conflict that erupted between dragons and giants, and the corresponding characteristic condensed into a sealed artifact called False Paradise, which was managed by the harvest goddess Omabella at that time. The effect of this sealed artifact is quite special. It can create an information world that is between true and illusory. There, the mother goddess of depravity's influence on the mother and moon pathways is reduced to the lowest level. This is also why Earth Mother is closer to outer deities than Chained God and the dark side of the universe, yet is affected the least. This is a hidden cooperation between me and Earth Mother. I will give all information about that sealed artifact, including the concealment information world that is between true and illusory, which can help her resist the influence from the mother goddess of depravity. After quietly listening to Evernight Goddess's narration, Leyton let out a long breath and bowed towards her, saying, I understand. Thank you for your answer. It seems there's no way to get this characteristic from Lilith for now, unless I can find a way to replace that sealed artifact. I can't stay there myself. Using corruption to fight corruption might work, but she certainly wouldn't be willing. After sighing for a moment in his heart, Leyton quickly adjusted his emotions and began to describe the situation of the river of eternal darkness to Evernight Goddess. Evernight Goddess listened quietly, not interrupting until Leyton finished his narration. Then, she said with a slight sigh. Unlike the potion's anointing system, is this related to the spirit world sorcerer system you and Haraburgen developed? Leyton clasped his hands and pondered. In essence, they are similar. The spirit world sorcerer system was only able to take shape by leveraging some of my own authority and that of Sapphira Castle. Although embarking on this system will inevitably bring them closer to us, under undisturbed circumstances, this situation will not be too severe, only some changes in personality and habits. Chapter 567, KWM Chapter 564 Which? In the great prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leyton, who had been praying with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He subconsciously looked up at the night holy emblem in front of him, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the emblem, seeing a hazy, ethereal figure nodding at him. As expected of a sequence 0 true God, pulling me into a dream realm without a sound. Leyton mused, recalling the conversation he just had in the dream. The knowledge Emperor Beyonder characteristic from Lilith can only be obtained when I advance to Hermit. After becoming a Hermit, I will be able to leverage the seal left by the celestial worthy and borrow power and authority from my true body. Now, only the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's knowledge Emperor Beyonder characteristic is an option. Collecting his thoughts, he rose from his seat, walked to the offering box in front, dropped 2 gold coins into it, then turned and left. As he walked to the side of the prayer hall, he bumped into Leonard, who was coming out from deeper within the cathedral. Leonard merely instinctively glanced at the person who had suddenly appeared before him, then walked past him directly, heading towards the other side of the cathedral. As the two brushed past each other, Leyton turned his head and said softly, "It seems Oldman has recovered well." "Perfect, I've already found where the item I need to steal is. Ask him when he's free and give me an answer tonight." With that, he walked quickly out of the cathedral without looking back, leaving only his back in Leonard's sight. After a moment of hesitation, Leonard came back to his senses, lowered his head slightly, and muttered, "Old man, he. That rude brat, he merely changed his appearance." Palez's aged voice interrupted Leonard. "Faceless." Leonard quickly reacted, thinking of some information he had seen within the church. The Church of the Evernight Goddess also had a habit of cultivating seers, and the church did not lack information on the lower sequences of this pathway. After becoming a Red Gloves, Leonard already had permission to access most of the church's documents. In his mind, Palez's voice continued to resonate. "No, warlocks always create some strange but effective spells. Spells that can change one's appearance are not very rare, and besides, he is already a sage, so creating some minor spells is not difficult for him." "Sage? Which sequence is that?" Leonard muttered to himself softly as he walked out of the cathedral. "Basically equivalent to the name of this cathedral." Palez's voice carried a hint of annoyance and mockery, as if he felt Leonard's advancement speed was too slow. "Equivalent to this cathedral. Saint Samuel. The former Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, who made outstanding contributions to the spread of the goddess's faith, entered the divine kingdom during his lifetime, becoming an angel, His Excellency Saint Samuel." Leonard couldn't control his expression, his dark green eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. After a moment, he reacted, reined in his expression, and quickly walked out of the cathedral. As soon as he exited the cathedral, he couldn't help but lower his head and mutter, "Old man, are you serious? Are you sure you weren't mistaken? He really has become an angel." "That's an angel, even among the major churches, they are legendary figures recorded in ancient texts." Palez, who was parasitic within Leonard, let out a displeased snort. "Humph, I haven't reached the point of dim-sighted old age yet. He's just a sequence 2 angel. If you had worked harder, perhaps you would already be a saint." "How is that possible? Even if my advancement speed kept up, I wouldn't accumulate enough contributions to exchange for the potion." Leonard subconsciously retorted. "Your choice of the darkness pathway means it will be difficult to advance further. Beyonder characteristics are limited, and the competition within the Church of the Evernight Goddess for this pathway is too great." Palez's voice carried some dissatisfaction, displeased that Leonard had not followed his advice in choosing the sleepless pathway. Leonard pouted, saying indifferently, "Corpse collector, who deals with corpses all day, and seer, who are like charlatans, are not suitable for me. Midnight poet is more in line with my style." "Heh, a poet who can't write poetry." Palez's blunt mockery successfully made Leonard's face darken. In a cheap hotel room in Backlund's East Borough, Trissy, dressed in a men's shirt and wide-legged pants, leaned back in a wooden chair, toying with an exquisite bronze mirror. Suddenly, the bronze mirror slipped from her hand, fell to the floor, and shattered into pieces. Danger. Trissy suddenly became alert, quickly rising from the wooden chair. Illusory black flames fell from her body, scurrying like black snakes through the room, burning everything she touched. That bronze mirror was a trinket Leyton invented to curry favor with her. Besides serving as a portable mirror for touch-ups, its only use was to automatically shatter as a warning when danger was imminent. It was somewhat similar to a danger premonition, but stronger than the intuition of ordinary beyonders. Before the flames in the room could extinguish, a layer of white frost suddenly congealed, and the temperature throughout the room plummeted rapidly. The white frost quickly climbed up Trissy's legs, spreading to her upper body, making her body too stiff to move. This useless mirror. How could it come so fast? Trissy complained in a low voice, while igniting illusory black flames around her, attempting to melt the ice on her body. The next second, the flames around her suddenly went out of control, surging violently and engulfing her entirely, emitting crackling sounds. In the center of the flames, several broken mirror fragments lay on the ground. The demoness's most skilled mirror substitute method. At the same time, by the window in the hotel room, a graceful figure materialized out of thin air. She was frozen there, her men's shirt slipping to her shoulders. Trissy maintained an odd posture, one foot on tiptoe, the other raised high, both hands lifted, one in front and one behind, level with her chest, as if she had fallen into a strange state of sluggishness and numbness. An abnormal blush appeared on her neck and cheeks. Her throat suddenly itched, and she couldn't help but cough, cough, cough. Below the wall near the door, there was a dark wooden table and chair, with an oval dressing mirror placed on the tabletop. As Trissy coughed uncontrollably, ripples appeared on the surface of the dressing mirror, and the mirror's surface immediately became dim and deep, as if countless things and layers of space were hidden within, turning into a passage connected to the mirror world. The next moment, a figure in a simple, pure white robe emerged from inside the mirror. She seemed to lack a physical form as she climbed out of the dressing mirror, gripping invisible threads with both hands, adjusting her posture in midair, while pulling Trissy, who was in a state of sluggishness and numbness. "It's you, cough. Cough." Trissy looked at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in the room, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help but cough violently. Saintess of White, Katerina Pell, who had emerged from the mirror, gazed at Trissy with a smile in her eyes. She leaned against the edge of the table with a relaxed and alluring posture, her right index and middle fingers slowly stirring in midair. Invisible threads emerged from various places under her control, binding Trissy tightly, cutting her skin little by little, and spreading the mystical bacteria and viruses pervading the air into her body, damaging her body. Cough. Cough, cough. Trissy coughed more and more fiercely, but the sound she made became softer and softer. A hint of heartache appeared in Katerina's eyes, and she looked at Trissy with soft, compassionate gaze, but her gentle voice sounded cold and indifferent. An assassin must patiently wait for an opportunity, delivering the most fatal blow the moment the prey lets down their guard. It seems the demoness who was responsible for guiding you back then wasn't very responsible, to have trained you so unsuccessfully. Clap. 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 Crisp applause echoed from the corner of the room, and the two demonesses in the room simultaneously showed a look of surprise. A bitter smile appeared on Trissy's lips, she didn't even have the strength to turn her head now. Is this the suppression of a high-level demoness? I don't even know when I was cursed. It's you. Katerina looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in the corner of the room, clapping. The emotions in her eyes churned complexly, finally leaving only astonishment and a hint of imperceptible fear. Leyton twitched his lips, revealing a smile without much sincerity, saying, "Good evening, Miss Katerina, we meet again. I didn't expect it was you helping Trissy in the shadows, no wonder I couldn't divine any effective information. How did you appear? I've been observing Trissy in secret for some time, and I didn't detect your presence during this period." As Katerina spoke, she silently dispersed mystical bacteria and viruses into the air. Each strand of her hair swayed, and each one was connected to an invisible thread. Leyton smiled at Katerina, and the next second, his figure appeared directly behind Katerina, leaning his lips to her ear and whispering, "I've always been here." Katerina's expression suddenly became blank, layers of whispers echoed in her ears, as if countless insects were frantically burrowing into her mind. Leyton looked at Katerina, who was momentarily lost in thought, and the corners of his mouth curved into a subtle arc. While speaking just now, he had already used the mechanical glove on his right hand to simulate several personalities, quietly planting the seeds of infectious madness in the opponent's mind island. He extended his right hand and gently patted her shoulder twice. The mental plague she had contracted instantly erupted, and various mad, negative thoughts sprouted in her heart, wanting to tear apart everything around her, including herself. Chapter 568, KWM Chapter 565, Trissy's Awakening. A faint light glowed on the mechanical glove on Leyton's right hand. This light fell on Katerina, stripping away some of her spirituality and the various mad, fallen thoughts brewing in her heart, combining them with the shadow beneath her. Beneath her, the shadow, filled with fallen thoughts and spirituality, suddenly came alive, rapidly surging and flowing, forming an independent creature somewhat similar to her, but uncontrollable. With the appearance of this shadow creature, the spiderweb-like threads densely spread throughout the room began to abnormally contract and coil, as if a schism had occurred, and they were fighting against themselves. Katerina, who had regained some of her thoughts from her dazed state, her eyes flickered slightly. On the ethereal fine threads invisible to the naked eye around her, black flames and white frost surged, opposing each other and destroying everything in their surroundings. Snap. Leyton raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The flames and frost in the room rapidly faded and thinned, losing their original intensity. Their conflict was always manifested within this room, unable to cause too much destruction. Katerina's expression darkened. She met the gaze of the figure somewhat similar to herself, her eyes flickering slightly. The strange creature, a mixture of shadow and fallen thoughts, slowly slowed its movements, as if bound by invisible threads. Its surface gradually revealed a layer of stony gray-white, until it completely transformed into a gray-white stone statue. Katerina looked at the stone statue standing before her with a grim expression. She could no longer feel the existence of her limbs below her waist. While she was petrifying that strange shadow creature, she was also being petrified by the other party. She looked at Leyton, whose figure had appeared by the window, patting Trissy's back, her voice becoming deep and carrying an impatience she hadn't even noticed, saying, "What did you do? Why did I so impulsively and recklessly fight it? I merely magnified a certain part of your thoughts and emotions. Falling into the trap so easily only shows that your accumulation during the assassin stage isn't quite enough." Leyton mocked her, mimicking Katerina's earlier words, while continuously patting Trissy's back. Cough. Cough. Trissy couldn't help but cough from being patted, her cheeks flushed red, and dark red, black flesh constantly spewed from her mouth, emitting a foul stench into the air. Cough all right, I. Bang. Crimson flames mixed with pitch black appeared out of thin air in the room, surging violently. Not only did they spread outwards, but they quickly engulfed the entire hotel. The flames suddenly became chaotic upon touching Leyton's surroundings, forming a vortex that isolated the flames. He scanned the location where Katerina had been, his right hand half raised, and softly chanted in Dragonese, "Frost." Centered around him, streams of crystal-clear light rained down from midair, falling onto the blazing flames, instantly extinguishing them and leaving a thick layer of frost and countless icicles on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Katerina's figure had vanished from the room, leaving only a few mirror fragments blackened by the flames and scattered gray-white stone pieces on the ground. "You deliberately let her go?" Trissy looked at Leyton with some suspicion and confusion. He didn't answer her question, calmly saying, "Nighthawks and Punishers will arrive here soon. Do you have any other hiding places?" "South of the bridge, Tamarack Street, number 81. Trissy stated one of the strongholds she had prepared in Backlund without hesitation. Leyton nodded lightly, placed a hand on her shoulder, and their figures rapidly became transparent and vanished. Shortly after they left, a howling gale drowned out the surrounding clamor of human voices, and an imposing middle-aged man descended from the strong wind. He was Radar Valentine, the new head of the Church of the Lord of Storms Backlund Diocese, replacing the transferred Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. He was very well built, completely filling out his loose Church of the Lord of Storms robes. His hair was deep blue, almost black, his earlobes were large, and his eyes seemed to constantly contain lightning and storms. He stared with undisguised anger at the cheap hotel with icicles hanging from its eaves, the wind by his ears whistling, but not urgently, as if conveying some message to him. Flames, frost, and bacteria and viruses still linger in the air. "It's those demonesses again, a group of crazy and troublesome women." After muttering a few words to himself, the gale swirling around him suddenly intensified, lifting his body and carrying him away from this street. At the end of this street, members of the Punisher's squad had already arrived. South of the bridge, Tamarack Street, number 81, in a 3-story small building with a pointed roof and red brick walls. Leyton and Trissy's figures materialized out of thin air. He reluctantly withdrew his hand from Trissy's shoulder, walked to the wall, and lit the gas wall lamp in the room. Trissy reached out and pulled at the men's shirt that had slipped below her shoulder, her expression weary, and whispered seductively, "If you like, I can let you touch me a little longer, or we can experience true pleasure together, as repayment for saving me just now." Leyton took a few steps closer and met her gaze. In her eager and teasing eyes, he reached out and buttoned up the men's shirt on her, one button at a time, turning up the collar to completely envelop her body. Ignoring Trissy's bewildered and then angry emotions, he took 2 steps back and said calmly, "Rather than this kind of reward, I prefer you convert it into cash and give it to me." "You really are." Trissy opened her mouth, wanting to complain, but remembering the brief exchange between him and Katerina just now, she swallowed the rest of her words and instead said, "Why did you deliberately let her go? Do you want to pity her, or are you afraid of the demoness sect behind her?" Leyton shook his head expressionlessly. "I'm just a little curious about the primordial demoness' current state. Although I'm confident I can kill her, it's not something I can do easily. The demoness of unaging's vitality is as tenacious as a rat in a sewer, she can be eliminated, but it's hard to kill her completely, not to mention I have such a burden as you next to me. Moreover, I just reached a cooperation with the Nighthawks, so it's not suitable to cause too much commotion in Backlund." Trissy didn't pay attention to Leyton's words. She unbuttoned her shirt while turning to walk towards the wardrobe at the back of the room. As she approached the wardrobe, the men's shirt on her slipped off, revealing her fair skin beneath, subtly visible through her flowing hair, extremely alluring. A few crimson flames suddenly shot up from the men's shirt on the floor, quickly burning it to ashes. After taking off her shirt, she kicked off her shoes and reached for her waistband. Leyton's throat moved. As he swallowed, he turned with difficulty, walked to the stained glass window, and opened it, letting the cold night wind soothe his suddenly restless mind and body. Sensing the movement behind her, Trissy curled her lips, revealing a calm and alluring smile. She unhurriedly chose clothes from the wardrobe. After about 10 minutes, she finally changed into a black and purple court gown, walking barefoot on the wooden floor, each step sounding as if it could stir one's heart. Leyton caught her reflection in the glass window, and said calmly, "It seems you're quite accustomed to being a woman. Do you still want to switch pathways and become an iron-blooded knight now? This is just for acting." Trissy's chest rose and fell slightly as she defended herself. After a second's pause, she continued, "I've already digested the demoness of afflictions' potion. Next, you should tell me the iron-blooded knight's potion formula and the ritual required for advancement, right?" Leyton nodded lightly. "Of course, otherwise why would I come to find you? The iron-blooded knight's ritual is very simple for you. Form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, let them successively become strong, and cooperate tacitly, able to understand your intentions through glances and actions, becoming almost one with each other, and then have them form the ritual. The stronger the team's power and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect." Trissy's expression became strange. She was silent for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't help but complain. "Simple. It'd be quite simple for me to develop a team of at least 30 bed partners, but to become comrades with them, is that something a demoness should do? Are you sure it won't end up as just sex partners?" Leyton chuckled in response to her words. "So the choice of people is very important. Backlund is not suitable for cultivating a private team right now. You can choose to go to sea, or the southern continent. I will find someone to take your place here." After a moment of silence, Trissy unexpectedly rejected the proposal. Her voice was calm, with a hint of hoarseness, as she said, "Before I complete my revenge, I don't plan to leave Backlund. This metropolis is also a jungle of steel and desire. A qualified hunter can also be trained here. Good resolve. If you can maintain this mindset, there's a high probability you'll become an iron-blooded knight, and once you change pathways, the connection between the primordial demoness and you will be completely severed." Leyton crossed his arms over his chest, his tone flat as he commented, then told her the complete potion formula for the iron-blooded knight. Finally, he added, "This potion formula was given to me by someone else. Its cost needs to be paid by you." "Of course." Trissy nodded calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her vision blur for a moment, and when she regained her senses, Leyton's figure by the window had vanished, and the opened window had closed. "He's already left. I didn't feel anything abnormal at all, and just now, it seems Katerina didn't notice when he appeared either. He can easily suppress that sequence 3 demoness. Is he already an angel, or does he possess a powerful sealed artifact? Is it that gem-inlaid mechanical glove?" After muttering to herself for a moment, Trissy suddenly fell silent, sighed heavily, and sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror with a complex expression. In a detached house a few streets away in the West Borough, countless vast and pure knowledge surged from the spirit world, reconstituting Leyton's figure in the living room of the house. He looked at Leonard, who was casually leaning back on the sofa, and chuckled. "Aren't you working tonight?" Chapter 569, KWM Chapter 566, Lamp God. Leonard glanced at Leyton and said coldly, "Sleepless are just more energetic at night, but that doesn't mean our daily routines are the same as those vampires. No, they are sanguine. I will defend Mr. Moon for a moment." Leyton muttered in his heart, then sat down on the single sofa to his left and said, "I've found what I need, and Oldman needs to help me steal it." "Heh, Moon, so you're also." A voice incongruous with Leonard's appearance, an aged one, came from his mouth, carrying a hint of mockery. After a pause, he continued, "Which church's sealed artifact do you want to steal? Eternal Blazing Suns? Or Steam's?" As Palez's voice faded, Leonard's voice followed up with a question, also what? You don't need to know, Palez replied irritably. Leyton leaned back on the single sofa, watching Leonard speak in two voices, talking to himself, and felt a strange urge to laugh. Only after Leonard finally quieted down did he begin to explain in detail. In the Steel Church in the Trier Diocese of the God of Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, there's a sealed artifact numbered 0 to 45 called the Knowledge Throne. It's a strangely ornate throne made of gold. It's a mystical item formed from the convergence of Roselle's beyonder characteristics after he was killed by the eternal blazing sun, containing angel-level characteristics from both the Paragon and Hermit pathways. You want to steal a Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? Are you sure you're not going to turn yourself into a sealed artifact and be placed there? Before Palez could speak, Leonard had already started to mock him. The living room was silent for a while before Palez's voice came from within Leonard. The problem isn't how to steal it, but how we leave after succeeding. For such a blatant provocation, Steam is very likely to directly descend. The current Steam is not in the state it was as the god of craftsmen before Roselle appeared. He has more than enough energy to act from afar, or even directly descend. And there's also an angel in the Steel Church in Trier, Roselle's second son, Bornova Gustav. Leyton nodded calmly. He had anticipated all of this and had already thought of a solution. When Palez stopped speaking, he finally said, I'll find someone to hold Bornova back. We just need to withstand the first wave of attacks from Steam, and then other existences will stop him. Hidden Sage. Palez murmured, then stopped speaking, directly interpreting Leyton's plan by stealing his thoughts. 5 or 6 minutes later, Leonard, looking leisurely, spoke again, his voice Palez's aged tone. Your plan is already very complete, you don't even need me to act. You could find an angel in better condition than me to cooperate with you. Leyton raised a hand to rub his face, forcing a smile, and said, for something like stealing, it's naturally better to find a marauder. The only marauders I know are you and Amon. Leonard sighed, saying, it's probably that only I and Amon are still alive. Although you've concealed something, I won't go back on what I've promised, and don't you forget your own promise. Leyton nodded, raising his hand to assure him, of course, if you don't believe me, I can swear to the Hidden Sage or the Knowledge Moor. Palez did not respond to Leyton's words, saying in a flat voice, I need to go into a period of slumber to restore my state. Once I recover to sequence 2, we can begin to act. After a second's pause, he said to Leonard, don't bother me for anything during this time, and especially not for trouble. If you encounter problems you can't solve, go find this rude kid. After his words fell, Palez became silent, and Leonard regained control of his body. He swallowed and asked Leyton, hey, rude kid, is Knowledge Moor also a hidden existence? It sounds more like a place. Leyton raised a hand to touch his nose, not taking Leonard's bait, and instead said, I previously got some worms of spirit from dark demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods, and I still have some left. I can make them into charms to borrow power from my past self in history. Borrowed power is always illusory, Palez, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed. You don't need it. Leyton raised an eyebrow and asked. I need it. Don't joke around with an old man so casually, rude little fellow. Palez complained a couple of times using Leonard's body, then fell silent again. No matter what Leyton and Leonard said, he no longer spoke. Leonard and Leyton exchanged silent glances for a long moment. Leonard suddenly sat up straight on the sofa, his dark green eyes brightly fixed on Leyton as he asked, if the old man goes to Trier with you, will he then leave my body? Leyton was silent for a moment, thinking that Palez never left Leonard's body in the original work. He said with some uncertainty, perhaps, but I think he might take you along too. And then let me bear the stigma of betraying the church, and at the same time be hunted by the goddess's church and the god of steam and machinery's church. Leonard's tone was flat, as if he had already seen his bleak future. Concealing identity is all it is. There are many ways to do such things, especially for marauders and seers, they are experts in this area. While old man is in slumber, you can write to me if something comes up, though I might not be able to make it in time. After comforting Leonard for a few sentences, Leyton rose from the single sofa. At the same time, his body became illusory, rapidly disintegrating into complex streams of information, surging and flowing out of the room. Leonard watched Leyton's sudden departure, opened his mouth, but swallowed back the words he wanted to ask about Klein Moretti's identity. Deep within the spirit world, Leyton, who was rushing forward in the form of an information torrent, suddenly changed direction. The mark he left on Katlia had been touched, and the other party seemed to want to trace him directly through that mark, but failed. A bit interesting. To be able to touch the mark I left based on my main body's authority, is it that unlucky genie? While muttering to himself, he had already arrived at the fog sea. On the surging sea, the future drifted alone with the wind. The next second, his body once again became ethereal, decomposing into complex streams of knowledge, transforming into a pure information stream creature, approaching the future. On the deck at the stern of the future, several greenish vines hung down from midair, then quickly vanished. Frank, who was nearby disposing of experimental waste, looked over with a puzzled expression. Seeing nothing, he withdrew his gaze, scratching his head and muttering, "Strange, I just saw some untreated vines. Am I too tired and hallucinating? After the last batch of experimental materials is processed, I need 2 days off." In the captain's cabin on the upper deck, a rectangular metal box engraved with intricate, layered patterns held a strangely shaped lamp. It resembled a miniature teapot, with a wick extending from its spout. Suddenly, the lamp's golden surface bloomed with a bright but not dazzling light. This light lasted only for a moment before disappearing into nothingness. In the captain's cabin, Katlia, who was deep in thought at her desk, suddenly turned her head to look behind her. Deep purple floated in her eyes as she surveyed all the items in the captain's cabin, then lightly furrowed her brows and withdrew her gaze. In a layered forest formed by countless intertwined greenish vines, Leyton, sitting on a chair woven from vines, gazed directly ahead. Before him was a distorted and blurry figure formed by viscous, pale golden water. Leyton and the other party stared at each other in silence for a while before he raised a hand to rub his forehead, chuckling softly, "First meeting. Should I call you Son of Chaos or Genie now?" Before him, the pale golden figure's voice was flat, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty as he said, "For me, the appellation is not important. Whether Son of Chaos or Genie, it is all me. And what should I call you? Knowledge Moor, or Hidden Sage, or have you fabricated a new identity for yourself?" Leyton leaned back in his chair, murmuring leisurely, "You can call me Lamplighter. I am merely a guide for intelligent beings exploring truth and mysteries. I am not entirely equivalent to Knowledge Moor." Lying. The pale golden figure's voice suddenly became high-pitched and stern. "As the embodiment of order and rules, any lies are ineffective before me." Leyton chuckled with a hint of provocation, "Really ineffective? Then how were you imprisoned in the lamp by the celestial worthy?" As his words fell, Leyton felt as if he could see expressions of anger and fear on the distorted and blurry pale golden figure before him. The distortion on the blurry pale golden figure became even more chaotic. His voice carried deep mockery as he said, "Humph, how are you any better than me? You're just trapped in a larger cage, moving from a single cell to a collective dormitory." Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "You even know about collective dormitories. It seems you've exchanged quite a bit with Roselle. But we're still a bit better than you. Although sealed, we were given a chance to live, and we weren't torn into several pieces." After a pause, he added, "Do you want to know about the nation of disorder on the western continent?" The chaos and distortion on the pale golden figure gradually subsided. His voice was indifferent and extremely majestic as he said, "What do you want to gain from me? I am just a helpless genie now, unless you are willing to send me to the cosmos. But with your identity, once you leave the barrier left by the Primordial One, you will instantly be discovered and devoured by the Supernova Dominator and the High-Dimensional Overseer." Leyton smiled noncommittally, "They want to take the authority of civilization and knowledge from me, and why wouldn't I want to tear something off them? High risk, high reward." Chapter 570, KWM Chapter 567 Mausoleum. The pale golden, distorted figure chuckled disdainfully, "To be able to retrieve all authority and characteristics before the distant barrier shatters and become the demon of knowledge, that is already your best state. To simultaneously contend against the Supernova Dominator and the High-Dimensional Overseer, you need one or even multiple outer deity-level allies." Leyton raised an eyebrow, looking at the pale golden figure before him, and calmly stated, "Are you recommending yourself to me? You have been sealed by the celestial worthy for so long, the part of you in the cosmos has already developed self-awareness. Do you think, upon returning to the cosmos, which of you will be dominant? We do not possess what the inhabitants of this world call humanity. With consistent divinity, minor conflicts in consciousness will not affect us too much." The genie's voice carried no emotional color, as if emphasizing its difference as a pure mythical creature. Leyton chuckled, directly skipping the topic, and instead said, "Grant me 3 wishes, and I will tell you the state of the nation of disorder on the western continent, which was torn apart by the Primordial One." The genie's voice suddenly became indifferent and majestic, saying, "I refuse. Compared to reclaiming authority, returning to the cosmos is more important to me. Your condition is not worth 3 wishes to me." Leyton was not surprised by the genie's refusal. After a slight nod, he added a new condition, "I can add one more condition, help you corrupt a hand of order. Whether you want to return to the cosmos or reclaim your scattered authority, this will be of great help to you. Deal?" After a second's pause, the pale golden figure added, "We need to swear by the Sapphira we each control. Our current states are not good, even if we had the ability to violate the oath, we certainly wouldn't do so. The unlucky genie, even with the celestial worthy's after effects." He sighed inwardly, then nodded slightly, saying, "All right, but you cannot intentionally twist my wishes, otherwise the transaction is void." After reaching an agreement, the pale golden figure suddenly vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. The ability to twist rules is truly useful. I'm even considering snatching 2 Prince of Abolition characteristics. The wishing lamp has already reached Catlia, so it seems Bernadette has already set off to find her long-lost father. A moment later, the verdant vines that had layered and interwoven to form a forest rapidly receded, and the separated space reintegrated with reality. A hazy glimmer composed of countless complex, pure knowledge surged from the void, moving away towards the north of the Fog Sea. North of the Fog Sea, near the Intis Republic, lies the Oradek Archipelago, Intis's first overseas colony, also known as the Archipelago Province. It is also Intis's most important overseas colony, the largest archipelago in the Fog Sea, and a gathering place for adventurers and treasure hunters. The architectural style here is largely influenced by Intis, predominantly featuring bright yellow as the main color, with gold inlays or gold paint used as decoration everywhere. The local people here have yellowish skin, and their eyebrows and hair are scorched yellow to varying degrees. Their clothing is bolder and more open than that of Lone and Fainapotter. Unlike Lone's subtlety, they enjoy flaunting the beauty of their bodies. In Farlandport, the capital of the Archipelago Province, on a street that was not too crowded, an imperceptible hazy glimmer surged from the spirit world depths, converging in mid-air and reforming Leyton's figure. The surrounding pedestrians seemed oblivious to this magical scene, not a single person exclaimed or questioned. Until Leyton merged into the crowd and disappeared down the street, no one around noticed that a person had suddenly appeared and then quickly left. In the dock district, at a hotel called Red Agate, Leyton leaned against the window on the third floor, calmly gazing at the bustling crowd outside. On the windowsill to his left, stood a bronze-colored mechanical glove embedded with 3 gems of different colors. The mechanical glove's fingers formed an OK gesture, and a large, cracked mouth on its palm was actively reporting the intelligence it had gathered. Respected Master, I have searched for some information in the collective subconscious sea nearby. Recently, treasure hunters and adventurers who have set out to sea frequently report seeing Queen Mystic's dawn in the depths of the Fog Sea. Now there are rumors at sea that Queen Mystic has obtained clues to a lost treasure and is actively searching for it. Treasure hunters believe this is very likely the legendary Spectre Empire, or the Lost Nuans. Only such legendary treasures would prompt Queen Mystic to search personally. Oh, and also, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Ignorant Church of the God of Steam and Machinery also seem to have dispatched ships to inquire about news. I cannot see more information. Well done. Leyton praised the glove, which was doing a finger dance on the windowsill, then leaned against the window frame and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. In this state, his spirit gradually detached from his body and connected with a magnificent consciousness hidden in an unknown place. The sounds of prayer at his ears became increasingly clear, echoing in layers, and the strong emotions and will contained within them naturally made him calm and rational, like a holy, wise, and indifferent sage. Rational and clear faith has an exceptionally good stabilizing effect on one's mental state. With the spread of faith, even the hidden sage is no longer so wonderful. Unfortunately, there are residual powers of the mother goddess of depravity on that island, otherwise, I could have easily found it myself. While sighing inwardly, he had already, with the help of the hidden sage, located Bernadette, whom he had marked. In the depths of the Fog Sea, on the dawn, which was steadily sailing between storms and waves, Bernadette sat cross-legged on a wooden chair in front of her desk. She wore comfortable beige trousers, sturdy black leather boots, and a light brown knee-length skirt that fell diagonally, displaying a hint of wildness and ease, making her look more like an adventurer at sea than a pirate queen. Sensing the gaze cast from an extremely high distance, Bernadette slightly raised her eyes, her gaze deep and dark, as if it could penetrate countless obstructions and meet Leyton's gaze across space. Notify me when you find him. There is residual corruption from the primordial moon there. Leyton's voice, somewhat ethereal and fleeting, echoed in Bernadette's ears. She tilted her head slightly, listened carefully for a moment, and after discerning the content, nodded expressionlessly, while softly sighing, "You really are." Without responding to Bernadette's subsequent words, Leyton directly cut off the connection. After opening his eyes, he looked at the mechanical glove still doing a finger dance on the windowsill and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I ambush a Grand Archbishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church here?" The mechanical glove, which was doing a finger dance, suddenly stopped its movements, spread its 5 fingers, and clenched them twice forcefully, saying, "Great Master, I think that's a good idea. You could also snatch a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the White Tower pathway, or 2. Leyton looked down at the increasingly animated mechanical glove for a moment, then chuckled and said, "No need to rush. When the war begins, we might even have a chance to hunt angels. I cannot suppress so many characteristics at my level, I will inevitably be corrupted by the mad will and spiritual imprints within them." The glove, standing on the windowsill, dangled its fingers limply. Leyton chuckled twice and put it back on his right hand. Leyton stayed in Farlandport for 2 weeks. One day, as he was sitting by the coast at the dock feeding seabirds, Bernadette's prayer suddenly echoed in his ears. A little faster than I expected. It seems she had already found some clues and determined the approximate location of that primitive island before setting off. As thoughts floated, his body suddenly dematerialized, breaking down into torrents of complex, pure knowledge that surged into the spirit world. In the spirit world depths, Leyton, in the form of a torrent of information, rushed forward rapidly. Relying on his mark on Bernadette, he quickly arrived at the spirit world area corresponding to that primitive island. The complex, pure knowledge rapidly reformed Leyton's body. He peered out through the spirit world. The entire island was covered in deep red in his eyes, permeated with the aura of depravity, evil, and life, as if the entire island was about to come alive. He meticulously searched the island but did not find Bernadette's figure. Finally, his gaze fell upon the center of the island, a place his sight could not penetrate. His body instantly disintegrated into countless information streams. A hazy glimmer, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged from the spirit world depths, constantly rushing across this primitive island, passing through the trees, stones, soil, and even the people performing strange rituals on the island. Soon, he had collected most of the information on this island. After doing all this, the information stream surging on the island began to converge spontaneously, heading towards the magnificent and mysterious mausoleum in the island center. Inside the mausoleum, Bernadette faced a completely black figure. 2 small and 1 large cracks had opened on its face, like eyes and a mouth, from which deep red light burst forth. Bernadette looked at the humanoid figure before her with a complex expression, a glimmer of tears in the corner of her eyes. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Leyton, whose body had condensed from complex, pure knowledge, cleared his throat and interrupted the emotional reunion between the father and daughter. Chapter 571, KWM Chapter 568 Roselle. Roselle, now only a faint, dark figure, looked over at the sound, his tone puzzled, hidden sage. Bernadette quickly composed herself and turned to Leyton behind her, asking with a hint of anticipation, "Do you have a way to resolve the primordial moon's corruption?" "Not for now." Leyton shook his head gently, paused for 2 seconds, then explained, "He's already thoroughly marinated, and on this island, the primordial moon could interfere at any moment." Roselle, whose figure was now even fainter, paused at the few Chinese phrases mixed in the speech, looked over again, then waved his hand, his tone full of disdain, "Then don't disturb my father-daughter time." Leyton looked at Roselle's shadow, which was a mixture of consciousness, aura, and power, for 2 seconds, a profound, pale purple color flashing in his eyes. The eyes of mystery prying's gaze easily penetrated the figure, taking in Roselle's current condition. "Don't look." Roselle's voice suddenly became deep and hoarse. Leyton's gaze was distorted by him, and the scene he saw turned into the wall of the megalithic mausoleum behind him. The earlier excitement caused several cracks to appear on Roselle's figure, from which deep red moonlight shot out. "Don't get excited. If you kick the bucket, I can't bring you back." Leyton raised his hand to stop Roselle's movements. As he spoke, his right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, gently rubbed, releasing an annulment. Bernadette looked at her father with worry, stabilizing his condition temporarily. Only then did she turn to Leyton and ask, "Does 'not for now' mean that once you reach a certain sequence, you're confident you can clear the corruption from him? Is it the hermit's power that's needed?" "No, it requires a few miracles." Leyton slowly shook his head. Roselle, now just a faint figure, sighed, "Miracles. What a shame that old man Zeridel is missing, otherwise you could look for him. But a miracle invoker is only a sequence too. Although their abilities are strange, they are still far from being able to contend with the primordial moon." Leyton didn't explain why he needed miracles, but instead spoke of Zeridel. "He's currently a guest in the Evernight Goddess's Fog Town. When the struggle for Sapphira Castle enters a critical phase, he will be released." "Fool, can I exchange for a miracle from him, and what price would be required?" Bernadette asked with some uncertainty. "Not for now." Leyton shook his head. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized card from his pocket, a card of blasphemy, the Hermit card. Roselle's figure turned his head to look at the card in Leyton's hand, and chuckled, "The Hermit card. You got it, huh? Good luck, I don't remember leaving any clues for this card." Leyton didn't answer, but gently held the card in his hand. Whoosh. Inside the quiet mausoleum, the sound of wind roared, and one brilliant star after another emerged, enveloping the entire mausoleum in a hazy starlight. Leyton stood calmly in place, letting out a soft sigh. Then, a dazzling, bright deep blue, almost purple, radiance surged from his eyes. The surrounding stars began to move according to a certain pattern, gradually separating and isolating the mausoleum from the real world. In a moment, Roselle's last mausoleum was pulled by him from reality into a wondrous place isolated from the outside world. Through the megalithic walls of the mausoleum, one could see the urging cosmos outside with countless twinkling stars, and below, the boundless wilderness reflected from the cosmos. On the illusory, flickering wilderness, there were countless figures walking aimlessly. Among them were humans, non-human monsters, and even strange machines. Beams of clear, bright starlight fell from high above, penetrating the megalithic mausoleum and landing on Roselle's figure, gradually eroding the deep red moonlight beneath the darkness. Hiss! The sudden surge of intense pain made Roselle almost unable to resist screaming out. Even though he no longer had a body, only this figure mixed with his spirit, aura, and a little will, the soul-deep tearing sensation was still unbearable. Leyton, with pure light flickering in his eyes, calmly said, "If you can't bear it, you can cry out. Don't force it. The primordial moon's corruption has merged with you. Cleaning this corruption also dissolves your spirit, will, and soul." Now, he gave off an exceptionally sacred, wise, yet extremely indifferent feeling. No need. Roselle's voice, now only a faint figure, sounded quite gritted. In his extremely rational state, Leyton didn't care about Roselle's stubbornness for his image and dignity as a father. He nodded calmly, turned to Bernadette, who was already showing discomfort, and extended his right hand forward. Sticky, thick blackness secreted from the surrounding air, rapidly flowing and converging, forming a black giant cocoon about 2 meters tall around her. After isolating Bernadette from her surroundings, he refocused his gaze on Roselle's faint figure. Pale blue starlight gradually encroached inward on his figure. Because he was isolated from reality and received no replenishment, the deep red moonlight gradually dimmed. Roselle's figure also became increasingly faint, somewhat transparent and illusory. The dark figure was covered in countless cracks, as if it could shatter into countless fragments at any moment, from which deep red moonlight and a small amount of hazy starlight burst forth. The will emanating from Roselle due to the pain caused the rules within the entire mausoleum to twist and become chaotic, making the starlight falling from high above constantly sway, as if it could be cut off at any moment. He could only rely on his will to fight against his instincts, trying his best to guide more starlight onto himself. Just as he finally couldn't help but want to roar out, Leyton suddenly squatted down and placed his right hand in front of Roselle's dark figure, which was covered in countless cracks. A dull red light, neither bright nor dazzling, bloomed on the bronze mechanical hand. This light gradually separated the fallen will from Roselle's figure and combined it with the surrounding shadows, forming an uncontrolled, independent creature. The dark figure lying on the ground rapidly distorted and recovered. The cracks on his body quickly disappeared, and his appearance became clearer. Traces of his facial features could already be seen, his blue eyes were exceptionally bright, and pale blue stardust overflowed from them. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You have this method but didn't use it earlier. You just wanted to see me rolling on the ground to be satisfied." Roselle's voice sounded somewhat weak. "Quickly deal with your fallen aspect. Its sequence is too high, I can't control it." Leyton expressionlessly watched the independent creature peeled from Roselle's body, the deep blue, almost purple, radiance in his eyes subtly flickering, as if it could shatter at any moment. Roselle snorted coldly, and his dark figure instantly stood up from the ground. He calmly gazed at the deep red and dark mixed figure in front of him, his lips parting slightly as he spoke. "Die." The sound of a heart exploding echoed in his ears. The next second, the deep red and dark mixed figure suddenly froze in place. The deep red moonlight constantly overflowing from its body suddenly dimmed, leaving only a layer of darkness. The dark figure's abdomen suddenly swelled, growing larger and larger, as if it would burst open the next second. "Die." Roselle shouted again. The dark figure's abdomen instantly stopped swelling, deflating like a leaky balloon. Silently, the dark figure transformed into flowing shadows, sliding downwards and disappearing into nothingness, leaving only a deep red midget floating in midair. This midget was like an underdeveloped infant, strangely shaped, with an unregressed tail behind it. Leyton looked at Roselle's figure beside him and swallowed. "Congratulations, you've experienced a painless birth. Get lost." "That's not me." Roselle's voice was somewhat exasperated, and his entire figure distorted into a dark blob. This state lasted only for a moment. The blurry, distorted dark figure quickly became clear. One could clearly see his high nose, thin lips, and the 2 beautifully groomed small mustaches. Even dark shadows extended outwards, forming a loose coat. Roselle sighed as if reborn. "Finally, I feel comfortable. I feel like I'm alive again." Leyton glanced at him, saying in a serious and earnest tone, "That's just your illusion. This place is isolated from reality, so your resurrection process hasn't progressed yet. Also, your problem isn't completely solved. Your fallen aspect, in its self-inflicted torment, has given birth to this child that needs to be aborted. It's a pity you didn't become a hunter," Roselle said through gritted teeth, glaring fiercely at Leyton. His standing position was distorted, instantly becoming inverted on the mausoleum hall's ceiling. "Wah!" The infant's cries instantly echoed throughout the entire mausoleum. This sound was even more unbearable than the shrieks emitted by a disciple of silence. Even with his Sequence 2 angel body, Leyton briefly lost focus. In a trance, he seemed to see a crimson moon rising. As soon as the crimson moon appeared, it was submerged and disintegrated by the brilliant starlight. The unbearable wailing instantly vanished, and the entire mausoleum became silent. The rules here were modified, preventing sound from propagating. The next second, Roselle's figure appeared in front of the deep red midget. He clenched his right hand into a fist and forcefully punched downwards. Although it was seemingly just an ordinary punch, it unleashed a power capable of shattering an island. The deep red midget was instantly sent flying backward, slamming into the megalithic wall. Still, no sound was made, and the mausoleum wall remained undamaged, as if it had truly been a light, airy strike. Chapter 572, KWM Chapter 569, Taking Advantage of Others' Misfortune. Die. Roselle's low, hoarse voice rang out, and at the same time, he stretched out his right hand, making a grasping motion. The little figure struggling and crying on the ground was suddenly tightly enveloped by a force surging from all directions, compressing into a ball. Its body cracked inch by inch from the inside out, disintegrating into pieces of deep red moonlight like red scales. Bang. Leyton's figure had left the ceiling of the mausoleum at some unknown point and stood beside Roselle, raising his hand to snap his fingers. Clear and pure starlight poured down from high above, easily penetrating the stone walls of the mausoleum and enveloping the deep red moonlight in the hall. The deep red light at this moment seemed to gain substantial weight, rapidly plummeting, penetrating the stone walls of the mausoleum, and falling into the endless wilderness below. Roselle watched the vanished deep red moonlight and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hidden sage. Is it really that powerful?" As he spoke, he raised his hand forward, easily tearing apart the black giant cocoon covering Bernadette, restoring it to the most ordinary shadow, and sinking it into the ground. Bernadette looked at the figure in front of her, whose former outline could now be discerned. Her eyes suddenly moistened, and she murmured softly, "Father." Cough, cough. Leyton lightly coughed twice, interrupting their loving gaze. In the face of Roselle's displeased look, he calmly said, "This place won't last long, and this state is also a great burden for me. Once this mausoleum returns to reality, you will be corrupted by the aura and power of the primordial moon again. If you two want to confide your feelings to each other, my suggestion is to find an item of the Black Emperor pathway, then strip a portion of your consciousness and parasitize it. So, I have to experience that kind of pain again." Even though only a dark shadow remained, Roselle's grimacing expression could still be seen. Perhaps more than once. "You are like a dried salted fish now, no matter how many times you wash it, it still smells. Unless the true creator can personally act to help you strip away the madness and fallen from your body, making it your dark side, and then kill it, burying the corruption left by the primordial moon deep underground." Roselle said disdainfully, "Heh, that's a lunatic. Asking a mentally ill person to treat me, are you sure I won't become mentally ill too? The true creator's state is improving. It even separated an existence named Sasra from its body." Bernadette spoke up to remind her old father, who had been out of touch for too long, and then roughly explained the current situation. Roselle, now only a dark shadow, rubbed his chin in thought, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. "Who are you planning to ask for miracles? There aren't many miracle invokers left, and those guys are better at hiding than each other, and they're terribly cowardly." Leyton twitched his lips and said calmly, "The mad Zeradal. Evernight will eventually release him. I can logically go to him and demand a few miracles as compensation. The current him will not refuse, nor can he refuse." "Hey," taking advantage of the situation, Roselle sneered. The faint starlight quietly flowing in the grand hall of the mausoleum suddenly swayed, as if it could collapse at any moment. Leyton slightly raised his hand, temporarily stabilizing the surrounding starlight, and at the same time said, "It's reached its limit. You should strip off a portion of your consciousness for sealing, and the remaining part should go back to sleep." Roselle sighed softly, "Take one of the gems from your glove and give it to me." "No, this is mine." Leyton hadn't even answered yet when the mechanical glove on his hand spoke first to refuse. Roselle reached out and rubbed his forehead, saying helplessly, "Lend it to me for a bit. After we leave here, I'll find you a new Earl of the Fallen characteristic." The mechanical glove immediately began to haggle, 3. And they must be from the Prophet, Sleepless, Cataclysmic Interrer, or Earl of the Fallen sequences. "You're taking advantage of the situation." Roselle glared at Leyton, took a deep breath, and then softened his tone, "All right." On Leyton's right hand, the childish mechanical voice of the mechanical glove sounded again, "You need to swear to my lord." Roselle took a deep breath, somewhat gritting his teeth. "I am a sequence 0 true god. Even if I'm down on my luck now, I wouldn't lie to a tiny little glove like you." "Fine." The mechanical glove reluctantly turned its internal parts, making a clicking sound. Soon, the dark red gem embedded on the back of the hand spontaneously fell off. Clink. Clink. The dark red gem fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Roselle's figure reached forward, and the position of the dark red gem was distorted, appearing directly in his hand. The dark shadow flowed like water, little by little merging into the interior of the dark red gem, reflecting an incongruous pattern composed of a distorted clock, a crown, and wings. Having done all this, the dark shadow became much fainter and more transparent. He handed the dark red gem in his hand to Bernadette, a barely discernible smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. "All right, you two should leave." As his voice fell, the entire mausoleum experienced an illusory sense of falling, rapidly detaching from the starlight and returning to the primitive island in reality. Crack. Crack! A crisp tearing sound echoed in his ears. Leyton followed the sound and looked up, seeing cracks appearing on Roselle's faded dark shadow, with deep red moonlight seeping out little by little. Roselle looked at Bernadette in front of him and said softly, "Seal me." Bernadette nodded gently, saying nothing. She directly took the shimmering metallic-colored pale death mask from the invisible servant behind her. This mask only had hollows for the eyes, with no other gaps anywhere else. Roselle stood in place cooperatively, allowing Bernadette to place the pale death on his face. The shimmering metallic-colored pale death mask materialized into an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. The moment this symbol appeared, the surrounding objects began to weather, at a speed so rapid it was as if they had undergone thousands or tens of thousands of years of erosion in just 1 or 2 seconds. The aura on the faint dark figure rapidly plummeted, and the deep red light seeping through the cracks dimmed. He stumbled and sat back on the golden throne behind him, with tiny, pale white down growing continuously from the gaps. These downy hairs grew into white feathers in the blink of an eye, their surfaces seemingly soaked with light yellow oil stains. This caused Roselle's aura to decay even faster, as if he was rushing towards the end of death. Its color visibly faded, its movements became increasingly sluggish, gradually transforming into a transparent, ethereal shadow tinged with crimson. Before his figure completely disappeared, Roselle said to Bernadette in a low, hoarse voice, "Don't be sad for me. I will soon appear by your side in another identity." Soon, his figure completely vanished, and the extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol floating in midair transformed back into the shimmering metallic-colored pale death mask, falling to the ground. Bernadette retrieved the pale death. After handing it to the invisible servant to put away, she turned her head to look at Leyton, remaining silent. The latter chuckled softly and said calmly, "You should leave this island first. I need to create some high-level corruption here to counteract the corruption left by the primordial moon. If I only rely on the seal formed by that mask, he will be corrupted again not long from now." No, that's not right. The moment he returned to this island just now, he was already recorrupted. The dawn is near the reef sea area on the outskirts of the island. Bernadette nodded gently. As her voice fell, her figure instantly blurred, disintegrating into streams of complex and pure knowledge, surging like a flood towards the outside of the mausoleum. Leyton withdrew his gaze and walked a few steps to the edge of the golden throne at the high point. A transparent, blurry human outline faintly emerged on the golden seat, and illusory, ethereal, yet extremely majestic murmurs echoed in his ears. "You're a bit noisy," Leyton commented indifferently. As he spoke, his right hand, wearing the mechanical glove, reached out, penetrating the transparent and blurry human outline, and carved a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelashless eyes containing countless brilliant stars onto the golden cast seat. The aura of the hidden sage instantly descended into this hall. In the surrounding shadows, in the gaps between the stacked boulders, it was as if cold, mad, and evil eyes appeared. This magnificent mausoleum, constructed of stacked boulders, was instantly filled with auras of madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster. Leyton held the hermit card in his other hand and lightly tapped his forehead twice. Specks of stardust fell from his body. In a trance, illusory wind sounds arose around him, accompanied by shadowy, indistinct figures, and faint moans and prayers. The next moment, all the surrounding anomalies disappeared, and the transparent, blurry human outline on the golden seat also vanished, as if everything that had appeared before was just an illusion. Leyton stood still for 2 seconds, confirming that no other unexpected events occurred, then turned and walked towards the exit of the mausoleum. With each step, his figure gradually disintegrated, turning into streams of pure and complex information, surging outwards. On the sea outside the primitive island, the dawn, imbued with ancient and mysterious colors, lay quietly at anchor. A faint glimmer, difficult to perceive with the naked eye, surged from the island, appearing on the dawn in an instant. The information flow surged into the captain's cabin on the upper deck, and the complex and pure knowledge quickly reassembled Leyton's figure. Bernadette was already seated at the desk in the captain's cabin. On the desk in front of her were 2 cups of steaming coffee and a dark red gem the size of a fingernail. Chapter 573, KWM Chapter 570 Mechanical Doll. Bernadette looked up at Leyton, who had appeared in the captain's cabin, and had an invisible servant move a pre-prepared chair in front of the desk before speaking. "I remember you prefer coffee, but my ship only has Intisian style." As she spoke, another invisible servant came up with a palm-sized metal box and placed it in front of Leyton. Before Leyton opened the box, Bernadette explained, "This is a Sequence 4 sealed artifact from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, a trophy I obtained during a conflict with Intis officials. It corresponds to the cataclysmic interror of the storm pathway. I will find the remaining 2 Beyonder characteristics for you as soon as possible, or I will substitute them with the corresponding main ingredients for the potion. I happen to know the whereabouts of an adult sun god bird." "No problem." Leyton nodded slightly and took out the mystical item from the metal box. It was an anchor-shaped brooch covered with symbols of storms, lightning, and waves. It was golden blue overall, cool to the touch, and heavy. After examining the anchor brooch in his hand for a moment, he suddenly squeezed his right hand holding the brooch. As specks of starlight emerged, the brooch cracked inch by inch, turning into fragments that slipped through the gaps in his fingers, which were covered by a mechanical glove. Tiny specks of cyan blue light appeared around him, then were violently sucked into the large mouth that had opened on the palm of the mechanical glove. In less than half a minute, the cyan blue light specks that had precipitated around him disappeared completely, and on the back of the mechanical glove, a cyan blue gem emerged, replacing the lost dark red gem. Snap. Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A wailing wind exploded in the captain's cabin, blowing open all the surrounding doors and windows. It intertwined with the howling gales from the sea, sweeping the dock dawn forward. A deep pale purple flashed in Bernadette's eyes. Her gaze fell on the mechanical glove on Leyton's right hand, and she asked in a calm voice, "Is this glove a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Savant Pathway?" "That's right." Leyton nodded slightly, then added, "Do you have materials on your ship? I can create a mechanical puppet to house this Earl of the Fallen characteristic, and transfer your father's consciousness. The madness inherent in the Beyonder characteristic is not friendly to his current state." Bernadette nodded gently and said, "I have some. I'll have an invisible servant fetch them." After the dawn was pushed a distance by the howling wind, the surrounding wind gradually quieted down. Bernadette got up from the table and chair, summoned an invisible servant to retrieve the materials, then walked to the window and threw out a deck of cards. The cards rapidly expanded and distorted in midair, turning into poker soldiers holding spears or straight swords. They landed in various parts of the dawn, skillfully operating the huge sailing ship and beginning to return to port. Leyton leaned back in his chair, watching Bernadette turn playing cards into poker soldiers. A thought suddenly popped into his mind, and he pondered, "You really like fairy tale-like mystical reenactment. Are you interested in becoming an angel who presides over fairy tales and mysteries? I plan to use the authority of knowledge to forge a story world composed of countless stories and legends. It's somewhat similar to the spirit world, formed by various pieces of information, both false and true." Bernadette was silent for a moment, then said with great certainty, "You are preparing for a god ascension ritual." "That's right." Leyton nodded slightly, not hiding anything. Bernadette fell silent again. Leyton leaned against the seat, smiling, "You can take your time to consider." A few minutes later, the invisible servants brought materials from the Dawn's warehouse and piled them in front of Leyton. Bernadette gestured with her eyes towards the materials piled on the floor and said, "These are the only materials on the ship. If it's not enough, I can have a messenger send some over." "It's enough. It's just a mechanical puppet. Controlling its appearance and size will do." Leyton nodded in response while beginning to select various materials piled on the floor. Bernadette watched Leyton, who had already started selecting materials, and had a faint premonition that something was not quite right. After selecting the materials, Leyton gently rubbed his fingers together. The materials piled on the floor flew up one by one, landing on the neatly arranged desk beside him. His right hand, wearing the mechanical glove, tapped on each material. They quickly shattered, turning into fragments that covered the entire tabletop. Specks of starlight flickered into existence, and the fragmented material spontaneously floated upwards, like fine grains of sand, rapidly moving and intertwining in midair, forming a mass, as if constructing intricate circuit structures. Bernadette watched for a while before withdrawing her gaze. She had the invisible servants put the remaining materials back into the warehouse, then sat by the captain's cabin window, sipping coffee and looking out at the gradually gathering dark clouds and increasingly turbulent waves. "The storm is coming soon," she murmured to herself, as specks of brilliant starlight emanated from her. The next moment, the dawn, sailing on the sea, suddenly became transparent, then ethereal, turning into a pile of foam. These bubbles, illuminated by the silver-white lightning, reflected a pale light. The bubbles dispersed and floated away, vanishing in an instant. When the dawn reappeared, it was already on the other side of the storm center, sailing away towards the outer edge of the storm circle. Leyton, who was making the mechanical puppet at the desk, suddenly spoke, "You can spread the name of Emperor Roselle more discreetly, preparing enough anchors for him in advance. This can help him resist corruption during the resurrection process." Bernadette asked with some concern, "Won't overly strong faith forcibly trigger his resurrection process?" "There's a possibility, but you'll likely find it difficult to gain him so many loyal followers in a short period. Most of the faith in this world isn't as devout as they imagine." As Leyton spoke with a sigh, numerous metal fragments converged like a tide in his hands, quickly forming a black and white penguin with fine, soft fur. "This is..." Bernadette looked at the strange creature that appeared in Leyton's hand, unsure how to react. "Materials are limited, so Emperor Roselle will have to make do for now. He won't mind. Later, you can find Bornova to reforge a body for him." As he spoke, Leyton embedded the dark red gem from the tabletop into the red bow tie at the penguin's neck. Within the dark red gem, countless shadows seemed to flow and dissipate. Soon, each of the penguin's eyes reflected an incongruous pattern composed of a distorted crown, a clock, and wings. Dark red light flowed in its deep black eyes. Gradually, the mechanical penguin's eyes began to show human emotions, slowly coming to life. After a brief moment of stunned silence and thought, it stood on the desk and burst out laughing. Intis, your emperor has returned. No, why are you all so tall? No, why have I shrunk? The penguin Roselle quickly discovered the problem. He fumbled over his body with both hands. It felt fluffy, and he no longer had fingers. Damn it, what have you made me into? The penguin Roselle shouted loudly while jumping to the full-length mirror positioned in the corner of the wall. Seeing the penguin, which was only as tall as an adult's lower leg, in the mirror, Roselle's expression gradually froze, then his cheeks turned red, as if scorched by fire, and black smoke seemed to rise from his head. You scoundrel, the penguin Roselle roared, quickly leaping from the floor and delivering a flying kick towards Leyton. This small penguin's body erupted with unimaginable power. Its yellow feet, carrying the momentum to capsize the dawn, slammed towards Leyton's face. Leyton chuckled, and a faint blue light rippled like water in front of him. The penguin Roselle's figure passed directly through this door and was teleported onto the sea outside the cabin. Bernadette controlled her expression, looking out at the sea from the open bay window. Seeing that the strange mechanical puppet, occupied by her father's consciousness, had stabilized itself and was already leaping from the sea towards the Dawn's captain's cabin, she finally relaxed. Then, she looked at Leyton with a complex expression. She was now certain that he had deliberately made the mechanical puppet look like this. However, she was still somewhat puzzled. The two of them clearly didn't know each other, and weren't even from the same era, yet they got along like old friends. The penguin Roselle flew angrily through the captain's cabin window. Its figure strangely froze in midair for a moment, and after adjusting its posture, it landed directly on the desk, hands on its hips, glaring furiously at Leyton. You scoundrel, you actually turned my wise and mighty image into a clumsy penguin. Leyton spread his hands and explained softly, actually, I prefer pandas, but there weren't enough materials on the ship. Then you should have waited until you gathered enough materials to build it. No, pandas won't do either. This clumsy mechanical puppet body is affecting my thinking. The penguin Roselle pressed one hand to his chest and the other to his forehead, looking as if he had been greatly provoked. Leyton raised his hand and tapped the penguin Roselle's head, saying, First, you are not Roselle, merely a projection of his consciousness. The true Roselle is still stuck in a half-dead state. Secondly, there's nothing wrong with the puppet I made. Don't attribute intelligence issues to my work. The penguin Roselle glared at Leyton in annoyance and roared, Get lost. What if I'm just a consciousness projection? I'm just remotely controlling this account. Once I successfully resurrect, this memory and emotion will return to my main body. Bernadette took a deep breath and walked to the desk, asking in as calm a voice as possible, Father, do you need Bornova to reforge a mechanical body for you? He won't mind. Leyton interjected. Who said I? The penguin Roselle glared at Leyton. Before he could finish speaking, Leyton interrupted him. January 1st, 1184, the Grand New Year's Eve party, Madame Flournel. Cough. Cough. The penguin Roselle stumbled, then jumped directly onto Leyton's shoulder, reaching out to cover his mouth, and at the same time said loudly, You're right, I don't think this body is unacceptable. Occasionally experiencing something new can make me feel younger, which helps me stabilize my state. Chapter 574, KWM Chapter 571 Conversation between father and daughter. Leyton nodded with a half-smile, pulling the penguin Roselle off himself while looking at Bernadette and saying, I've read many of Roselle's diaries. If you want to understand their content, you can always ask me to translate parts of them for you. The penguin Roselle glared fiercely at Leyton and said, Shut up, don't make me turn on you. Leyton narrowed his eyes, reached out, and pinched the penguin Roselle's head, saying, What will happen if you turn on me? I'll. Damn it, let's discuss this in private. The penguin Roselle's tone quickly softened. Bernadette looked at the two individuals before her, who bore no resemblance to angels or true gods, and sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was why they had become friends so quickly. After 2 seconds of silence, she walked to the desk and sat down, then spoke, bringing the conversation back on track. When do you plan to look for Zeradal? Do you need help? Upon hearing this, Leyton stopped teasing the penguin Roselle, leaned back slightly against the chair, and said calmly, After I become the Knowledge Emperor, I can handle finding Zeradal myself. However, stealing something from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery does require help. The penguin Roselle looked left and right, finally finding a few books to stack under its feet, raising itself above Leyton and Bernadette, who were seated in chairs. It then said with a serious expression. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. You plan to steal the Knowledge Emperor characteristic I left behind. Aren't you worried that Steam will directly descend once he discovers you? I even think it's highly possible for him to rush out of the land of perfection and descend in his true form to forcefully kill you. Leyton tilted his head slightly, looking at the captain's cabin ceiling, and said, Isn't it more thrilling to steal something in front of a true god and then run? The penguin Roselle complained, quite speechless, you really should have become a marauder. I feel like your potion would even melt in your mouth. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, if this pathway didn't have a mon, it would indeed be a good choice. Leyton chuckled twice, then looked back at Bernadette and continued. Bornova is in the steel church. At that time, I'll need your help to hold him off for a while. You can ask Sasra for help to add some fallen, negative humanity to him, to counteract the excessively strong divinity on him. Upon mentioning Bornova, the penguin Roselle's imposing aura instantly dissipated. It hung its head low, sighing, Bornova is my fault. If I hadn't passed on so many characteristics to him back then, he would have had more time to grow and accumulate humanity. Bernadette pursed her lips and comforted him softly, this was an unexpected development. No one would have thought that steam would separate a portion of the knowledge magister characteristic for him. While they were chatting, Leyton's inspiration was suddenly triggered. He reached out and caught a pale yellow letter that had fallen from the spirit world. He quickly scanned it. It was a letter from Frank, stating that his research on plants that could survive in darkness had already achieved some success. Your messenger isn't quite ordinary. The penguin Roselle said thoughtfully, retracting its dark gaze from above. Leyton chuckled, skipping the topic directly, and said, it's just a book. We need to discuss the issue of compensation. I thought you were a kind person who valued friendship like me. Turns out you're also one to demand repayment for favors. The penguin Roselle, with an expression that conveyed disappointment, slowly sat on the stacked books and continued, what do you want to do? Or, what do you need? He seems to be enjoying this pet-like form, he's even starting to let loose. After two internal exclamations, Leyton raised his hand, extended two fingers, and said with a light chuckle, two things. First, I need you to help me reclaim the characteristics and authority from steam. Second, work for me for 200 years. The penguin Roselle dramatically leaped up from the books, craning its neck and saying, 200 years. Impossible. I, the universally revered Emperor Roselle, will never work for anyone. Leyton smiled and nodded, then continued, you can have Bornova or Bernadette substitute for you. The salary is one Illuminator or Knowledge Emperor characteristic. The penguin Roselle spoke without hesitation, 2. You don't need that many characteristics. Giving up one King of Angels position won't affect your state. Leyton nodded gently, all right. Agreeing so readily. The penguin Roselle suddenly looked suspicious. Leyton shrugged, his tone relaxed, just drawing a pie in the sky. Anyway, I have nothing right now. The penguin Roselle took deep breaths, calming down for 2 seconds before looking at Leyton and saying, I really want to punch you in the face. Leyton picked up the coffee from the table, took a sip, and then lamented, what a pity, you can't beat me now, and it'll probably be hard to beat me in the future too. He put down the coffee cup, and as he rose from the chair, he said, all right, it's time to say goodbye. I wish you a pleasant life. Oh, and if you're not satisfied with this penguin body, you can come to the southern continent to find me. I'll be responsible for the after-sales service. The penguin Roselle waved its hand dismissively, I don't need to change from a penguin to a panda. Leyton shrugged, let out a chuckle, and his body instantly dematerialized, disintegrating into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure stream of information, surging like a torrent into the spirit world depths. After Leyton left, Bernadette looked calmly at the penguin Roselle and said in a cold voice, what was that about the Roselle diary just now? January 1st 1184, the grand New Year's Eve party, and Mrs. Florina, what was the rest of the content she didn't finish saying? The diary is, at the party. The dark red light flowing in the penguin Roselle's eyes dimmed, and its voice became intermittent, as if its battery was low and it was about to shut down. Bernadette looked at the mechanical puppet that seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment and said without any change in tone, this is a mechanical puppet powered by a demigod-level characteristic, it won't easily malfunction. The penguin Roselle sat on the desk like a sad frog, its head hanging low, sighing heavily, alas, I've regretted it more than once, why I was so foolish as to write a diary back then, and even let them circulate. After a moment of silence, Bernadette gave up on questioning further. From her understanding of her father, simply hearing the beginning was enough for her to guess the rest. With a slight sigh, she said in a low voice, those diaries served their purpose. After 2 seconds of silence, she added, there is an existence calling himself the fool who is collecting your diaries. Through Katlia, a little girl I adopted, I passed some diaries to that Mr. Fool. Someone calls himself the fool, and is consciously collecting my diaries. Interesting, this pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 born. Is it some old guy hiding his identity? Or a newcomer from later on? The penguin Roselle cupped its chin with its small wings, trying its best to look thoughtful. After 2 exclamations, he suddenly realized something was off and widened his eyes, looking at Bernadette and asking, did you give him the diaries I wrote later, or the earlier ones? Bernadette recalled and said, the parts related to Mr. Dorr, and some diaries from later periods when your emotions were more volatile. Phew, good. The penguin Roselle patted its chest. Before he could be happy, he heard Bernadette continue, his channels for collecting diaries are not just one. For example, the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, or some gatherings among Beyonders. Those diaries don't have a fixed order. In Backlund, one of that Mr. Fool's Blessed acquired the Black Emperor card you disguised as a bookmark, and successfully activated it. Damn the diaries. I feel like I've already been socially ruined in the transmigrator circle, becoming their after-dinner joke. Beneath the mechanical penguin's body, Roselle felt his spirit becoming distorted and grotesque. I'm about to twist and crawl in the darkness. Damn it, I must destroy those diaries, destroy them all. Bernadette stared at the mechanical penguin, which was frozen in place, and continued, I had contact with his blessed before, wanting to learn that peculiar script from him, but he refused. Ha. There's nothing to learn from that, it's just a special encryption method. The penguin Roselle gave an awkward laugh, and the stone hanging in his heart finally dropped. Phew, good that he refused. It almost provoked me to crawl out of my grave and kill someone. A special encryption method. Can you teach me? Bernadette stared at the little penguin in front of her, her tone without any fluctuation. The penguin Roselle froze for a moment, then said hesitantly, of course, I can. Later, after I revive, I will personally teach you this script. Isn't it an encryption method? How did it become a script again? Bernadette asked, her eyes containing a smile, as she looked at the penguin Roselle. Before Roselle could find another excuse, Bernadette calmly said, I hope you won't forget what you said today after you successfully revive. As her words fell, she pulled open the cabinet under the desk, rummaged for paper and pen, and began to write a letter to Katlia, telling her not to pass any more diaries to that Mr. Fool. After handing the finished letter to her messenger, she turned to look at the penguin sitting on the desk and asked curiously, what animal is the prototype of this mechanical puppet? I've never seen this creature, neither on the northern and southern continents nor above the 5 seas. Is it a mutated form of some bird? Roselle sighed softly, it's called a penguin. It used to live on this planet. That was a very, very long time ago. Chapter 575, KWM Chapter 572 Thief. Inside the Harvest Church in south of the bridge, Backlund, countless complex and pure knowledge surged from the spirit world, converging in the prayer hall and reconstructing Leyton's body. Emlyn White, dressed in a loose, grayish-white priest robe, instinctively retreated several meters. After recognizing the sudden appearance of Leyton, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and complained in a low voice. It's still daytime, and people could come to the church to pray at any moment. How can you just pop out of the spirit world so casually? What if ordinary people saw you? Ordinary people can't see me. Leyton calmly replied, his gaze lingering for a moment on the candlestick and rag Emlyn held in his hand, as well as on his priest robe, before he chuckled softly. It looks like you're doing well at the Harvest Church. You're even wearing a priest robe. When do you plan to oust Father Yutravsky and become the bishop here yourself? Don't talk nonsense. I would never betray the moon. This is just a necessary disguise, yes, a disguise. As if successfully convincing himself, Emlyn's words flowed more smoothly. At the Harvest Church, neither the Sanguine, nor official Beyonders, nor other forces dare to investigate me deeply, or even approach. This is my natural sanctuary. You've gotten a bit smarter. Leyton commented, then walked past Emlyn directly to the life-holy emblem on the altar. What do you mean, a bit smarter? Are you questioning the intelligence of a noble Sanguine? Emlyn's expression distorted slightly. Then he saw Leyton sit down before the life-holy emblem, hands clasped, resting against his mouth and nose, looking as if he was praying devoutly. His expression instantly turned strange as he said, Are you planning to convert to the Earth Mother? It's impolite to disturb someone's prayer. Leyton murmured, then ignored Emlyn and began to pray seriously. Emlyn pursed his lips at the remark, then took the candlestick and rag and sat down on a pew at the back of the church. After his prayer, Leyton continued to sit before the life-holy emblem for a while, but he felt no abnormality or revelation. After getting up from the pew, he left a few £1 banknotes in the offering box at the front, then greeted Father Yutravsky, who was sitting nearby and praying devoutly, and prepared to turn and leave. Father Yutravsky suddenly raised his hand to stop him, saying earnestly, Please wait a moment, the Earth Mother has a revelation for me to give you. At the back of the prayer hall, Emlyn, seeing this scene, quickly approached and said in an exaggerated tone, The Earth Mother has a revelation for him. How is that possible? He's not a follower of the Earth Mother. He paused for 2 seconds, then, as if suddenly remembering something, looked at Leyton with a strange expression and said, Wait, you didn't really change your faith, did you? Leyton glanced sideways at Emlyn and shook his head lightly, No. Emlyn almost instinctively said, Then it must be that you haven't yet comprehended the joy of harvest and the preciousness of life. Leyton chuckled, Are you trying to proselytize to me? Of course, not. My faith belongs only to the moon. Emlyn glared at Leyton, placed the polished candlestick back on the table, and turned to walk towards the clergy lounge at the back of the church. Father Yutravsky smiled and shook his head, watching Emlyn's quickly disappearing back. He actually wanted to tell the awkward vampire that he didn't need to avoid them. The revelation given by the Earth Mother didn't need to be hidden from him. Seeing that Emlyn had left the prayer hall, Father Yutravsky lowered his gaze slightly and looked at Leyton, saying, "The Earth Mother asked me to tell you that you can go to the Emerald Jungle when you are confident and ask her for that item. If you choose to wait, she will also give it to you at the appropriate time." "I understand. Thank you for informing me." Leyton bowed to Father Yutravsky in gratitude. Father Yutravsky nodded gently and continued, "The Earth Mother asked me to remind you that a thief has infiltrated Backlund." "A thief?" Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded in sudden realization. "Amon and I don't have much conflict. Isn't Lilith trying to remind me?" A gesture of goodwill towards the fool. After thanking Father Yutravsky again, his body disintegrated into streams of complex and pure information flow, disappearing from the prayer hall of the Harvest Church. Deep within the spirit world, a misty glow formed by a torrent of information hovered, forming a slowly rotating giant vortex, continuously observing and analyzing the information of the surrounding spirit world area. About 10 minutes later, the vortex formed by the information torrent suddenly collapsed inward, and countless complex and pure knowledge converged and reconstructed Leyton's body. His gaze easily pierced through the spirit world to the capital of capitals, Backlund, in reality, sweeping across the streets. There's simply too chaotic information in the spirit world. Just sifting through information related to a monocle is such a massive undertaking. As he lamented, he spread his spirituality to envelop himself, and at the same time stepped forward, his body instantly piercing through the spirit world and returning to reality in Backlund. Dock District, near the East Balham docks. A postman, carrying a satchel and cycling through the crowd, suddenly straightened his back. He released his right hand from the bicycle handlebars, pinched the monocle over his right eye, and with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, muttered to himself in a low voice. "Trying to search for information related to a monocle through the spirit world, huh? How naive. I've known that winged old lizard for thousands of years, how could I not guard against such methods? Since your reaction is so strong, it means there is indeed someone I'm looking for in Backlund. I wonder if it's Palez, or perhaps the fool." Amon's smile grew brighter. He gripped the handlebars with both hands, pedaled quickly through the streets, and his figure was soon swallowed by the flow of people. Shortly after he left, a faint, misty glow, difficult to see with the naked eye, streaked across the sky, moving away towards the East Borough. In the underground of St. Samuel Cathedral in the North Borough, Leonard was attending an internal meeting with the members of his Red Gloves team. Soest, the captain of the Red Gloves team, scanned the team members seated on both sides of the conference table, cleared his throat, and said, "Headquarters has sent a secret letter, requesting that some personnel be drawn from Red Gloves teams across various regions to conduct preliminary investigations in the southern continent Paz River Valley area. If there are no issues, relevant personnel will follow to proselytize. The Church of the God of Combat seems to have already started their operations a few weeks ago. We need to get ahead of them. Once the faith of the God of Combat takes root there, it will be very difficult for us to spread the faith of the goddess. Across from Leonard, a Red Gloves team member in his 30s raised a hand and asked, "Although the Faesac Empire is further from the southern continent, it will be difficult for us to make up for a few weeks' time difference, won't it?" Soest raised a hand and pressed his temple, saying calmly, "The headquarters' secret letter didn't say, but there should already be high-level personnel coordinating with the southern continent. We just need to complete our own tasks. Because the location of this mission is quite far and the time is uncertain, you can volunteer to participate. If there aren't enough people in the end, I will select a few of you to go to the southern continent with me." Leonard, who had been leaning back in his chair, carefully recording the meeting's content, suddenly paused his movements. A hint of surprise appeared on his face but was quickly hidden. He pressed one hand to his ear, tilting his head slightly, as if listening intently to something. In his ear, Palez's aged voice whispered, "That rude boy has arrived." He didn't conceal his presence. Strange, the Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess stationed at St. Samuel Cathedral should have discovered him, yet there was no response. No wonder the Church of the Evernight Goddess suddenly sent people to proselytize in the Paz River Valley. They must have reached some kind of agreement. Leonard resisted the urge to ask further questions and looked up at Soest, who was seated at the head of the conference table. Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. According to previous intelligence, the Moses Ascetic Order has been very active recently in the southern continent Paz River Valley. Has the goddess reached an agreement with the hidden sage? But isn't he an evil god? Hey, what do you think is the difference between an evil god and a righteous god? Is it evil and justice? Palez's voice echoed in his ear again. Is it not? Leonard subconsciously retorted in his mind. Naive. Palez scoffed, then fell silent. Isn't the old man supposed to be in a deep sleep? Why is he suddenly awake again? He never used to communicate with me in the church basement. Has this period of sleep restored his condition somewhat? Leonard took a deep breath, reined in his thoughts, and refocused his attention on the meeting. Soon, this impromptu meeting came to an end. You all think about it for the next 2 days. Those willing to go to the southern continent can come find me anytime. As Soist finished his final instructions and bowed simply, the members of the Red Gloves team left the meeting room one after another. Leonard deliberately avoided 2 teammates who wanted to talk to him, walking at a steady pace out of the basement and into the church's prayer hall. His gaze swept around, and he quickly spotted Leyton sitting in a back pew. He slowed his steps slightly, walked directly past Leyton, and did not look back until he had exited the church. He walked all the way to the edge of the square outside the church before stopping. He skillfully pulled a small handful of shelled wheat from his coat pocket and extended his hand forward. Soon, 2 white pigeons descended from the sky onto his hand, pecking at the wheat in his palm. Leyton's figure appeared silently beside him. He chuckled softly as he watched the 2 pigeons pecking at the wheat. Aren't you worried that those 2 pigeons will suddenly get black circles around their right eyes? Chapter 576, KWM Chapter 573 Amon is here. Leonard tilted his head to look at Leyton beside him, opened his mouth, but what came out was Palez's aged voice. What do you mean? Leyton looked at Leonard, whose expression instantly turned serious, opened his mouth, and slowly uttered the words. It means Amon is here. Leonard was stunned for a moment, and his voice seemed a little flustered as he muttered to himself. Old man, what should we do? Go to the southern continent, or stay in the church for the time being? Palez did not answer Leonard's question, took control of his body, and continued to ask. How did you know? Leyton turned to look at the towering St. Samuel Cathedral behind him and said calmly. I went to the Harvest Church earlier and received some hints there. Then I searched all over Backlund, but I didn't even see a single monocle. The knight's actions are quite fast. Before I even got here, she had already made arrangements for you. Arrangement? Are you saying that the operation in the southern continent was specially arranged by the goddess to help me avoid Amon? Leonard looked at Leyton, his tone somewhat hesitant. As soon as he finished speaking, Palez scoffed unceremoniously. Hey, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a convenience, and besides, once you go to the southern continent, there will definitely be certain matters that require your participation. The knight wouldn't be so kind as to just help. After a 2-second pause, he began to speak to himself again. In a large city like Backlund, Amon will inevitably leave behind several avatars to collect information for contingencies. If all his avatars disappear, then he must be hiding himself and setting up some scheme. Before you go to the southern continent, you'd best not leave St. Samuel Cathedral. Under the knight's gaze, Amon's avatars won't easily approach here, at least not openly. Leonard took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I understand. Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, as if he had thought of something, and sighed in a low voice. Heh, I probably know what you'll encounter in the southern continent. See you in the southern continent, gentlemen. As he spoke, his body rapidly blurred, disintegrating into complex and pure knowledge, surging into the spirit world. What does he mean? Leonard asked the old man within him, somewhat confused. Palez snorted coldly, his tone calm. Humph, it means to make more preparations. Your trip to the southern continent will not be peaceful. All right, to prevent Amon from noticing me these past few days, I will enter a deeper sleep. And you, don't keep calling me old man all day. If there happens to be an Amon avatar nearby, you'll be waiting to wear a monocle. After he finished speaking, Palez fell silent again. Leonard called out old man twice in his mind, and seeing no response, he quickly composed himself and turned to walk towards the church. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, extending his spirituality to touch the deep red star belonging to Leyton. The deep red light surged like a tide, and soon images and sounds emerged. Amon has come to Backlund. You'd best find a suitable reason to leave this place. If you can't find a suitable reason, you can try praying to the night. She will arrange it. You can come to the southern continent. There will be unexpected gains here for you. Amon. How did he come to Backlund? Just as the doubt arose in Klein's mind, he heard Leyton's subsequent words. Amon should be looking for Palez. This is the last worm of time characteristic he needs. His true body isn't convenient to come to Backlund, but if he discovers traces of you here, I think he wouldn't mind taking a risk. Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then asked hesitantly, why would he think he can find traces of me in Backlund? In the deep red light, Leyton's voice drifted out. Have you forgotten where the fool's honorific name first originated? Aurora Order. What's his connection to the Aurora Order? It can't be, the true creator and Amon have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Thinking of this, Klein's expression gradually became solemn. The true creator was originally born from the ancient sun god's corpse, he is his successor. As a child of the ancient sun god, it's normal for Amon to receive his help. What the hell, why are all the people who have a grudge against me from the same family? Taking a deep breath, he quickly composed himself and said calmly. I understand. I will find a suitable opportunity to go to the southern continent. On the outskirts of Backlund, Leyton looked at the rapidly dissipating grey fog in his vision, curled his lips, and muttered to himself. Amon's early arrival disrupted their plans. To make everything logical, there will definitely be changes in the southern continent as well. Hey, it's going to get lively. As he finished speaking, his body instantly blurred, disintegrating into streams of complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow creature, surging forward like a torrent. On the southern continent, at the mouth of the Paz River Valley, near the northern state, countless complex and pure knowledge surged out of the spirit world and gathered on a golden glowing sailboat in the harbor, reconstructing Leyton's body. As soon as his figure appeared on the deck of the Golden Dream, a deep blue door instantly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Edwina, wearing a beige jacket with a cinched waist and a dark knee-length skirt, walked out of the door. Leyton's gaze swept over Edwina, lingering for 2 seconds on a dark brown parchment book she held in her hand, then he chuckled. Good morning, madam. Edwina nodded lightly, her voice calm. Good morning, Mr. Tynes. I have already had the crew move the food you need to the warehouse at the port. You can go directly to the warehouse manager to pick it up. Thank you for your help. Leyton nodded slightly and bowed to her. As the two spoke, Danitz, wearing a black cloak, also appeared on the deck. Before he even got close, his voice had already carried over. Captain, isn't that Jodson guy a teacher at a school? Why is he suddenly back on the ship again? That. Danitz opened his mouth, then suddenly froze. He scratched his head in confusion. What was I going to say? After 2 seconds of stunned, he looked at Edwina, wanting to say something more, but the words died on his lips, and he forgot what he wanted to say again. Leyton glanced towards the cabin near the deck and saw Jodson smiling smugly there. Already a dream stealer. He muttered to himself, then turned back to the still bewildered Danitz and chuckled. Shouldn't you be in the Rorsted archipelago, making contact with the local resistance? How did you know? Danitz retorted in surprise, then seemed to understand and nodded. I'm just providing them with some necessary supplies, I haven't joined them. I'm still the fourth mate of the Golden Dream. Behind him, Jodson walked out of the cabin, saying as he walked. You're right, I'm just helping out in the Paz River Valley. I'm still your third mate. Isn't it normal for me to be on the ship? Looking at the increasing number of crew members on the deck, Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly. He felt that everyone on this ship, except Edwina, was wary and guarded against him. Why did they suddenly become hostile to me? Is it because I asked Edwina to add a few more classes for them each week? As his thoughts turned, he tilted his head to look at Edwina, pointing to the parchment book in her hand. If you find a way to complete the ritual, you can come to me. I can help you crush it and recover the characteristics within it. I will, thank you for your help. Edwina nodded lightly. After a few more brief exchanges, Leyton looked at the crew members who were quickly surrounding him, sighed slightly, and after bowing to Edwina to bid farewell, his body instantly blurred, disintegrating into streams of information, passing through the bodies of the surrounding crew members and surging towards the port warehouse. He quickly found the warehouse manager there, and after proving his identity, opened the warehouse where Edwina had stored the food. He found an excuse to send away the warehouse manager, who was enthusiastically introducing him to transportation teams. Leyton clapped his hands, summoning an invisible servant carrying a material box. Taking the briefcase from the invisible servant's hand, he skillfully set up a sacrificial ritual, transferring all the food in the warehouse to the grey fog through the illusory sacrificial door, and then having the little son arrange a ritual of receiving bestowal to retrieve it. After doing all this, Leyton looked at the already closed warehouse door in front of him and let out a long breath. This should be the last batch of food for the City of Silver. Frank's new mushroom varieties are close to success, so it won't be this troublesome anymore. As he sighed, his body slowly blurred, disintegrating into streams of information, and surging into the spirit world. On the south bank of the Paz River Valley, the city of Innsmouth, where the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery originally preached, had become the headquarters of the new church after the Intis official forces were expelled. Leyton's figure quietly appeared on the street. He looked around with some curiosity. It hadn't been too long since he last came here, but the city had changed considerably. The streets had become clean and tidy, old houses had been repaired, the tinkling sound of bicycles was incessant, and the expressions of pedestrians on the streets had become richer. Leyton could clearly feel the bewildered and excited emotions emanating from them. As he moved, fragments like light spots fell from him. Each fragment was a stream of information, flowing freely through the city, recording the surrounding information. In this state, he seemed to be able to peer through the river of time, glimpsing the past and future of this city, able to see the unbrilliant, unclear, colorless light flowing quietly in every corner of the city, emanating from every tiny thing that composed it. In this light, countless images floated, looking very light, yet giving a sense of immense weight, as if carrying a scroll of years and civilization. Leyton's gaze followed the direction of the flowing light upwards. Suddenly, he heard the sound of steam engines, gears turning, and whistles. Intense light and shadow flowed, outlining symbols like steam, gears, and levers, and an incredibly heavy, highly attractive figure gradually emerged. Chapter 577, KWM Chapter 574 Monday. Feeling the changes within the scroll of civilization, Leyton quickly extracted himself. The information stream scattered throughout the city transformed into faint white lights, invisible to the naked eye, and merged into his body. At the same time, an indescribable gaze, full of majesty and power, penetrated the barriers of illusion and reality, descending from an incredibly high place. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the rustling wind quieted down. The gaze descending from that incredibly high place also disappeared. Leyton looked up at the sky thoughtfully. He could clearly see that the sun in the sky was not obscured by clouds, but the light was not as intense, as if the entire sky was shrouded in a thick, shadowy curtain. Whoosh! Leyton gently exhaled a turbid breath, then turned his head to look towards the north of the city, near the Paz River. His gaze easily penetrated the obstruction of the surrounding houses and trees, seeing the Red Rose Church located in the outskirts of Insane City. He bowed slightly towards this newly built church and said, "Thank you for your help." Within the church, with its towering spires and predominantly dark appearance, and walls adorned with red rose patterns, a faint sigh echoed in his ears. In just a moment, all the anomalies around him disappeared. The sunlight was still dazzling, the wind was rustling again, and the pedestrians on the street seemed completely unaware of the recent changes, still busy with their own affairs. After this small interlude, Leyton no longer had the inclination to observe the progress and history of civilization. Thick, green pea vines descended from midair, quickly engulfing his figure. Backlund time, 3 in the afternoon. Leyton, leaning back on a long chair woven from green vines, suddenly saw a dense gray fog surge before his eyes. Deep red light surged like a tide, rapidly engulfing his vision. Sighing softly, he suppressed his instincts, allowing his spirit body to be drawn by the pulling force into the ancient palace above the gray fog. Streaks of deep red light shot up, then quickly contracted, solidifying into blurred figures. Justice Audrey quickly surveyed her surroundings, then looked towards the head of the mottled long table, curtsying slightly as she said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Following Justice Audrey's lead, the members of the Tarot Club bowed in turn and exchanged greetings. Seeing that it had temporarily quieted down, Hermit Catlia pushed up her glasses, took a deep breath, turned her body, and bowed towards Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table. "Respected Mr. Fool, I apologize, but I did not collect any diaries this time." Klein, with words on the tip of his tongue, quickly swallowed them back, almost biting his tongue. He maintained a relaxed and natural tone, changing his words to, "It's fine." All members of the Tarot Club, except Leyton, subtly shifted their gazes, looking at Catlia with surprise. Justice Audrey looked at the silent Catlia, one question after another flashing through her mind. The hermit didn't have a diary. How was that possible? Didn't her diaries all come from Queen Mystic? Did Queen Mystic no longer want to provide diaries? Why? Hangman Alger had the same questions as her. Queen Mystic didn't provide a diary this week. Did she encounter something and didn't have time to contact the hermit? No, that shouldn't be the case. Queen Mystic would definitely have prepared in advance for such an important matter, and besides, there haven't been any major events at sea recently. Queen Mystic didn't provide a diary. Has she found the answer already? As thoughts swirled, Klein looked at the silent members of the Tarot Club and said nothing more, leaning back in his chair in a leisurely posture. "You may begin." Hearing Mr. Fool's words, Justice Audrey's gaze swept around half a circle, then she said, "I have an investigation mission to entrust." Magician Furs looked at Justice with some surprise and took the initiative to ask, "What kind of investigation mission?" In her impression, Justice's entrusted rewards were always extraordinarily generous, and the other party was also in Backlund, so the probability of her receiving the other party's entrustment was very high. Justice Audrey organized her words slightly and said, "I would like to hire someone to investigate a wealthy merchant named Dwayne Dantes. He only arrived in Backlund in the past 2 months and has just donated shares worth over £10,000 to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, attempting to establish a scholarship fund for the poor. The initial investigation fee is £500. If there is any danger, or any unexpected circumstances that increase the difficulty of the mission, I will add to the reward." Magician Furz's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to raise her hand to reply and accept the entrustment, she saw the world, sitting at the very end of the mottled long table, raise his hand. "Ah. Is Mr. World also interested in this kind of entrustment? For him, this is just a small job that is time-consuming, laborious, and yields low returns." Furs froze for 2 seconds, her expression gradually stiffening. Justice Audrey, who had issued the entrustment, also looked at the world with some surprise. In her original estimation, Mr. Moon or magician should have accepted this entrustment. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she looked at the world with hidden anticipation and asked. Mr. World, you want to take this entrustment? Heh. Across the mottled long table, Leyton chuckled softly. Seeing the gazes of the Tarot Club members turn towards him, he quickly waved his hand and said. I just thought of a joke. Just ignore me. This guy knows Dwayne Dantes' identity. I haven't even told him. Klein glanced at Leyton in confusion, then withdrew his gaze, manipulating his alt account, the world. He cleared his throat twice, attracting everyone's attention, then said. Dwayne Dantes is an identity, a public identity. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's someone else. At this point, he emotionlessly swept his gaze over Magician Furs. Magician Furs was stunned for a moment, suddenly recalling the previous mission to protect Dwayne Dantes. Even though I and Zio worked very hard on the mission, why did it feel like I just got a free sum of money? This shouldn't require a refund, right? Justice Audrey was also momentarily stunned. She had never expected the true identity of the wealthy merchant Dwayne Dantes to be like this. At certain times, Dwayne Dantes is equal to Mr. World, just like during the charity gala before. This explains his expression when he saw me then, and his wariness towards Susie. Susie's existence is not a secret in the Tarot Club. Although everyone doesn't know what animal she is, I only have one dog. After a brief silence, Moon Emlyn directly asked. What is this public identity used for? One or two of you have returned to Backlund recently. Is there another major event about to happen here? Besides Mr. World, who else has returned to Backlund? Justice Audrey curiously glanced at Moon Emlyn, then turned her head to look at the world at the end of the mottled long table, awaiting his answer. The rest of the Tarot Club members also directed their gazes towards the world at the very end. You talk too much. Klein glanced at Emlyn, quite speechless, then manipulated the world and said. I don't know. The investigation is suspended. I am about to leave Backlund. Why? Chariot Anderson raised his hand and asked very curiously. The world chuckled deeply and said, because Amon is here. Amon is in Backlund. Do I need to temporarily leave Backlund and hide for a while? This was the common thought of all Tarot Club members staying in Backlund. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein looked at the worried expressions of several members and chuckled. Don't worry, his target isn't you. Not us, but for the matter that Mr. World is investigating. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs thought simultaneously. Moon Emlyn didn't think much about it. Since Amon's target wasn't himself, he didn't need to worry. The tense expression on his face instantly disappeared, and he leaned back in his chair in a leisurely posture. Seeing that this topic had come to an end, he manipulated the world again and said. Does anyone know any clues about Calderon City? Calderon City. Justice Audrey mumbled twice, recalling the city she knew in her mind, confirming that there was no city named Calderon among them. Is this a hidden city, or one that doesn't exist in reality? Thinking this, she looked curiously towards the world at the end of the mottled long table. Chariot Anderson looked at the world in surprise, then scoffed. You'll have to ask the 7 lights of the spirit world about the place. Why? Magician Furs asked curiously. Anderson's gaze swept over everyone, then he chuckled. Because that is a city that exists within the spirit world, it is the city of the dead. Except for a few beyonders of specific pathways, most people only have the ability to enter the spirit world after reaching demigod. Just finding the place is already extremely difficult, let alone exploring it and coming out alive. 7 lights of the spirit world. That's right, there's probably nothing in the spirit world that they don't know. However, because the 7 lights are of such high status, and their attitude is overly friendly, I always overlook the option of seeking their help. Thinking this, Klein, manipulating the world, nodded slightly towards Anderson and said. I understand. What do you understand? Are you really going to ask the 7 lights of the spirit world for clues about Calderon City? Although the 7 lights are relatively friendly to humans, wouldn't that be too bold, too crazy? Anderson looked at the world Gehrman Sparrow hesitantly, his brain momentarily freezing. Chapter 578, KWM Chapter 575. The title is missing. After a brief silence, son Derek, calculating the merits he had accumulated during this period, raised his hand and asked, Everyone, does anyone have the Priest of Light potion formula? I do, 4,000 pounds. Of course, you can also substitute with equivalent Beyonder materials. Klein, controlling the world, quickly responded. Son Derek looked at the world at the bottom of the table, nodded sincerely, and said, I understand. I will gather materials worth 4,000 pounds as soon as possible. As the transaction concluded, the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence once more. Hermit Catlia and Hangman Alger, who had only recently advanced, had no urgent needs for the time being. Magician Furs, busy digesting her potion, and others also didn't propose any new requests. Chariot Anderson and Moon Emlyn looked around twice but remained silent, and the trading session ended with everyone's tacit understanding. Magician Furs glanced at the World Gehrman Sparrow at the very end of the table and, before Hangman could speak, began to talk about her recent strange dreams. She described in detail the scenes that appeared in her dream, as well as the complex symbol combining fate and concealment. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein, shrouded in grey fog, raised an eyebrow slightly. The symbol Magician Furs described felt somewhat familiar to him. After a brief thought, he controlled his alternate identity, the world, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Are you talking about a symbol like this?" Then, he staged a self-directed play, having the world request something from him, then responding to the world by manifesting the emblem from Lenivus. Magician Furs was stunned. She hadn't expected the world to actually respond, and even manifest the physical object directly. After a quick glance at the emblem, she stammered, yes, that's it. That's a trap, the World Gehrman Sparrow said without hesitation. Sure enough, I knew it. There couldn't be such an unprovoked treasure in the mystical world. Thankfully, I was cautious enough. Furs inwardly sighed a few times, then looked at the world and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your warning. Justice Audrey asked with some curiosity, what does this symbol represent? Leyton glanced at the emblem manifested by the fool Klein and scoffed, a bunch of thieves scared witless by Amon, hiding everywhere all day. Yet Amon isn't interested in those little shrimps who aren't even demigods. So I've suddenly become a little shrimp who isn't even a demigod in someone else's mouth. Magician Furs muttered quietly to herself. So they're a bunch of thieves hiding in the sewers. Moon Emlyn inwardly sighed with disdain, then looked at Leyton and asked with a puzzled voice, since you've already left the forsaken land of the gods, does the previous transaction with our vampires still count? Leyton nodded slightly, of course. For specific progress, you can ask Mr. Sunday. I've entrusted the vampire hunting request to the City of Silver. Emlyn opened his mouth, intending to correct the other party that they were a vampire, but recalling the appearance of the monsters called vampires in their land, as described by Sun, he gave up the idea of classifying them as vampires. He then turned his gaze to son Derek. Without waiting for him to ask, Derek replied, Chief Colin is organizing a team to hunt vampires, and they should depart in a few days. Good. As long as it can help us recover the characteristics belonging to Moon, our vampire will definitely offer a sufficiently generous reward. Moon Emlyn nodded slightly in response. He didn't care who went to hunt the vampire, as long as it helped their vampire recover their characteristics. Seeing the topic come to an end, Hangman Alger turned his head to son Derek and asked, have you clarified the matter of the former chief's mausoleum? Son Derek shook his head, then said, I heard that the Council of Six wants to open that mausoleum. No matter what, they at least need to recover the characteristics there. However, due to the plan to hunt vampires, this operation has been temporarily shelved. Leyton leaned back in the high-back chair, resting the back of his head against the cold chair back, and chuckled, warrior and corpse collector are interchangeable pathways. Without the Silver Knight potion formula, transitioning to an adjacent pathway is the best option. Mr. Tower, do you mean the former chief intended to switch pathways, which is why he built the mausoleum and sealed himself inside? Son Derek quickly reacted, but also felt something wasn't quite right. But our City of Silver doesn't have the subsequent potion formulas for the corpse collector pathway either. He didn't voice his thoughts. Chief Colin's teachings had matured him somewhat, and he also couldn't be certain whether the City of Silver had high-sequence formulas other than the warrior pathway. At the head of the mottled long table, the fool Klein, beneath the grey fog, nodded slightly. This possibility was indeed very high. However, it seemed that the former chief of the City of Silver had encountered some problems with his advancement, perhaps falling into some negative state and being forced into slumber, or perhaps, he had lost control and become a monster. Recalling his wandering thoughts, he had the world speak in a low, hoarse voice, if it involves the domain of the Death, and Mr. Death is not participating in the Tarot Club, you can consult me. Thank you, Mr. World. Son Derek didn't think too much and immediately responded gratefully. Does Mr. World mean that he has a good relationship with Mr. Death, and can easily contact that angel to ask for advice? How enviable. Justice Audrey immediately understood the hidden meaning in the World's words. The free exchange session ended here. Finally, after Mr. Tower Leyton and Chariot Anderson shared some useful knowledge, this week's Tarot Club came to an end. Everyone stood up and bowed to Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table. Then, streaks of crimson light ascended, carrying everyone from both sides of the mottled long table away from the space above the grey fog. On the north bank of Pa's River Valley, in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom within Inpay City, countless complex and pure knowledge surged from the void, converging in the prayer hall and reforming Leyton's figure. The people praying in the church were completely unaware, not noticing him at all. Even if they saw him, they would subconsciously ignore him. Leyton walked straight through the crowd, arriving at the clergy lounge behind the prayer hall. In front of the rows of bookshelves in the lounge, he quietly read the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's collection of books. Soon, the creaking sound of a door opening and footsteps came from behind. Leyton, holding the book in his hand, walked to the desk and greeted Luca Brewster, who had entered the lounge. "Good afternoon, Bishop Luca." As he spoke, an invisible attendant holding a square metal box emerged from behind him. Leyton took the square metal box from the invisible attendant's hand and handed it to Luca Brewster opposite him, nodding gently and smiling. "This is a reward from the church. I hope you don't mind that I delayed my return to Paws River Valley for 2 weeks. It seems my prophecy was indeed correct." Luca Brewster, whose hair had turned completely white, sighed as he took the iron box. After removing the wall of spirituality on the iron box, he opened it directly. After calmly looking at the dream weaver characteristic inside, he closed the iron box again, shook his head, and chuckled. "Although I knew it was unlikely to be Cognizer, I always had some anticipation before seeing it. But it's fine, Dream Weaver is also a good choice for me. I have some understanding of the mind and dream domains." Leyton nodded slightly and then asked, "Do you need me to help you prepare the ritual?" Luca Brewster slowly shook his head. "No need. The advancement of Dream Weaver needs to be carried out in a deep dream with extremely strong emotions and desires. It's difficult for outsiders to provide help. I will pray to my Lord for a blessing before the advancement begins." "All right," Leyton chuckled and nodded, pausing for half a second before adding, "You can focus on preparing for your advancement. I will temporarily take over your duties. Of course, it can't be for too long. I'm not very proficient with the work of a bishop. Actually, with your sequence and status, even if you stayed at the church headquarters, you would at least be an archbishop. The church values knowledge, not age," Bishop Luca responded with a light chuckle. Leyton slowly shook his head and expressed his opinion. "Wouldn't it be too miserable to stay in one place all the time? I still prefer being free like this." After a brief exchange, Leyton bowed to Bishop Luca and bid farewell. As he straightened his back, his body gradually disintegrated, breaking down into streams of complex and pure knowledge, surging like a torrent out of the church. In the evening, in a coffee bean plantation outside in Pace, Leyton's figure converged and reformed within the torrent of information. As soon as his figure emerged, a gray-furred lop-eared rabbit, wearing a metal belt, wristbands, helmet, and shoes, fell from midair face first. "Boss, help me, my neck seems to have cramped." On the ground, Bugs Bunny, stuck upside down in the mud, kicked his 2 short legs wildly in the air. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He raised his hand to create an invisible hand, pulled Bugs Bunny out of the ground like a radish, and tossed him aside. Bugs Bunny wobbled to his feet, pressing his 2 chubby paws on his metal helmeted head. With a practiced slight twist, a creaking sound came from his bones, and his stiff neck returned to normal. Chapter 579, KWM Chapter 576 Commission. Leyton watched Bugs Bunny skillfully reset his bones, and the corner of his mouth, which had just settled, twitched twice again. He looked at Bugs Bunny, who was diligently checking his equipment, sighed speechlessly, and a few specks of starlight spread from his hand, forming a wide, misty, shimmering palm that easily distorted Bugs Bunny in front of him. Bugs Bunny, caught in midair, distorted his body twice, and realizing he couldn't break free from the starlight-formed hand, he finally turned his gaze to Leyton. "Boss, wait a moment. I need to check if there's anything wrong with this mechanical battlesuit. If it malfunctions, it will explode." Leyton briefly scanned the mechanical devices Bugs Bunny was wearing and spoke calmly. "Don't worry, it won't explode. Even if it does, with your current body strength, nothing will happen to you. At most, you'll feel pain for a while and lose some fur. It's not just some. Last time it blew my butt bald." Bugs Bunny retorted strenuously. Leyton shrugged, turned and walked towards the house behind him, while controlling the starlight-formed hand to twist Bugs Bunny along beside him. As he walked, he asked curiously, "Were you tricked by those 2 cats into being their invention test subject?" Bugs Bunny shook his head and said, "No, they're building a robot for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Crow Anu, with shiny black feathers, flew out of the room and said with contempt, "No, the foolish rabbit was tricked by those 2 cats. Humph. You stinky bird, you're getting more and more impolite." Bugs Bunny glared angrily at Crow Anu, who was circling in midair, as if he would immediately jump up and bite the other party down if it dared to lower its altitude. Leyton reached out and patted Bugs Bunny's head, releasing him from midair, and then said, "Stop messing around. First, each of you report on how well you've completed the tasks I gave you earlier." "I have already advanced to Sequence 6, Crow Anu answered first. In Backlund, at the Bravehearts bar, Klein, in the guise of Sherlock Moriarty, appeared in the bar. Holding a glass of Southville beer, he followed the bartender's guidance to the number 3 billiard room behind the bar and knocked on the door with a bent finger. Thump thump. Amidst the rhythmic knocking, the door creaked open, and Ian, with crimson eyes, peered out from behind the door. When he saw Klein in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Sir, please come in." Inside the room, Marek, with somewhat messy hair, sat on the billiard table while Sharon, dressed in a black, intricate court gown, appeared on the other side of the table. She sat quietly on a high stool. "Good evening, both of you," Klein greeted them proactively. In the manor outside Paws River Valley in the southern continent, Leyton sat at the desk in the study on the second floor, flipping through Bugs Bunny's observation notes on the southern continent. Amidst the rustling of turning pages, Bugs Bunny's head sank lower and lower, wishing he could shrink his entire head into his shell like a turtle. After a while, Leyton sighed and put Bugs Bunny's observation notes aside, then reached out and pulled him onto his lap, kneading his soft, large ears while saying, "You only focused on the taste of fruits from different regions and the richness of local species. I also studied how to improve them," Bugs Bunny said, raising a hand. He paused, observing Leyton's expression, then added, "After all, I'm just a rabbit. Writing is already very difficult." Leyton squeezed his ears twice vigorously, then turned his gaze to Crow Anu, who was standing on the bookshelf, and said, "How about you?" Crow Anu flapped his wings in front of his chest and said in a high-pitched, serious voice, "My undead and natural spirits have found quite a few people secretly believing in that mother tree. According to Mr. Polluck's instructions, we only recorded them and did nothing extra. Besides the Rose School of Thought, there are also many people from the Faesak Empire here. The Church of the God of Combat is trying to contact Mr. Polluck and Mazanias. Also, Mr. Polluck said that the Faesak military seems to have an intention to ally with Intis." Leyton nodded slightly towards Crow Anu and said, "Well done." After tossing Bugs Bunny onto the desk in front of him, signaling that they were free to move, Leyton got up and walked to the study window, looking at the scattered lights outside and sighing. The major churches and royal military seem to have subconsciously ignored the new church led by Sasser. Are they planning to observe the true creator's state first? Excluding Storm and Sun, and the ambiguously positioned Knowledge, the other four would not mind the true creator, free from madness, returning to the northern and southern continents. With a long sigh, Leyton's eyes flashed, becoming extremely deep, like the sea before a storm, clearly losing focus, his eyes a vast blank. In this state, his gaze pierced through the physical dimension, seeing the long river representing fate. With the connection between himself and the Paws River Valley area, he cast his gaze into the future, attempting to discern the direction of fate at a certain moment. A red light filled with rust and fresh blood gradually appeared in his eyes. Beneath the light of iron and blood, he saw a gray-white church of the bones, a blurry figure of a tall angel with layered wings on his back, and a battlefield of guns and gunpowder. A moment later, his eyes cleared again, and the scattered lights outside the window reappeared in his vision. Accompanied by the clash of iron and blood, the victors win everything, the losers. Hey, unlucky Medici, used by Adam again, trying to incite war through his special Beyonder rank. Medici and their trinity of evil spirits couldn't have such an extent of influence. Has he, who has been to Bansi Harbor, unknowingly been controlled by the City of Calamity? As he muttered to himself, a dense gray fog suddenly surged from his eyes, and crimson light rose and churned like a tide. Klein's voice then echoed in his ears. "Do you have time to accept a commission? The location is Backlund, the time is 2 days from now, and it's related to the Rose School of Thought." Leyton raised an eyebrow, recalling the information Crow Anu had reported to him earlier, and chuckled softly. Related to the Rose School of Thought. No wonder they haven't been as active here in the southern continent recently. What exactly is it? If there's a good reward, I don't mind returning to Backlund for a trip. He's returning to the southern continent so quickly. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed inwardly, organized his words, and began to introduce the commission he was talking about. This commission comes from Miss Sharon. In 2 days, a ship from the southern continent will arrive at Pritz Harbor, carrying wealth that the lone military previously plundered from the southern continent. Due to the changing situation in the southern continent, Lone transported that wealth back first. Among them is a mummy. It is Tutmosis II, the 19th king of the ancient Highland Kingdom. This mummy seems to hold very significant meaning for Beyonders of the mutant pathway. Miss Sharon and her companions want to seize this mummy, and members of the Rose School of Thought, also of the mutant pathway, similarly want to reclaim this mummy. The identity of Dwayne Dantes just happens to have some business dealings. I will leave Backlund tomorrow and board the airship bound for West Balam. Leyton narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I understand. After a second's pause, he continued. Remember to find time to go to Calderon City and quickly obtain the true soul body of the spirit world plunderer. If you drag it on too long, it will be too late. What will be too late? Klein asked, puzzled. Leyton chuckled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Tell Miss Sharon for me that I accept this commission. As for the reward, after she advances to Puppet, she needs to help me clear out Rose School of Thought members outside the southern continent. I'm the seer, so why does this guy act more like a charlatan than me? Is Miss Sharon seizing that mummy for her advancement to Puppet? So the mummy is part of the material. Or part of the ritual. It should be the latter. A mummy that has lost its characteristics cannot be the main ingredient, and supplementary ingredients are actually not that important, not enough to make Miss Sharon and the Rose School of Thought members risk seizing it. Collecting his thoughts, Klein took a deep breath, resisted the urge to ask further questions, and responded in a deep voice. I will inform Miss Sharon, and she should be able to give you a reply soon. As his voice faded, he directly cut off their connection and quickly left the gray fog. He rummaged through the room for paper currency and began writing a letter to Sharon. Summoning Miss Messenger by playing the harmonica, Klein handed the freshly written letter to her and asked, "Can you still pinpoint Miss Sharon's location? The lady who summoned you to send a letter for me before." Rionette Tinker, carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, had one head bite the letter, another bite a gold coin, and the third head spoke. Yes. Klein nodded and, after watching Miss Messenger leave, he turned to the storage cabinet in the room and brewed himself a cup of black tea. He had just brought the brewed tea to his lips for a sip when his spiritual perception was triggered, and he saw Miss Messenger, dressed in an intricate court gown and carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, appear in the room at the bay window, holding a letter. So fast! Klein exclaimed in surprise. While exclaiming, he put down the black tea in his hand, and as he took a gold coin from his pocket to hand over, he reached out to take the letter. He shook the letter open in front of him. The letter had a large blank space, with only one word in elegant loan script in the center, yes. Chapter 580, KWM Chapter 577 Mental Plague. Inside the manor on the outskirts of Paws River Valley, Leyton, Bugs Bunny, and Crow Anu were enjoying a lavish dinner prepared by a circle of wraiths. These wraiths, specially selected by Crow Anu, retained some of their instincts as chefs from their past lives, and through a mystical ritual, they also regained the knowledge they had lost from the hidden sage, becoming qualified chefs once more. After eating his fill, Leyton put down his cutlery, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. Suddenly, a dense gray fog emerged from his eyes, accompanied by Klein's low voice. Miss Sharon has agreed. She will send the specific information to you via messenger. As the words fell, the gray fog swirling in his eyes quickly disappeared. An angel going out to rob feels a bit embarrassing. Can't say robbing, I'm going to reclaim the plundered wealth from the southern continent, that sounds much better. Collecting his thoughts, Leyton raised his hand and rubbed Bugs Bunny's head, saying, "What have those 2 artisan cats been doing lately?" Bugs Bunny put down the greenish fruit he was holding, patted his belly, and said, "Burpritz seemed to say last time that they were developing a wireless telegraph that could directly transmit sound. No, it was called a wireless sound transmitter. They've already invented a machine that can record sound and play it back repeatedly, and also a machine that can display simple images." Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "That efficient? Because many people from the Moses ascetic order have come here. They can make the knowledge instilled by the hidden sage somewhat directional through a large amount of repetitive, singular prayer." That's what Miss Glenn and them said when they were communicating. They also said that the danger of knowledge-seeking humans wouldn't decrease because of this, as it's the necessary price for gaining knowledge through shortcuts. As he spoke, Bugs Bunny shook his head, looking like he was trying hard to recall. Crow Anu took over, saying, "Miss Glenn and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom people are experimenting with using the power of the light seeker to replace steam engines and gas. Recently, Pace has been filled with the aura of the sun, and all the wraiths that originally occupied the city have fled." "Understood, I think I get it." Leyton nodded lightly, reached out and pinched Bugs Bunny's ear, and continued, "You go inform Miss Glenn tomorrow that I've found her a helper who's very skilled with machinery. Remember to fabricate an identity for the other party. Leave it to me." Bugs Bunny stood on the dining table, hands on his hips, speaking with an air of pride. At night in Pritz Harbor, black metal gas streetlights emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating the bluestone paved roads below. In the warehouse area, a distance from the dock district, on the top floor of one warehouse, countless streams of information invisible to the naked eye surged from the spirit world depths, reconstructing Leyton's figure on the top floor of the warehouse filled with wooden crates. His gaze turned towards the ventilation opening, where Marek, dressed in a white shirt and black vest, leaned against the wall, holding a telescope and observing the outside environment. "Good evening, both of you." Leyton nodded in greeting to Marek and the shadows nearby. From the shadows, Sharon, wearing a black soft hat and a long court dress of the same color, slowly emerged. Her complexion appeared even paler than before, with a transparent, illusory quality, like a true wraith phantom. Sharon nodded to Leyton, her voice soft and restrained as she said, "Good evening. What do you plan to do?" Leyton's gaze pierced through the warehouse walls, looking towards the distant dock district. His eyes easily penetrated the obstructions, seeing the steamships docked in the harbor, the surrounding steam vehicles that resembled exaggerated mechanical monsters, and soldiers with steam backpacks and thick-barreled rifles standing on the tops of various nearby buildings. After a simple observation of the surrounding situation, he said in a deep voice, "I will create enough chaos to make those mystical items they transported back from the southern continent lose control and go berserk. Then, I'll exile that mummy in a targeted manner. As a wraith, you can freely enter and exit the spirit world, so you should be able to take that mummy away quite easily. Understood. Sharon nodded lightly. Leyton raised his right hand, and specks of starlight spilled from his fingertips, condensing into a pair of cold, indifferent eyes veiled in starlight. He flicked his fingers towards Sharon and Marek, and two pairs of twinkling starlight eyes flew over on their own, while he explained. These are peeping eyes. They can help you locate the items I've exiled in the spirit world, and they can also be used as temporary mystical items. I've stored 2 flashes in them. Once used, they will disintegrate in a short time, whether used once or twice. This place is too close to Backlund. If a more serious disturbance occurs, it's very likely to attract the attention of the 2 angels from the Augustus family. After Sharon nodded slightly, her figure rapidly faded, blending into the dim surroundings. Leyton nodded towards Marek, and his figure quickly disintegrated into complex and pure knowledge, surging into the spirit world like a torrent. On the pier, which was under martial law, a hybrid power vessel with a chimney and sails slowed down, gradually coming to a stop. Not long after, a gangway was lowered from the ship, and the crew began to disembark. Walking at the front were sailors carrying wooden crates, followed by a major holding a crystal box. His expression was quite solemn, surrounded by several crew members, each holding a lantern, illuminating the crystal box from various directions. Within the spirit world, a faint purple flashed in Leyton's eyes, and his gaze became deep and obscure. His gaze lingered for a while on the human skull inside the crystal box, which had no flesh or blood remaining, then looked towards the large iron barrel carried by a man in a black suit behind him. The iron barrel was filled with chilling ice, and in the middle of the ice was an arm made of pure gold. The man holding the iron barrel walked very quickly, sweat constantly dripping from his forehead, and the ice inside the iron barrel he carried was melting at an abnormally fast rate. Behind him, another middle-aged man in a formal suit descended from the ship, carrying a golden box adorned with symbols representing the domains of sun, light, and purification. On Leyton's right hand, which was clasped to his chest, the bronze mechanical glove split open like a mouth, emitting a sharp, hoarse voice. Great Master, the arm placed in the ice is an item from the sun pathway, probably sequence 5 or sequence 6. Its negative effect is to keep the surroundings in a terribly hot environment, evaporating moisture from the air and igniting flesh. The skull placed in the crystal box seems to be a combination of a spirit guide and a nightmare. It will affect the minds of surrounding creatures, causing them to die little by little in their sleep. What's in that golden box seems to be a moon emissary. That box is too obstructive, I can't be very certain, but there's a moon aura inside. I can't see more clearly unless I can get closer to them. That's enough. Leyton nodded gently in response, paused for half a second, then continued, can you make them all active? If I can get close, I can inject souls into these items, making them come alive, chaotic, and wonderful. Without touching them, I can only affect them by destroying the seals on them. The mechanical glove tapped its fingers twice, its voice becoming somewhat low. Leyton nodded lightly, no longer speaking, quietly observing the lone military transporting items from the ship in the spirit world. After about 10 minutes, 4 knights in black full-body armor appeared on the deck of the steam and sail hybrid ship. They carried a golden coffin, their every step thudding on the deck. The surface of the golden coffin was engraved with patterns of strange birds, feathered serpents, masks, and other designs, appearing ancient and mysterious, with a strong Highland style. They used a pre-rigged pulley system to hoist the heavy coffin, moving it towards a carriage with its roof removed, located outside the pier. As the coffin was hoisted by steel cables, the knight in black full-body armor in the front right suddenly grunted and collapsed without warning. Clang! The knight's helmet fell off, revealing a sunken eye socket and a rotten, shriveled head beneath. Dark red blood flowed from the seams of his armor. This scene seemed to stimulate the already fragile minds of the other 3 knights. They screamed in collapse, tearing off their full-body armor and rushing to the ship's rail, jumping down regardless of anything. Outside the pier, the 4 knights in black full-body armor who were preparing to receive the golden coffin, upon witnessing this bizarre and terrifying scene, felt panic and fear take root and spread rapidly, infecting them. The seeds of mental plague, utilizing the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, transmitted various mental illnesses and extreme madness. Unbeknownst to them, the entire pier was already filled with contagious mental illnesses. Deep within the spirit world, Leyton's eyes turned into pale gold vertical pupils, and his gaze became deep and obscure. A grayish-white light illuminated the mechanical glove on his right hand, outlining complex and three-dimensional mystical symbols that extended into the surrounding void, as if communicating with something that did not belong to the real world. In the dark and deep sea of collective subconscious, several virtual personas identical to Leyton appeared, each with distinct emotions on their faces: anger, joy, sorrow. They transformed some of their thoughts into mental storms that swept the surroundings, causing the celestial phenomena to change rapidly, severely interfering with spiritual perception of the surroundings, and effectively destroying mental barriers. Chapter 581, KWM Chapter 578 Chaos. Under the sweeping mental storm, the mental barriers of the surrounding soldiers and low to mid-sequence beyonders were quickly destroyed, leaving them completely unable to resist the erosion and infection of the mental plague. The atmosphere on the dock district instantly tensed. The soldiers standing on the roofs of surrounding buildings, carrying steam backpacks and holding thick-barreled rifles, became agitated and restless. Their steam rifles trembled slightly, as if they would fire bullets the next second. By the carriage with its canopy removed, the 4 chariots in black full-plate armor began to breathe more and more rapidly. Amidst their gasping, one of the black-armored chariots was the first to succumb to the pressure, running towards the sea where ships were moored. With his movement, the other 3 black-armored chariots could no longer hold on. Their psychological defenses completely collapsed, plunging them into despair and madness. They tore at their armor while rushing towards the sea. The carriages that had been quietly staying in place or steadily moving along the road also went mad, scurrying around the dock district. Under the influence of the mental plague, some of the surrounding garrison soldiers also dropped their weapons and followed them, leaping into the cold seawater. On the roofs of the surrounding buildings, the soldiers holding steam rifles could no longer withstand the pressure and pulled their triggers. The steam rifles made banging sounds, firing out yellow light bullets. The entire dock district instantly fell into chaos. Near the dock district, a steel chariot with a chimney, cannon, and machine gun suddenly changed direction, and a deep, authoritative voice emanated from within without hindrance. No running allowed here. No shooting allowed here. As the words fell, the chaotic scene around them seemed to have been forcibly paused. The expressions of the surrounding soldiers and horses were distorted and frantic, but they seemed to be weighed down by something heavy, making it difficult to move their steps. The bullets that had been cutting through the air also stopped, leaving only a cacophony of roars across the entire dock district. The next second, a figure wearing a white robe inlaid with gold threads, with light yellow, slightly curly hair, noticeably sunken eye sockets, and a gaunt, skeletal face, materialized from midair. It was Mamosi, the Silent One, a descendant of the Rose School of Thought's pharaoh. His gaze swept towards the steel chariot that had just spoken, his brown eyes filled with uncontrollable malice and madness, giving off an eerie and terrifying sensation. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right hand and pulled at his mouth. The golden nails, covered in intricate patterns and sealing his entire mouth, simultaneously flew off, no longer obstructing his oral cavity. Mamosi then opened his mouth, and a silent shriek emanated from him, carrying an eerie and terrifying sensation. The massive steel chariot he targeted immediately distorted as if melting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a mechanical construct into a goat with dull eyes and curly fur. Mamosi did not continue his attack. His gaze quickly swept around, and his figure faded and disappeared. His goal was merely to retrieve the stolen pharaoh's remains, and he did not care who the spectator demigod hidden in the shadows was. In his estimation, a cursed mummy was not worth a spectator demigod taking such a risk. The other party must have been after one or more mystical items here. Given that their goals did not conflict, a temporary collaboration was a win-win choice. On the other side of the dock district, the securely bound steel cables on the golden coffin, which had not yet been lowered from the pulley device, suddenly began to writhe on their own, unfastening the coffin and letting it drop vertically. Beneath the coffin, the void was dark and fluctuating, and a semi-transparent, hideous giant mouth, over 10 meters long, emerged. The giant mouth suddenly opened and inhaled, creating a terrifying gale, attempting to swallow the entire coffin. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow light illuminated the surroundings, like a grand ocean of light, engulfing everything around it. In the spirit world depths, Leyton narrowed his eyes. The mechanical glove on his right hand made a gnashing sound. Ah. My eyes. I hate the sun. The light lasted for about a second before dissipating into nothingness. Along with it, the spirit world creature with the giant mouth also vanished, leaving only the traces of evaporated liquid on the ground. The goat, which had been a steel chariot, seemed to explode internally, its flesh and internal organs at the belly splattering everywhere. On the ground not far away, a lump of flesh embedded with a white glove and a golden mask rolled onto the ground. A soft light burst from within the lump of flesh, dispelling all the chaos and eerie aura. Without the suppression of the eerie curse, the lump of flesh began to writhe spontaneously, reassembling itself into a human form, returning to its original appearance. Clang! The golden coffin containing Tutmosis II directly overturned and crashed onto the ground. The top lid fell off, scattering the gold, jewels, and golden vessels containing shriveled organs that were buried inside. A corpse, entirely wrapped in yellowish-brown linen strips, also rolled out. The corpse was extremely emaciated, its surface stained with dark red, oily liquid, and its face wore a gold-based, colorful patterned mask, with 2 exceptionally pure black gems embedded in its eye sockets. This was precisely the mummy made during Tutmosis II's time. As soon as it appeared, the gas streetlights around it seemed to dim slightly. In the eyeballs of the mummy, where the two black gems were embedded, each reflected the figure of a middle-aged man wearing a white robe inlaid with gold threads, with light yellow, slightly curly hair, noticeably sunken eye sockets, and a gaunt, skeletal face. Momosi's figure quickly became clear, and the long-dead Tutmosis II mummy suddenly moved. The black-haired, golden-eyed man with a golden mask, who had just recovered from his flesh-lump state, spoke with authority. Wraith possession is forbidden here. As the words fell, Momosi's figure gradually floated above the Tutmosis II mummy, as if being forcibly squeezed out of the void by immense pressure. He glared angrily at the black-haired, golden-eyed middle-aged man, then took out a rag doll that seemed to be made of old cloth. The rag doll was stained with obvious dirt and blood stains, and its eyes had been gouged out, leaving two empty sockets. Momosi directed its empty eye sockets towards the lone military demigod wearing the golden mask, and its face quickly transformed to resemble the demigod. The ring on the lone military demigod's right hand burst forth with a crystal-like light, quickly enveloping his body and flashing him behind Momosi. In the spirit world depths, Leyton looked at the ring on the lone military demigod's right hand and sighed softly. Apprentices are truly pitiful, their relics are everywhere. As he spoke, he threw down a white doll-like chess piece. The chess piece passed through the spirit world and landed in reality, instantly disappearing as if melting. The entire dock district slowed down and became quiet, as if the flow of time had been greatly stretched, causing the current moment to become extremely slow. Leyton's gaze penetrated the spirit world, taking in the entire Pritz harbor, scanning all the presences, both obvious and hidden. Then, he flipped his right hand twice as if performing magic, took out a pre-prepared deck of playing cards, and threw them out of the spirit world. The playing cards scattered in midair, quickly expanding and twisting. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into poker soldiers, each about 2 meters tall, with limbs, holding spears or straight swords. The poker soldiers quickly ran through the dock district, destroying the seals that the lone military had placed on the mystical items one by one. Under the dim streetlights, a thick, impenetrable tide of darkness surged forth, carrying a calm, deathly aura and layers of hoarse whispers, pulling the surrounding creatures into dreams one by one. In the deep darkness, streaks of crimson moonlight rose, gradually forming hideous facial features. Rotten sludge appeared on the ground, and crimson sparks occasionally flew up in the air, accompanied by a pungent smell of sulfur. In another direction, the streetlight suddenly blazed, like midday sun, and the surrounding air quickly became dry and scorching. Under the negative effects of the surrounding mystical items, the paper soldiers either fell to the ground, or caught fire from within and burned themselves, or slowly rotted away. Leyton watched the situation outside while raising his hand to condense a dark green seed, which he threw at his feet. The seed rooted and grew directly in the spirit world. In just a moment, it grew into a thick gourd vine, bearing 7 gourds of different colors. Leyton picked the 7th gourd, which was purple. The gourd vine and the remaining 6 gourds instantly withered and disappeared. On the dock district, a tide of pure yellow light surged from all directions, converging into an ocean of light. The majestic aura of the sun seemed to materialize, rapidly permeating and purifying everything around it, as if to forcefully suppress all the out-of-control mystical items with absolute power. The next moment, an invisible suction force came from above, pulling this ocean of light and drawing it into a purple gourd. In midair, Leyton, whose figure had reappeared, scanned the ground. Momosi and the men wearing the golden mask appeared on the other side of the dock district, and a lady in a black evening gown, also wearing a golden mask, stood beside the golden coffin. His gaze fell on the crown woven from thorns on the lady's head, and finally looked at the Tutmosis II mummy lying on the ground, extending his left hand half open, while chanting in a low voice. Exile. An invisible force erupted, sweeping the mummy on the ground along with its burial items into the void, throwing them to an unknown destination. Having done all this, a hazy starlight instantly covered Leyton's body, flashing him to the battle site of Momosi and the black-haired, golden-eyed military demigod. Crimson moonlight instantly surged out, condensing opposite him into a hooded figure wearing a black robe embroidered with crimson patterns. Chapter 582, KWM Chapter 579 William Augustus I. William Augustus I, Shaman King, Klarman. It seems the Rose School of Thought's high-end combat power isn't quite enough, they've even called upon a follower of the primordial moon. As thoughts flickered, Leyton smiled and nodded at the other party, his gaze sweeping over the exquisitely crafted male doll Klarman held. It was only palm-sized, dressed in a dark red, gold-embroidered suit, its eyes gouged out, leaving only 2 black holes. A faint, almost imperceptible gaze fell upon Leyton, filled with intense hatred and malice. The next moment, the dense darkness and shadows around them rapidly writhed, condensing into illusory but solid pitch-black shackles, surging from all directions, attempting to entangle Leyton. At the same time, the male doll held by Klarman suddenly vanished. Leyton suddenly felt the mechanical glove on his right hand tremble slightly, conveying emotions of disgust and anger. Immediately, the clothes on his body inexplicably tightened, the collar, cuffs, and waistband forcefully constricting him, as if to tear him apart. This state lasted less than a second. Leyton's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he didn't exist at all, and the pitch-black shackles condensed from shadows around him passed directly through his body. The palm-sized, exquisitely crafted male doll also outlined itself in the air before him. Leyton extended his right hand forward, easily grasping the palm-sized doll. A faint, hazy glow immediately covered the bronze mechanical glove, flowing like water, bit by bit drilling into the doll's interior. Wah! A shrill, piercing shriek that directly harmed the spirit body erupted from the doll, then instantly vanished. Several dark gold nails with strange patterns were conjured out of thin air, sealing the doll's mouth shut. Not far away, Klarman's eyes clearly reflected Leyton's figure. He had gouged out one of his own eyeballs. Dense black mist surged in his hand, enveloping the eyeball. Deep, solidified darkness then appeared around Leyton, the surrounding scene seemed to be frozen, and an invisible force firmly bound him in place. Leyton chuckled, shaking the purple gourd in his left hand. Pure, clear yellow light surged out from the gourd, instantly engulfing the surroundings. In the blazing, dazzling ocean of light, two muffled groans simultaneously sounded, and the scent of burning flesh permeated the air. In the pure, clear ocean of light, thin black smoke constantly floated and then disappeared. A group of vampire bats, between true and illusory, rapidly flapped their wings and flew towards the other side of the dock. After escaping the light's embrace, they reformed into the Shaman King Klarman's body. As his figure solidified, his eyes quickly reflected the figure of Mamosi, who was wearing a white robe inlaid with gold threads and had a gaunt, skeletal face. Using Klarman's eyes as a mirror, Mamosi also escaped the ocean of light. Not far away, the light covering half the dock rapidly converged, forming a cluster in the hand of the lone military's female demigod, who was wearing a black evening gown and a strange crown woven from thorns. It gradually stretched into a pure, incandescent, scorching spear of light, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. At the front of the spear, two pure white wings unfolded in layers, embracing the spear tip like an angel, directly sealing the space around Leyton, preventing him from avoiding attacks by means like teleportation. Leyton looked at the female demigod, who was about to throw the incandescent, scorching spear of light in her hand. His eyes instantly became pale gold and vertical, and layered dark gold scales shimmered faintly on the mechanical hand he wore on his right hand. Snap. A crisp snapping sound echoed in the silent night. The surrounding airflow suddenly became violent, crackling against the air, and the wind carried a certain will, blowing in all directions. At this moment, everyone on the dock fell into a brief state of confusion and terror. It was as if they heard a giant dragon roaring in their ears, seemingly from reality, yet also from illusion. Their bodies, minds, and spirits were all in an uncontrollable state. Some stood trembling in place, some blindly and irrationally ran towards the garden corner, some lost control of their bladder and bowels, their legs weakly collapsing, or they simply fainted and fell into a coma. In the female demigod's hand, the spear of light, accumulated from pure sunlight, lost its spiritual sustenance and disintegrated back into pieces of pure, incandescent sunlight. The sealed space around them was also liberated. Leyton curled his lips, a layer of hazy starlight covering his body. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Silently, a peaceful, quiet night descended, and the howling wind and the sound of waves crashing against the embankment gradually faded away. The entire dock fell into a concealed state. Leyton's figure appeared on the deck of the hybrid power sailboat docked at the pier. Around him, orange-red twilight light emerged from the void. Gradually, an illusory and magnificent palace, like a giant's dwelling, appeared in the orange-red light. Several extremely blurry figures with terrifying auras sat around a mottled long table stained crimson with blood. Their expressions were ferocious, as they ravenously devoured the food on the table. The next moment, the blurry figures seated at the long table all turned their heads, looking towards the other side of the dock, at the female demigod in the evening gown, and the black-haired, golden-eyed male demigod beside her, who wore a neatly tailored suit and had a mature, refined demeanor. The mystical items they wore suddenly went out of control. On the strange crown woven from thorns, the thorns lengthened and sharpened, rapidly extending inward, deeply piercing into the female demigod's head, and hot, crimson blood gushed out. In the hand of the black-haired, golden-eyed male demigod, the ring suddenly burst forth with a crystal-like light. This light only enveloped the arm on which he wore the ring. Before he could react, the light, along with his arm, vanished. The black-haired, golden-eyed male demigod's expression was momentarily stunned, then he half knelt on the ground as if losing balance, a pained expression on his face, tears welling in the corners of his eyes due to the intense pain stimulating his body. Leyton rubbed his fingers, creating specks of starlight that transformed into a large hand, reaching towards the female demigod's head. A long arrow of deep red light shot from the other side of the dock, shattering the starlight condensed hand. At the same time, Mamosi opened his mouth again, letting out a silent shriek towards Leyton. The shriek carried a curse, brewed to its extreme in long silence, and erupted on Leyton's body. The next second, Leyton's body dematerialized, like something non-existent. The curse that had been directed at him transformed into pieces of pitch black, tiny worms, wriggling and disappearing into the air. After Leyton banished the pharaoh's mummy, Mamosi and Klarman of the Rose School of Thought had treated him as an enemy. Their attempt to reclaim the mummy failed, and to successfully escape Backland, they decided to temporarily ally with the two demigods of the lone military. With the Rose School of Thought demigods buying time, the golden-haired, dark-eyed military demigod gasped heavily for a moment. He propped himself up with his remaining hand, looking at the female demigod whose brain had been pierced by the thorn crown, her eyes vacant and helpless, and said, "No reanimation of dead objects here. No bleeding or injury here." As his words fell, the female demigod, who had been tightly controlled by the thorn crown, finally regained herself. Her expression instantly turned painful, as if she had just felt the agony coming from her head. Alas! A heavy sigh escaped Leyton's lips. His status, transcending that of an ordinary angel, caused his sigh to become an indescribable, unintelligible, and highly contaminating terrifying gibberish in the ears of the Rose School of Thought and lone military demigods. "I don't want to expose my angel-level power and aura so close to Backland. It would cause unnecessary trouble." His sigh was like the whispers of an evil god. Even when Mamosi and the others sealed themselves off, they found it difficult to block out. Gibberish imbued with madness, distortion, and ominous meaning echoed in their ears, causing their brains to ache, their minds to wander, making effective thought difficult. At the same time, their flesh cracked open, and bizarre eyes sprouted all over their bodies. Leyton's eyes shimmered with cold, pure light, giving a sense of extraordinary divinity and profound wisdom, yet also appearing quite indifferent, lacking humanity. Specks of starlight overflowed from his fingertips, transforming into several large hands wreathed in starlight, reaching towards the mystical items scattered across the dock in an uncontrolled state, as well as the thorn crown on the lone military's female demigod's head, and the severed arm of the golden-haired, black-eyed demigod. Rip. A crisp tearing sound echoed in midair. A silver-white rapier forcefully cut through the peaceful, quiet night, dispelling the concealment effect that enveloped this dock. The pitch-black night receded like a tide, revealing the true dock under the dim streetlights, and the sounds of waves crashing and the wind howling began to echo once more. In the air above the dock, a middle-aged man with a cloak, black hair, blue eyes, a somewhat square face, and a dignified demeanor stood quietly. Simply by his presence, the rules and order of the surrounding area seemed to be reinforced, as if he were an enforcer and guardian of order. William Augustus I. Leyton looked up slightly, assessing the other party. His tone was calm but very certain. Every gold pound note and coin issued by Lone bore his likeness. It would be difficult for anyone not to recognize him. As he spoke, the mystical items captured by the starlight hands had already arrived beside him. William Augustus I, standing quietly in midair, spoke with authority. "Return to sender." His words were like an irrefutable judgment. As his voice fell, the surrounding rules automatically executed the verdict, sending the captured mystical items back. Chapter 583, KWM Chapter 580, A Brief Fight. As the judgment took effect, Leyton reached out and grabbed the metal ring inlaid with intricate gems in front of him. Faint stars flickered, adding concealment power around it, concealing the ring beyond the rules. Losing its target, the power of rules, activated by words, directly abandoned the ring, only returning the other mystical items to their original positions. On the other side of the dock, Mamosi's figure became transparent the moment the concealment effect was broken by William Augustus I, disappearing from his original spot. He rapidly moved away from the dock by mirror jumping through nearby reflective metal objects and glass. A burst of dark smoke surged from within Shaman King Klarman's body. The body beneath his black robe rapidly shriveled, transforming into numerous vampiric bats that were between true and illusory, scattering and flying away. William Augustus I lowered his gaze, his majestic voice echoing throughout the entire harbor. Execution. The playful bats, which were between true and illusory, simultaneously exploded from within, emitting a crimson blood mist that then turned into pieces of paper like confetti, as if condensed from deep crimson moonlight, rapidly dissolving under the crimson moonlight. Deep crimson moonlight surged not far away and quickly condensed into Klarman, who was wearing a hood and a black robe. In his crimson eyes, Mamosi's pale, thin figure appeared for a moment before quickly vanishing. Using Klarman's eyes as a springboard, he rapidly moved away from the street. On the deck of the lone military's mystical item transport ship, Leyton's figure flickered, as if he ceased to exist. An invisible, immense force exploded directly at the location of his heart, creating ripples in the air. As soon as the effect of execution passed, his body rapidly became illusory but then restored itself the next second. He lost the ability to transform himself into an information creature. Noticing that his beyonder ability had been stripped, he let out an imperceptible sigh. Immediately, pure white, illusory feathers condensed behind him, and a pair of pure white wings unfolded behind him. His body transformed into a chaotic, disordered black tangle of threads covered in bizarre eyes. Auras of madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster instantly permeated the air. William Augustus I's blue eyes deepened, and a strong sense of majesty emanated from him. The surrounding air seemed to become heavy, making people instinctively want to submit and making it difficult to even think of resisting. He dragged a silver-white thorn from the void. As the fragmented silver light flashed, the entire dock was divided into strange and independent spaces. He kept himself and Leyton together, while separating the two beyonder of the military and the two beyonder of the Rose School of Thought who had not yet escaped the harbor area to another side. While not infringing upon each other, neither side could affect reality. Having done all this, he looked directly at Leyton's mythical creature form and spoke in a calm, majestic voice. Mystical weakened, reality strengthened here. As his words fell, Leyton immediately felt some changes in the underlying rules of the surroundings. Things related to the mystical were weakened, and the physical rules of the reality level were strengthened. The surrounding pure white, illusory feathers disappeared, and the black mass covered in bizarre eyes collapsed inward, transforming back into Leyton's body. He looked at William Augustus I, who stood calmly in midair, and gently rubbed his right hand, which was covered by a mechanical glove, twice. Silently, the surrounding physical rules changed. The waves and wind became loud and piercing, and even the air vibrated violently, as if it could not withstand the intense noise. The next second, blue-green light spots appeared on the bronze mechanical glove, outlining symbols and magical markings of a storm domain. Violent wind collided with the air, creating an explosion-like sound and sending visible ripples through the surroundings. The raging wind vibrated the air, and under the decree of mystical weakened, reality strengthened, and the changes at the physical level, it became lethal, capable of tearing apart everything touched by sound waves through vibration. William Augustus I's expression remained unchanged. He calmly extended his hand and whispered. Imprison. The surrounding air seemed to be covered with a layer of extremely viscous transparent liquid, preventing the air from vibrating and making it difficult for sound to propagate. At the same time, streaks of light flashed in his deep blue eyes, like lightning from the depths of his consciousness. Immense spiritual power surged, transforming into a terrifying long whip entwined with fine electric light and covered in barbs, precisely striking Leyton's soul. This was the Whip of Pain, at Sequence 1 level. Its attacks could easily tear or even destroy the soul, causing one to die in extreme mental agony. ZZZZT. Under the surging spiritual power, Leyton's body instantly tore apart, transforming into pieces of pale yellow paper confetti, scattering in midair. The next second, Leyton's figure appeared on the other side of the deck. His right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, stretched forward, and brilliant white currents converged in his hand, crackling. As he pushed forward, spherical lightning bolts, like small giants, flew out, colliding with William Augustus I in midair amidst silver-streaking electric snakes. With physical attacks greatly enhanced, Beyonder abilities at the Beyonder level were already enough to pose a threat to a Sequence 1 angel. Banish. Invisible, immense power tore through the void, pulling and dragging the surrounding spherical lightning, banishing them all. Feeling the suppression of the mystical by the surrounding rules disappear, Leyton curved his lips and let out a highly contaminating murmur. Aren't you going to hold on a little longer? You lifted the prohibition so easily. William Augustus I was momentarily dazed before he clearly heard what Leyton had just said. Before he could react, a colossal shadow emerged from the sea below. A gigantic black dragon, enormous to the extreme, flew out from beneath the sea. Its two wide, membrane-covered wings were covered with corpses, and corrosive, eerie green venom dripped from the corners of its mouth. The illusory black dragon flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with an aura of despair and calamity. Under the radiation of its aura, the battlefield William Augustus I had sectioned off rapidly collapsed and disappeared. This was a mystical reenactment from Norse mythology, the black dragon that devours the world, capable of dispelling and destroying barriers, shields, and similar objects. Without the rules suppressing the mystical, this mystical reenactment fully displayed its inherent power. William Augustus I stared intently at Leyton, his left hand forming a virtual grip, and at the same time, he majestically declared in ancient Hermes. Death. As he moved, the air around Leyton instantly turned into an invisible restraint, pinning him in place. An invisible force originating from the rules acted upon his head, as if to crush it completely. Leyton's restrained body suddenly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These foams vanished in an instant under the air's restraint and the immense pressure of the force. At the edge of the harbor, Leyton squeezed the metal ring he had snatched. Crystal-like light rapidly burst forth, enveloping his body and carrying him as he continuously flashed away into the distance. As the segmented space disappeared, Mamosi, pursued by the lone military beyonder, merged into the moonlight, and Klarman, pursued by the lone military beyonder, entered the mirror world, both swiftly moving away from the harbor. The military beyonder, having lost the traveler's ring, also lost the ability to pursue them and could only watch as the Rose School of Thought beyonder escaped from their grasp. The female beyonder in a black evening gown, while pulling out the barbs from her crown of thorns one by one and inserting them into her own head, said to her colleague beside her, who was missing an arm. Sertre, first find your severed arm. As long as the time isn't too long and the arm hasn't lost its vitality, the doctor can reattach it for you. Sertre, the blonde, dark-haired beyonder, gave a bitter smile and pointed with his remaining left hand towards the dock, saying with a wry smile. Even if it wasn't cut into pieces, it must have been corrupted by those out-of-control mystical items. After the barbs inserted into her head disappeared, the female beyonder in the black evening gown finally let out a sigh of relief, her ample chest rising and falling, and she gasped slightly. It seems you can only go to Archbishop Horimic of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and have him craft you a mechanical arm, or go to Phaenopotter, where the Church of the Earth Mother's life alchemy can allow you to regrow an arm. No sooner had she finished speaking than William Augustus I, cloaked, with black hair and blue eyes, and a majestic demeanor, appeared before them. Without giving the two beyonder a chance to speak, his voice was exceptionally cold and unyielding. Those out-of-control mystical items have been suppressed. Organize personnel to recollect and seal them. Furthermore, clear out those Rose School of Thought and Moses Ascetic Order members hidden in Lone. Issue a bounty for the beyonder and angel who appeared here tonight. As his words fell, he virtually gripped with his right hand, directly tearing space with brute force and leaving Pritz Harbor. Pritz Harbor, inside an underground warehouse near the steam train station, streaks of starlight shot out from the void, converging in the air to reform into a door covered in mystical symbols and patterns. The moment the door formed, Leyton stepped out from within. His gaze fell upon the mummy in the corner of the warehouse, which was wrapped in bandages and missing a thigh. In the mummy's eye socket, the black gemstone eyeball reflected Sharon's figure. Her face seemed even paler than before. The next second, Sharon's calm and restrained voice came from the one-legged mummy. The aura on this mummy attracted some spirit world creatures. We had some contention. Leyton nodded knowingly, his thoughts drifting. The spirit world creatures attracted by this mummy wouldn't be too weak, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the curse on it. So, did Ms. Rionette, who has a castle in the spirit world, provide help? Chapter 584, KWM Chapter 581 Performance. After a moment of silence, Sharon asked again. What did you encounter? I just felt a very powerful aura, and that heavy sense of majesty made it difficult for me to breathe and move. The aura of an angel attracted Lone's founder, but he should have left by now. As he spoke, Leyton glanced around, and points of starlight fell from his hand, coalescing behind him into a high-backed chair. Marek, who had been listening quietly nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, William Augustus I. He's still alive. Leyton nodded slightly, leaning back against the high-backed chair formed of starlight, and said calmly. That's an angel who followed Solomon. Time doesn't leave many traces on him. He has been secretly protecting the Lone Kingdom, but few people know it, and few people can see him. Did you fight with that founder? Sharon still maintained her posture of possessing the mummy, her slightly ethereal and fleeting voice emanating from the mummy's body. Leyton nodded slightly, tossing the metal ring he had snatched from Surtur's hand. He and I only briefly probed each other. Due to some concerns, he didn't intend to entangle with me for long and let me leave without much obstruction. Why? Marek asked, puzzled. Leyton shrugged, perhaps the lone royal family has a more important plan. Then he looked at Sharon, who was possessing the mummy, and said calmly. Don't forget our agreement. After you advance to Puppet, you need to help me clear out Rose School of Thought members outside the southern continent and prevent them from returning to West Balam. No problem. Sharon's voice was a bit ethereal, but her tone was very firm. Leyton nodded calmly, then asked, do you need me to send you back to Backlund? We were already prepared when we came. Sharon's voice from within the mummy was ethereal and restrained. Leyton nodded gently, and his body instantly became transparent, as if turning into a statue composed of countless starlight. The statue, along with the high-backed chair beneath him, shattered, turning into brilliant starlight that surged and flowed through the cracks in the surrounding walls and ceiling, pouring into the spirit world depths. In the spirit world depths, the continuously flowing brilliant starlight suddenly stopped, and fragments of starlight reassembled within, revealing Leyton's figure. The informational ability stripped by William Augustus I has finally recovered. After getting used to the convenience of the information form, suddenly losing it was truly uncomfortable. While sighing softly, his figure became ethereal, gradually disintegrating into a complex, pure stream of information, surging like a torrent towards the distance. During this process, his spiritual perception was suddenly touched, and his gaze naturally fell to the area outside the spirit world, which was at the junction of the Sonia Sea and the Berserk Sea. A huge sailing ship appeared in his sight. This ship was predominantly dark, with a greenish hue, and a blooming dark tulip was depicted on its pale mainsail. There were hardly any living people on this ship, most of the crew's work was replaced by zombies or undead. White skeletons, some unclothed and some wearing leather armor, busily manipulated the sails, while pale zombies with long swords patrolled back and forth, their eyes, stained with eerie green flames, scanning the surroundings. Phantoms, resentful spirits, and various strange spirit world creatures occasionally flew and hovered, or burrowed into the hull, revealing indistinct transparent faces on the side, as if patrolling the area. Black Tulip, I didn't expect to see Ludwell here. Is it a coincidence? The complex and pure information flow was entrenched in the spirit world depths. Through the information exchange between the spirit world and reality, he could easily know the situation in reality. On the Black Tulip, driven by numerous undead creatures, a blue door appeared out of thin air. Amidst the wary and malicious gazes of the living and dead on the ship, the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a semi-tall silk top hat, stepped out of the door. On his face, strange patterns full of mysterious charm faintly emerged, making him appear quite sinister and cold, more like a zombie than a living person. His gaze was fixed on Admiral Hell Ludwell, who stood at the forefront of the undead and living, his eyes flashing with cold light, like a supreme monarch. Opposite him, Ludwell, wearing an exaggerated tricorn hat embroidered with white skulls and feathers, a white ruffled shirt, and an intricately ornate brown short jacket, with a silver-white mask covering his face, trembled continuously, as if struggling to resist something, enduring something. Around the holes on the silver-white mask, which symbolized the eyes, nose, and mouth, water vapor condensed, as if the entire face beneath the mask was distorted. All the undead on the Black Tulip trembled and prostrated themselves, as if worshipping their king. As for the few living sailors on the ship, some joined the undead, overwhelmed by the immense, indescribable mental pressure, trembling and prostrating on the ground. Others, still unclear about the situation, stood in place, only feeling that this suddenly appearing mad adventurer did not seem like a living creature, his aura terrifyingly gloomy. In the spirit world depths, before Leyton, who had become a pure information flow creature entrenched in the spirit world, a figure suddenly appeared. He wore a silk top hat and a black suit, was of medium height, had a tanned complexion, a tiny black mole below his right ear, and his eyes held a profound and restrained look, giving off an exceptionally indifferent feeling. The vast information flow contracted inward, converging, and reassembled Leyton's body with complex and pure knowledge. He bowed slightly to the person who had suddenly appeared before him. "Good evening, Azek." Azek nodded slightly, saying with a touch of emotion, "Good evening. I didn't expect you to have already become a sage. This speed of advancement is difficult to achieve even for a deity's blessed." Saying this, he suddenly turned and looked at the Black Tulip outside the spirit world, saying, "I have almost completely recalled my lost memories, only the last part remains. I can probably guess what happened to me. I plan to go to the Berserk Sea, something there is calling me. However, to find the exact location, I still need that ring left behind by death. I have a premonition that I might fall into slumber again and forget my memories once more. Before that, the help I can give him is a puppet and an opportunity to act." At this point, Azek's tone suddenly became emotional, the indifference in his eyes fading considerably, replaced by a softer, warmer gaze. Leyton nodded calmly. After 2 seconds of silence, he spoke. "Deep beneath Trier, there is a Samaritan woman's spring. Its water can repair soul damage, and for death and the adjacent pathways, it has an extraordinary effect." This was information from the hidden sage. For him, the hidden sage was an encyclopedia from which he could browse information at any time. When he had nothing to do, he would ask the hidden sage to read some knowledge, including the Samaritan woman's spring hidden deep beneath Intis. Azek frowned slightly, and after searching his memories in vain, he shook his head and said, "Samaritan woman's spring? I have no memory of it. Its appearance must have been after I fell into constant memory loss and then reawakened, right?" Leyton nodded gently. Indeed, it came from the Pale Disaster, and was some influence exerted by the River of Eternal Darkness through the seal. It seems that there were more participants in that Pale Disaster than I knew. Unfortunately, I probably don't have time to go find that spring anymore. Azek sighed with a complex tone. While the two were talking, Ludwell's body on the Black Tulip suddenly began to tremble more slowly and stiffly. A faint green light flickered in his chest and abdomen, as the powerful spiritual entity sealed within him tried to forcefully break free. The next second, it retreated back into Ludwell's body. In its perception, at that very moment, in the shadows intertwined within the deck's crevices on the ship, terrifying, evil eyes were twisting and growing, all looking at it. The instinct for survival made it decisively retreat back into Ludwell's body. On the silver-white mask, despair was evident in the eye sockets that glowed with a hollow, blue light. His spirit body threads had been initially controlled, suppressed by a higher sequence of the same pathway. He couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance, only gradually feeling his thoughts slow down, his body stiffen, and his movements become sluggish. To the Beyonders on the Black Tulip, who were not from the death pathway, this scene looked as if Admiral Hell, Ludwell and the mad adventurer were locked in a standoff. Snap. Gehrman Sparrow, standing at the other end of the deck, suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Ludwell, whose spirit body threads were already initially controlled and who couldn't muster any thought of resistance, followed him in making a snapping motion. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding crew, the zombies and skeletons prostrated on the deck fell one by one, as if they had turned into true corpses and skeletons. Klein, maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's appearance, forced a cold smile that didn't quite fit his persona, and said calmly and indifferently, "Very good. Very good, Ludwell repeated his words in a low, hoarse voice. This scene appeared particularly bizarre to the living sailors on the Black Tulip. A layer of goosebumps rose on their skin, and the sailor, whose emotions were too agitated, developed a fine layer of scales on his face. Chapter 585, KWM Chapter 582, Berserk Sea. Klein's gaze swept across the crew members of the Black Tulip around him, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. He could already feel signs of his potion being digested. Good, as long as this matter ferments on the sea, the potion in my body should be able to digest a bit more. Thinking of this, his mood became much more pleasant. He then raised a hand, signaling Ludwell, who had been completely transformed into a marionette, to walk to his side. He said to the Admiral Hell. Then, you are my spoils of war today. Yes, master. Under his control, Ludwell bowed respectfully. Two massive arms made of countless bones suddenly stretched out from the void behind them. One hand grabbed Gehrman Sparrow, and the other grabbed Ludwell, dragging them into the spirit world. In a place unnoticed by the living crew members of the Black Tulip, a bronze-skinned arm reached out from the spirit world, pulling the person hidden in the shadows into the spirit world. Several minutes passed after the indescribable terrifying pressure disappeared before the living crew members, who had been prostrate on the deck of the Black Tulip, dared to move. They cautiously looked around, confirming whether the bizarre and terrifying mad adventurer had truly left. After searching the ship, they finally confirmed that the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow had left, and at the same time, their captain, Admiral Hell, Ludwell, had also departed. A corpse collector pathway crew member swallowed and said, perhaps, the captain was already a corpse at that time. As a beyonder of the corpse collector pathway, he could sense more than the other crew members just now. That sense of oppression was so strong that even if the other party told him to die, he would execute it without hesitation. Even if his will was unwilling, his body would execute it on its own. No one on the ship responded to his words. Everyone either didn't want to or didn't dare to recall the strange scene from just now. After a long silence, a crew member looked at the empty deck and asked with hesitation. How can we leave the sea area? On the Black Tulip, all the crew members fell silent. Without the undead creatures controlled by Ludwell, the remaining living people were simply not enough to sail such a large sailboat. On an uninhabited rocky island in the fog sea, several figures suddenly materialized in the air. Klein pressed the semi-tall silk top hat he was wearing. Under his control, Ludwell, wearing a silver-white mask, took off the square, dark, heavy ring, a relic of death, from his hand and handed it to Azek, who was standing nearby. After taking the ring, a relic of death, Azek examined it for a few seconds, then put it on his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying, profound, and indescribable feeling spread from him, extremely noble and lacking the aura of the living, like an illusory god high above countless undead. Leyton, standing by, narrowed his eyes. The eyes of mystery prying allowed him to see more, even directly seeing the missing half of Azek's soul. A slight burning and stinging sensation in his eyes brought him back to his senses, and he simultaneously averted his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, a line of blood tears flowed from his eyes. Wiping the blood from his face, Leyton sighed inwardly. It's a bit uncomfortable. My mind can withstand this level of influence, but this body cannot. Essentially, I am still just an ordinary Sequence 2 angel. On the other side, the figure that had been maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's appearance underwent a fleshly change, finally transforming into an unknown pirate. The flesh on his body decayed at an incredible speed, crimson sparks moved through the blood vessels beneath his skin, mottled rust appeared on his skin like rags, falling off in pieces. In just a few breaths, he turned into a pile of minced meat and scattered, foul yellow bones. Bits of crimson light points separated from the flesh, slowly wriggling and coalescing. Klein bent down and picked up the peculiar crown, full of rust and bloodstains, that had fallen with the flesh. He casually handed it to Leyton, and at the same time said, "Why are you here? I happened to be passing through the spirit world and saw you scaring people on the Black Tulip." As Leyton spoke, specks of starlight overflowed from between his fingers, encircling the peculiar crown, full of bloodstains and rust, solidifying into translucent amber, temporarily sealing it. After doing all this, he looked at Klein again and said, "I need to take this Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. It will come in handy soon." "No problem." Klein nodded, then sighed. "No wonder after I converted Ludwell into a marionette just now, the marionette I originally controlled didn't immediately lose control. I had originally planned to make my own appearance after he shattered into a pile of flesh and blood, to prove that Gehrman Sparrow was still alive. But this is also good, the performance is even more true and vivid." He paused, then asked curiously, "How did you do it? While delaying the collapse of that marionette, you also allowed me to continue controlling it." Leyton chuckled. "I modified the marionette on an informational level, temporarily hiding some of the negative status information on it. What it showed was that it was clearly at its limit, but there was no sign of collapse. As for letting you continue to control it, that's even simpler. There are still a few worms of spirit left from what I snatched from Dark Demonic Wolf earlier. Klein nodded thoughtfully, so that's how it is. On the other side, Azek, who had obtained the ring, a relic of death, and had performed another spiritual communication with Ludwell, suddenly spoke. Give me that bronze whistle. All right. Klein was momentarily stunned, then nodded, taking out an iron cigarette case from his arms and retrieving the ancient bronze whistle sealed inside. Azek reached out and took the bronze whistle, holding it in his left hand, which wore the ring, a relic of death. After sensing quietly for a moment, he said in a deep voice. I can almost find where death fell. That fast? Klein asked, somewhat surprised. Azek nodded lightly. Ever since I recovered all my memories, I've had a certain sense of the place, but because of the special nature of the Berserk Sea, it was difficult for me to pinpoint the exact location of the voice calling in my ear. With this ring, I can directly locate it. Leyton raised a hand and asked with a hint of curiosity, can I go and see? You can. Azek nodded calmly. Klein took out a reflective metal pocket watch from his arms, controlled the marionette Ludwell, and had him use the natural spirit that could enter the mirror world to hide himself. Then he bent down and picked up the deep red, jelly-like object, very elastic and textured, which had solidified from the Beyonder characteristic on the ground, and placed it into a pre-prepared metal iron box. Azek nodded to Leyton, then raised his hand and placed it on Klein's shoulder, taking him into the spirit world together. As Azek and Klein's bodies faded and disappeared, Leyton's body also rapidly etherealized, decomposing into complex and pure streams of information, surging and rushing into the spirit world. In the Berserk Sea region, within the deep, dark spirit world, the sound of howling winds came from all directions, and dim lightning occasionally flashed, causing a chilling sensation from the depths of one's soul, as if the soul was dying little by little. Leyton, who had transformed into a pure information flow creature, followed closely behind Azek, rapidly traversing deeper into the Berserk Sea. As he moved forward, his voice transmitted unimpeded into the ears of Azek and Klein. Affected by the power radiated when death fell, the spirit world here has also been corrupted and become dangerous. Azek, who was rapidly moving through the Berserk Sea, suddenly stopped. He quietly listened to the calling from an unknown source, then suddenly clenched his right hand. The surrounding spirit world area suddenly paused for a second, then all the surrounding scenery collapsed inward, forming a boundless, slowly rotating black vortex. The vortex suddenly expanded, enveloping Azek, Klein, and Leyton in his information flow state simultaneously. The surrounding space rapidly changed, as if they had entered a deep, narrow pipe. After an unknown period, this change finally stopped, and the complex and pure knowledge quickly reassembled Leyton's body. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, clearly seeing the open coffins in this dark and cold mausoleum, clearly seeing the rotten corpses with white feathers on their backs inside, and clearly seeing the black thin tubes extending from these corpses, intertwined in midair, their source pointing towards the depths of the mausoleum, amidst the slowly flowing black mist like a haze. His gaze shifted downwards, and he saw Azek standing on the layers of steps. The other party's expression was no longer so tense, and he said calmly, I feel like I'm gradually returning to my former self. But my experiences after losing my memory keep reminding me, preventing me from truly reverting to my original appearance. Leyton walked slowly to his side, speaking as he walked. Human self is like a boat constantly fluctuating on the Berserk Sea, capable of sinking at any moment into the ocean called madness, and our emotions and experiences are like anchors, helping us to fix the boat that represents ourself. And you, now, have enough anchors. They constantly remind you, pull you, and help you stabilize your humanity. Anchors. Azek muttered, then sighed. Perhaps, but since I've come here, I still want to see what is hidden deep within this mausoleum and what connection it has to me. Chapter 586, KWM Chapter 583 Choice. Klein had awakened at some point. He looked around confusedly, and upon seeing Leyton and Azek, he quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Azek, here. Azek turned to look at Klein, giving him a gentle smile, his expression very firm. Klein silently withdrew his words of dissuasion. Even if he had a premonition, the things hidden deep within this mausoleum were very dangerous for Mr. Azek, who had already recovered all his memories and returned to his peak state. The things deep within this mausoleum were clearly deeply connected to Mr. Azek. Even if he left today, Mr. Azek would still arrive here at some point in the future, guided by fate. As his thoughts turned, he heard Azek's voice, this is a problem that has troubled me for over 1,000 years. Although I already have a vague guess in my heart, I still want to personally see that answer. As he spoke, his gaze gradually became clear and firm. Azek raised his hand and pressed the half-top hat on his head, then turned to look at Klein beside him and said, remember to close your eyes. The things inside are still too dangerous for you right now. With that, he stepped forward, walking down layer after layer of stairs into the dark and cold depths of the mausoleum. The dense black mist around them gradually dispersed, revealing what was entrenched in the deepest part of the mausoleum. It was a feathered serpent so enormous it seemed capable of occupying an entire island. Its body was covered in huge, dark green scales, with feathers stained with pale yellow grease growing from the gaps between the scales. From each feather, illusory black tubes extended, connecting to the corpses lying in the open coffins in the hall earlier, and even to the beyonder of the corpse collector pathway radiated by it. This exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and true, its more specific form was difficult to describe and impossible to comprehend. He was a complete mythological creature. At the position of his head was a human face, enlarged proportionally, looking exactly like Azek next to him. When he clearly saw the appearance of this feathered serpent, Azek was first startled, then his temple twitched, as if a giant hammer was violently smashing his head, trying to split him in two. The unbearable pain made Azek collapse onto the stairs, his hands tightly clutching his head, trying to alleviate the pain of his soul being split in two with physical pain. Heavy gasps echoed in the empty mausoleum, and drops of sweat slid from his forehead, hitting the stone slabs on the ground, staining them with a layer of pale yellow grease, and giving rise to delicate white downy hairs. No. Azek groaned in pain, his hands pressing on his head with increasing force. At the moment of their encounter, the fractured souls instinctively desired to become whole again. Silently, stars shimmering with light descended, casting a layer of starlight over the dark and cold mausoleum, and an atmosphere of tranquility and peace permeated the surroundings with the starlight. Azek exhaled a long breath. The strong instinct for fusion and unity in his soul was appeased, appearing less restless. A whistling wind spread outwards from the depths of the mausoleum. The enormous feathered serpent, between true and illusory, raised its head. On its face, identical to Azek's, two pale flames burned, making his gaze appear quite cold and full of madness. As its gaze fell upon them, the descending stars around them began to flicker erratically, and delicate white downy hairs grew from the stars, then fell, and then grew again. Azek's forehead suddenly split open on its own, revealing a bloody gash from which a golden yellow light burst forth. Azek gasped heavily, his mouth wide open. The tearing pain in his soul and the strong urge to merge made him unable to speak a complete sentence. A layer of delicate dark golden scales appeared on the mechanical glove on Leyton's right hand. His pupils consequently became pale gold and vertical. Using the manipulator's characteristics, he released a placate on Azek. Seeing that Azek had not approached for a long time, the enormous feathered serpent entrenched in the depths of the mausoleum finally began to move its body. It actively wanted to approach Azek and retrieve the other half of its split soul. As it approached, the entire mausoleum began to shake, and the surroundings became transparent, reflecting a world with countless skeletons and phantoms, like a true underworld, gradually eroding the dim starlight that enveloped half of the mausoleum. In this reflected underworld, bloody arms, dark green vines with infant faces, slippery tentacles with sharp teeth, and enormous bone-piled hands pierced through the boundary between the illusory and the true, reaching out and grasping the stars in their hands, then pressing them tightly to the ground, not daring to move. Leyton looked down at his left hand. At some point, a visible layer of paleness had covered the back of his hand, and delicate white downy hairs had grown from his pores. Leyton chuckled lightly. He ran his mechanical gloved right hand over the back of his left hand, and the white downy hairs that hadn't had time to grow fell off, and the paleness on his hand quickly disappeared. He then looked up at the feathered serpent, which was bringing its enormous face closer. Deep brilliance flowed in his eyes, outlining one strange symbol after another, which intertwined to form a radiant sun pattern. As he opened his hands in a gesture of embracing the sun, the stars around him, grasped by arms, tentacles, and vines, suddenly turned golden, erupting with pure and clear light. This light quickly wove into a surging ocean of light, and the majestic aura of the sun permeated the entire mausoleum. In the places illuminated by the light, the translucent wraiths, spirits, zombies, and skeletons gradually collapsed and dissolved. The power of the sun domain caused the feathered serpent, which contained the uniqueness of death, to react instinctively. The pair of wide, thick white wings on its back, stained with pale yellow grease, fanned out gusts of wind. As the wailing wind sounded, an indescribable sense of silence and the aura of death instantly filled the entire mausoleum, dispersing the majestic aura of the sun that permeated the surroundings. The surging ocean of light quickly dimmed and shattered inch by inch, as if it was slowly dying, reaching its end, even though it was not a living being, nor even a material existence. No. Azek groaned. The change in the surrounding environment caused more obvious abnormalities in his body. Dark scales covered his skin, and white feathers stained with grease grew from the gaps. At his forehead, golden yellow light condensed and formed into a bird-shaped golden ornament. White flame-like wings permeated its surroundings, and inside its bronze-colored eyes, light layered upon layer, like overlapping illusory doors. As this phoenix-shaped golden ornament appeared, two pale flames also ignited in Azek's eyes. His state began to influence and draw closer to the other half of the soul within that feathered serpent. Klein, standing some distance behind Azek and Leyton, had his head bowed and his eyes tightly shut. The changes in the surrounding environment caused his spiritual intuition to warn him frantically, and large drops of sweat seeped from his forehead. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his mind racing, thinking about how to solve the current problem. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached into his pocket and felt one of the charms. Just as he was about to softly utter the ancient Hermes words to activate the charm, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, so quiet that not a single sound was heard, not even his own breathing. A figure quietly appeared in front of Leyton. She wore a black classical robe with a hood, her face expressionless, her eyes dark and lacking spirituality, but her appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She stood between the enormous feathered serpent and Azek, like an insurmountable chasm, easily separating them. Leyton exchanged a glance with her, then bowed and said, "Good day, Lady Ammonizes." The Evernight goddess, who had descended here through 0 to 17, looked at Leyton, her expressionless face giving a slight nod in response, as if this divine vessel also had some influence on her personality. Azek, having just emerged from that state, hesitantly observed the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared. Only after hearing Leyton greet her did he realize with a slight start, saying in a slightly hoarse voice, "It's you." The consciousness of the Evernight goddess, having descended upon 0 to 17, did not wait for Azek to finish speaking, directly interrupting him. "You have 3 choices: continue forward, seek completeness, which will bring Salinger back from within you, or let me extract that half of your soul, and you figure out how to mend it yourself, which can return you to your original appearance, becoming the death consul of the former Balam Empire, or, give up everything, leave directly, and you will remain in your current state, dying again, and returning again and again from losing all your memories. And the price is losing the uniqueness of the death pathway that never belonged to you." Leyton chuckled, completing the Evernight goddess's unspoken words. Azek gazed at the Evernight goddess who had suddenly appeared, the pale flames in his eyes flickering unsteadily. Before Azek made his choice, Leyton looked at him and said, "Everything has an instinct to complete itself, and a torn soul is not beyond repair. There are 2 methods. One is to retrieve the other half of the soul, cleanse it of all its memories and emotions, and then find a saint or angel of the mother pathway to help you mend the soul. However, this will still retain some instincts, as well as the divinity it contains. The other is to abandon this half of the soul and, with the help of some special items, gradually complete your own soul through repeated deaths and rebirths." Chapter 587, KWM Chapter 584 Darkness. The uniqueness of the death pathway is here. Is this the resurrection contingency left by the former death for himself? Salinger. The death who once ruled the southern continent. And who is this person who suddenly appeared? Why did she suddenly appear here? She sounds like she has a very high status. Judging from Mr. Azek's tone, his first reaction upon seeing her was confusion and surprise, but he quickly recovered. As thoughts flickered, Klein instinctively asked the doubt in his heart. Can souls also be repaired? Yes, the death pathway inherently specializes in the death domain. Problems with the soul are relatively simple for them. If it were an ordinary person, a soul torn in half would have collapsed and gone mad long ago. Leyton calmly answered Klein's question, his gaze fixed on the enormous feathered serpent that the Evernight goddess had concealed. It seemed to sense an unfavorable change and frantically tried to actively devour Azek, but it couldn't touch them at all, as if living in another world. Azek calmly watched the enormous feathered serpent, which was both real and illusory. He saw it open its huge mouth, revealing dark red flesh and fangs stained with faint yellow grease, and spitting out a black, forked tongue and an eerie green viscous liquid. After a long silence in the unsettling atmosphere, Azek suddenly raised a hand and rubbed his temple, his tone calm. People always change. The current me has grown accustomed to this peaceful life, or rather, I've gained more humanity. I don't want to give up this humanity, even if it's not entirely a pleasant experience. He looked directly at the Evernight goddess, who had descended upon 0 to 17, and his tone suddenly lightened considerably. I choose the second option. Half of the soul remaining outside is, after all, an unpredictable factor. After his memories and emotions are washed away, I will merge with him. At that time, I am confident that I will not be affected by the divinity and madness carried by the other half of the soul. 0 to 17 nodded gently, then reached out and tightly clutched the bird-shaped golden ornament that had emerged from Azek's forehead. Then, she slowly pulled her arm back, extracting it from Azek's forehead. Intense pain distorted Azek's expression once again. From every piece of his flesh, a pale white spirit diffused, intertwining into a translucent soul body. This soul body was half pale white and half golden yellow, possessing a rustic beauty, yet appearing extremely uncoordinated. As the bird-shaped golden ornament was extracted, the golden yellow portion of Azek's soul body began to collapse, cracking and shattering little by little. Hoo hoo hoo. Azek's throat emitted a non-human gasp, like the loud friction of air, with an unspeakable pain mixed in the sound. This state did not last long. As the golden ornament was completely extracted by 0 to 17, Azek's soul body also split into 2 halves. One half transformed into a golden stream of light and entered the bird-shaped golden ornament, while the other half returned to his body and merged with his flesh. As his own portion of the soul body returned, the two pale flames in Azek's eyes gradually extinguished, and the scales and feathers that had grown on his skin rapidly fell off and receded. 0 to 17 turned with an indifferent expression, looking at the enormous feathered serpent. Deep darkness surged beneath her, engulfing it like a tide. The enormous feathered serpent, both real and illusory, seemed to sense danger. Its massive body distorted uneasily, its broad, heavy wings constantly flapped, and its dark red maw opened wide, letting out a roar. The power of death erupted at this moment. The entire mausoleum began to weather, at a speed so rapid it was as if it had undergone thousands of years of erosion in just 1 or 2 seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or being stirred into dust by the wind, and tiny, pale white downy hairs grew in the crevices. These downy hairs, in just the blink of an eye, grew into white feathers, their surfaces seemingly soaked with faint yellow grease. All of this happened before their eyes, yet it was as if it was very far away, in a different world, completely beyond the reach of Leyton and the others. The surrounding darkness surged like a tide, carrying intense fear and slumber, inch by inch engulfing the feathered serpent's massive body, dissolving it, and turning it into part of the tide. 0 to 17, carrying the will of the Evernight goddess, suddenly stepped forward. The surrounding darkness gently encircled her, praising her, like a wide skirt. This scene seemed eternal. No wonder the Evernight goddess's honorific title includes descriptions like, stands higher than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. I thought it was just flattery from her believers. To some extent, darkness is indeed the dominant color of the universe. Leyton gazed at the Evernight goddess, whose aura had completely erupted, and suddenly sighed in his heart. After approaching the enormous feathered serpent, 0 to 17 reached out and drew a bone longsword covered with strange patterns from the darkness surrounding her. This longsword was not eye-catching, but just looking at it made Leyton, who was standing by, feel an extreme danger. It seemed to symbolize the danger within darkness, symbolizing silent destruction and disappearance. 0 to 17 calmly wielded the longsword in her hand. With each movement she made, the surrounding darkness deepened further, as if rippling outwards like water. Upon closer inspection, it also seemed as if nothing had happened. The enormous and exaggerated feathered serpent continuously shifted its body, shedding pieces of feather stained with faint yellow grease. It distorted its elongated body into an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol, emitting an unimaginable aura of death, resisting the deep darkness around it. This confrontation did not last long. The figure of 0 to 17, bearing the will of the Evernight goddess, flickered. She appeared above the feathered serpent's head and easily plunged the bone longsword in her hand into the face that was identical to Azek's. The human face on the feathered serpent became painful and distorted, erupting in a violent shriek that seemed to tear the soul apart. This sound did not travel far before it was drowned out by the surging darkness around it, disappearing into nothingness. The deep darkness around it invaded the feathered serpent's body through the point where the bone sword had pierced, disintegrating it little by little from within. Soon, nothing could be seen in the darkness below the mausoleum, only occasional flashes of eerie green or pale white light, indicating that the Evernight goddess had not yet completely resolved the uniqueness that had merged with Azek's soul. It seems that completely extracting Mr. Azek's soul from this monster is more difficult than directly destroying it. As thoughts flickered, Leyton turned to look at Azek, whose face was still pale, with a translucent quality. Beneath his surface skin, one could still see faint shadows of eerie green and dark scales. Leyton gently rubbed his fingers, and specks of starlight fell, outlining strange door symbols around them. A pale blue starlight flashed, and they moved directly from the bottom of the mausoleum to the very top of the tiered staircase. Azek looked tiredly at Klein, who still had his eyes closed, and said with a slight smile, "You can open your eyes now." Hearing the sound, Klein quickly opened his eyes and scrutinized Azek for a moment. Seeing no obvious signs of loss of control or madness on him, he finally relaxed. Then he looked towards the bottom of the mausoleum. It was completely dark there, nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard, only an occasional faint glimmer of eerie green light flickering. She's still down there. Klein opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't utter the name Amnesis at all. Upon closer thought, it seemed that the memory of that name in his mind was fading. He had to change his words and use she instead, continuing to speak. Azek nodded, chuckling softly. "It seems she doesn't want you to know her name, nor does she want us to discuss her. She doesn't want me to know her name, so I can't say it, and even now the memory of that name in my mind has become blurry. This has already surpassed the influence of an angel. Neither Mr. Azek nor Rhodes can do such a thing. It's a bit like a different kind of, whatever is said, shall be known. That is a special king of angels, or, a true god." Klein's expression changed. He turned his head to look at Leyton, wanting to confirm something, but in the instant he turned, he saw a young, black-haired woman wearing a black classical robe and a hood. He was very familiar with her appearance, the angel dispatched by the Church of the Evernight Goddess at the end of the Great Smog of Backlund incident, the angel who easily resolved all matters. Knowing her identity, Klein was even more shocked. How could this be? Is she also a king of angels? Impossible. With the Evernight goddess's existence, this pathway can at most reach sequence 2. But the strength she displayed seemed to have already surpassed that of an ordinary angel. She could easily resolve things that Mr. Isaac and the others couldn't. 0 to 17, with vacant eyes and no expression, returned Klein's gaze. Her lips seemed to curve slightly, almost imperceptibly, with a very small arc. Is she smiling at me? Klein blinked uncertainly, then looked again, and her face was completely devoid of expression. 0 to 17 extended a hand towards Isaac. In it, she held a pale white, translucent soul body. The light on the soul body was somewhat dim, and its surface was covered with a profound, serene darkness, carrying the power of slumber. Just by looking at this soul body, compressed into a sphere, Isaac felt a stirring from the depths of his heart, making him instinctively want to devour it and become whole again. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his instinctive urge, reached out to take the soul body, lowered his gaze to examine it for a moment, and let out a soft sigh. Pale white light instantly flickered, outlining layers of mysterious patterns around it, finally forming the shape of a double door, imprinted on the other half of the soul body that had fallen into slumber, simply sealing it. Chapter 588, KWM Chapter 585 Every journey has an end. After sealing the other half of his soul, Isaac looked up at the angel of concealment who carried the will of the Evernight goddess, preparing to thank her, but found that she had left at some unknown point. Noticing Isaac's gaze, Leyton chuckled and said, "She left after returning the other half of your soul to you. Even for her, the gains from this were substantial, and she needs to digest them quickly to convert them into tangible power, rather than a burden." Indeed. After a simple sigh, Isaac turned around, placing a hand on Klein's shoulder. Their figures rapidly faded and became transparent, disappearing from the mausoleum. Leyton's gaze swept around, deep, pale purple light flickering in his eyes, taking in every detail of the mausoleum. In the depths of the mausoleum, he saw a mixture of dark red bloodstains, greenish slime, and feathers stained with light yellow oil, emitting a strong aura of death. They were connected to the entire mausoleum, maintaining the strangeness of the place. Is this to maintain the chaos of the Berserk Sea? To prevent the god of combat from temporarily guessing that the death uniqueness has been taken. And then, when she's ready, she'll deliberately expose a flaw for the god of combat to discover, and then initiate a war of the gods regardless of the consequences. After muttering to himself for a few moments, Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information stream creature that flowed like a torrent, leaving the area. On Longtail Island, near the Berserk Sea in the Roarsted Sea, Isaac and Klein's figures quickly materialized under a gas street lamp. Isaac released his hand from Klein's shoulder, rubbed his forehead, and said with a tired expression, "This period of my life is coming to an end. I will soon enter a deep slumber. Before I wake up, if you have any questions, you can consult the 7 lights of the spirit world or that sage from earlier. Of course, you can still write to me, but I won't be able to reply until I wake up." "I understand." Klein nodded heavily, silent for 2 seconds, then continued, "Mr. Isaac, without something to replace the other half of your soul, will your state be affected?" Isaac smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. I've already recovered the other half of my soul. As long as I cleanse its memories and emotions and reintegrate with it, all problems will be resolved. However, these things can only be done after I wake up next time. With you, a knowledgeable person, present, I should be able to recall these memories quickly when I wake up again." As they spoke, an invisible light surged from the spirit world, reconstructing Leyton's body with complex and pure knowledge. He looked at Isaac and Klein, who were conversing, and chuckled as he reminded them, "The water from the Samaritan woman's well is in the underground area of Trier. There's strong corruption there. The higher a Beyonders level, the stronger the corruption they'll experience." "Then I can go," Klein immediately said. Leyton shook his head slightly, chuckling as he began, "That's not the only method. In the world of numbers, memories and emotions are merely precise, complex, and vast data. Deleting certain parts of them can also achieve the effect of cleansing memories and emotions. However, I need to become the Knowledge Emperor first. If I were to do something like this now, it would more or less carry some corruption." Isaac listened calmly, then nodded with a smile, "No problem, I'm not lacking that much time. By then, you can find me through my messenger." He then turned to Klein, handing him the copper whistle used to summon the messenger, and said with a gentle smile, "All right, it's time to say goodbye. I hope the next time we meet, you won't be asking me for help immediately." The smile on Isaac's lips deepened, as if he was amused by his own joke. His figure quickly faded, disappearing from Klein's sight in less than a second. Klein clutched the copper whistle in his hand, staring blankly for a moment, then suddenly sighed softly, "Every journey has an end." Leyton shrugged, interrupting his melancholy, "Stop sighing. Do you need me to take you back to the southern continent?" Klein took a breath, resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and nodded gently, "Of course." Leyton smiled and nodded, bringing his left hand to his mouth and whistling. Soon, a pumpkin carriage pulled by 2 giant rats appeared before them. The carriage door opened downwards, transforming into a ramp. Klein, who had already passed the faceless stage, almost couldn't maintain his expression. He turned his head to Leyton and grinned. Did you read pirated fairy tales before? Unto village fairy tales, haven't you heard of them? Leyton responded with a chuckle, then stepped directly into the pumpkin carriage. Klein hesitated on the street for a moment, but eventually got into the pumpkin carriage. The large door carved from pumpkin closed automatically, and the two rats pulling the carriage quickly began to run. The pumpkin carriage left a pale yellow afterimage on the silent street, then disappeared into the spirit world. In the spirit world depths, Klein looked out at the rapidly receding color blocks through the grid-patterned glass window, his voice filled with emotion. When you use mystical reenactment, do you not need to follow the original story content? Leyton shook his head gently. Its principle is to draw power from the mystical knowledge one possesses to create magic or witchcraft. The focus is on drawing power, not on reenacting fairy tales. Klein nodded, half understanding, then moved past the topic and asked about Azek. Why can you only cleanse the memories and emotions in Mr. Azek's other soul after becoming the Knowledge Emperor? Leyton sighed, speaking in the lecturing tone of a teacher. Human memory and emotion are very complex things. They are not only related to the soul, but the physical body also retains some memories and instincts. If you merely cleanse the memories of Mr. Azek's other half of his soul, when he reintegrates, those memories will still return due to stimulation from his physical body. Furthermore, he is an angel, with a very strong spiritual imprint. I can only rely on my own authority to suppress his spirit. Such precise operation requires at least becoming the Knowledge Emperor to ensure his safety. I understand. Klein nodded slightly, and then both fell silent. The two enormous rats pulled the carriage, speeding through the spirit world, and soon arrived at the spirit world area corresponding to the southern continent. After dropping Klein off in the capital of the northern state, Leyton drove the pumpkin carriage away again. He didn't return directly to the Paws River Valley but instead went to Queen Mystic's Dawn first. On the deck of the Dawn, the pumpkin carriage pulled by two rats burst out of the spirit world and quickly came to a halt. As Leyton stepped down from the pumpkin carriage, he heard a familiar, slightly mocking voice. Oh, what new breed of rats are these of yours? They can even pull a carriage now. Leyton looked up at the figure standing outside the captain's cabin. The person was wearing a dark red coat with rust gold threads, had long, slightly curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and two neatly trimmed small mustaches above his lips. It was clearly Roselle, who had already switched to a mechanical body. He seemed very satisfied with this body, which was a one-to-one recreation of his living self, and even raised his hands high, turning around in front of Leyton. Withdrawing his gaze from the other party, Leyton said softly, "This mechanical puppet is well made. Of course, I personally supervised the alchemist on the ship to build it. Although his skill is not even 1% of what mine once was, it's still pretty good to be able to create such a mechanical body." Roselle grinned, not forgetting to praise himself. Before Leyton could speak, he reached out and tossed over a strangely styled coronet. This coronet was formed by many irregular black crystals, with a dark red eye in the center, directly giving a sense of power and strangeness. This is the Earl of the Fallen characteristic for the gloves I promised you. The remaining adult sun bird tail feathers and sacred light stones will take some more time. Leyton nodded calmly, gripping the strange coronet with his right hand. With a rustling sound, the unique coronet made of black crystals slowly crumbled, turning into tiny specks of light that flowed into the mechanical glove. A moment later, a dark red gem appeared on the back of the glove, adding a certain weight to the mechanical glove. Seeing that Leyton had accepted the item, Roselle waved his hand, his tone suddenly becoming authoritative. "All right, tell me, what do you want to do on the Dawn?" "I wouldn't have known you were the captain of the Dawn," Leyton murmured, pausing for a second, then continued, "I'd like to invite you to the Paws River Valley in West Balam to serve as a technical expert, to guide the immature artisans there." Roselle looked at Leyton with an incredulous expression. "I haven't even revived yet, and you want me to work for you?" "Not work, but to guide them technically," Leyton explained. Roselle rolled his eyes. "What's the difference?" "No salary," Leyton shrugged. Roselle was speechless for a moment. Although he had a mechanical body, he felt as if his blood pressure was rising. Silent for 2 seconds, he composed himself and said, "I'll give you a chance to rephrase." Leyton thought for a second, then spoke again. "Your old flame is there." "Cough cough, don't say things you shouldn't." "Who doesn't know that I—" Roselle quickly coughed twice, interrupting Leyton's words. Before he could finish, Leyton interrupted him again. "Which page of the diary do you want me to read to Bernadette?" Chapter 589, KWM Chapter 586 Red Angel Evil Spirit. Roselle glared fiercely at Leyton, saying with a somewhat gritted teeth tone, "You win. One day, I will conceal all the diaries and delete them from this world." Leyton chuckled and reminded him. "That falls within the Evernight Goddess's authority, but unfortunately, you can't defeat her, so you won't get the authority of concealment." Roselle glared at him, saying in a very displeased tone, "Let's drop this topic. Let's go." It's been a long time since I've been to the southern continent anyway, so I can revisit old haunts. And recently, Bernadette has been showing less and less respect for me, her old father. I think we need some distance to maintain our beautiful father-daughter relationship. Leyton looked at Roselle opposite him with pity. Given Bernadette's personality, evasion wouldn't solve the problem. If he were to confess, he would likely be in even worse shape. Seemingly provoked by Leyton's gaze, Roselle mumbled with some dissatisfaction. What kind of look is that? Leyton smiled and said nothing more. He again brought his left thumb and forefinger to his lips and whistled. Soon, the pumpkin carriage pulled by two fat rats reappeared on the Dawn's deck. The carriage door opened automatically, transforming into a step to board the carriage. Roselle looked at the two fat rats, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he averted his gaze and said, "Can't you use something normal to pull the carriage? You've made a perfectly good fairy tale magic into this, even children would have nightmares seeing it." Leyton lowered his head in thought for 2 seconds, then seriously retorted. "Isn't this very fitting? This is in line with the true essence of a fairy tale, this is the aesthetic of absurd strangeness. Your childhood must have been very different from others." Roselle sighed, somewhat speechless. In a few steps, he crossed a large section of the deck and reached the strange carriage. In Baronsport, the northernmost part of West Balam on the southern continent, under the dim streetlights, a figure in a black double-breasted long formal suit and a tall black top hat emerged from the spirit world. The hair under the black top hat was dark gold, and the pupils were so blue they appeared almost black, but one was blind. In the remaining eye, a fiery red figure was reflected. This figure was exactly Ensanguil, the traitor from the Church of the Evernight Goddess, but his current state seemed to be poor. The red angel evil spirit sealed within his body was too powerful and had taken over his body's control. A flamboyant smile suddenly appeared on Ensanguil's face, his nostrils flaring slightly twice as he greedily inhaled the scent in the air. A moment later, Ensanguil, under the red angel evil spirit's control, finally stopped his exaggerated movements and sighed to himself. "I feel the aura of my lord. Even if I don't actively seek him, someone will soon come looking for me. Haha, Sauron, Einhorn, you two fools, after all that trouble, aren't you still following me to my lord's presence?" The next moment, a slightly illusory mouth appeared on Ensanguil's left cheek, and a somewhat sharp, hoarse voice came from it. "The true creator is still sealed in the southern continent. At most, there might be 1 or 2 of his dependents here, which doesn't affect anything." As the words fell, a slightly illusory mouth also appeared on Ensanguil's right cheek, and it continued. "Don't forget, without my cooperation and Sauron's, you wouldn't be able to control Ensanguil's body." Medici, who held the initiative, whispered disdainfully. "Hey, you two fools, you'd be better off continuing to be women. Hunter doesn't suit you." The next second, the illusory mouths on Ensanguil's left and right cheeks seemed to be enraged, and they became deadlocked with Medici, who held the initiative. The struggle between the red angel evil spirit's 3 consciousnesses caused Ensanguil's body to twist strangely. His left hand tore at his right cheek, his right hand tore at his left cheek, and his 2 legs pulled forward and backward, forming a split. Under the dim streetlights, this scene appeared absurd and bizarre. Close to the dawn, Leyton brought Roselle to Paws River Valley and handed him over to Glenn, who would arrange work for him. After Leyton left, Roselle suddenly changed his expression, speaking like he was chatting with an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "Did you leave the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery just to change locations and continue this boring work? Do you know, my daughter is now a Sage too, Sequence 2, just like you." Glenn rolled her eyes at this guy, her tone filled with disdain. "It seems dying once didn't teach you any lessons. You're still as annoying as before. If I had known that the person the little guy was talking about was you, I would have refused directly then." Roselle seemed not to hear Glenn's disdain and laughed loudly. "Haha, little guy, in what way do you mean he's little?" Glenn's expression changed, then quickly returned to calm. She looked at Roselle, who was smiling obscenely on the side, and said calmly, "Do you need me to help you change to a mechanical body? Conveniently, I haven't separated the alchemist characteristic yet. I was talking about age. Why are you reacting so strongly? Is there something you can't say?" Roselle waved his hands repeatedly, and before he could finish speaking, there was a bang. Several metal coils, like magnets, flew out from the corner, firmly binding his mechanical body and hanging him upside down from the ceiling. "I remember you said you liked bondage games. As an old friend I haven't seen in a long time, I'll fulfill that wish for you." As she spoke, Glenn gently rubbed her fingers, and specks of starlight overflowed from her palms, outlining strange symbols in midair before merging into Roselle's mechanical body, disabling the abilities of this mechanical puppet. Ignoring Roselle's shouts, she walked back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor without looking back. Once Glenn disappeared from sight, Roselle distorted the Beyonder ability applied to him and simultaneously lowered himself from the ceiling. He stretched his body, and seeing no hidden dangers, he tutted twice. "He's hundreds of years old, and still can't take a joke." The next morning, Leyton had just finished breakfast and was about to check on the preparations for his avatar's advancement ritual to Cognizer when the shadow beneath his feet suddenly began to squirm on its own. To Leyton's surprise, the shadow flowed like water, forming a phrase in Dutanese on the ground. "Come to Red Rose Church. What could make Sassurer actively seek me out?" Muttering to himself, his body gradually dematerialized, disintegrating into pure knowledge, flowing through the walls of the house and surging outwards. By the riverbank on the south shore of Pa's River Valley, a cluster of spired buildings had appeared at some unknown time. They were all predominantly dark and solemn, with deep red rose patterns painted on their walls, surrounding an inverted cross. A towering bell tower stood by the fountain-encircled plaza, its hour hand pointing exactly to the 8 o'clock mark. Dong dong. The melodious chime spread through the air, startling a flock of gray pigeons resting at the top of the bell tower. As they flew away, the bell's echo resonated along both banks of the river. On the gray-white marble-paved plaza below, several clergy members in black robes with gold-embroidered patterns were distributing simple food, newspapers, and books to the surrounding volunteers. Leyton's figure quietly appeared in the plaza. His gaze briefly swept over the surrounding crowd, then he walked directly into the magnificently built church ahead. Passing through a long corridor adorned with thorns and murals, one reached the prayer hall. High on the walls on both sides of the hall were several stained glass windows, through which the morning sunlight could penetrate, leaving distinct colorful traces on the upper part of the prayer hall. The prayer hall was very quiet, with no extra believers praying there. Sassurer sat on the frontmost bench, his back to Leyton, praying towards the inverted statue of God on the cross. Leyton stood quietly by for a while, and only after Sassurer finished his prayer did he speak to him. This church was built quite quickly. We do not belong to the alliance of the seven gods, we do not need to abide by their conventions. Sassurer's voice was calm and rational. Meaning, you directly used Beyonders as construction workers, or even built this church yourself. Leyton raised an eyebrow and chuckled aloud. Indeed, and this is the southern continent. He paused, then continued to ask, did you find something that made you suddenly call me here? Sassurer rose from his seat, his black robe with ornate accessories rustling softly. He clasped his hands, leaning on a paint-black cane, his eyes seemingly covered by a thick, impenetrable shadow. His gaze pierced through the church walls, looking towards the northwest, and he sighed softly. Medici has come to West Balam. He is currently staying in the northern state. Sauron and Einhorn's consciousnesses have clashed with his, and they are in a stalemate there. Leyton followed his gaze outwards, and his unique Beyonder status allowed him to perceive some colors of war gathering in the north. After 2 seconds, he retracted his gaze and looked at Sassurer, saying, "What do you plan to do?" He cannot be entirely regarded as the former Red Angel now. Silent for 2 seconds, Sassurer said in a low voice, "Help me transfer that conqueror characteristic to him. The rest is for him to choose. That matter Amon and Adam conspired about back then. Their conflict is irreconcilable. I have no standing to interfere with this. He can choose to return to me, or find new allies." Leyton tooted twice, sighing with a tone of regret. It's truly not easy, is it? On one side, a disobedient son, and on the other, a once most loyal subordinate. Chapter 590, KWM Chapter 587 A Sudden Encounter. Deep within the spirit world depths, a torrent of information, formed from countless knowledge, surged like a tide, rapidly flowing to the spirit world area corresponding to the capital of the northern state. The faint, unobservable glow rapidly collapsed inward, reorganizing Leyton's body with complex and pure knowledge. With a flow of faint purple brilliance in his eyes, his gaze easily penetrated the barrier between the spirit world and reality, searching for Zangwill, who was possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit, within the city. Without much effort, he saw the former church of the Evernight goddess Archbishop, Zangwill, who was heavily wrapped up, on a platform at a steam train station. An evil spirit with the status of a king of angels, a rebellious quill that constantly wants to write its holder to death, without any anti-divination or anti-prophecy abilities, truly unchallenging. Leyton muttered to himself as he stepped out of the spirit world. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding spirit world was suddenly covered with a layer of viscous black liquid, causing the surrounding spirituality to mutate, as if transforming into layer upon layer of barriers, interfering with the overlap of reality and the spirit world. Leyton's action of stepping into the spirit world was interrupted, and the spirit world in the surrounding area was sealed off. His figure, which should have appeared in reality, remained in place. My stinking mouth. Leyton was speechless for a moment, unsure whether to lament his bad luck or Adam's swift actions. While he was sighing, the viscous black liquid covering the surrounding spirit world had already grown pale skull heads, eyeballs with prominent blood vessels, tongues with fangs, and various other bizarre things. An extremely evil and extremely mad sensation rapidly spread, causing the originally bright and vibrant colors of the surroundings to become chaotic. This strangeness and madness spread quickly due to the special nature of the spirit world, causing the consciousness of surrounding creatures to be infected with madness, either dying instantly or undergoing mutations. Before Leyton could react, an extremely eerie roar, directly piercing the spirit body, suddenly came from a distance, causing his spirit body to tremble and his body to stiffen to a certain extent, his mind blank, temporarily losing all thoughts. The various bizarre things that had grown out of the viscous black liquid in the surroundings suddenly swelled, rapidly approaching Leyton's body, revealing mouths with rows of fangs, and biting fiercely at his body. Leyton's body, stiff in place, suddenly became transparent, turning illusory, and under the bites of the strange creatures that had proliferated around him, it turned into a pile of foam, scattering and floating away. The next second, his figure appeared in another spirit world area, holding a dark, ancient horn that exuded a sense of extreme heaviness and power. He brought the horn to his lips and blew it forcefully. A low hum emanated from the horn, rapidly spreading outward. As the sound waves superimposed, the things that had proliferated from the eerie, viscous black liquid in the surroundings shattered one after another. As the sound waves continuously superimposed, even the space in the surrounding spirit world area began to collapse, with dark, deep cracks appearing all around, densely packed, as if the area could collapse into nothingness at any moment. Wah wah, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the surroundings, forcefully pulling at Leyton's spirit body, as if to separate his spirit from his flesh, making it difficult for him to maintain the action of blowing the horn. Snap. Leyton's right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, snapped his fingers. A dark red light illuminated the surface of the bronze-colored mechanical glove, outlining an eye on the back of the hand that carried a sense of heaviness and majesty. The chilling wind howling around him suddenly became chaotic, forming a windless zone around him. Suddenly, a silver-white color flashed in his eyes, instantly becoming extremely profound, resembling the sea before a storm. In this state, he saw an eerie, distorted puppet, radiating intense malice towards him. Its body was as huge as a small mountain, with eerie, viscous liquid flowing over its surface. Its facial features were scrunched up, but its mouth was exaggerated, with the corners of its lips almost reaching its ears, and it was letting out a silent roar towards him. In just a moment, Leyton came back to his senses, understanding that the scene he had just witnessed was a prophecy generated by his own spiritual intuition. Without hesitation, he pulled out an illusory hat from the void and placed it on his head. His figure then vanished, concealing all traces. The next second, the surrounding spirit world abruptly darkened, seemingly becoming a muddy abyss, from which distorted, blood-colored vines grew. They were segmented, each segment having 4 fangs and 1 eye. These blood-colored vines grew madly upward, quickly encircling the entire surrounding spirit world area, forming an eerie cage. Wah wah. A chilling wind, whose source was unknown, swept up again, and beautiful, dreamlike, faintly greenish snowflakes drifted around. These snowflakes were like tiny mirror fragments, reflecting fragmented figures. Standing far enough away, one could see that it was an ugly puppet, covered in eerie symbols and patterns, and permeated with a cursed and ominous aura. The greenish snowflakes suddenly became chaotic and disordered, and along with them, Sua's figure, reflected within, also blurred. This chaos did not last too long. Dark, viscous liquid continuously seeped out of the snowflakes floating around. Soon, the snowflakes floating in midair disappeared completely, leaving only the eerie black liquid, which seemed to be solidified from countless curses. These viscous black liquids rapidly became transparent, transforming into layer upon layer of barriers, imprisoning the surrounding spirit world space layer by layer, continuously reducing Leyton's range of activity. Screech. The sound of a match being struck suddenly rang out. Then Leyton removed the illusory hat from his head, revealing his figure. Around him, brilliant golden stars descended, emitting bright, clear light and a vast sun aura. Snap. Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers. On the mechanical glove on his right hand, and dark red light flowed, outlining an eye filled with a sense of heaviness and majesty. The light scattered by the brilliant golden stars around suddenly became scorching, like tiny suns, and the vast, pervasive sun aura formed a confrontation with the extremely evil and extremely mad curses in the surroundings. The bright yellow light and the dark, eerie black liquid were distinctly separated, as if the surrounding spirit world had become a monochrome painting. As the two sides were in a stalemate, the abomination Sua's figure silently appeared behind Leyton. His ugly ragdoll body, like a small mountain, was covered by the dark, viscous liquid, and his aura was exceptionally restrained, showing no trace whatsoever. The next second, Sua, maintaining his mythological creature form, suddenly opened his mouth and let out an extremely eerie roar that pierced directly into the spirit body. In the bright yellow light, Leyton's body stiffened little by little, then shattered, transforming into a patch of dim yellow flames, disappearing along with the surrounding brilliant golden stars. Only the bronze-colored mechanical glove remained in place. Its 5 fingers gripped twice forcefully, then quickly loosened weakly. Silently, a night curtain, imbued with peace and tranquility, descended over the surroundings, falling like a thin veil upon the abomination Sua. The huge and ugly ragdoll seemed to be erased bit by bit, disappearing into the spirit world. The bronze-colored mechanical glove left behind suddenly raised its index and middle fingers into the air, making a V sign. The next second, fine, blue-green scales appeared on the glove, and symbols representing the storm domain lit up one by one. The surrounding airflow rapidly spun in circles, and the fierce wind collided with the air, producing an explosive sound. An unrestrained tornado suddenly rose from the ground. Silver-white lightning snakes darted wildly within the tornado, carrying a strong, almost tangible aura of tyranny and destruction, striking densely all around, engulfing the entire spirit world area, which was wrapped in dark, viscous, eerie liquid, in storm and thunder. The bizarre things that had grown out of the dark, eerie liquid were destroyed little by the silver-white lightning, shattering, evaporating, and disappearing in the strong winds. The howling, swirling tornado was like a terrifying giant, wantonly tearing and destroying the huge cage formed by the madly growing blood-colored vines in the outer area, leaving no remnants. In the concealed world, a dark ball of thread covered in eyes and a huge, ugly ragdoll played a game of cat and mouse in midair. Leyton occasionally virtualized himself, turning himself into something that didn't exist at all, or into a pure information creature, while dodging the abomination Sua's attacks, and simulating the power of the sun and storm domains to weaken his influence on the surrounding environment. After silently counting 30 seconds in his mind, Leyton opened the concealed world. The dark ball of thread, covered with countless bizarre and mad eyes, rapidly disintegrated, turning into streams of complex and pure information, carrying the mechanical glove, which was still maintaining the storm and lightning, away from the spirit world area. Sua's expression became distorted, making his already ugly features even more indescribable. His right hand stretched forward, suddenly lengthening, instantly crossing a long distance, appearing beside Leyton, who was in an information state. On this arm, dark, viscous, eerie liquid continuously flowed, instantly growing many pale skull heads and tongues with fangs. These bizarre things simultaneously let out shrill roars, affecting the surrounding spirituality, reducing the degree of physical and spiritual compatibility, and gradually turning the body into a prison for the spirit. The continuously surging information torrent slowed down bit by bit, as if it was becoming heavier and heavier. Deep within the spirit world depths, a sun, resembling a child's scribble, coincidentally appeared, imbuing the surrounding spirit world with a brilliance that purified all things. Sua's influence was rapidly dissolved, and Leyton, in his information torrent state, seized the opportunity to quickly shake off the Rose School of Thought's abomination. Chapter 591, KWM Chapter 588 Monday. In the capital of the northern state, on a steam train bound for Baronsport, a black antique quill, held by no one, spontaneously wrote Dragonese words one by one on a brown notebook on the dining table. Mamosi of the Rose School of Thought failed to snatch Tutensis Too's mummy, but unexpectedly discovered a clue about Rionette Tinker, the leader of the Temperance faction. He passed this clue back to the Rose School of Thought. Balanka, crossed out, who went to investigate, or rather, Sua, the leader of the Indulgence faction, the abomination, who went to investigate, unexpectedly discovered Eltines in the spirit world. He decided to ambush the opponent and eliminate this hidden danger. Sua was too confident in his Sequence 1 strength and was easily toyed with by Eltines, who then calmly departed. During the pursuit, the sun in the spirit world happened to rise there, causing him to lose the best opportunity to pursue and forcing him to give up. Such a development is very reasonable. After shaking off Sua, the abomination, Eltines decided to head to Baronsport. Ince Zangwill, the unlucky factor, also happened to be planning to go there, and he would bring the evil spirit of Medici Sauron Einhorn within him before Eltines. Sauron and Einhorn's consciousness wanted to stop him, but they were not as strong as Medici. They could only work together to restrain him. A strange balance made the evil spirit Medici Sauron Einhorn fall silent, and without additional interference, Ince Zangwill's journey to Baronsport would be very smooth. This is a very reasonable development. The antique quill suddenly fell over, as if the content it had just written had exhausted all its strength. The steam train's window was suddenly opened, and in the wailing wind, the notebook that 0-08 had written on earlier flipped rapidly. At some point, the pages of the notebook stopped, revealing the glaring Dragonese words on them. In a night unknown to anyone, Ince Zangwill unconsciously mumbled my great father's honorific name in his sleep. In a corner unnoticed by everyone, the great dragon of imagination had already cast his gaze. In Baronsport, relying on the universal language charm Danitz obtained from the local Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Bishop, Anderson could finally communicate with the locals without hindrance. In the Dock District, Anderson and Danitz walked side by side on the street after enjoying lunch at a local specialty restaurant. After stepping aside for the umpteenth bicycle, Anderson pouted and grinned, saying, "Sometimes I really wonder if this is truly impoverished and backward West Balam. Their food is even richer and more diverse than Feinapotter in the northern continent, and there are bicycles everywhere for convenient travel." Danitz disdainfully glanced at Anderson beside him, his tone filled with undisguised superiority as he said, "It's already 1350. Don't always look at things here with your outdated perspective. Times are developing, society is progressing. These are all very normal phenomena. In the near future, you will find that even the common people here can travel by steam train and airship." Anderson scoffed, interrupting Danitz's endless words. "Heh, that doesn't sound like something you'd say. Where did you hear it from? Also, you seem a bit too knowledgeable about West Balam's situation, don't you? Edwina has also been less active at sea recently. Has your golden dream changed its business? Danitz shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. We just found a good part-time job while searching for treasure. You don't know how dangerous the sea is now. I just received news from Brew that Admiral Hell Ludwell was killed by Gehrman Sparrow near the Berserk Sea. That guy boarded the Black Tulip alone. There was no battle throughout. He just stared at Ludwell for a while, and then the Admiral Hell turned into a zombie and was taken away by him. Danitz's vivid description made Anderson somewhat doubt whether this was true news or something he fabricated to attract attention. It should be true. With this guy's intelligence, he couldn't come up with such a brilliant plot. But looking at it this way, Gehrman Sparrow has gotten stronger again. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? The last time we met, he had just advanced to Sequence 5. Anderson crossed his arms over his chest, his expression gradually becoming serious. In a daze, he seemed to hear a sigh beside him. Anderson looked around suspiciously, but besides Danitz, there was no one else near him. Strange, am I hallucinating? Anderson scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then dismissed the question, unconsciously forgetting the memory he had just had. On the outskirts of Baron's Port, Leyton emerged from the spirit world. He stood in the distance, gazing at the port city for a while, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity in his heart. Why would I think of coming here? As his thoughts turned, his eyes suddenly became covered with a layer of silver white, becoming extremely deep and unfocused, a vast expanse. This state lasted for less than 2 seconds before his eyes cleared again. It's interesting that I would meet in Sangwil here. It doesn't seem like an arrangement Adam would make. Is it that Quill or Ankwelt? He muttered a few words to himself, and suddenly, green vines descended from midair, completely engulfing his figure. Time quickly reached 3 in the afternoon. Leyton, leaning back on a long chair woven from vines, tilted his head slightly. A dense gray fog rapidly surged in his eyes, and crimson light, like a tide, engulfed his vision. By the time his vision cleared again, he had already arrived in the ancient and magnificent palace above the gray fog, sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to Mr. Tower. Justice Audrey was the first to rise, curtsying towards the head of the mottled long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After everyone had completed their greetings and salutations in turn, Hermit Catlia turned to the Fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table and bowed. I'm very sorry, Mr. Fool, I still haven't collected Emperor Roselle's diary this week. Klein maintained a calm tone and nodded slightly. It seems Queen Mystic truly doesn't intend to give me any more diaries. What happened to make her suddenly change her mind? As his thoughts drifted, Klein's gaze unconsciously fell upon Leyton, who was leaning back in the high-backed chair. He subconsciously felt that this matter might be related to him. Noticing Klein's gaze, Leyton turned his head and chuckled, nodding towards the world at the foot of the mottled long table. Justice Audrey, who habitually paid attention to and observed everyone, noticed this scene. She subconsciously began to let her thoughts wander, interpreting the subtle interaction between Leyton and Klein. Mr. Tower and the world seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Is this related to Ms. Hermit no longer contributing Roselle's diary? As her thoughts drifted, she heard Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table chuckle and announce the official start of today's tarot club. Moon Emlyn impatiently coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. He then looked at Leyton, tilting his chin slightly as he spoke. I've become a Viscount. Do you have any information on a Shaman King, or an artificial vampire of the same sequence? You don't need to say the first part, I can tell. Leyton chuckled, teasing Emlyn. Seeing a blush spread across his cheeks, he then chuckled and answered his question. I only know 2 Shaman Kings. They both joined the Rose School of Thought. One was the former Crimson Queen, and the other is Klarman, the compiler of the mysticism book the world sold to Miss Justice earlier. The former has already been killed by the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic has been recovered by them. The latter is probably still recovering from injuries. He was injured by Lone's founder during his attempt to snatch Tutensis II's mummy in Pritz Harbor, Lone, not long ago. There are definitely Beyonder vampire monsters at the demigod level in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but you probably can't afford them. Also, you haven't even paid back 1/10 of your debt to me. Emlyn experienced embarrassment so clearly for the first time. His cheeks flushed again, and he lowered his head slightly, saying somewhat dejectedly. I'm just asking in advance to make plans. If I rely on channels within the Sanguine, I don't know how many centuries it will take before I can become an Earl. After a pause, he added. A Viscount is already a Sequence 5 Beyonder. I have enough ability to repay my previous debts, no later than this month at most. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein manipulated his alternate account, the world, and said in a hoarse voice. You can try praying to your Sanguine ancestor. Perhaps she will directly bestow upon you a Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. If you are truly a sanguine chosen by Lilith, she shouldn't mind a little investment in cultivation, and I can also take this opportunity to learn about the sanguine ancestor's current state. Emlyn's expression stiffened, and he said somewhat helplessly. Aside from occasionally sending down some revelations, the ancestor generally doesn't respond to our prayers, let alone pleas. The trading session quickly passed. Everyone's sequence advancement in the tarot club seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Busy with acting and digesting, they didn't have too many demands. At the full Klein's reminder, today's tarot club quickly entered the free exchange segment. Leyton turned his head to look at the world, who was completely gloomy at the foot of the mottled long table, and chuckled. I've found traces of Insanguil. Chapter 592, KWM Chapter 589 Calderon City. Klein's reaction was greater than Leyton had anticipated. Even as a marionette, the world displayed unexpected emotional fluctuations. After Klein regained his composure, he manipulated the world to look at Leyton and ask, where is he? Leyton leaned back in his chair and chuckled, at West Balam's northern capital. However, he should have left by now. If nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely go to Baronsport later. Baronsport. I understand. The world pondered, nodding slightly. Baronsport. Anderson looked at Leyton with some surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. Feeling Anderson's gaze, Leyton turned his head and asked, is there a problem? No, it's just that I happen to be in Baronsport as well, so I'm a bit surprised. Anderson shook his head. He always felt something was off, but he couldn't quite remember what it was. By the way, why did I come to Baronsport? And I haven't had any thoughts of leaving. Thoughts floated through his mind, but he quickly and subconsciously ignored these questions. Seeing the topic conclude, Hangman Alger turned to son Derek and asked, how is the City of Silver's exploration of the former chief's mausoleum progressing? Son Derek organized his words for a moment, then began, the chief has led a team to hunt vampires. The remaining elders of the Council of Six haven't opened the large door leading to the underground yet. However, dense and strange plants have grown in the cracks of the stones on the outer layer of the mausoleum. Some of them resemble human hair. He paused, then scanned everyone with his gaze, asking, has anyone seen or heard of this type of plant? The members of the Tarot Club exchanged glances, then all shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen such a strange plant. After a brief exchange of information, today's Tarot Club quickly concluded. Crimson light, like a tide, engulfed Leyton's vision. When he came to his senses again, he was back in the forest woven from green vines. His gaze pierced through the layered and intertwined forest, whose canopy was completely out of sight, looking towards Baronsport not far away. The buildings here favored a pale stone, with exaggeratedly colored patterns painted on the walls and human or animal skulls hung as decorations. Skulls were a very popular element here, much like gold in Intis. On the streets, postmen or technicians rode bicycles, weaving through the crowds, and some dock workers rode tricycles modified from bicycles, used to help cargo ships or foreigners who had just disembarked with their goods and luggage. As he scanned, he saw Anderson, dressed like a street performer, and beside him, Danitz, who had been sent out by Edwina to collect information. The thing inside Anderson didn't attract the Red Angel evil spirit, but it did attract Danitz first. The thing inside Anderson is very attractive to hunters. From my observation just now, 2 hunters have already passed by here. As he muttered to himself, Leyton suddenly noticed something amiss. The information he observed through his eyes of mystery prying was incomplete. Psychological invisibility. If it weren't for my sensitivity to information, I wouldn't even have discovered the problem. As thoughts flickered, Leyton's gaze swept around Anderson again, but he still found no abnormalities. I can sense the problem, but I can't find him. While muttering softly, Leyton raised his hand, wanting to conjure a gust of wind in the city to find the hidden Adam through changes in the airflow. Why am I looking for Adam? He's not my target. Medici will come himself. Hesitating for a moment, he lowered his right hand again. Above the gray fog, Klein, who had just learned the coordinates and information of Calderon City from Red Light Ire Moria and was planning to go there in spirit form to find the spirit world plunderer, suddenly stopped. Outside the ancient and magnificent palace, above the boundless gray fog, the deep crimson star representing Son Derek constantly trembled, expanding rhythmically. He immediately put down the Black Emperor card in his hand and extended his spirituality to touch that deep crimson star. The deep crimson light surged like a tide, and Son Derek's slightly immature voice echoed above this gray fog. Respected Mr. Fool, Chief wants me to ask you, how should we exploit the worm of time left by Amon's avatar earlier? They want to exploit the worm of time. Is it that the Chief of the City of Silver has finished hunting vampires and plans to explore the former Chief's mausoleum, but is worried about unforeseen changes, so they want to prepare more means in advance? After pondering for a moment, Klein quickly made a decision, transforming the production process of the Fate Stealer charm into light and shadow, and casting it into the deep crimson star symbolizing Sunday. Having done all this, he muttered to himself thoughtfully. The Fate Stealer charm is indeed very powerful. I can also prepare some for myself. Zangwill is already a demigod and has obtained divinity. Compared to low and mid-sequence Beyonders, he has undergone a qualitative change and is not that easy to kill. I'll write to Leonard. He should be able to ask the old man inside him for a few worms of time. I can also ask Alger for a few worms of spirit. Since they are neighboring pathways, worms of spirit from Dark Demonic Wolf will definitely also be able to create good charms. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein quickly adjusted his state. He took a deep breath, gripped the sea god scepter in his hand, and at the same time, picked up the tyrant card placed face down on the table, incorporating it into his spirit body. A bluish-green light flashed, and his spirit body instantly transformed into the majestic image of a pope wearing a triple crown, a papal robe, and holding the sea god scepter. He threw Calderon City's coordinates in the spirit world and some information into the deep crimson star representing Leyton. Then, by summoning himself and responding to himself, he left this grey fog and descended into reality in spirit form. In the spirit world depths, at Calderon City's location, a light, difficult to observe with the naked eye, surged from afar at an extremely fast speed. As it approached the city, this misty light contracted inward, reassembling Leyton's body with complex and pure knowledge. He gazed at the city from a distance, deep and pure radiance slowly flowing in his eyes. In his eyes, this city, like an inverted pyramid, was covered in a layer of deathly grey-white. The deeper it went, the heavier the sense of deathly silence became. At the top of the inverted pyramid was a bottomless, deep darkness, like a mass of darkness that could even swallow light, preventing his eyes of mystery prying from observing any effective information. Whoosh whoosh. Illusory, ethereal sounds of flowing water gently echoed in his ears, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility. He blinked, and points of brilliant starlight fell, scattering pure and clear radiance, dispelling the sudden surge of drowsiness he felt. As the drowsiness disappeared, Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, decomposing into streams of complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow creature, surging closer to the depths of Calderon City. He encountered no obstacles along the way. In less than half a minute, Leyton, in his information flow form, arrived at the depths of Calderon City, beside the river flowing from the endless grey-white mist. At a position about 300 meters above the river surface, countless complex and pure knowledge reassembled his body. Leyton looked at the river in front of him and softly chanted something. The next second, the originally calm river water suddenly shook violently, layers of spray rippled out, and then, a huge strange bird emerged from the dark, lightless river. Its body was covered in feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, and its eyes seemed cast from bronze, containing layers of illusory doors. Staring at the giant bird emerging from the river, cold and pure light flickered in Leyton's eyes. He met its gaze and murmured, "Phoenix ancestor Gregrace." This was Gregrace's death imprint left in the river of eternal darkness, the deepest mark left by it, once a true god, in this world. In Gregrace's eyes, which seemed cast from bronze, layers of illusory doors floated, reflecting a blurred light and shadow without any color. This light and shadow seemed to encompass everything. Whatever image you thought it would become that image, as if everything you perceived was contained within it. The sound of the river water surging, whoosh whoosh, became more pronounced. On the dark, lightless long river, an illusory, non-existent large door swayed and creaked into existence. In an instant, this bronze-colored large door, covered in mysterious patterns and impossible to describe precisely, split open a crack. Within the crack was an endless, deathly darkness. Outside the crack, large quantities of strange, still unclear, wriggling things were frantically growing, and at the same time, slowly dying. The pale flames interwoven on Gregrace's body significantly weakened, as if calling forth this door had exhausted the power within this death imprint. "Help me! Help me!" A voice, impossible to discern gender or age, came from within that bronze-colored large door, covered in mysterious patterns and impossible to describe precisely. This voice echoed in layers over the river, appearing very illusory. Leyton, who had been expressionless, finally curved his lips slightly. He ignored the figures lingering and struggling by the river and slowly stepped forward. As he moved forward, one after another illusory star fell, dense, brilliant, and dazzling. Chapter 593, KWM Chapter 590 Tacit Understanding. The stars falling around him continuously shed their brilliance, intertwining to form a light and shadow with countless figures swaying, and the aura of the knowledge more permeated the surroundings. The light of civilization and knowledge burst forth here, intertwining with things like death, eternal slumber, endings, and deep darkness, meticulously recording and analyzing the aura the other party displayed. At the edge of the surging river, Leyton looked up at the towering giant bird and spoke calmly, "I need some water from the river of eternal darkness." The creaking, swaying illusory door was silent for 2 seconds before a voice slowly emerged, "You may." Receiving the other party's response, Leyton said no more. His right hand grasped at the void, and soon a greenish seed materialized. The moment the seed landed, it began to sprout and grow rapidly, producing a somewhat illusory gourd vine that in turn bore 7 gourds of different colors. After the gourds had formed, Leyton reached out and plucked the fifth, a green one. This gourd solidified in his hand, while the remaining gourds and vine quickly withered and vanished. Leyton's gaze swept over the rippling river surface, simultaneously extending the green gourd in his hand forward. The river water, splashed into the air by the movement, seemed to be strongly attracted and spontaneously gathered into the green gourd. Gradually, the gourd, which had originally been weightless, became heavy, and its green exterior gradually took on a deep black hue. Leyton stopped collecting the river water at the opportune moment, looking up at the enormous phoenix ancestor, Greg Race, and said, "I will find a suitable target for you to infect, and pour the river of eternal darkness's water onto him." As he spoke, he also raised the black-tinged green gourd in his right hand. As his words fell, the illusory door covered with mysterious patterns slowly closed, bit by bit, and the enormous phoenix ancestor, Greg Race, once again sank into the pitch-black, lightless river, and the surging river quickly became quiet and still. In that brief moment, Leyton noticed that the black tinge on the surface of the green gourd in his hand had increased even more. "I need to leave quickly and find a suitable container." As the thought flickered, his body rapidly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of complex knowledge, surging towards the outskirts of Calderon City. Rumble. Rumble. Exaggerated silver-white lightning bolts fell from the sky, electric snakes darting wildly among the strange, decaying, and dilapidated buildings, destroying the structures and the hunters hidden in the surrounding shadows. The torrent of information surging from the depths of Calderon City passed directly through the lightning-ravaged area, stopping before Klein, who was dressed in a pope's robe, wore a triple crown, and held the sea god's scepter. Leyton's body quickly reformed. Klein stopped his actions and asked in surprise, "How did you get out of there?" "I went inside to meet an acquaintance and reached some cooperation with him." Leyton chuckled and raised the gourd in his hand, which was half black and half green. As he spoke, his profound gaze swept around, easily spotting the bizarro Bane's main eye, which Klein had enveloped within his spirit body. It was precisely due to the allure of this extraordinary material that, driven by the instinct to complete itself, the spirit world plunderer would appear even after Leyton had disturbed the city, attempting to hunt Klein. Soon, Leyton saw the invisible man, draped in a translucent white robe, hiding dozens of meters underground. "It's hiding underground." As he spoke, he gently shook the greenish gourd in his hand, flicking out a drop of water that had no luster, was exceptionally heavy, and cold. The moment this water drop appeared, the surrounding aura belonging to the domains of death, eternal slumber, and darkness proliferated wildly. It was like a drop of ink in a water tank, spreading out wildly and assimilating the surrounding objects. Deep, dark tides emerged from nothingness, surging rapidly downwards, and in the blink of an eye, they permeated deep underground, enveloping the invisible man draped in a translucent white robe hiding beneath the earth, silently pulling it into slumber, causing it to slowly die in its sleep. Klein looked at the streets and buildings around him, which seemed to have aged tens of millions of years in an instant, and felt his scalp tingle. He subconsciously swallowed and then asked, "What was that drop of water just now?" That instant, I felt like I was back on Grey Fog, divining the eternal blazing sun and the true creator. No, it was even more dangerous than divining them. A drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. As he spoke, Leyton reached down and grasped, and a giant invisible hand pierced through the weathered ground, pulling out the slumbering spirit world plunderer. After glancing at the spirit world plunderer, whose translucent robe had turned black, Leyton turned his head to Klein and said, "It's corrupted. Remember to purify the material before using it." He paused, then, considering Klein's limited use of Sapphira Castle, he added, "Use ritual magic to leverage the power of that grey fog. The aura of Sapphira Castle can dispel the corruption of the river of eternal darkness, and it's harmless to you." "I understand." Klein nodded gently in response. In the blink of an eye, Leyton's figure before him was reduced to nothing more than a faint glimmer rushing into the distance. "You haven't given me the worm of spirit yet." Klein raised his hand, then helplessly lowered it. Sighing, he looked at the spirit world plunderer, whose aura was rapidly weakening at his feet, and extended the sea god's scepter, striking its spirit body. ZZZZT. A silver-white electric bolt as thick as a bucket appeared out of thin air, striking directly onto the slumbering spirit world plunderer, shattering the spirit world plunderer, which had been stained with a layer of pitch black, into somewhat illusory bubbles. Perhaps due to the corruption of the river of eternal darkness, the spirit world plunderer's characteristics precipitated very quickly. In less than half a minute, a palm-sized, almost humanoid entity, formed by worm-like structures intertwined, condensed. Inside the humanoid form, deep black liquid filled it, with bubbles occasionally rising, carrying auras of strangeness, madness, concealment, change, death, and slumber. With just a brief glance, Klein felt a wave of dizziness. Without much hesitation, he enveloped the spirit world plunderer's true soul body and dust with his own spirit body, then ended the ritual response. His spirit body instantly vanished from this ancient, sinister city, returning to the space above Grey Fog. In the library deep within the spirit world, countless brass-colored specks of light floated, outlining strange symbols in midair, isolating the decaying, rotten area in the center from its surroundings. Mr. Hughes, dressed in a scorched yellow robe, stood outside the area where the brass-colored light floated. His usually placid eyes uncharacteristically held a hint of anger. He said in a not-so-good tone, "Don't bring everything here. This isn't a place for you to just dump trash." "I'm sorry, it was just an accident." Leyton's voice came from within the decaying, rotten area. Around him, specks of starlight flickered erratically, the surrounding physical rules were modified, and the deep, dark river water floated quietly in midair, slowly contracting under the starlight, being collected into a golden-laid dark brown glass bottle. Having put away the water from the river of eternal darkness, Leyton let out a long sigh. Then he turned his head to look at the library, which had been disfigured by the erosion of death, decay, and deep darkness, and chuckled awkwardly. Then he half-crouched, placing his right hand, clad in a mechanical glove, on a patch of gray-white floor. A hazy glimmer, not brilliant, not clear, without any color, as if composed of a massive amount of illusory things, rippled out from around him, rapidly altering the surrounding material structure and clearing away the lingering auras of death, decay, rot, and deep darkness. In less than half a minute, the area that had been eroded by the river of eternal darkness's water returned to its original state. Mr. Hughes's figure appeared silently. His voice was very cold as he said, "Humph. Don't bring any more strange things here." "Don't worry, I won't," Leyton chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Hughes nodded gently, considering the topic closed. His gaze fell upon the golden-laid dark brown glass bottle in Leyton's hand, and he said calmly, "You went to Calderon City. What agreement did you reach with it?" Leyton summoned an invisible servant, handed the glass bottle containing the river of eternal darkness's water to him to put away, and then looked at Mr. Hughes, chuckling as he replied, "To help him infect a target. You want to act against those in the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction?" Mr. Hughes asked in surprise. He paused, then overturned his previous statement, saying, "No, that's not suitable. To some extent, they are potential allies." "So, you plan to support Evernight?" Leyton nodded gently. "Yes, the River of Eternal Darkness has too great an advantage on the Western continent, and choosing Evernight will allow me to gain more help in the subsequent conflicts." Mr. Hughes nodded gently. His gaze calmly surveyed the library for a while, and the books on the bookshelf spontaneously began to move. Amidst the rustling of turning pages, Mr. Hughes calmly asked, "The war between Evernight and Badheil, which is also Adam's ritual for becoming a god, what are your plans?" Leyton glanced at the calm-faced Mr. Hughes and chuckled. "Enkwelt is already interfering with Adam's designs on 0-08, but he is currently finding it difficult to succeed, whether due to his own declining strength or the lack of allies." A book with a cover depicting numerous dragon patterns flew from the bookshelf into Mr. Hughes's hand. As he flipped through the book, he sighed, "He does not lack allies. When necessary, we still have some tacit understanding." Chapter 594, KWM Chapter 591 Amon is here too. In Mr. Hughes's hand, the book about dragons was open to a page depicting a city floating in the sky. As his thumb rubbed the page, he said with a hint of nostalgia, "He is the only ancient god who returned after dying. Although he lost most of his characteristics, he truly escaped madness. In this era, he doesn't have many allies. He will most likely exchange certain help for the Devil Monarch's indirect intervention." He paused, then added, "Adam is the same. Besides Amon, he has no other reliable allies. But when facing him, you need to pay attention to those who are overtly or covertly involved in the conflict for various reasons. In Adam's pursuit of 0-08, you can use the power of the storm and the sun at a crucial moment. Evernight and Omabella, for their own reasons, don't have much energy to interfere with reality. Badheil and Steam's positions are not clear, but they may not be willing to help Adam. They will most likely only probe from the side." Leyton pondered and nodded, saying calmly, "So, in the contention for 0-08, the only ones who will truly appear as the main force are those angels who have already chosen their factions." Mr. Hughes's gaze dropped slightly, looking at the glass bottle in Leyton's hand containing the River of Eternal Darkness's water, and he said flatly, "Haven't you already prepared? Even a king of angels wouldn't dare to directly confront the influence from the River of Eternal Darkness. You should leave now. Zangwill, who is at the center of the storm, is already approaching Baronsport." "That fast?" Leyton asked with a hint of surprise. According to his previous predictions, Zangwill would need at least a few more days to escape to Baronsport under the pursuit of the Iron-Blooded Knights demigods. Mr. Hughes's gaze deepened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He smiled calmly. The appearance of a high-sequence characteristic of the Hunter pathway there passively accelerated the speed at which Medici Sauron Einhorn's evil spirits were drawn. Leyton nodded lightly, saying nothing more. His body instantly etherealized, disintegrating into pure knowledge, and surged out of the library as a torrent of information, rushing towards Baronsport. During this process, he activated the aura left by Saphira Castle on him, transmitting information about Zangwill to Klein. Above the grey fog, in that magnificent and ancient palace, Klein sat on the fool's high-back chair, looking a bit tired. I just left, so why is there something else looking for me? While complaining, he extended his spirituality to touch the abnormally expanding and contracting crimson star. Crimson light rippled outwards, forming a string of Hermes words in midair. Zangwill is almost at Baron's Port. Amon will most likely appear there as well. You can observe Anderson above the grey fog. Amon, wasn't he in Backlund? How could he have an avatar in the southern continent? Klein's face suddenly turned very ugly. Whether Amon's target was him or Palez, who was parasitizing Leonard, it was not good news. Should I give up this chance for revenge? What's wrong with Anderson? Could he have also been parasitized by Amon? Taking a deep breath and calming himself, he materialized the dummy the world German Sparrow, and had him make up a random reason to contact Anderson, asking him to provide some information about the Fog Sea. This kind of information transfer needed to go through the Fool, so Anderson would definitely pray to him. At that time, he would be able to see Anderson's situation through the prayer light spot. After clipping the world's request into a light film, he threw it towards the crimson star representing Anderson. At Baron's Port, in the open square by the dock, Anderson continued his street performance, with Danitz mocking and cheering him on. With crisp clinks, a few patterned gold coins were thrown into the triangular hat placed upside down on the ground. Anderson continued to play his harmonica, giving a thumbs up to the generous guest. Across from him, a young gentleman in a crisp black long tailcoat, a matching top hat, and holding a section of a black, gold-lined cane, smiled slightly at him. The young gentleman withdrew his right hand, which had just thrown the gold coins, adjusted the monocle over his right eye, and said with great pleasure, I didn't expect to hear a tune with Intis Flair in West Balham. It seems my paranoid elder brother didn't lie to me after all, coming here will bring unexpected gains. Anderson maintained his playing posture, smiling and bowing to the generous gentleman in front of him, considering whether to stop his performance and strike up a conversation with the gentleman. Perhaps if the other party was happy, they would give him a few more patterned gold coins. Just then, a dense grey fog suddenly surged into his vision, and crimson light pulsed like a tide, quickly condensing into the world German Sparrow's sinister and restrained image. At the same time, the other party's voice echoed in his ears. In front of him, Amon, dressed as a young gentleman, curved the corner of his mouth into a smile. He raised his right hand, which was holding the monocle, then suppressed the urge and lowered it. He tilted his head back, muttering softly to a certain spot in the sky. How interesting. I've found you again. Anderson, who had recovered, put his harmonica into his pocket, stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the triangular hat that had been placed upside down on the ground, gently shaking it twice. Listening to the clinking sound of the gold coins inside, a pleased smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the generous gentleman in front of him and said, Excuse me, my friend, today's performance ends here. I've already earned enough for a drink at the nearby tavern. It wasn't until Anderson had put all the money from the triangular hat into his pocket and quickly walked towards the tavern behind him that Danitz came to his senses. He quickly followed, asking in confusion, Aren't you going to play 2 more songs? Maybe if he's happy, he'll give you a few more patterned gold coins. Behind them, Amon took off his black top hat and slowly walked to an empty long bench nearby. He stood in front of the bench for a while, seemingly waiting for someone on the bench to make room for him. 2 seconds later, he sat down on the right side of the bench, with his legs crossed, a slight smile on his lips. He patted the non-existent dust from his top hat and said, There aren't many things that would make you actively contact me. Are you planning to kill Medici's evil spirit as well? Or, has your deal with Evernight changed, and an unexpected situation that even you can't resolve occurred during the retrieval of 0-08? After sitting silently for a few seconds, he looked at the empty right side of the bench, pouting a little boredly. You're really boring. As his voice faded, his body suddenly vanished, then reappeared at the end of the street, and then vanished again. Unnoticed, a few leaves were blown by the wind onto the empty long bench, then were swept off by an invisible hand. After entering the tavern, Anderson suddenly turned around, stared at Danitz, who was following him, for a long while, and then suddenly said mysteriously, Do you know what's most taboo for people in our line of work? Is it taboo to have 2 bad luck? Danitz was stunned, saying somewhat confusedly. Anderson raised his index finger, waved it in front of Danitz, and said calmly, No, it's taboo not to leave yourself an out. Since he's already been generous once, why don't we change targets? Danitz stared at Anderson with an expression that said, Are you crazy? Since he's already been generous once, why can't he be generous twice more? Anderson ignored the topic, turned to walk towards the bar, and casually asked, Didn't you say yesterday that your captain wanted you to go to East Balham? Why haven't you left yet? It's almost afternoon. Go to East Balham. When did I say that? You must be mistaken. Danitz scratched his head, looking at Anderson in confusion. Above the grey fog, Klein held the sea god scepter in one hand and pressed the tyrant card with the other, looking solemnly at the crimson star representing Anderson, which was constantly rippling with crimson light. Taking a deep breath, he then extended his spirituality to touch this crimson star. Crimson light surged out like a tide, quickly converging into a scene of Anderson praying in front of the magnificent hall. Klein carefully observed Anderson, who was praying to him, confirming that there were no traces of Amon parasitizing him, nor anything around him possessed by Amon. Aside from the abnormally active spirituality on him, Anderson shows no obvious abnormalities. No, this is a very obvious abnormality. He should have already passed the stage of needing to act and digest, with his spirituality internalized, and he shouldn't be in this state, as if he just drank a potion. While muttering to himself, Klein zoomed out the picture to see more of what he had just seen. Then he saw Danitz in the room next to Anderson, and a priest in a simple white robe sitting with Danitz. He had a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face, eyes as clear and innocent as a baby's, a cross pendant hanging on his chest, and a gentle smile always on his face. He was looking at Danitz, or more precisely, he was looking at Amon, who was coiled around Danitz's spirit body like a long snake. Noticing Klein's gaze, Amon, coiled around Danitz's spirit body like a long snake, suddenly looked up and met Klein's eyes. The corner of his mouth curved slightly upwards, and he said very politely, "Long time no see. I haven't parasitized the little guy you chose this time." Boom. Boom. Loud thunder exploded out of nowhere, as if to shatter eardrums. Silver-white electric snakes appeared and vanished without a trace in an instant. Chapter 595, KWM Chapter 592 each. Above the grey fog, Klein's expression became exceptionally solemn. He didn't try to do anything else. The lightning just now was merely a reactive and probing move after seeing Amon. Amon, who was parasitizing Danitz, wasn't that easy to get rid of. The previous probe had already made him understand that this Amon's avatar retained considerable strength, capable of easily stealing the lightning he struck down with the sea god scepter. It's still that priest who always wears a gentle smile. He seems to be able to see Amon parasitizing Danitz, and can even be so close to Amon. He must not be simple either. Sighing, Klein gave Anderson a normal reply before cutting off the connection. He then threw the scene he had just seen through the prayer light and shadow into the deep red star representing Leyton. A moment later, the deep red star representing Leyton rippled, and as Klein's spirituality extended to touch the deep red star, Hermes' words floated in the air. "Amon and Adam, you'd best pray to the Evernight goddess, and tell her that Adam brought Amon as well." The deep red words floated in the air for a while before disappearing on their own. Klein leaned back in the high-back chair at the head of the mottled long table, his face condensation. "Is that golden-haired priest Adam? He's a bit different from what I imagined. He gives off a very gentle feeling, completely lacking the oppressive feeling after learning about 0-08. The spectator demigod Anderson provoked back then was Adam's subordinate. He was even more unlucky than I imagined at the time. What did Adam, or his subordinate, do to Anderson? And why did he bring him to the southern continent? Anderson is only a sequence 5, he definitely wouldn't be noticed by Adam, a king of angels. Anderson took the place of the pirate he hunted down. His spirituality is unusually active. This is somewhat like bait for fishing, to attract a hunter pathway existence. Klein thought of the red angel evil spirit in the Backlund underground ruins. Only the evil spirit of this former king of angels was worth Adam specially preparing bait for him. As thoughts floated, Klein thought of Insanguil, who was possessed by the evil spirit, and he murmured somewhat speechlessly. Insanguil isn't possessed by that red angel's evil spirit, is he? Did he come to the southern continent due to the evil spirit's influence, or to seek a way to resolve the evil spirit's possession? What kind of help can praying to the goddess provide? More information? Or silently influencing Insanguil, allowing him to be dealt with by the Red Gloves team before he falls into Adam's trap? Thinking of this, Klein immediately made a decision, extending his spirituality to envelop himself and leaving the grey fog. Northern State, inside a hotel in Kukawa City. Klein opened his eyes and stood up from the armchair. He subconsciously looked around, only relaxing after confirming there were no anomalies. Good thing I didn't stay in Baronsport all this time, otherwise I would have directly encountered him on face to face. While sighing, he quickly searched the room for the remaining materials from his last prayer to the artificial death, and prayed to the Evernight goddess, who had already mastered the uniqueness of death. After praying and waiting for a while, he still didn't receive a reply from the Evernight goddess. Klein sighed helplessly and had to finish the prayer. Then he found paper and pen, quickly wrote a letter to Leonard and the old man in his body, and at the same time hinted that Leonard could ask the old man for a few worm of times. In less than 10 minutes, Miss Messenger, carrying 4 heads, placed Leonard's reply in front of him. After leaving the letter, Miss Messenger didn't leave immediately. The 8 eyes of the 4 heads she was carrying kept staring intently at Klein, making Klein's scalp tingle before she spoke. Recently. Don't. Summon. Me. Why? Klein looked at Miss Messenger in surprise. He had just been wondering whether to lightly ask Miss Messenger to help him hunt in Sangwil, but he was struggling with his current financial situation, so he hadn't spoken. The four golden-haired, red-eyed heads in Miss Messenger's hands spoke in turn. Sua is looking for me. Klein nodded gravely. Okay, I understand. Goodbye. The head that Miss Messenger hadn't been able to speak with earlier suddenly spoke, and then her body transparently disappeared before Klein's eyes. Klein let out a long breath, his brows tightly furrowed. How did all the problems suddenly erupt? As he sighed, he shook the letter in his hand, displaying its contents before his eyes. There were only a few sentences. I am already in Baron's Port. Additionally, the old man, in order to avoid the potential gaze of Amon in the surroundings, has entered a deep sleep. He is also unwilling to waste excess power at this time to separate Worm of Times. This. Klein opened his mouth, then swallowed the words back. In the dock district of Baron's Port, Leyton stepped on and killed an ant that had crawled to his foot. The ant had a white ring around its right eye, and as it died, a faint white light, difficult to see with the naked eye, separated from its body and swept into the distance. Leyton sat on the coast's railing, pure, pale purple light flickering in his eyes, taking in all the information of Baron's Port. This city is full of Amon. They can already gather into an angel-level avatar. As he sighed, a light yellow letter drifted down from the spirit world and was caught by his outstretched hand. A few words were scrawled on it. I'm in Baron's Port, and Amon has also arrived here. Leyton rubbed the light yellow paper twice with his right hand. A crimson flame suddenly shot up, quickly burning the paper to ashes, which scattered into the air with the sea breeze. After burning the letter, Leyton turned on the railing and looked at the sea ahead, a profound silvery white light flickering in and out of his eyes. In midair, a black-eyed seagull circled a few times before gliding down with the wind into the shadow at Leyton's feet. That shadow immediately came alive, flowing and wriggling like water, from which scarlet flesh-composed words emerged one by one. Due to some coincidences and the intensification of various conflicts, the Rose School of Thought, in conjunction with the Highland Kingdom and the Hajenti Kingdom, launched an attack on Pa's River Valley. I temporarily cannot leave this area. Others cannot resist the influence exerted by the Mother Tree of Desire through Tolsna. Leyton lowered his gaze to the lines of words emerging from the dark shadow and said in a low, expressionless voice. This is within expectations. Are the Intis and Church of the God of Steam and Machinery people making any moves? The scarlet flesh-composed words in the shadow wriggled again, quickly forming new sentences. Bornova Gustav appeared in the Harvest Plain area of East Balam. This sentence lingered for about 2 seconds, then the crimson flesh rapidly melted into the shadow, and the wriggling shadow also settled down, as if nothing had happened, nothing had been left behind. Bornova came to the southern continent. Did Steam discover something, or is it probing? Leyton looked at the sea ahead and muttered a few words to himself. Suddenly, a crow with a white ring around its right eye landed on his shoulder, flapping its wings and looking at where the shadow had just wriggled. Leyton tilted his head and looked at the crow perched on his shoulder. He didn't try to drive it away or kill it, but simply asked blandly. What do you two brothers want to do? The crow standing on his shoulder opened its mouth and emitted Amon's voice. My paranoid brother wants to obtain the last writer characteristic, but he found that many people are obstructing him, either openly or covertly. Some cooperation he had with the Evernight goddess also seems to be no longer as reliable. To prevent accidents, he chose to seek help from me. After a pause, Amon added. His condition is to help me find Palez. No wonder. Leyton's gaze flickered, and he silently added a layer of concealment effect to himself. The crow standing on his shoulder raised a wing, pressed the white ring around its right eye, and said in a very soft tone. You don't actually need to be so wary of me. After all, I'm just a Sequence 3 avatar. As long as you expose a bit of your main body's information, I'll be corrupted by you. Heh. Leyton chuckled, saying nothing more. His body then dematerialized, disintegrating into pure streams of information, surging towards the sea. The crow with the white eye ring landed on the railing, its figure blurred for a moment, then in the next second, it transformed into Amon's appearance, wearing a black trench coat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. He looked at the surging information current moving away, raised his right hand to adjust the crystal monocle on his face, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He actually left. Has Palez not arrived here yet? As he muttered to himself, he glanced at the flock of seabirds circling overhead. Silently, a black ring appeared around the right eyes of several white seabirds that had just flown over his head. After parasitizing a few seabirds, his figure suddenly blurred, then disappeared from the dock district. Chapter 596, KWM Chapter 593, in Sangwil. Golden water flowed from the spout, converging in midair into a golden figure full of distortion and chaos. The golden figure floated in midair, looking down at Leyton, and said calmly, You only have one wish. the remaining 2 will be granted after you fulfill your promise to me. Also, your wish shouldn't be too complex or beyond my capabilities. I'm currently only using the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic within this lamp to interfere with reality. I can't fulfill wishes of too high a level unless you're willing to send me back to the cosmos. Leyton nodded, saying indifferently, given how sturdy this lamp is, even if it can't be used for wishing, it can certainly serve as a shield. Then he turned his gaze to Bernadette, contemplating, Bornova has come to the southern continent. Steam might arrange something for him later. You can go find him. When the situation becomes chaotic, Steam won't pay too much attention to him, which will be a good opportunity for you two to have a sibling chat. Bernadette nodded lightly, saying no more. Her figure instantly blurred, dissolving into streams of information, passing through the forest woven from green vines, and wandering off into the distance of the spirit world. As Bernadette departed, the surrounding green vines rapidly retracted, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Leyton looked at the genie still floating in midair and chuckled, do you have the confidence to pull a true god from their divine kingdom? Or, make them descend into reality along with their divine kingdom? The golden figure floating in midair said with a hint of mockery, what are you joking about? I'm just a helpless, pitiful genie trapped in a lamp right now. What? Do you want to directly pull the god of steam and machinery from his divine kingdom and then rely on sheer numbers to kill him? Leyton slowly shook his head, I'm just thinking about whether Adam, having lost the opportunity to advance to visionary, might directly choose another extreme. What extreme? The genie asked, somewhat surprised. You'll see then. Leyton sighed softly, not answering the question. He tapped the lamp's wall twice with his right index finger. The genie floating in midair snorted. The golden figure transformed into streams of pale golden water, retracting into the kettle-shaped lamp. Leyton looked up at the highest point of the spirit world, at the 7 slowly flowing pure lights. After a moment of silence, his figure, holding the golden wishing lamp, gradually blurred, disintegrating into pure knowledge, rapidly wandering through the spirit world in the form of an information torrent. In a hotel in Kukawa City, northern state, Klein took out the radio transceiver he had placed above the gray fog and put it on the table in front of him. With a clattering sound, a section of illusory white paper was spat out by the radio transceiver, with lines of neat loan words written on it. My supreme, great, eternal master, your humble, lowly, and loyal servant Erodes has come at your summons. Great master, you have a question you wish to ask me, do you? Klein nodded calmly. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, is there any way to digest the potion faster? Better acting. On the illusory white paper, several black words were clattered out. Looking at the answer from Magic Mirror Erodes, Klein was silent at first, then slowly exhaled. Intzanguil appeared a bit too early. My marionettist potion hasn't been digested well yet. Al should have some foresight. His urging me to quickly gather the potion materials must have been to allow me to smoothly complete the ritual of advancing to demigod while killing Intzanguil. But, in my current state, I might not be able to kill Intzanguil, who is already a demigod and also holds 0-08. Moreover, my digestion progress is far behind. Even if I complete a brilliant performance, it won't be enough, unless there are additional gains. It seems I'm once again caught in a long-woven conspiracy. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts, not letting himself think further. After sighing inwardly, he looked at the radio transceiver in front of him and asked again, do you think I should go to Baron's Port? This time, Erodes did not immediately give an answer. The radio transceiver clattered, and the illusory white paper was repeatedly spat out and swallowed back. After a long while, it finally presented the complete answer. Great, Supreme Master, I cannot see the answer to this question. There are too many gazes, too many wills there. It seems, it's a stage that has been set, just waiting for the performers to arrive. Great Master, I can only say, at such times, risk is directly proportional to reward. But the specific decision depends on what you, Master, think. If you wish to go, my suggestion is that you first find some reliable allies, such as, the 7 lights of the spirit world. In the spirit world, they not only have status but also strength. In the spirit world, which means, once they leave the spirit world, the power the 7 lights can exert is very limited. Yes, the 7 lights don't seem to correspond to any sequence pathway. They don't have the support of beyonder characteristics, so their power should come from the spirit world itself. As thoughts drifted, Klein looked at the radio transceiver in front of him and nodded gently, that's all for today. All right, my great, wise master. As you predicted, in a little while, some gazes will be cast this way. Your loyal servant Erodes is always ready to serve you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein grumbled inwardly, then quickly threw the radio transceiver back into the pile of miscellaneous items above the gray fog. After putting away the telegraph machine, he also performed the divination above the gray fog. The materialized citron pendant in his hand swung back and forth, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, with a large arc. The danger is great, but the probability of encountering danger fluctuates. Is it because of incomplete information, or are many things simply undivinable? After his thoughts wandered for a while, he extended his spirituality to envelop himself and left the grey fog. After communicating with Red Light Ire Moria using the improved mystical ritual, he boarded the steam train bound for Baronsport. From a rational perspective, for my own safety, I should stay away from there and kick Anderson out of the Tarot Club to avoid unnecessary trouble and danger. But a person can't always remain rational. I need to get revenge on Insanguil, I need to help Leonard who has been forced into this, and I need to solve the problem of Tarot Club members being targeted by Amon. Amidst the whooshing sound of the steam train starting, he looked at the trees outside the window, which were beginning to recede, and sighed deeply. In Baronsport, Anderson, who had changed locations for his street performance, looked at the pitiful 2 banknotes in the inverted tricorn hat in front of him and sighed helplessly. He quickly packed his things, put the tricorn hat on his head, and looked back at Danitz, who had been following him, asking strangely. Don't you have anything to do? Why are you always following me? Do you want to switch jobs and follow me? Or, are you attracted to my ordinary handsome appearance? Anderson reacted strongly, taking 2 steps back, looking at Danitz with a horrified expression. Bullshit. My heart will always belong to the captain. Danitz's face instantly darkened, looking disgusted. He somewhat wanted to punch the other person's forehead twice. But what was I supposed to do? I remember I had something to do, it must be the stress of studying too much on the ship that has led to my memory decline now. Never mind, if I can't remember, then it's not important. Danitz quickly convinced himself, then looked up at Anderson, only to find that the other party had already left him and was walking towards the tavern. He grumbled and jogged a few steps to catch up. Where they didn't notice, a crow with white eyeshadow around its eyes flew by in the sky. At the spot where Anderson had just performed his street act, a black ant crawled out of the shadows. This ant also had a ring of white eyeshadow around its right eye. This ant stared in the direction Anderson had left, emitting a faint, almost inaudible sound. He didn't react at all, he's quite composed. After 2 seconds, the ant seemed to discover something interesting. It distorted its head and whispered, looking at the tall crowd around it. Interesting. Medici's evil spirit has already brought that quill. The show is about to begin. Saying that, the ant suddenly fell, dying silently. A faint white light cluster separated from its body, rapidly merging into the void and disappearing. In a warehouse in Baronsport Dock District, Insanguil, with dark gold hair and deep blue, almost black eyes, walked out of the spirit world. His features were like a classical sculpture, without a single wrinkle. His sole remaining eye swept around with a cold gaze, and only after confirming that there were no other living beings or spirits present did he whisper. Why come here? This has seriously deviated from my goal, moving further and further away from Elia, the senior deacon of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The next moment, a hint of crimson appeared in Insanguil's eyes. His face also took on some madness, and his lips constantly opened and closed, emitting a hoarse voice. The positions of hunter and prey can swap at any time. Before every hunt begins, one needs to wait patiently. Without my help, even if you hold that quill, it would be difficult to hunt a saint watched by the night. What's more, that pen isn't as obedient as you think. Since coming to the southern continent, its little tricks haven't stopped. You wouldn't think what you've seen is everything, would you? You foolish, pathetic fellow. A dark, heavy shade appeared on Insanguil's classical, sculpted face. He lowered his gaze to the black classical quill he held in his hand and sneered. We all have secrets and our own plans, don't we? Chapter 597, KWM Chapter 594. The story begins. Inside the Fisherman's Guild in the Dock District, an elder in a grayish-white robe, with dark golden long hair and beard, sat upright at a desk. Everyone else in the office tacitly ignored the elder. Even if they happened to pass by his location, they would reasonably avoid him. On the desk in front of him lay a book bound with parchment, its deep brown cover bearing a line of Dragonese words, Liveseed. He glanced at the peculiar eye-shaped ornament hanging from the edge of the desk and said calmly, the story should begin. As if in response to his words, a pure, cold light flashed across the eye-shaped ornament. The book with Liveseed written on its cover began to turn its pages on its own, revealing content that combined text and illustrations. The pages rustled, quickly reaching the last page and stopping there. At the top of the parchment, there were lines of Dragonese words previously written. To make the evil spirit within him willing to help and cooperate, Insanguil must first satisfy the evil spirit's desire, allowing him to obtain at least one beyonder characteristic of a high sequence from the hunter pathway. Thanks to the evil spirit's essence as an undead creature and his own special status, Insanguil, who was once a sequence 5 gatekeeper, gained the ability of spirit world travel, which typically only high sequences of the death pathway possess. This ability, under Insanguil's deliberate concealment, seems to have gone undiscovered, though this is only what he believes. Affected by the beyonder characteristic convergence effect, the evil spirit named Medici Sauron Einhorn, by a twist of fate, brought Insanguil and 0-08 to Baronsport. The elder with dark golden hair and beard looked at the writing on the parchment book, a gentle smile always on his face. After a 2-second pause, he unhurriedly picked up a round-bellied steel pen from the desk and wrote new Dragonese words on the parchment-bound book. Relying on 0-08's peculiarity, Nsangwil learned that a Red Gloves team from the Church of the Evernight Goddess had just arrived in Baronsport and was intentionally investigating him. Through certain inevitable coincidences, 0-08 gained insight into the Church of the Evernight Goddess's arrangements for capturing Nsangwil and informed him. Nsangwil decided that after satisfying the needs of the evil spirit within him, he would go and kill this Red Gloves team. This was a provocation, and also a proof, proving that the Church of the Evernight Goddess's previous decision to abandon him was an error. At the end of the page, the elder wrote another sentence, as if with some realization, everything will go smoothly today. At the same time, Nsangwil, who was still in the warehouse, reached out and held 0-08 after it stopped writing, and also wrote the same sentence in his notebook, everything will go smoothly today. Before he could put away his notebook and quill pen, Medici Sauron Einhorn's evil spirit once again took control of his body and mocked him with a disdainful tone. Hey, is this a coward's blessing to himself? No, this is a necessary preparation. Nsangwil was not angry, he merely explained in a calm tone. Through their long period of coexistence, he had already figured out the evil spirit's habits, which included its penchant for mockery and the fact that he couldn't win an argument against it. Putting the notebook back into his pocket, he relied on his own gatekeeper ability, borrowing the evil spirit's special traits and status, and used the spirit world travel ability, his figure quickly fading and disappearing from the warehouse. In the open square near the dock district, Anderson held a map he had marked with many routes and symbols, saying with a chuckle, I've figured out the approximate location of an ancient mausoleum these past few days. According to West Balam customs, there must be a large amount of gold burial items inside. Danitz was stunned for a moment, asking with some surprise, weren't you performing on the street all this time? When did you find out all this? That's just a facade. A mature hunter must learn to disguise himself and hide his true intentions. Anderson's eloquent voice suddenly stopped. He noticed a figure approaching him directly, and a sense of vigilance inexplicably rose in his heart. He observed the other party for a moment, realizing he didn't know this person, but for no reason, he felt as if he was facing his natural enemy, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Hey, you look a bit miserable in this state. What, after all this time, you still haven't found your way home, still lingering on a nighthawk? Danitz suddenly spoke words that didn't fit his persona. He covered his mouth in surprise. What did I just say? Anderson glanced at Danitz, whose expression had turned to horror, his eyes flickering as he instinctively moved a little further away from him. Across from them, a sudden crimson hue, so rich it couldn't be dispersed, suddenly appeared in the deep blue, almost black eyes of the middle-aged men who had approached. Undisguised malice and anger surged within him. He shifted his gaze from Anderson to the top of Danitz's head, parting his lips into a grin. Lil Raven. When did you start parasitizing others and still leave their self-consciousness intact? Has the long passage of time taught you what mercy is? Parasitism. Amon. Anderson suddenly reacted, his eyes wide, looking at Danitz with undisguised horror. He remembered the information mentioned at the Tarot Club earlier, wasn't he in Backlund? How could he appear on the southern continent? Don't be nervous. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from beside his ear, as if endowed with magic, quickly dispelling the fear, dread, and worry in his heart. Who? Anderson turned his head in confusion, realizing that a figure had appeared beside him at some point. Memory surged in his mind, that figure seemed to have always been there, but was always subconsciously overlooked. He wore a simple white robe, had a light golden beard long enough to cover the lower half of his face, eyes as clear and innocent as a child's, and a gentle, reserved demeanor that made people instinctively feel good about him. After clearly seeing the appearance of the middle-aged man dressed as a priest beside him, Anderson froze for a second, and then a faint sound of illusory things shattering seemed to echo in his mind. All the forgotten memories and emotions erupted at that moment. The constantly surging memories and emotions made Anderson gasp for breath, a chill from the depths of his heart rising from his tailbone and shooting straight to his brain. He felt that merely recalling his experiences during this period was enough to drive one mad and lose control. Across from Anderson and Danitz, Nsangwil's expression suddenly distorted, fresh blood gushing from his ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. On his exposed skin, veins bulged, as if crimson sparks were floating within them. His emotions became exceptionally agitated, as if he could lose control at any moment. His lips parted and closed, emitting a voice full of anger. Adam. Adam. That son of the Creator, King of Angels, Adam. Anderson felt his brain was not quite enough, the development of events was like falling from the clouds into a muddy swamp in a single second. Before he could react and pray to Mr. Fool, Adam and the suddenly appearing Nsangwil vanished simultaneously, leaving only him and Danitz, who was possessed by Amon. Anderson swallowed, taking a step back. He wanted to pray to Mr. Fool, but before he could speak, he had already forgotten his honorific name. Danitz turned his head, looking at Anderson with peculiar eyes and said, "It's not time yet. In a little while, I will let you ask your Mr. Fool for help. His target is Mr. Fool." He and Adam teamed up. "What should I do?" Anderson's expression gradually became heavy, becoming despairing. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. The clamor of the crowd in the square all faded away, and even the sunlight dimmed, as if it had suddenly entered evening. In this situation, one after another, brilliant blue stars descended from high above, reflecting a dazzling galaxy in the surroundings. Amidst the twinkling starlight, eyes began to emerge from the light. They shimmered with a cold, pure glow, giving a feeling of extraordinary sacredness and profound wisdom, yet also appearing quite indifferent and devoid of warmth. Amidst the twinkling starlight, the physical rules of the surroundings seemed to change. The movement of matter became heavy, becoming slow, and along with it, thoughts and bodies also slowed down. Puffed. The sound of a match being struck echoed around. The brilliant starlight around them flickered for a moment, then returned to stability. Silently, a grayish-white dragon with light golden eyes and vertical pupils appeared before Anderson and the possessed Danitz. It had two grayish-black leathery wings on its back, relatively thick limbs, and its grayish-white scales were engraved with complex and three-dimensional mystical symbols. Before Anderson could see more, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and he instantly woke up from the dream. The heavy, sluggish feeling in his body remained. Because he had glimpsed a part of the grayish-white dragon's body in the dream, Anderson's head also began to throb, various thoughts arose, and his thinking was very slow. This state did not last too long. The hand on his shoulder transmitted a cold sensation, and his mind quickly became active, while the heavy, sluggish feeling in his body rapidly receded. Just as he was about to turn his head to look behind him, he heard Leyton's voice, "Your mission is to pray to Mr. Fool and cooperate with others to kill Insangwil." The familiar voice relaxed the tense nerves in Anderson's mind. He had a series of questions to ask the other party, but when the words reached his lips, they turned into other questions. "A friend of mine, Danitz, has been possessed by Amon. What should I do?" Chapter 598, KWM Chapter 595, one after another. Leyton calmly glanced at Danitz, who was still in a deep sleep, and said in a calm voice, "It's not a deep-level parasitism. Afterward, have him pray to Mr. Fool and perform the corresponding ritual to purify the Amon on him." Anderson nodded, and just as he was about to say something more, he saw Leyton pull out a peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains, from somewhere. His heart suddenly quickened, and his gaze was fixated on the crown. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from his throat. Noticing Anderson's reaction, Leyton chuckled and explained. "This is a conqueror's characteristic, a sequence one of the hunter pathway. If you can help others kill Zangwil and rescue as many citizens of this city as possible, I can ask Medici to separate a set of iron-blooded Knight Beyonder characteristic as your reward." As he spoke, specks of starlight overflowed from between his fingers, rapidly converging and flowing, tearing open an eye-shaped crack in midair that connected to a certain area of the spirit world. The peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains, was thrown by him through the crack into the spirit world, where it was caught by a fair-skinned arm. Anderson's gaze followed the arm, and he clearly saw the appearance of the person who caught the conqueror characteristic. He wore a simple and plain linen robe, was tall and slender, with soft features and a beautiful face. His silver hair reached his waist, and behind him were layers of ethereal, pure wings formed by condensed light. Anderson's gaze met the others across the boundary between reality and the spirit world. He instinctively shivered, seeing indifference and detachment in the other's eyes, as if observing fate and every person in the world from a bystander's perspective. The crack torn open by the specks of starlight quickly disappeared. Anderson turned his head to look at Leyton, opened his mouth, and murmured, "He is Ouroboros, the tail devourer." Leyton responded calmly. His body instantly became transparent, like a statue formed by countless stars. The statue shattered, and brilliant starlight surged, drilling into Danitz's body. The next second, an ancient and mottled giant phantom appeared above Danitz's head. This phantom was like the face of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 grids, each either grayish-white or bluish-black, intermingled but clearly defined, with different symbols. As this wall clock phantom appeared, specks of brilliant starlight shone forth, quickly moving along the surface of the wall clock, outlining mysterious symbols and cold, indifferent eyes. Danitz's body has become their battlefield. Anderson subconsciously murmured, then quickly regained his composure, clasped his hands, lowered his head, and prayed to Mr. Fool in ancient Hermes. The Fool not belonging to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. In the Paz River Valley area, a crimson round moon slowly emerged in the sky accompanied by the sound of infants crying. The twilight sky was instantly replaced by darkness, and the surrounding spirituality began to proliferate wildly, strengthening the effects of inspiration and death. Under the crimson moonlight, All living beings were gradually tainted with madness, giving rise to various distorted and dark thoughts from the depths of their hearts. Some died instantly, some mutated, and some suddenly went mad, attacking others. In this situation, feelings of extreme evil and extreme madness rapidly permeated the air, as if enveloping the entire Paws River Valley in a curse. At the same time, a pair of broad arms suddenly stretched out from the spirit world, plunging directly into the ground. The surface of the arms was covered with a viscous, black substance, seemingly flowing with evil liquid, and it rapidly spread around, corroding the void, interfering with the overlap of reality and the spirit world, and isolating the Paws River Valley in a mystical sense. Inside the Red Rose Church along the Black Road, a faint sigh echoed from nowhere. The surrounding shadows and darkness instantly came alive, surging out like a tide, rapidly spreading in all directions, covering the people and objects caught in the curse. The shadows quickly receded. Sasser stood silently in midair, layers of dark phantom wings draped behind him, covering most of his body, like an angel stepping out of a fresco. Beneath his feet, shadows rapidly writhed, forming grotesque, uncontrollable independent beings. They were the combination of the fallen thoughts and shadows that arose from the curse within the hearts of the surrounding people. As soon as these fallen beings appeared, they quickly disintegrated, turning into a pitch-black, viscous ocean full of degenerate aura, which in turn began to infect the surrounding viscous, black substance, seemingly flowing with evil liquid. At the same time, a beautiful female figure emerged from the shadows beside Sasser. Her hair was lustrous black, styled into a high bun. Her ears were slightly pointed, her features delicate, and her brown eyes were somewhat dazed and lifeless, lacking any sense of spirituality. It was the soul of Kohinam, the Queen of Calamity, who was being grazed. With Kohinam's appearance, thick dark clouds gathered in the sky in the blink of an eye, obscuring most of the crimson moon's light. Streaks of silver-white lightning snakes then shot out, carrying an intensely tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, densely striking the area around the broad arms plunged into the ground, enveloping hundreds of meters in a forest of thunder, as if a calamity had descended. These electric lights pierced through the barrier between reality and the spirit world, completely enveloping a gigantic evil cloth doll with blood-red eyes, countless mysterious patterns inscribed on its body, and evil vines entanglement, attempting to destroy it directly. Inside Inta City, outside the lightning storm, an old man wearing a simple linen robe, with blood-red eyes, dark green hair roots and white tips, deep features, and not a single wrinkle on his face, quietly walked out of a bay window. His body was semi-transparent, like a wraith or a similar spiritual creature, and his blood-red eyes were exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. In his hand, he held a fist-sized crystal ball, as crimson as blood. The surface of the crystal ball was inscribed with numerous ancient and mysterious patterns, and from different angles, one could see different curvatures, like the moon at different times. The second angel of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, Barranca, the king of curses. Unnoticed by anyone, he had already quietly infiltrated the Paws River Valley. Crimson moonlight erupted from the crystal ball in Barranca's hand, quickly enveloping the entire city, as if entering a blood moon night. Unbeknownst to them, the city became exceptionally quiet, even the chirping of insects disappeared. The old man walking slowly through the city gradually became sinister and distorted, with the madness and tyrannical emotions in his eyes difficult to conceal. His figure quickly faded and disappeared, only to reappear less than a second later. An inescapable dream. As he murmured, a tall figure, nearly 2 meters 30 in height, emerged from the shadows at the end of the street. He was slightly hunched, with completely white hair, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and scars around his mouth. He wore a dark clerical robe, and his deep brown eyes were profound and calm, making him look like a very elderly priest or bishop. This elderly priest with giant blood, standing in the shadows, looked at the old man across the street, bathed in moonlight, and said calmly, "I am the Lord's angel of holy word, responsible for inspecting the Lord's pasture. Despicable intruder, this is the dream I wove for you, and also the battlefield and grave I chose for you." Humph. The faith here belongs only to the mother tree. Barranca snorted. Before he could finish speaking, he felt an anomaly in the dream. His connection with the outside world was completely severed, and he was entirely trapped within this dream. In an instant, Barranca reacted, his face gloomy as he looked at Profane Presbyter Stiff, who had placed himself in the shadows. Profane Presbyter, and he also grazes the soul of a spectator saint, otherwise I wouldn't have been so careless. A thought flashed through his mind, and Barranca raised the crimson crystal ball in his hand. The crimson moonlight interacted as if it were tangible, pulling out a phantom, hazy door inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. The next moment, countless stars fell around them, surging like turbulent waves, closing this illusory summoning gate. Stiff's eyes instantly turned pale gold and vertical, and violent winds continuously emerged around him, seemingly from reality, yet also from illusion. This wind carried certain mad and chaotic wills, blowing towards Barranca, tearing at his body, shaking his mind and spirit, causing him to temporarily fall into an uncontrollable state, trembling and standing still. The starlight falling from midair also rapidly condensed at this moment, forming heavy, sharp, and highly destructive long spears, which quickly fell and pierced various parts of Barranca's body, perforating and tearing him apart. Barranca's body, pierced by the starlight spears, instantly dematerialized, stained with moonlight like crimson, and disintegrated into crimson scales, dissipating into the air. Upstream of the Paz River Valley, in Talk City near the Harvest Plain, a tall, handsome young man with chestnut hair and azure eyes walked calmly down the street. His gaze was profound as he looked into the distance, towards the downstream of the Paz River Valley, in the direction of Intis and the northern state. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped, calmly looking at the constantly falling greenish-blue vines around him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Greenish-blue vines covered the surroundings like a downpour. They intertwined and rapidly formed a forest isolated from the real space. Bernadette's figure appeared on a swing hanging in midair. She was sitting with her legs crossed, looking down at Bornova, who had suddenly appeared on the southern continent. Chapter 599, KWM Chapter 596, Fight. Bernadette wore an Inta-style female shirt with large lace flowers at the collar, a patterned indigo captain's jacket, off-white trousers, and knee-high boots. On her head was a tricorn hat with a feather, making her look like the leader of a pirate ship. Emotion surged in her eyes for a moment, then quickly receded. She smiled faintly at Bornova, who was looking at her calmly, and said, "Long time no see. This should be our first meeting since father passed away." Bornova nodded in silence, his tone as calm as if he were speaking to a familiar stranger. "The official bounty for you has been raised to 2,000 falcon. And then? Are you going to capture me and exchange me for the bounty with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, whom you believe in?" Bernadette countered with a very calm tone. "Not today." Bornova shook his head. Bernadette chuckled, then continued, "What if I'm here to stop you today?" Bornova fell silent, simply gazing calmly at Bernadette, no longer speaking or moving. "Is that your answer?" After a long while, Bernadette sighed. Neither of them moved, and they remained in a stalemate. Inside the magnificent and enormous church, where countless dark stone pillars stood tall, the classical quill pen in Zangwill's hand seemed to sense danger. It flew up on its own, writing word after word on the black clerical robe. Ouroboros, who has been watching the Paz River Valley for the true creator, due to certain unknown factors, happened to notice the anomaly here. Therefore, at this point in time, it is reasonable for Ouroboros to descend here. The arrival of Ouroboros broke the ceiling of the Corpse Cathedral, allowing Eltines and Arihog, who had been waiting in Baron's Port, to seize the opportunity and descend here. As soon as the quill pen finished writing the first sentence, rays of light streamed in from the stained glass windows high up in the Corpse Cathedral, transforming into ethereal, layered, pure wings. Beneath the covering wings, Ouroboros, with his long silver hair, materialized. He wore a torn linen robe, his face was delicate, his features soft, and his eyes seemed blank and vacant, as if lost in thought. In his hand, he held a peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains. The moment Ouroboros' figure appeared, the red angel evil spirit within Zangwill sensed the characteristic of a conqueror. For it, in its current state, this was an unbearable temptation. The intense desire caused it to break free from the underworld within Zangwill's body. Ouroboros ignored Medici, who had transformed into an evil spirit. At his feet, within the layered wings behind him, one transcendent and mysterious circular wheel after another emerged, converging into a flowing silver-white river, like an Ouroboros, connecting head to tail. The Corpse Cathedral thoughtfully retreated to its initial state, where only the dark stone pillars had just risen, and the surrounding square, where starlight fell, flickered in and out of existence. The evil spirit of Medici Sauron Einhorn was also forced back into Zangwill's body. Outside on the square, the starlight instantly surged, pouring into the Corpse Cathedral like a tide. Amidst the shimmering starlight, countless mysterious, three-dimensional runes floated, outlining the image of a giant dragon. The dragon's enormous and ferocious head lowered, exhaling an invisible, transparent breath. This was the Mind Dragon's unique Mind Breath, a reinforced, area of effect version of Psychic Pierce. The starlight mixed with Mind Breath could directly stimulate and harm the mind and spirit bodies, making those attacked feel as if struck by lightning, their minds tearing, and their spirit bodies seemingly pierced through. Zangwill, whose surroundings became intensely layered with colors, fell into a daze, and his spirit world shuttle was forcibly interrupted. Adam held the silver cross pendant at his chest with both hands, as if praying. A gentle smile always graced his face, and the starlight mixed with Mind Breath had no effect on him whatsoever. Ouroboros was also unaffected by the starlight. His luck was surprisingly good, as the surging starlight always avoided his location due to various coincidences. Amidst the surging starlight, 100-meter-long cross fell from above, heavily embedding itself in the center of the unformed Corpse Cathedral. An infinite burst of light instantly erupted, engulfing all the surging starlight and the lingering figures within the Corpse Cathedral. In an instant, the Corpse Cathedral reformed. Within this church, every stone pillar, every arch, every dome was inlaid with bones of different races, densely packed, watching the people who appeared in this church with different eye sockets. On the walls, windows, and main door of the church, transparent, distorted faces emerged, as if the souls sealed here were isolating the existence of the spirit world and the astral world. Before the giant cross that had fallen from above, a blurry figure stood there, seemingly watching everything with pity. At this moment, there were 3 more figures in the corpse cathedral than before: Amon, wearing a sharp tailcoat and a top hat; Leyton, draped in a black classical warlock robe, holding a miniature golden teapot-shaped oil lamp; and Arihog, who had transformed into an old man in a grey-white robe with dark gold long hair and a beard. Zangwill's expression was contorted in pain. Blood continuously seeped from his body as the evil spirit of Medici Sauron Einhorn forcibly broke free from the underworld within him again, peeling away from his body bit by bit. The evil spirit's face was ferocious, with a scarlet gap on each side of its cheeks, like 2 new mouths. The 3 mouths continuously opened and closed, emitting hoarse, uncontrollable voices. "I smell iron and blood, great serpent. Quickly give me that conqueror characteristic. As long as I recover my sequence 1 strength, we can completely cooperate with the eye monster and lizard monster to counterattack Amon and Adam together." As he spoke, the classical quill pen, which Zangwill had clutched tightly, broke free on its own and flew towards Arihog. The quill pen abruptly vanished in midair, then reappeared in Amon's hand. "You all seem to want this pen. Why don't you make me an offer? The highest bidder gets it." As Amon bantered with everyone, his right hand tightened, exerting a little force, and the struggling quill pen in his hand instantly stopped moving. Silently, the corpse cathedral was once again enveloped in a hazy starlight, completely obscuring the figures of Leyton, Ouroboros, Arihog, and Zangwill. At the same time, eyes sprouted from the cracks and starlight, flaunting auras of madness, disaster, and ominousness, forming a confrontation with the corpse cathedral. Within the hazy starlight, a grey-white giant dragon emerged. Its grey-white scales were inscribed with complex and 3-dimensional mysterious symbols, extending inward into its flesh and outward into the surrounding void, as if interwoven into something not belonging to the real world. Simply seeing it caused mental derangement, distorted thoughts, and the spirit body to be tainted with various seemingly heartfelt notions, making one wish to tear or destroy oneself. Silver-white light simultaneously erupted amidst the hazy starlight, invading the embedded skulls and sealed souls around the corpse cathedral from different directions and angles, causing intense chaos. This chaos, arising from a disturbance at the fate level, was difficult to stop and end. This chaos caused flaws in the corpse cathedral's sealing of the astral world and the spirit world. Under the gaze and analysis of the eyes of mystery prying, these flaws were exploited by Leyton. Around him, 1 star after another emerged, densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered rays of brilliance, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the entire corpse cathedral, gradually disintegrating and shattering it. A pale gold vertical pupil suddenly appeared in front of Amon, and an invisible mental storm swept the surroundings, causing Amon to briefly fall into a state of distraction. Adam glanced in Amon's direction but did not move. Around him, a silver-white river, head to tail, encircled him, forming a strange cycle of fate. Ouroboros was constantly reinforcing and altering this cycle of fate, making it difficult for him to break through for a time. Taking advantage of this brief stalemate, Leyton rubbed the golden teapot-shaped wishing lamp in his hand and softly said, "Let 0-08 return to Arihog's hands." Golden water flowed from the spout, coalescing in midair into a golden, distorted human figure. The genie floated in midair, looking around with an air of watching a show, then looked down at Leyton and said indifferently, "This is the first wish." After speaking, he looked at Amon and Arihog, who were confronting each other on the mental level, extended a hand, and firmly gripped the air. Amon raised the monocle over his right eye and turned his head to look at the genie, attempting to steal the other party's thoughts and actions. His attempt at theft failed, as expected, but the genie's action of transferring 0-08 to Arihog's hands also failed. Amon deceived the rules, swapped positions, and made 0-08 reappear in Zangwill's hand. Zangwill, having regained 0-08, did not hesitate to write a new line of words on his black clerical robe. Altine's and Ouroboros' destruction of the corpse cathedral has left it incomplete. Zangwill happened to be in a flaw, and due to mutual restraint, no one noticed this small detail. Zangwill forcefully crashed out of the corpse cathedral, taking 0-08 and escaping the center of the storm. This is a very reasonable development. The moment the final exclamation mark fell, Zangwill's body spontaneously crashed into a nearby stained glass window. Silently, the glass window shattered and cracked, and a chilling, wailing gale swept Zangwill's figure out of the corpse cathedral. Chapter 600, KWM Chapter 597, Hunter and Prey. Ince Zangwill, who had broken through the corpse cathedral, did not return directly to the open square in the dock district, but instead arrived at the foot of a mountain surrounded by light. Before him were layers of stone steps, winding around the mountain, leading straight to the summit, where a giant cross stood, surrounded and embraced by countless angels. Rumble. Rumble. Exaggerated thunder suddenly sounded, and countless silver-white electric lights fell from a higher place, breaking the scene of the mountain surrounded by angels, and returning the surroundings to the open square. Zhangwill's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a transparent, blurry spirit in its place, which was struck by the ensuing lightning and instantly annihilated. Having lost Medici's evil spirit, he no longer possessed the ability to travel through the spirit world. Just as a feeling of annoyance began to emerge, his vision suddenly darkened for a moment, then returned to normal, as if he had only blinked. As the former Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, a Sequence 4 Night Watcher, Zhangwill keenly noticed the fleeting dangerous aura just now. The 0-08 in his hand began to write uncontrollably again. The unlucky Zhangwill has lost the evil spirit within him and no longer possesses the ability to roam the spirit world, while Anderson, whom he previously regarded as his prey, is waiting nearby to hunt him. Due to being affected by the previous battle of those angels, his mental barrier was torn apart, and he was also infected with mental plague. His condition is already precarious, and he could collapse into madness at any moment. This is an assessment from a professional psychiatrist. Now the positions of hunter and prey have been reversed, and things have become interesting. Can the unlucky Zhangwill escape the hidden hunt? Zhangwill snorted coldly, forcefully pinching the quill that still wanted to continue writing, his gaze sweeping around. He quickly strode away from the dock. Boom. 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 One by one, crimson-white fireballs streaked through the quiet air, assailing Zhangwill. A whimpering wind suddenly surged from within him, swirling and howling, pushing away the approaching fireballs in midair from their original direction. The crimson-white fireballs struck the surroundings of the open square, raising clouds of dust. Admiral Hell, Ludwell appeared silently in the square, his right hand holding an exaggerated pair of scissors that looked like they were used for pruning branches, and his face covered by a cold, silver-white mask. Ludwell extended his free left hand forward. His arm, forearm, and fingers rapidly dematerialized, expanded, and stretched, reaching out to grab Zhangwill. During this process, his palm quickly turned pale, carrying a strange suction force, pulling and dragging Zhangwill's spirit body. Soon, a transparent, illusory figure began to emerge from above Zhangwill's head. An illusory bronze door rapidly formed in Zhangwill's eyes, pulling his spirit body, which was about to emerge from his body, back in. This should have been an easy task for him, being a Sequence 4, but for some reason, he made several mistakes in quick succession, and for a short time, he could only form a tug-of-war with Ludwell. Anderson looked at the Admiral Hell, who had suddenly appeared here with some astonishment, but after seeing him in a tug-of-war with Zhangwill, he immediately made a decision. He pushed his hands forward, quickly condensing a group of fire crows around himself, allocating a bit of spirituality to each fire crow, and adding the effects of precision and cull. Crimson-white fire crows traced arcs in the air, striking Zhangwill from different directions and angles. The urgent emotion caused Zhangwill to make another mistake during the struggle, and his spirit body once again separated a large portion from his body falling into a momentarily dazed state. Boom. The fire crow accurately struck Zhangwill's chest, blasting open a large amount of flesh and blood. His figure then disappeared in the firelight, leaving only a transparent, blurry spirit in its place, which was engulfed by the flames and quickly turned to ashes. Zhangwill's figure reappeared on the other side of the open square. The moment his figure emerged, an invisible fluctuation spread out somewhat unevenly. The surroundings suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen, and a sense of peaceful tranquility descended with specks of starlight. Anderson only felt that the emotions and desires in his mind were strangely smoothed out. He became desireless, not wanting to do anything, just standing there in a daze. Ludwell, who was already a puppet, was not too affected, because Klein, who was manipulating the puppet from the dark, happened to be outside the range of Soul Soothe. Under his manipulation, Ludwell held the giant scissors with both hands and extended them forward, continuously cutting and making clicking sounds. Silver-white fine blades emerged from thin air where Zhangwill was located. Zhangwill suddenly paused for a brief moment. Someone was forcibly trying to pull him into a dream, and although it didn't succeed, it caused him to miss the best time to avoid the attack. The sound of flesh being torn instantly rang out. The clothes on his neck, chest, and lower abdomen were cut, and crimson blood gushed out. Klein glanced at Leonard and Danitz, who had arrived via spirit world travel. He decisively had Ludwell throw the scissors in his hand to Leonard, while he himself set up another ritual, preparing to enter the grey fog to use the sea god scepter to unleash his most powerful attack. The moment she saw Zhangwill, Danitz's eyes were filled with hatred. She took a few steps to the side, distancing herself from Leonard, then spread her hands and forcefully pushed the void. A bronze door with countless strange patterns, difficult to describe precisely, appeared out of thin air, and creaked open a crack. Terrifying suction came from behind the door. Skinless, bloody arms, slimy tentacles with teeth, and vines with baby faces stretched out from the darkness behind the door, forcefully grabbing at Zhangwill. Leonard looked at the giant scissors stuck beside his foot, and looked at the Admiral Hell Ludwell in confusion, only to find that the other party's figure had disappeared. What does this mean? Pick it up. If you're lucky enough, this mystical item can instantly severely wound this former Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who is not in good condition. Palez's voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's mind. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Leonard reached out to pull the scissors stuck in the ground while muttering in his heart. Old man. Weren't you asleep? Amon is everywhere here, how could I sleep? Perhaps one day I'll fall asleep and never wake up. Palez replied testily, then fell silent. Suddenly, illusory cracking sounds echoed in layers, and everyone looked up in surprise, gazing at the position above their heads. Adam's corpse cathedral was flickering in and out of existence, as if overlapping with reality. Starlight permeated the surroundings, gradually disintegrating this magnificent church. Inside the corpse cathedral, the genie refused Leyton's request for another wish as compensation and retracted back into the wishing lamp. Around Leyton, patches of starlight suddenly became bright and dazzling. The starlight rapidly eroded the corpse cathedral, re-establishing its connection with the astral world and the spirit world. At that instant, the genie's voice suddenly echoed in Leyton's mind, a reminder to you, you have been infected with mental plague and have been planted with psychological Q by Adam. If not dealt with in time, the consequences will be very severe. Leyton lowered his eyes to the wishing lamp in his hand, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a sigh, fate is on our side. The genie mocked disdainfully, fate can only make these influences less fatal when they erupt, but that doesn't mean they are not lethally dangerous. Even those few guys who can, to a certain extent, represent fate, cannot guarantee that they won't be injured or fall. You'd best be able to distinguish which thoughts are your own and which are forced upon you by others. Leyton did not respond to the genie. His body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of pure, complex information, surging out from the cracks in the corpse cathedral that were being eroded by starlight. As he moved, Aerihog, entangled with Amon, also flapped his wings, directly shattering the church's stained glass window and flying out. Having left the corpse cathedral, the dragon's form rapidly expanded, instantly reaching the size of a small mountain. Aerihog, in his dragon form, raised his head and let out a low roar in the sky. The soul-shaking roar echoed continuously, planting the psychological cue to flee this place in everyone in Baron's Port. The wind, carrying the dragon's might and strong will, blew in all directions. Any creature caught within it found their body, mind, and spirit in an uncontrollable state. The entire Baron's Port fell into chaos, either trembling and standing still, or blindly and irrationally fleeing, or losing control of their bladder and bowels, their legs weakly collapsing, or displaying fanatical expressions, as if they had become followers of the dragon. The few people who were besieging in Sangwil in the open square also briefly froze. Streams of complex, pure information flowed down from midair, quickly converging and reassembling Leyton's body. Patches of dazzling starlight surrounded him, outlining symbols of doors. Before Amon and Adam came out of the corpse cathedral, he teleported Anderson, Leonard, and others in the square, including the hidden Klein, all out of the city. Just as he completed his action, a crimson-purple flaming spear flew out of the corpse cathedral and plunged into the ground of the square. The flames quickly disintegrated and reassembled, transforming into Medici Sauron Einhorn, clad in blood-stained armor, with fiery red, wild hair and a handsome face. There were long scars on each side of his cheeks, from the corners of his mouth to his ears, which gave him a fierce and iron-blooded aura. Crimson-purple flames spontaneously gathered in his hand, forming an exaggeratedly broad straight sword. Beside him, Ouroboros's figure also quickly materialized. His simple linen robe had more scorched marks on it. Leyton's gaze lingered for a moment on Medici Sauron Einhorn, whose aura was chaotic and whose chest was heaving violently, and Ouroboros, who looked as if he had just been through a fire. He scoffed. You two together couldn't even defeat one atom. Chapter 601, KWM Chapter 598 Their respective allies. The Red Angel evil spirit tilted his head, sizing up Leyton with a mocking gaze and a contemptuous tone. Little brat, do you want to switch opponents with me? Let Uncle here teach that little crow a lesson for you and get your revenge. All right. Leyton chuckled, nodding. As he spoke, he gently rubbed the lamp wall of the wishing lamp with his right hand and said casually, gather all the almonds in the city, including those in the nearby spirit world. No, gather all the almonds within your range of ability. Don't be as embarrassing as before, getting your influence easily modified by Amon. Golden water flowed out from the spout of the wishing lamp, quickly converging into a golden human figure full of distortion and chaos. The genie looked at Leyton with a calm tone and said in a deep voice, this is the second wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale golden light suddenly burst from the genie's body, distorting the surrounding rules. Silently, many figures appeared on the square, pigeons, crows, or seagulls circling in the air, tiny ants, flies, humans dressed as postmen or sailors, and even inanimate leaves and dust in the air. The almonds figures filled the entire open-air square, as if the genie had pulled over everything in the northern state that was parasitic with Amon. After doing all this, the genie's figure became much dimmer. He did not speak again but directly retreated into the wishing lamp, as if this action had consumed too much of his power. Hey, this is the dignity of a genie. I feel like all the Amons in West Balam are here. Leyton sighed in a low voice. If Amon hadn't tricked the genie's wish before, the genie wouldn't have worked so hard to pull all the Amons here, nor would he have agreed to grant Leyton a second wish now. He quickly scanned the crowd and saw Danitz in the corner putting on a monocle. All the people and objects parasitic with Amon simultaneously looked up, took off the monocles from their right eyes, held them in their palms, and softly chanted something. Soon, streams of light drilled out from their bodies and poured into the Amon in the corpse cathedral. Medici Sauron Einhorn's evil spirit tilted his head to look at Leyton and said with a strange tone, "You wouldn't have some strange fetish, would you? You're actually actively increasing the power that Little Crow can use." On both sides of his cheeks, the two long scars split open, as if two extra mouths had grown, speaking one after another. With so many characteristics gathered, this Amon avatar has reached the Sequence 2 level. We don't need to confront them head-on. For us, completely mastering this conqueror characteristic is the most important thing. Medici scoffed disdainfully. Hey, two cowards. Were they killed once and scared into psychological trauma? Sauron and Einhorn's consciousnesses roared in unison, refuting. Shut up. Shut up. If we die again, we won't even have a chance to be evil spirits. Such an emotionally unstable fellow is a ticking time bomb when facing Adam, the kind that could explode and harm his own people at any moment. Leyton's gaze coldly swept over the Red Angel evil spirit, who was in internal conflict, then looked towards Adam and Amon, who walked out of the corpse cathedral. Having retrieved all characteristics and elevated this avatar's strength to the Sequence 2 level, Amon walked to Leyton with a light chuckle, raised his hand to pinch the monocle over his right eye, and said with a light laugh, "You've pulled all my clones here. Are you worried about me discovering someone? Palez. Or the fool?" Leyton ignored Amon's words. He could clearly feel the mental plague on him was about to erupt. A pure silver long river spread out from beneath Ouroboros's feet. It did not connect head to tail but surged forward continuously, faster and faster, more and more intensely. A somewhat ethereal and faint sound of flowing water echoed in Leyton's ears, interrupting his chaotic thoughts and gradually calming his mind, restoring his mental clarity. It was then that he realized his ability to virtualize his body into an information state had been stolen by Amon. Under Leyton's gaze, Amon's body gradually virtualized, disintegrating into streams of information that surged and spread in all directions. These surging information streams had not yet gone far when they flowed back along their previous path, restoring Amon's figure. The silver river beneath Ouroboros's feet had, at some point, converged into a ring, connected head to tail, initiating a cycle of fate. Leyton seized the opportunity, extending his right hand, which wore a mechanical glove. From the bronze-colored glove burst forth a hazy glimmer, not brilliant, not bright, without any color, as if composed of countless illusory things. These lights gently floated around, forming patches of light that appeared thin but gave an extremely heavy feeling. On the light patches floated scenes of humans discovering fire, leaving caves, building houses, smelting steel, and making tools. They carried the weight of years and history, the civilization of human society, fragments of civilization. These fragments of civilization floated in the square, forming an extremely heavy historical scroll that enveloped both Amon and himself. Amon once again transformed into a torrent of information, surging in all directions, yet always unable to leave this historical scroll of dappled light and shadow. Outside the historical scroll, the Red Angel evil spirit was caught in severe self-contradiction, having lost his combat capability, leaving only Ouroboros and Erihog to restrain Adam together. The battle in the mental world quickly concluded. Even with the good fortune granted by Ouroboros, and borrowing power from his former divine kingdom Liveseed, Erihog was still quickly defeated by Adam. The ancient sun god was an unforgettable nightmare for him, and also a vulnerability in his mind. In the dream battlefield constructed by Adam, he was once again defeated by the ancient sun god, but Ouroboros' blessing allowed him to escape the dream world in time. After the conflict in the mental world ended, Adam looked at Ouroboros with a gentle expression and calmly said, "If you take Medici back to the true creator now, you can still use the authority of Fallen to restore his state." Ouroboros calmly shook his head, saying nothing, refusing Adam's suggestion. The next second, his expression became painful and ferocious. His eyes turned blood red, and fine silver scales emerged on his exposed skin, reflecting numerous mysterious and ancient patterns that interconnected into circles. Innumerable negative, extreme emotions and thoughts bred within him, constantly assaulting his psychological defenses, making him want to destroy everything around him, to tear apart his own flesh and soul. While Adam was speaking, he used a virtual persona to infiltrate the mental world around Ouroboros, stirring up a mental storm that destroyed his mental barrier and activated the seed of the mental plague previously planted. The mental storm forced Erihog out of the mental world, and the mountain-like body of the giant dragon manifested in the sky above Baron's port. The three-dimensional symbols on the dragon's scales became chaotic, and its pale golden vertical pupils became murky, as if filled with various extreme emotions and desires. Silently, the entire city was enveloped by a layer of thick black mist, as dense as viscous liquid, seemingly the materialization of all the dark, negative emotions and desires in people's hearts. Within the dense black mist, scarlet bubbles, like congealed blood, continuously rolled out. These bubbles constantly burst, splashing circles of scarlet ripples around, causing uncontrollable feelings of anger, sadness, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, melancholy, and other emotions and desires to rise in people's hearts. An endless black mist surged downwards, instantly engulfing the entire Baron's port, pulling all living beings there into the abyss of desire. Various emotions and desires intertwined, mutating within the black mist, giving birth to demons out of thin air, each with huge, curved goat horns on their heads, a pair of membrane wings on their backs, and reddish-blue flames swirling around their bodies. These were not true demons, but manifestations of extreme desires and emotions. However, to some extent, they were more dangerous than demons. Their extreme desires and emotions were highly contagious, and for angels whose mental state was already unstable, these demons were extremely perilous. In mid-air, black, viscous liquid, condensed with various emotions and desires, continuously seeped from between the grayish-white scales on Arihog's body, who maintained his dragon form. As the negative emotions and desires born in his heart were extracted, the giant dragon's pale golden vertical pupils quickly regained clarity. With a flap of his huge membrane wings, he re-entered the mental world. In the sea of collective subconscious, a mental storm swept through again, and the surrounding weather rapidly changed. Spiritual perception of the surroundings suffered strong interference, and Arihog was confined in place, unable to leave the battlefield to retrieve 0-08. On the ground, Ouroboros slowly straightened his body. As silver-white light floated, the viscous liquid clinging to his body spontaneously dripped onto the ground, making sizzling sounds of corrosion and emitting wisps of black smoke. With a crashing sound, the ground around the square was violently torn open from within, and quickly, one snake-like black tentacle after another grew from the dark cracks. These tentacles purposefully wrapped around the demons derived from extreme emotions and desires, continuously spreading upwards, probing into the thick, dense black mist in the sky. The tip of each tentacle had an eye, either closed or open. Anything they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone. And those demons entangled by the tentacles distorted directly, with human limbs and heads extending from their bodies, transforming into women of various sizes, women with very good looks. Chapter 602, KWM Chapter 599, The River of Eternal Darkness. Whether it was the black mist condensed from desires and emotions, or the python-like tentacles growing from the ground, they all instinctively avoided the historical scroll formed by countless fragments of civilization. Within the historical scroll, Leyton and Amon's figures continuously jumped, chased, and fought through one scene after another. Their actions caused these fragments of civilization to flicker on and off, and from time to time, some fragments would completely dim and disappear. During the chase, Amon seemed to gradually discover the pattern here, constantly using acts of deception and theft to destroy the content within the fragments of civilization, causing them to fall into contradiction and naturally extinguish. History is a very rigorous thing, it cannot tolerate a single error, and I happen to be the existence closest to error. Fortunately, this avatar of mine is already the Trojan horse of destiny, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to modify the contents of these fragments of civilization. Amon destroyed the fragments of civilization while chatting with Leyton. Losing his informational ability greatly restricted Leyton's actions within the historical scroll, and he somewhat struggled to keep up with Amon's pace. Brilliant starlight surged in, drilling into this level of civilization, and specks of starlight reconverged internally, revealing Leyton's figure. He gazed at Amon, who seemed to be waiting for him, and calmly said, "Perhaps, you need to speed up a bit. I still have many fragments of civilization I can use, and if you don't hurry, the struggle outside might already be over by the time you get out." Amon raised his eyebrow and looked at Leyton unhurriedly, saying, "Do you think an unstable evil spirit, an angel of the same pathway, and an Ouroboros with no frontal combat ability can defeat that fanatic? Even if that winged fat lizard is an ancient god resurrected from death, at sequence 2, it won't have any overpowered abilities. Furthermore, in mental battles, someone who has died once can easily die a second time. How did you figure that out? You shouldn't have met Ankwelt before, right?" Leyton looked at Amon with some doubt. He found it normal for Adam to recognize Ankwelt, but how did Amon recognize him? Is it that hard to guess? When he and my fanatical brother were restraining each other in the spiritual world earlier, I stole many thoughts from him. As he spoke, Amon pinched the monocle over his right eye. The scene of people building houses in the fragments of civilization suddenly burst into flames, burning down the wooden houses. As the houses were burned down, this fragment of civilization quickly dimmed, disintegrating into nothingness bit by bit. Having done all that, Amon's body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of pure information, and drilled into the next fragment of civilization. As if he found himself not fast enough, the torrent of information that Amon had transformed into immediately split into several streams, drilling into fragments of civilization in different directions. Seeing Amon's actions, Leyton sighed softly, "The error pathway truly restrains me." As he sighed, his body quickly cracked, and countless dark things surged out from within him. In an instant, he transformed into a black ball of thread covered in eyes. Each eye shimmered with cold, pure light, giving an impression of extraordinary holiness and wisdom, yet also appearing quite indifferent and devoid of warmth. Each eye reflected a fragment of civilization, simultaneously bringing all of Amon's avatars into view. By transforming himself into an informational creature, Amon rapidly traversed different fragments of civilization, destroying them one by one. During this process, Amon's information was gradually being recorded and analyzed by Leyton. As the fragments of civilization dimmed one by one, soon, only the last bright area of the historical scroll remained. On the black ball of thread, all the eyes stared at Amon, who was rapidly moving his position as an informational creature. Deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in each eye, outlining a complex and mysterious pattern. Amon, who was maintaining his information flow state, suddenly stopped. The complex and pure information rapidly collapsed inward, reassembling Amon's body. Leyton retrieved the Beyonder abilities that Amon had stolen from him. Amon didn't get angry when his stolen Beyonder abilities were taken back by the other party. He curled his lips and chuckled, "Anyway, there's only one left, but your informational ability is indeed very useful." A gurgling sound of flowing water responded to Amon's words. A greenish-black river flowed from beyond the fragments of civilization, vast and mighty, covering the entire fragment. Countless transparent souls struggled in the river, pulling at each other, desperately trying to get out of the river, but always being pulled back down by the souls behind them. Amon curiously glanced at the vast river, feeling the dense and unyielding aura of death. He sighed softly, then raised the monocle over his right eye, and a pale white light swept across the lens. The vast river instantly disappeared, leaving behind only the mottled and dimmed fragments of civilization. Crack! 2 tiny cracks appeared on the monocle Amon was wearing, and the entire lens was covered with a layer of hazy mist. No wonder it was so easy for me to steal successfully. Muttering to himself, Amon took off his monocle and looked at Leyton, who was standing outside the fragments of civilization, saying, "What's the name of that river that carries death and leads to the end?" "It shouldn't be the river of eternal darkness. You just used some of their similar characteristics to hide water from the river of eternal darkness within it." "Yellow Springs," Leyton replied softly. He had added 2 drops of water from the river of eternal darkness to the mystical reenactment he had just used, which was why Amon's monocle had cracked. Affected by the aura of the river of eternal darkness, Amon's era uniqueness was temporarily unusable, and due to the close connection with the uniqueness, he himself was also corrupted by the river of eternal darkness. After a few exchanges, this last fragment of civilization also collapsed, affected by the aura of the river of eternal darkness. The historical scroll completely dimmed, disappearing bit by bit into nothingness, revealing Leyton and Amon's figures once again. Around them, countless black mists condensed from emotions and desires surged, and python-like black tentacles, rising from beneath the ground, writhed wantonly. Between the black mist and the tentacles, a purplish-red flame giant stood tall, his eyes tightly closed, his expression appearing very painful and ferocious, as if he had fallen into an inescapable nightmare, into a state of uncontrollable distress. 2 new, shrunken heads grew on either side of his neck, and at his shoulder blades and waist, there were several protruding, tumor-like objects, as if new limbs were about to grow out. Complex and 3-dimensional mystical symbols intertwined around him, extending continuously into the void from his center, as if to break the boundary between reality and dreams. It was the dark side of the universe and the primordial demoness who intervened first. Can Adam, who has mastered the visionary uniqueness, now make the false true to a certain extent? As thoughts surfaced, Leyton turned his head to look at Amon beside him, only to find that his figure had already disappeared. He left. As he muttered to himself, the genie's voice suddenly came from the wishing lamp he held in his hand. "What kind of deal did you make with the river of eternal darkness?" Those 2 drops of river water just now were not ordinary, the taste of the end of all things was too obvious. Why a deal, and not cooperation? Leyton raised an eyebrow and retorted. As he spoke, his body dematerialized, breaking down into streams of complex information, continuously spreading outwards. During this process, an invisible, transparent storm suddenly formed, as if woven from countless mind breaths. Capable of easily tearing apart spirits and piercing through spiritual bodies. This sudden storm caused severe interference with spiritual perception of the surroundings, like a storm composed of countless sharp blades, repeatedly striking and tearing at the mental barriers of surrounding creatures. The violent wind sounded as if from illusion, yet also as if from reality, and the wind was mixed with intense negative emotions such as fear and panic, causing people to unconsciously feel lazy and disinclined to work. Under the influence of this storm sweeping out from the spiritual world, Leyton, who had transformed into a pure informational creature, could no longer maintain himself. The complex and pure information continuously collapsed, reassembling his body, and he uncontrollably fell from midair. During this process, a dark red light illuminated the mechanical glove on his right hand, intertwining into symbols of immense majesty, both confusing the surrounding storm and reducing the impact he suffered. The moment he touched the ground, his body suddenly became transparent and ethereal, transforming into a pile of foam upon impact. These bubbles quickly scattered and floated away under the influence of the storm, bursting one by one and vanishing in an instant. Leyton's figure then appeared at the edge of the storm, then transformed into a brilliant starlight, flickering and disappearing, and then reappearing at the end of the street. After several repetitions, he quickly left the confines of Baron's Port. Brilliant stars floated around him, casting pure and clear radiance, soothing his spirit and repairing his almost destroyed mental barrier. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the black mist from the dark side of the universe behind him suddenly became frenzied, chaotic, and extremely aggressive, as if even the devil found it difficult to adapt to this change, and their bodies uncontrollably underwent mutations. A deep pale purple flashed in Leyton's eyes. His gaze pierced through the black mist, clearly seeing the situation inside. The devils, active in the black mist and evolved from various emotions and desires, fell into their own intense emotions and desires, their expressions gradually becoming blank. Chapter 603, KWM Chapter 600, Encirclement and Killing. Many devils grew deformed reproductive organs on their bodies. They embraced each other in groups, like an exaggerated ball of flesh, mating selflessly until their flesh and blood stuck together and grew tree-like branches, without stopping at all. In the sky, deep within the dense black fog, distorted and strange branches were vaguely forming, gradually binding and assimilating the demon monarch hidden in the deepest part. Freed from the entanglement of the devils extending from desire, the tentacles stretching out from underground rapidly wriggled, coiling and whipping from different directions, trying to snatch the conqueror beyonder characteristic from the red angel evil spirit, who was caught in self-contradiction and division. As soon as those python-like black tentacles touched the red angel evil spirit's body, they uncontrollably retreated, returning to their state a few seconds prior. This was Ouroboros's fate loop. With the primordial demoness status, even after one loop, her memory would not be lost. All the eyes at the tips of the python-like tentacles opened, gazing at the red angel evil spirit from different directions and angles. The red angel evil spirit, caught in self-contradiction and division, was petrified without resistance, its body covered in a layer of gray-white. The fate loop activated again, and the petrified red angel evil spirit recovered. The tentacles stretching out from underground shifted their target, some whipping towards Ouroboros, and some coiling towards the red angel evil spirit. In the nightmare woven by Adam, the red angel evil spirit's form was nearly collapsing. Sauron and Einhorn's consciousness became frantic and powerful, as if they wanted to tear the flame giant's body into 3 pieces, even if the result was their own death. Under Ouroboros's feet, a silver long river slowly formed, connecting head to tail, encircling Medici Sauron Einhorn, initiating a loop of fate, causing him to fall into a cycle of self-destruction again and again, preventing him from truly dying. Deeper in the dream, Erihog, maintaining his dragon form, had a brass-colored book in front of him. The pages turned on their own, revealing an omniscient eye that scanned the entire scene, as if it could see all secrets. Opposite him, Adam transformed into a giant composed of pure light, as tall as a mountain. Around them, the dream constantly evolved, manifesting ancient and powerful creatures one after another, and calamities one after another, opposing and contending with each other. Within the dream, tiny brass-colored specks of light rapidly moved, outlining mysterious symbols one after another, continuously analyzing this dream world. During this process, specks of light continuously formed pairs of brass-colored illusory eyes, directly seeing weak points and creating eyes at weak points. Under the gaze of these eyes, the dream woven by Adam was not only broken but also continuously modified. A subtle balance was achieved between him and Erihog, neither could escape the other to take 0-08. Leyton sighed and withdrew his gaze, looking at the black fog in the sky tilting towards the Paz River Valley. His expression didn't change much. It was expected that the dark side of the universe would be affected by the mother tree of desire. Even if he had made preparations beforehand, various unexpected situations would arise when facing Adam, causing things to develop in an uncontrollable direction. While observing the sky, Leyton's figure instantly blurred, disintegrating into complex and pure information streams, surging away towards the direction where Klein and others were besieging in Sangwil. On the outskirts not too far from Baron's Port, a strange monster with 8 legs and covered in white feathers was wantonly unleashing its power, pulling the surroundings into deep night, causing the insects and bacteria in the soil to enter eternal slumber, dying little by little in their sleep. Having contained the Beyonder characteristic of both the Evernight and Death pathways, in Sangwil's own Beyonder abilities underwent a mutation, becoming strange and terrifying. Rumbling, streaks of silver-white lightning descended from the sky, forming a lightning forest that enveloped the incomplete mythical creature in Sangwil had become. Under the cover of the silver-white lightning, a faint blue light silently slid under in Sangwil's feet, forming a small door. Several large legs covered in coarse, short hair and white feathers instantly sank into it, and as the door closed, they were severed at the root and teleported outside the lightning forest. Losing 4 large legs, Zhangwil's body instantly lost balance, falling to the ground, submerged by the continuously striking silver-white lightning. Outside the lightning forest, Leyton appeared silently. He looked up at the sky, and using the aura of the grey fog, his gaze penetrated the obstruction and met Klein's eyes above the grey fog. Smiling lightly at Klein and nodding, Leyton bent down and picked up the antique quill pen that Zhangwil had held tightly in his hand. Having obtained 0-08, Leyton immediately began writing on his sleeve. Under the influence of misfortune, the mental plague on Zhangwil's body erupted. He, maintaining his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately lost control and all sanity. The misfortune charm Klein used earlier carried the will of the Evernight goddess. Under the influence of a sequence 0 of the same pathway, Zhangwil's state continuously deteriorated. Even though he had lost control, he would still become drowsy, possibly falling into slumber at any moment, dying little by little in eternal sleep. Based on various coincidences and the influence of fate, this is a very reasonable development. As the last punctuation mark fell, Zhangwil, maintaining his incomplete mythical creature form, suddenly had a bewildered look in his eyes. Various emotions and thoughts surged in his mind, constantly expanding, making it difficult for him to even think normally. Above the grey fog, Klein noticed the words Leyton had written with 0-08. He immediately waved the sea god scepter, causing the surrounding wind to differentiate. One half became sharp and piercing, as if it could directly stab the spirit body and harm one's spirit, while the other half became deep and heavy, like thunder, shaking the mind. Zhangwil's dark, sunken eyes showed a painful expression. On his sharpened, elongated teeth, translucent faces began to struggle. The natural spirits sealed on his teeth were affected by the wind, appearing extremely pained. The white feathers growing on his body began to fall off in pieces, constantly oozing pale yellow oil. At the position of his torso where 4 legs had been severed, white bones grew out, replacing the original large legs. On the 4 newly grown white bone legs, each had a bird's skull, with pale flames burning in the eye sockets, as if new consciousness had been born within, originating from the various mad consciousnesses split from Zhangwil's mind. Boom. Boom. Silver-white electric snakes frequently darted out. Taking advantage of Zhangwil's poor condition, Klein continuously unleashed lightning from above the grey fog via the sea god scepter. The dazzling silver-white light made it impossible for Anderson and Leonard to fully open their eyes, and they dared not use their naked eyes to locate Zhangwil, who was revealing his incomplete mythical creature form. With various emotions and thoughts surging and becoming uncontrollable, Zhangwil, under the instinct of survival, dragged his body, covered in scorch marks and moving extremely awkwardly, to dodge the lightning strikes. His insane instinct made him want to kill the weak insects around him who dared to besiege him. Die. 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 From his more wolf-like lips, filled with sharp fangs, continuous, broken whispers emanated, similar to a spirit guide's language of the dead, but carrying the madness and corruption of an incomplete mythical creature. This sound could bypass the protection of the flesh and blood body, directly reverberating within the spirit body, making it difficult to block. Anderson and Dannett simultaneously covered their heads with both hands, painfully half-kneeling on the ground. Their exposed skin gradually turned pale, growing age spots, showing signs of aging and death. Leonard looked at Dannett and Anderson in confusion. He suddenly couldn't hear anything, as if he had entered a silent world. Don't just stand there. I stole your hearing. Quickly stab the scissors in your hand into Zhangwil's body. With his current luck, just one stab will trigger the special ability of those scissors. Palez's voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's mind. After a brief stun, Leonard immediately came to his senses and muttered softly. I can't confirm his location. He's maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form. Old man, do you have any ideas? Old man. Old man. Leonard's tone gradually became anxious, but Palez did not respond to him again. Leyton, observing from not far away, once again discovered Amon's trace. He had not left Baron's port. Leyton's body blurred again, disintegrating into streams of information, surging towards the place where Amon appeared. At the northernmost dock of Baron's port, a swirl of colors silently spread out, as if an invisible paintbrush was outlining colors, depicting Amon's figure. He held a monocle with several new cracks in his right hand, but the layer of mist covering it had disappeared. Putting the broken monocle back over his right eye, he looked up at the pitch-black night sky and said in a deep voice. Evernight. As complex and pure information streams surged, Leyton's body reassembled. He stood dozens of meters away, looking thoughtfully at Amon and saying. Evernight. So you didn't go back to fix your glasses, you were locked in a small dark room by Evernight. Amon turned his head to look at Leyton and scoffed. I owe it to the 2 drops of river of eternal darkness water you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped the concealed world created by Evernight so easily. As the two spoke, the dark side of the universe, which had been wantonly releasing its influence and polluting the surroundings, stopped. Chapter 604, KWM Chapter 601, Changes in the Sky. A light invisible to the naked eye emerged from nothingness, surging like a torrent, reflecting a brilliant cosmos in the sky, scattering rays of light that converged into a magnificent pillar of light, enveloping the entire sky. The black mist, woven from various desires and emotions, was continuously dissolved by the starlight, rapidly collapsing and dissipating. Amidst the prayers of numerous believers, the hidden sage displayed his divine miracle. As the hidden sage appeared, a misty glow, neither brilliant nor pure, devoid of any color, as if composed of an immense number of illusory things, surged from the land of perfection, blossoming in the astral world, and in an instant, it traversed infinite distances, heading straight for the hidden sage. In the sky enveloped by starlight, an orange-red light suddenly flared, the color of twilight forcefully intruding and occupying more than half of the sky. With the appearance of this twilight, the surrounding matter, along with the void, began to warp, all things uncontrollably started to decay, including the starlight created by the hidden sage, the misty glow descending from the land of perfection, and the various desires and emotions interwoven within the black mist brought by the dark side of the universe. Amon looked up at the constantly changing sky, a slight smile on his lips, and casually remarked, "Things are getting more and more interesting." After 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly looked at Leyton and chuckled, "Since neither of us is confident in forcing the other to retreat, how about a temporary truce? Isn't it more interesting to sit in the spectator stands and watch those high and mighty gods fight it out? This way, we also manage to tie each other down. Anyway, no matter what either of us does, it will be difficult to hide from the other's eyes." Leyton turned his head to glance at Amon and said thoughtfully, "Has the damage to the uniqueness caused you to lose contact with your main body?" "Guess." Amon pressed the monocle over his right eye, which had several cracks, his tone very calm, with a hint of playfulness. "I think so. What do you say I seize the opportunity to snatch a portion of the Trojan horse of destinies beyond her characteristics?" Leyton said calmly. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of gurgling water appeared at his feet, and pink peach blossoms floated down in midair. Silently, a barrier that was isolated from the outside and difficult to connect with formed around them, blurring the distant scenery. Amon looked around, and said in a very relaxed tone, "Since Steam has personally taken action, aren't you even a little curious?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to remove the monocle from his right eye, then pulled out a brand new, flawless monocle from his pocket. He looked at Leyton, whose eyes flashed with shock, and chuckled, "I am not the main body, and the monocle I wear is naturally not the main body either. Since I am not the main body, then of course I can have as many as I want and replace it at any time." As he spoke, he put the new monocle over his right eye, while the cracked monocle was effortlessly crushed by him, transforming into a faint white stream of light that merged into his body. After a moment of silence, Leyton said, dumbfounded, "I don't understand the uniqueness of error, but I understand the river of eternal darkness." As if countless wraiths were wailing and shrieking amidst the cacophony, a murky green and black river surged up from Leyton's feet, flowing mightily towards Amon. Countless transparent souls struggled in the river, pulling at each other, extending arms that were either gaunt, pale, or withered, attempting to drag Amon into the river. Amon stood casually in place, allowing the murky green and black river to engulf him and pass through him, yet it could never touch him. Amon crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, "I gained some inspiration from your mystical reenactment. By stealing my position and the concept of my existence, storing them in a dimension separate from reality, and confusing them with certain specific things, I can appear in reality in a state of both existing and being detached." "You're talking more. What are you hiding?" "Actually, the damage to the error uniqueness hasn't been repaired, has it?" Leyton stared at Amon with certainty, observing every expression on his face. "Unfortunately, I am not a spectator, so I cannot read minds." Amon chuckled, showing no urgency at having his hidden secret discovered, and calmly said, "You can try it. Roselle once said that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I think that statement is quite good. And why are you talking so much to me? Is it to make it easier for you to pay attention to the outside situation while distracted?" Leyton's body suddenly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of information that flowed freely within this confined space, constantly reorganizing and forming illusory books, stacked layer upon layer, filling the entire space, as if enclosing the entire world within itself. Each book had a pale purple eye flashing with cold, pure light. The higher the layer, the darker it became, and the more it was filled with madness, destruction, ominousness, disaster, and other auras. These eyes all stared at Amon, sketching vague human figures similar to Amon on the books, as if they could see everything about Amon and reveal all his secrets. Amon calmly scanned the surroundings, taking in every book and every eye. He saw a familiar figure on these books, the figure of the dragon renowned for its wisdom. "Hey, interesting. That old lizard is actually willing to let you analyze its mythical creature form." After a low sneer, Amon's figure became blurry, like an old television set with a glitch, its pixels flickering. In this state, the figures reflected by those eyes on the books also began to become blurry and distorted. They flickered, some turning into crows with dark feathers, some into middle-aged gentlemen in suits and top hats, some into ascetics in grey and white robes, and there were even specks of dust in the air, too tiny to be seen by the naked eye. The figures reflected on the books continuously distorted and repeated, being corrected and distorted, yet none of them belonged to Amon. Tiny specks of pale blue starlight overflowed from the eyes on those books. They moved swiftly, fixing the figures that appeared on each book, then recording and destroying them. Heh! Amon sneered, pressing the monocle over his right eye. A colossal, ancient, mottled illusion emerged above his head. This illusion was like the face of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 sections, each either grayish-white or bluish-black, intermingled but with clear boundaries, and possessing different symbols. Amon's action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The same ancient, mottled wall clock illusion was also sketched on the surrounding books, and eyes flashing with cold, pure light observed and analyzed this illusion from different angles. An illusory chime rang, and on the ancient, mottled wall clock illusion, the longest hand rotated one tick clockwise. An indescribable, invisible torrent surged from the illusion, as if traveling through a long history, narrating and sweeping through the surroundings. The illusory books, stacked throughout the entire space, began to shake, as if they could collapse at any moment. Soon, those layers of stacked illusory books began to turn pages, as if finding a gap in the invisible torrent, quickly stabilizing themselves. The invisible torrent, as if having traveled through a long history, quickly receded, and Amon's figure disappeared with it. In the silent stillness, numerous pale white motes of light, wandering freely, appeared on the stacked books. Within each light spot, there was a worm of time with 12 transparent segments, destroying each book through deception, parasitism, and theft. Brilliant starlight overflowed from the eyes on the illusory books, rapidly repairing the damaged books and attempting to analyze the freely roaming worms of time. Leyton and Amon were temporarily caught in a prolonged tug-of-war. Outside Baron's port, Leonard's expression, which had been panicked due to not receiving a response from Palez, turned resolute. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, and softly chanted the honorific name of the fool in ancient Hermes. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. As soon as his prayer ended, a strange image appeared in his mind. The strong sense of familiarity instantly made him realize that this was the scene around him. He quickly found himself in the image, and then used it to locate the deformed feathered wolf that was rapidly running amidst the lightning, continuously emitting insane ravings. In this image, Zhangwil's figure was extremely blurry, almost a blur of blood red, as if the fool had specifically processed it to make it easier for him to observe and pinpoint Zhangwil. Leonard was startled for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I found you." As he spoke, a faint white light rose from the glove on his right hand, and his body quickly became transparent and illusory, as if he had transformed into a wraith or a similar creature. The next second, Leonard's body vanished from its original spot, then reflected in Zhangwil's eyes. Using the wraith grazed within creeping hunger, Leonard used Zhangwil's eyes as a mirror to complete a mirror jump, appearing directly beside Zhangwil. Due to extreme bad luck, Zhangwil's body, which maintained an incomplete mythical creature form, was paralyzed for a moment by the errant currents on the ground as he ran. It was this brief instant that prevented him from reacting in time, allowing Leonard to directly stab the abnormally cold-feeling scissors he held into his body. The hard fur on the 8-legged feathered wolf's body was penetrated without any resistance, and the large pruning shears easily pierced into its only remaining eye. Chapter 605, KWM Chapter 602 Revenge. Under the influence of ill fortune, Zhangwil's chaotic aura touched the death's aura remaining on the scissors, triggering the "till death do us part" effect that Klein had never activated before. The feather wolf, whose eye sockets burned with pale flames, paused, then his body collapsed. His feathers, some pristine white, some stained with pale yellow grease, fell off one by one, and his coarse black short fur became dull, his aura turning decayed and dilapidated. Leonard had originally wanted to pull out the scissors and stab twice more, but the pervasive sense of danger in his heart allowed his rationality to overcome his anger. He used mirror blink via creeping hunger to move away from Zhangwil. As soon as Leonard left, exaggerated lightning bolts gathered in midair, intertwining and weaving together to form a dazzling silver spear. Carrying a tangible aura of destruction, it descended from the sky, piercing into Zhangwil's lower body, destroying most of his incomplete mythical creature body. After doing all this, Klein raised a hand to rub his glabella, alleviating the discomfort caused by excessive spiritual consumption. He then left the grey fog, intending to personally kill Zhangwil to avenge himself, his captain, and all those who had innocently sacrificed their lives. Before leaving the grey fog, he looked up at the sky. The twilight spreading across the sky in his eyes seemed like a giant longsword, veiled in orange-red light, cleaving through the hazy glow that appeared to be composed of countless illusory things, causing it to rapidly decay, completely collapse, and perish. Klein, having left the grey fog, quickly arrived beside the mutilated Zhangwil. He restored his original appearance, raised a hand to pull down the semi-tall silk top hat he wore, and, suppressing the effects of the incomplete mythical creature form on himself, he slowly stepped forward, took out the revolver from his waist holster, and pressed it against Insangwil's almost unrecognizable head. Feeling someone approaching, a strong sense of danger briefly freed Insangwil from the paralysis caused by the lightning and the pain of losing most of his body. His charred, acrid-smelling brain, from which grayish-white fluid slowly oozed, trembled slightly, and his throat groaned, emitting a guttural hoo sound. Klein curled his lips into an ugly smile and mocked the prostrate, weak Insangwil. It seems the till death do we part effect is stronger than I anticipated. Even a demigod finds it hard to bear. Heh, I forgot, your last remaining eye was also blinded by Leonard. It takes away much of the fun if you can't personally witness my revenge. As if provoked by Klein's voice, Insangwil briefly regained some lucidity and said in a hoarse, broken voice. It's you. Yes, that's right, it's me. I've come to take my revenge on you. Bang. As soon as the words fell, Klein unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the Death Knell revolver fired a clear yellow bullet, which embedded itself in Insangwil's head. This was the reward he received for helping Anderson solve his misfortune problem. Compared to the till death do we part scissors, he still felt that the revolver suited his persona better, and the negative effects of till death do we part were too strong, so it could only be used by his marionettes. Pausing for 2 seconds, Klein tilted his head, letting the tears at the corners of his eyes remain, and then spoke again. The death knell tolls for you. Bang. As the words fell, another gunshot rang out. A silver demon-hunting bullet pierced through Insangwil's spine, leaving only his head able to move. Bang. 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 Bullets shot out from the death knell revolver, turning Insangwil's head into a hornet's nest. This is the last shot, for my own revenge, for the peaceful life I can no longer return to. As he spoke, he cocked the hammer, infused the remaining spiritual power into it, pulled the trigger, and fired a bullet with the slaughter effect. Bang. Insangwil's head shattered in response, scattering charred, grayish-white, and dark red matter all over the ground. I thought you were dead. Danitz, with blue eyeshadow and blush, had unknowingly walked over to Klein's side. Looking at this person who was both familiar and strange to her, she didn't know what to feel for a moment. Her words eventually turned into a sigh. It's good, it's good. He would be happy, at least, you're still alive. A cold tear silently traced her cheek, dropping onto the charred earth, splattering a speck of white. A cold wind howled, and Danitz pushed forward with both hands. A large door creaked and swayed into appearance. From the cracks, countless transparent entities surged out, some were skeletal arms, some were vines covered in infant faces, some were bizarre tentacles covered in fangs and eyes. They scrambled towards Insangwil's corpse, dragging out a translucent, blurry spirit body from his shattered remains, pulling and tearing at it, devouring his remaining spirit bit by bit. Klein was silent for a moment, then gave Danitz a gentle, calm smile. Madam, we have completed our revenge. Yes, but my heart feels even emptier. Danitz gazed blankly at the devoured spirit body, her eyes gradually losing focus. After a long while, she suddenly snapped back to reality, looked at Leonard and Klein, who were nervously observing her, smoothed her hair, and chuckled. Heh, I was just sighing. It's not enough to make me seek death. Not far away, Anderson wisely did not go to disturb those who clearly had quite a story. He sat cross-legged on a grayish-white stone, gazing intently at the sky. On his forehead, a pure light shimmering eyes of mystery prying flickered in and out of existence, and as he moved, this eyes of mystery prying also looked up at the sky above. The eyes of mystery prying's gaze pierced through the orange-red twilight, seeing a warrior seated high on a throne, his long sword planted before him. His face was hidden behind a faceplate, and his armor had an indescribable sense of decay and desolation. Opposite this warrior, a figure was hidden amidst layers of steam roars and turning gears, carrying an indescribable sense of weight, as if bearing a glorious history and civilization. The eyes of mystery prying's gaze only lingered for a moment before quickly moving away, to prevent the other party from following the gaze and seeing his true body entangled with Amon. The brilliant cosmos in the sky silently vanished. The endlessly surging black mist, condensed from countless emotions and desires, seemed to lose its support, cascading down from the sky like a waterfall. Directly beneath the black waterfall, in a place overlooked by everyone, a weathered man knelt devoutly on an altar. His forehead, eye corners, and mouth were deeply wrinkled, but his hair was dark and lustrous, without a single silver strand. His eyes held a mad crimson, and he murmured in ancient Hermes. Lord who created everything, the sovereign behind the curtain of shadows, the fallen true self of all living beings. Great Lord. Your faithful servant implores your descent, implores you to return to this land. Great Lord. I offer my life, soul, and faith as sacrifice, imploring you to open the door to your kingdom. As the prayers continued, Leo Master, this devout believer of the true Creator and the Aurora Order Saint of Darkness, was engulfed in illusory, transparent, bloody flames, which gradually melted his flesh, turning it into a dark red, viscous liquid that writhed and boiled on the altar, slowly forming the shape of a portal. The black waterfall descending from the sky was guided by an invisible force into the portal, expanding the door and completing it. As the black waterfall descended, this place, which had been overlooked by everyone, interacted with the outside world, reappearing in their sight. Immediately, all gazes turned towards it, some from the astral world, some from the abyss. In the mind world, Arihog, in his dragon form, suddenly reigned in his aura, reverting to the image of an old man with dark gold hair and beard. Before him, a closed brass book floated silently. Around him, the woven, almost true images of various ancient gods and monsters disappeared one after another, including the tall giant that Adam had transformed into. Arihog's gaze leisurely looked into the distance, penetrating the barrier between the mind world and the real world, and saw the summoning ritual that had already taken shape, the summoning ritual belonging to the true Creator. What a grand performance, deceiving everyone, even the mother tree in the cosmos became part of the stage. After today, the identity of Ancient Dragon, Arihog will be completely equated with Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination. As he murmured, the brass book he held in his hand spontaneously flew away, transforming into a pale yellow stream of light, piercing through the spiritual sky above the mind world, entering the spirit world, and disappearing into the library deep within the spirit world depths. Arihog stepped forward with a relaxed posture, leaving the mind world. In Baronsport, within the isolated space sealed by the mystical reenactment of Peach Blossom Source, countless worm of time swiftly moved between books, transforming into wandering light and shadow. Like woodworms, they drilled holes through the high walls made of stacked books. Finally, at a certain moment, a worm of time successfully drilled out from the stacked books. The pale white light and shadow rapidly converged, reforming Amon's figure. Through theft, deception, and conceptual substitution, he made this worm of time directly equivalent to the whole, moving all the worm of time out of the stacked books. Chapter 606, KWM Chapter 603 Advancement Ritual. Behind Amon, light composed of countless complex and pure knowledge surged out of nothingness, quickly reassembling Leyton's figure. Leyton stood beside Amon, chuckling. The play is at its final act. Aren't you going to watch? If I say no, will you make me search for Palez, who is hiding nearby? As he spoke, Amon tossed the crystal monocle he was holding twice. On the lens, 2 subtle cracks had not yet been repaired. Leyton slowly shook his head. Even if you get the last worm of time characteristic, you don't have a suitable ritual for becoming a god right now. There's no need to be so anxious. After a second's pause, he continued, the god of knowledge and wisdom is still observing, but storm and sun will certainly prevent the true Creator's descent. Without your help, this ritual will be difficult to succeed. Then your father will be pushed back into prison as soon as he steps one foot out. He is not my father yet, Amon said calmly. As he spoke, Amon reached forward and pulled out a worm of time from who knew where, a worm of time with 12 transparent segments, a worm of time that had lost its characteristic. The moment he saw this worm of time, Leyton's head felt as if it had been struck, and some long-forgotten memories resurfaced. Seemingly noticing Leyton's reaction, Amon turned around with a mischievous smile and said, word by word, it seems you still remember that a worm of time without its characteristic is not equivalent to me. At certain times, it can produce unexpected effects. For example, now I already know that Palez is parasitic on a nighthawk of the night, and he just chanted the honorific name of the fool. Unfortunately, this worm of time without its characteristic can only passively receive information I've preset. Otherwise, I think I'd have a chance to find the fool as well, don't you think? After 2 seconds of silence, Leyton calmly nodded. If it were like a living worm of time, then yes, it could. Unfortunately, having lost its characteristic, it naturally lost the quality of being alive. Amon chuckled, finishing Leyton's unspoken words. In the sky covered by twilight, the orange-red setting sun suddenly rose in reverse, gradually turning golden, then blazing, as pure and magnificent sunlight dispelled the twilight, occupying half of the sky. The other half of the sky was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, with destructive silver-white electric currents darting through them. TSK, those two are getting anxious too. As he murmured, Amon's figure vanished from his original spot, only to reappear on a rooftop at the edge of the horizon the next second, and then vanish again. Leyton's body instantly became illusory, breaking down into streams of information, closely following behind Amon. On the outskirts of Baronsport, Klein nervously watched the figure that had just flashed past, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Don't worry, he can't see us. A slightly aged but very gentle voice echoed in Klein's ear. He turned his head in surprise and saw an old man with dark golden hair and beard, but remarkably smooth skin without a single wrinkle. He had no idea when the other party had appeared, but it seemed to have been for some time. Feeling no malice from this stranger, Klein took a deep breath and hesitantly nodded to the other party. You are. The old man with dark golden hair and beard nodded in response and said in a calm tone, we meet again. You can call me Erihog, or my other name, Ankwelt. Klein paused, then reacted, taking off his semi-high silk top hat and pressing it to his chest in a bow. My apologies, it's my first time seeing you in human form, so I didn't recognize you at first. He paused again, then added, 0-08 has been taken. Erihog nodded gently, not answering Klein's words, and walked directly towards Insangwil's corpse. During this process, tall, gray-white stone pillars rose around them, and ancient-style temple-like buildings emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the City of Miracles, Liveseed, was projected from the mind world into reality. Under the witness of many spectators, Klein Moretti completed a magnificent play, directed a splendid murder, and accomplished a revenge that bid farewell to his past. Through this performance, he completely digested his Beyonder potion and had surplus energy to attempt advancement in the epilogue. Sentences more akin to chanting flowed from Erihog's mouth. He spoke Dragonese, but under the influence of Liveseed, everyone present could understand. Everyone's gaze turned towards Klein. Gulp. Klein subconsciously swallowed, finally understanding why Leyton had him prepare the Beyonder potion materials in advance. Was this something he had foreseen? Or was it something he or they had planned? As thoughts floated, various pre-prepared materials flew out from Klein's coat: golden grapevines, strange black eyes, an ugly rubber mask. Guided by spirituality, they gathered and merged one by one, finally transforming into a gray-white liquid that spontaneously poured into a glass bottle. Klein reached out and grasped the transparent glass bottle filled with the Beyonder potion. His gaze lingered on the constantly floating bubbles. Each rising bubble seemed to contain a curled, translucent little worm. This time, Klein didn't throw a coin for divination. His spiritual intuition was already capable of accurately grasping the proportions of various materials and, replacing simple divination, directly obtaining answers based on intuition. Gulp. Gulp. Klein slightly tilted his head. The cold Beyonder potion slid down his throat, bringing a slight numbness, a numbness that went straight to his soul. Before the Beyonder potion slid down his esophagus into his stomach, it was completely absorbed by his body. His caution was inexplicably heightened, as if his entire being had suddenly ascended to a high altitude, looking down from above at the place where he had completed his revenge. Leonard stood not far away, looking at Klein with a complex expression. For some reason, he felt that the distance between him and his former colleague was growing further. Perhaps from the moment he resurrected, we had already headed in different directions. What, are you envious that he's starting to advance towards demigod status in such a short time? If you hadn't wasted so much time back then, and had worked harder to act and digest the Beyonder potion, you would also be a sequence 5 Beyonder preparing to advance to demigod status by now. Before demigod, Beyonder potion digestion and acting aren't difficult. Palez's voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's mind, carrying a hint of lament and some sarcasm towards Leonard. Before Leonard could retort, he continued to lament to himself, Ankwelt has indeed revived. When everyone thought 0-08 and Liveseed were his means of resurrection, they didn't expect that among the only 3 remaining ancient dragons, one had already awakened itself. Leonard turned his head to examine the golden-haired old man with his back to him. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly saw the old gentleman, who called himself Erihog, smile at him. Leonard shook his head in surprise. When he looked again, he found that the old gentleman, suspected to be an ancient god from the second epoch, still had his back to him. After a brief thought, he dismissed the question from his mind, slightly tilted his head, and whispered, "Old man, you woke up right after the battle ended. You weren't doing it on purpose, were you?" Palez snorted in displeasure, "I'm not that bored. I just discovered Amon's tracks, he might have noticed me." Leonard's expression froze on his face. He swallowed, then said hesitantly, "Didn't that old Mr. Erihog say he couldn't see us?" "Earlier, yes, but he's already left. Amon probably doesn't intend to reclaim the last worm of time characteristic right now. This is an unavoidable problem. As time approaches, whether by coincidence or inevitability, I will eventually be discovered by Amon." As he spoke, Palez's voice gradually faded. After a worried sigh, Leonard could no longer hear any sound. "Old man. Old man." He lowered his voice and called out twice, but received no response from Palez. The rumbling sound of thunder interrupted his thoughts. Leonard looked up in surprise and saw at the edge of the sky, countless silver-white lightning bolts falling like a downpour, whitening half the sky. The dragon of wisdom always seems unfathomable, no one knows what he's truly thinking. As he sighed, Erihog turned his head to look at Leonard, asking with a hint of a smile in his eyes, "Do you think he truly gave up on this struggle?" "Ah, are you asking me?" Leonard hesitantly pointed a finger at himself. Erihog chuckled and shook his head, his gaze cast afar, taking in the violent lightning, the blazing sunlight, and the dark, viscous, degenerate ocean. The light golden beard covering the lower half of his face swayed slightly in the turbulent air. In his pure, innocent, infant-like light golden eyes, a deep, dark sea was reflected, the collective unconscious sea formed by the convergence and interweaving of countless living beings' consciousnesses. Every drop of liquid there was like a light and shadow, seemingly representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. Silently, all the silver-white lightning bolts falling from the sky vanished. They, along with the surrounding space, were distorted by Adam to some unknown place. Chapter 607, KWM Chapter 604 Ending. Adam gazed up at the sky, and the deep, dark ocean reflected in his eyes became turbulent, with whimpering wind sounds rising around him, reaching the sky. This sound seemed to come from reality, yet also from illusion. The scorching sunlight erupted, drowning out and purifying the wind sounds from the spiritual domain. Even the surrounding space distorted under the intense sunlight, and the concept of distance became blurred. Under the sunlight, Amon's figure silently appeared above the ocean filled with a degenerate aura. Above his head, a giant, ancient, mottled stone wall clock phantom emerged. The clock face was divided into 12 sections, each either grayish-white or bluish-black, intermingled but clearly separated, with different symbols. Dong. An illusory chime suddenly reverberated around, and on the surface of the giant wall clock phantom, the hands rotated 2 sections clockwise. An indiscernible and indescribable invisible torrent surged forth, as if traversing a long history, rapidly sweeping across the entire pitch-black ocean. Amon stole time, stole the process of the descent ritual, allowing the true creator's descent to take a big step forward. In the pitch-black, viscous ocean, dense shadows silently flowed out, and a crimson eye flickered in and out of view within the thick curtain of shadows. Auras of darkness, fallen, filth, and mutation uncontrollably spread out, interweaving into a giant inverted cross on the pitch-black sea surface. The sunlight overhead grew more intense, as if it intended to incinerate everything around into ashes. Amon turned his head to look at Adam, reached out to press the monocle over his right eye, and pulled out a smile, saying, "I told you the main body should have come. A mere sequence 2-level avatar makes it difficult to accurately steal the ritual's progress and cause you to go mad, allowing the other half to descend on the southern continent. Without sufficient opportunity, your main body appearing here is not reasonable," Adam responded calmly, his tone and demeanor remaining as gentle as ever. It seemed the Lord of Storms and Eternal Blazing Sun's obstruction had not caused him too much trouble. "Heh, boring," Amon sighed softly, shaking his head. He wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, and the illusory wall clock phantom above his head rotated 2 more sections clockwise. Dong. A melodious chime echoed again, and an invisible torrent surged from the river of time, once again sweeping the surroundings. Crack. Crack. A somewhat illusory breaking sound came from overhead. A silver-white bolt of lightning, like a sharp spear, pierced out from the astral world. Its speed was extremely fast, almost reaching its limit, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in reality, above the pitch-black ocean. The space seemed to be shattered by this attack, emitting groaning cracking sounds and tearing open pitch-black fissures. The moment the silver-white lightning entered the pitch-black ocean, it strangely distorted its direction, shooting diagonally into the sky. In Adam's light gold eyes, the deep, dark world almost shattered, and 2 lines of crimson blood flowed from his eye sockets, down his cheeks, staining the light gold beard that covered half his face. The grayish-white stone slab he held uncontrollably erupted with an invisible fluctuation, causing the surrounding ocean filled with a degenerate aura to become chaotic. In less than a second, the silver-white lightning, approaching its speed limit, changed direction and once again struck towards the pitch-black ocean. An elusive, immaterial light surged from nothingness, as if composed of countless complex pieces of information, continuously converging and surging inward in an illusory state, forming an illusory ball of light. This illusory ball of light was like a black hole, carrying an irresistible gravitational pull, transforming surrounding matter into an informational state, pulling and devouring them. The silver-white lightning bolt, shooting from the horizon, instantly reached above the pitch-black ocean, and was pulled off course by the gravitational force erupting from the information black hole. A strong electromagnetic storm then erupted, destroying all information structures. The black hole, composed of countless pieces of information, instantly collapsed, revealing its true form, a black mass covered in countless eyes. All the eyes on the giant black mass were filled with crimson bloodshot, as if stimulated by the electromagnetic storm. They stared intently at the lightning-transformed Lord of Storms, gazing deeply at him, and then shattered into specks of starlight, dissipating in the sunlight. The silver-white lightning plunged into the pitch-black ocean filled with a degenerate aura. For a moment, silver-white electric snakes darted everywhere, enveloping everything, turning the pitch-black ocean a silvery white. The pitch-black ocean evaporated little by little under the silver-white lightning, and the auras of shadow, darkness, fallen, filth, and mutation were gradually dissolved. Amon raised his hand to remove the monocle from his right eye, looking at the new crack on it, and said in a deep voice, "This avatar of mine has reached its limit." As his words fell, his body suddenly disintegrated, transforming into streaks of faint white flowing light that surged into the monocle with several cracks, finally disappearing into the silver-white lightning. Adam looked at the spot where Amon disappeared and nodded imperceptibly. He gently wiped the grayish-white stone slab he was holding with his right hand, and the silver-white currents darting around quickly dissipated. The bloodstains on his cheek were gently wiped away, and illusory light gold scales appeared layered on his body. Looking at the figure surrounded by countless currents and storms, Adam sighed softly. Actually, I hoped it would be Haraburgen who came here. Adam was answered by a silver-white bolt of lightning, almost at its speed limit. This lightning easily pierced through his body, leaving a basketball-sized charred hole in his chest. Adam maintained his gentle smile, without any expression of pain on his face. He calmly watched the silver-white lightning striking him again, and the deep, dark world reflected in his eyes completely shattered. Silently, the silver-white lightning, approaching its speed limit, split apart, unable to form again. After doing all this, Adam's body tilted and shattered, turning into countless grayish-white fluorescent specks, interweaving into complex and three-dimensional mysterious symbols, surging into the giant cross inverted on the silver-white chaotic black ocean. Dark red flesh grew from inside the giant cross, gradually forming an inverted humanoid figure. One of his eyes was dark red, the other light gold, filled with extreme rationality and madness respectively, appearing extremely uncoordinated. After Amon's 2 thefts, the descent ritual is already nearing its end. The Lord of Storms, due to his pride and various delays, failed to destroy the entire ritual at the first opportunity. Under Adam's self-sacrifice, the ritual was finally completed, and the true creator fully descended upon the southern continent. Leyton quietly appeared here. He held a kettle-shaped wishing lamp in one hand and a black classical quill in the other, narrating like a bystander the script Adam had long since written, a script engraved deep within the spirit world. The Lord of Storms, surrounded by lightning and storms, only had a blurred figure emerge. He gazed at the true creator, who seemed to have regained his sanity, and ultimately did not continue to act. After a moment of stalemate, his voice, filled with extremely suppressed anger, was deep and hoarse. "You have deceived everyone." As his words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of silver-white lightning and shot into the sky, returning to the chasm of storms located in the astral world. In the sky, the scorching sunlight also receded, revealing the hidden crimson moon and the tranquil night sky. With the departure of the Lord of Storms and eternal blazing sun, the gazes from the astral world and spirit world also departed one by one. The figure hanging upside down on the cross transformed into a dense shadow, flowing and spreading to Leyton's side, then condensing into a male figure wearing a black clerical robe with a silver cross hanging on his chest. Aside from his 2 eyes, the rest of his body was extremely blurred, shrouded in a layer of shadow, seemingly still in a state of self-opposition. Specks of grayish-white fluorescent light separated from the shadow on his body, continuously gathering in his hand, condensing into a monochrome book inscribed with many abstract, distorted patterns. As soon as it condensed, the book was thrown to Leyton, and at the same time, he said, "You can keep it yourself, or give it to Haraburgen. He cooperated with us to perform this play, and this is the deserved reward. I will sleep deep within the spirit world. Until I completely master the visionary pathway and escape madness, Sasfer will still handle affairs on my behalf." The true creator's voice layered and echoed, as if with a deep sense of fatigue and extremely restrained madness. Leyton nodded gently, no longer communicating with him. His body instantly etherealized, disintegrating into pure streams of information, surging away into the distance. Having gained divinity from Adam and enough normal faith, the true creator's state improved significantly. He gazed at the place polluted by his descent, and after a long sigh, he stepped forward, entering a deep, dark ocean. On the outskirts of Baron's Port, wherein Zangwill died, countless complex and pure streams of information converged here, reassembling Leyton's figure. He glanced at Arihog and Klein, who were conversing, and casually threw 0-08 over, saying at the same time, "This belongs to you." Arihog raised his hand, and 0-08 automatically fell into his hand. He looked at the black classical quill in his hand with a hint of nostalgia, and a smile that was hard to decipher appeared on his lips. Under the curious or puzzled gazes of Klein and others, he gently tightened his right hand holding 0-08. The black classical quill shattered inch by inch, turning into grayish-white light points, surging and flowing into his body. Chapter 608, KWM Chapter 605, Sense of Ritual. Arihog, in his human form, had his light golden eyes turn into vertical pupils, reflecting a deep, dark ocean from which the echoes of minds clearly reverberated in everyone's ears. He could now easily control the sea of collective subconscious, thereby dominating the minds of every living creature. This state lasted less than 2 seconds before Arihog effortlessly reigned in his abnormality, allowing his beyonder characteristic to become dormant once more. This returning ancient god from the second epoch had taken another step closer to his former divine seat, becoming a Sequence 1 author. Noticing Klein's puzzled gaze, Arihog chuckled, although Arihog is only a Sequence 2 ancient god, Ankwelt is not. I had already awakened my true self, and these characteristics inherently belonged to me, so there was no need for a ritual or to concoct them into a potion. I was merely reclaiming the power that was already mine. Unfortunately, this is pretty much my limit. I have no way to retrieve more characteristics from the true creator. So that was it. That quill pen was indeed a sequence 1 characteristic of the spectator pathway. It was just unexpected that it originated from the former dragon of imagination. As thoughts flickered, Klein looked at Arihog and said, "To be able to return from death, you have already surpassed other ancient gods. As long as you are alive, there will always be an opportunity." Arihog nodded slightly, noncommittally. He bowed to Klein and Leyton in farewell, then walked into the spirit world, disappearing from everyone's sight. After watching Arihog leave, Leyton turned to Leonard and said, "Amon has left. There should be no more of his avatars on the entire southern continent. However, he should have already discovered you. Once he repairs his monocle, he will likely come looking for you." Leonard's face paled slightly, and he swallowed, remaining silent. Palez, who was parasitic within him, also maintained silence, unsure if he didn't want to expose his existence in front of others or simply didn't want to speak. Leyton tilted his head to look at Klein, whose face was excessively pale and whose skin seemed to have countless tendrils wriggling beneath it. He said calmly, "Your potion digestion is insufficient." The advancement was a bit forced. Arihog's treatment wasn't perfect. Next, you need to focus on role-playing for a period and also make up for the deficiencies from the marionettist stage. Klein twitched his mouth, revealing an exaggerated but emotionless smile. Actually, I feel quite good. In this state, I can more clearly recognize my inner self and confront my evasions and confusions. You look like a lunatic right now." Leonard looked at Klein with a complicated expression, paused for 2 seconds, then asked, "Why did you insist on advancing then? You could have waited a bit longer, waited until you had digested the potion, waited until. Killing in Zangwil just happened to fulfill the ritual for a bizarro sorcerer, and I had already completed my revenge. Why couldn't I take another gamble?" Klein's voice was extremely restrained, yet tinged with a hint of madness. Leyton patted Leonard's shoulder, interrupting his unfinished sentence, and said, "Persuasion is useless. At this time, he needs a psychiatrist more." With that, he turned to Anderson, Danitz, and the others, saying, "The northern state is currently in chaos. If you plan to rest, you can come with me to Paws River Valley." Then, he looked at Klein again and said, "By the way, you need a psychiatrist." Klein nodded, chuckling, "No problem. I'm not averse to treatment." Anderson scrutinized Klein for a long moment, then suddenly blurted out, "I always feel like Gehrman Sparrow has become much more normal after his mental state went awry. So, it's like, ever since I got a mental illness, my overall mental state has improved a lot, right?" Leyton glanced at Anderson, not refuting his words, and placed his hands on Klein's and Anderson's shoulders respectively. Leonard hesitated for a moment, looked at Danitz, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Danitz averted her gaze, not looking at Leonard. She said to herself, "I'll temporarily conceal your whereabouts for you. You can go find someone to do something to relax your mind and body. Of course, remember to take safety precautions. Or, if you plan to leave the church, don't tell me about these things. I also need to adjust my own state, and I'm not your caring big sister either." As her words fell, Danitz raised her hand to brush aside the stray hairs on her forehead, then turned and walked towards Baron's Port. "Wait a moment, a little sense of ritual is still needed here." Klein broke free from Leyton's hand, walked to Insangwil's tattered body, and pulled out a deck of tarot cards from the inner pocket of his coat, scattering them. A star card, face up, just covered the location of his shattered skull. Having done all this, he turned and walked back to Leyton's side, chuckling, "Let's go. I need to find a quiet place to get a good night's sleep, and then find a qualified psychiatrist to give me psychological treatment." Leyton nodded, placing his hand back on Klein's shoulder. On the other side, Leonard also placed his hand on Klein's shoulder. The figures of the few quickly faded until they disappeared. In the manor outside in pace, several figures quickly materialized in the hall. Leyton raised his hand and grasped in midair, and specks of starlight spilled from between his fingers, outlining an illusory door. He easily pulled Bugs Bunny from the other side of the door. Bugs Bunny, wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a semi-tall silk top hat, and with a miniature revolver tucked into his waistband, squeaked and kicked his legs in midair. "Damn fat cats, put me down." Leyton twitched his mouth, raised his hand to pat Bugs Bunny's head, and set him down, saying, "Help me greet the guests. I still have something to leave for." As his words fell, Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, dissolving into pure, complex streams of information, and merged into the spirit world. Realizing it wasn't a prank by the two artisan cats, Bugs Bunny rubbed his head, then awkwardly turned, took off his semi-tall silk top hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed, saying, "All right, boss." Anderson's expression was strange as he looked between Bugs Bunny and Klein. Was this rabbit imitate Gehrman Sparrow? Or was he imitate in front of Gehrman Sparrow himself, not afraid of being instantly killed and roasted by him? Klein looked at the somewhat clumsy imitate of Bugs Bunny, twitched his mouth, and revealed what he thought was a gentle smile. "Not bad imitate. I think perhaps Seer suits you better than Planter." It's a pity these two pathways cannot be interchanged. Your smile is so creepy, no, so rabbit creepy. Your skin is crawling with worms, the kind that even crows would peck at you. As he spoke, Bugs Bunny took 2 steps back, then felt that it was impolite and quickly stopped. He rummaged through a small pocket inside his black vest and pulled out a glass test tube containing a pale yellow potion, handing it to Klein while saying, "This is a sedative potion. It can help you control your emotions and become desireless for a short time, calming your state." Should I say thank you? Klein bared his teeth, forcing out an insincere smile. He took the potion from Bugs Bunny's hand, pulled out the stopper, and poured it directly into his mouth. Klein smacked his lips, savoring the taste of the potion, and said, "It tastes a bit bitter." Bugs Bunny scratched his head and explained softly, "This is a potion I use for beyonder animals. Their sense of taste isn't exactly the same as humans. I take back what I said before. Compared to a seer, you are more suited to be a hunter." Klein lamented in an uninflected tone. If the marionettist process wasn't irreversible, he would have already controlled Bugs Bunny to bang his head on the ground. The potion he drank quickly took effect. Klein shook his head, then casually found a chair to sit on before lying down on the spot. His eyes stared blankly ahead, and his entire being became exceptionally calm and unperturbed. The transparent insects wriggling under his skin gradually disappeared, and some color returned to his face. Anderson looked at Bugs Bunny in surprise, not expecting the potion it gave to be so effective. He clicked his tongue twice and chuckled at Bugs Bunny. Mr. Rabbit, could you arrange a room for me? I just went through a battle, and I need a good rest." Bugs Bunny looked Anderson up and down for a moment, then patted the ground, summoning a translucent figure with only half a head, and said, "Just follow it. If you have anything, you can directly call the undead or natural spirit in the manor. They are all trained and are qualified servants. Your body is very healthy, with some minor corruption residue. Just sleep it off and have a nightmare, and you'll be fine. All right, if there's nothing else, don't disturb me. You can move freely anywhere in this manor that you can enter." With that, Bugs Bunny hopped and skipped away towards the back of the hall, moving so fast that he left after images. Anderson tooted twice, looking at Bugs Bunny's back. Is this the advantage of animals consuming potions? This speed, ordinary planter pathway beyonders can't achieve it. Leonard didn't reply. He tilted his head to look at the crystal chandelier above him, and said calmly, "Please help me move my companion into the room." With that, he looked uncertainly at the natural spirit attached to the chandelier. Although a soul assurer could already see spiritual beings, they couldn't directly communicate with them. One had to become a spirit warlock to overcome the language barrier. However, this natural spirit attached to the chandelier seemed to understand his words. Its translucent body floated out from the chandelier. Its upper body resembled a young infant, while its lower body was that of a sick deer. After detaching from the chandelier, it directly attached itself to the chair Klein was sitting on, moving both the person and the chair. Chapter 609, KWM Chapter 606, 0. In the library deep within the spirit world depths, streams of information surged from outside, and countless complex yet pure knowledge converged here, reassembling Leyton's body. As soon as he appeared, he threw the grayish-white book, etched with numerous abstract and distorted patterns, towards Mr. Hughes, who was leisurely sipping tea while leaning back on a long bench. The grayish-white book did not fall into Mr. Hughes's hands but spontaneously turned in midair, flying to a nearby bookshelf. It settled among a pile of blank books without covers or content. In just a moment, content began to continuously appear on those blank books. Setting down his teacup, Mr. Hughes looked at Leyton with a leisurely gaze and softly said, "You're curious why I didn't stop Adam after discerning his plan, and even cooperated with his performance to deceive the gods." Without waiting for Leyton to answer, he continued to speak to himself, whether it's Adam's fusion with the true creator or the true creator emerging from the forsaken land of the gods, these are inevitable occurrences. A little earlier or a little later makes no significant difference. Compared to Adam, who is a divine avatar, I prefer the true creator to take the dominant position. The complete him needs to contend with his previously abandoned extreme emotions and the madness accumulated over the years. This will leave him with less energy to interfere with matters on the northern and southern continents. The Sun also understood this, which is why he didn't descend directly like the impulsive tyrant but exerted influence from the astral world. Due to the unique nature of his authority, even if Adam fails, he can leave calmly. Neither the Sun nor the tyrant possesses authority related to the spiritual domain, making it difficult to retain him. Moreover, you still have water from the river of eternal darkness. If it wasn't the tyrant, who can transform into electricity and light speed, that descended into reality at that time, but the arrogant Sun, he would have been silently corrupted by you. Arrogance, sometimes, is a very exploitable weakness. Leyton listened calmly, nodding faintly. As he expected, as the most wise of the giant dragons, the god of knowledge and wisdom had already discerned all the schemes and chosen the path most beneficial to himself. After a moment of silence, Mr. Hughes spoke again. The conflicts between the gods will soon reflect into reality and erupt in the form of war. This is a war that will truly sweep across the northern and southern continents, with at least 5, or even all, of the 7 gods participating. The last time it was this lively was during the Pale Era, when the Underworld Emperor was at his most powerful. Leyton nodded gently and said with a hint of emotion, "The end of an epic is always accompanied by war and disaster, especially when this might be the last epic." With a slight sigh, Mr. Hughes changed the subject. He pulled out a book describing war and conflict from a nearby round table and lightly tapped the crimson leather cover twice with his right index finger, saying, "Help me meet Medici. I'm very curious about his current attitude and stance. If appropriate, you can convey the information about 0-01 to him." 0-01? Leyton asked in surprise. He hadn't expected the sealed artifact numbered 0-01 to be with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and it seemed to be related to the Hunter pathway. With the clear whereabouts of all 3 Sequence 1 characteristics, it could only be the uniqueness of the Red Priest. As thoughts flickered, Mr. Hughes's gentle and calm voice continued to echo in his ears. It's called the Salinger Blood Banner, evolved from the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. It has witnessed the fall of 2 true gods and has been influenced by the River of Eternal Darkness, making it extremely dangerous. Even an angel would find it difficult to approach without mastering the correct method. It is sealed in the underground mausoleum of Moor, a city isolated from reality. No problem, I also have something to discuss with Medici, Leyton nodded gently in response. Seeing that Mr. Hughes had no intention of continuing to speak, he turned and walked away. As he did so, his body became ethereal, disintegrating little by little, turning into streams of complex and pure information flow, surging away into the spirit world depths. Above the grey fog, after recovering a bit from his state of desireless tranquility, Klein immediately arrived at the grey fog. After a brief glance around, he extended his spirituality and touched the crimson star representing Anderson. Crimson light surged and spread like a tide, condensing into the image and sound of Anderson praying. Listening to the information Anderson conveyed through prayer, combined with his own understanding and speculation, Klein finally knew what had happened at that time. While Anderson was praying, Klein, relying on the special nature of the grey fog, carefully observed Anderson and, after confirming through divination that there were no lingering dangers on him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he heard Anderson mention Danet's name. "Respected Mr. Fool, a friend of mine has been parasitized by a mon, though it's only a superficial parasitism. May I ask if I can receive your help, and what price would be required?" After a moment of silence, Klein leaned back against the chair and said leisurely, "Have him recite my name and perform this ritual." As he spoke, he slightly extended his right hand and threw the improved version of the mystical ritual procedure that Little Sun had performed earlier into the crimson star representing Anderson. When Anderson finished praying, Klein sighed deeply and said, "Everyone is a character on the stage, driving the plot forward, whether openly or secretly. Whether they wish it or not, things always move towards the predetermined direction through various arrangements and coincidences. Is this the terror of the spectator pathway king of angels? Even the gods are written into the script." Amidst his sigh, he once again extended his spirituality, touching the newly appeared crimson star representing Leonard. In the guest room of the manor, Leonard was quietly listening to Palais rambling. Suddenly, a thick grey fog surged before his eyes, and crimson light surged like a tide, engulfing all his vision. By the time he reacted, the scenery before him was no longer the manor's guest room. Around him, towering stone pillars stood, rising above the boundless greyish-white mist, collectively supporting this magnificent palace, like a giant's dwelling. Leonard froze for a second before realizing that he had, at some point, sat down at the side of an ancient, mottled bronze long table. Around him and opposite were high-backed chairs that exuded a sense of solemnity and grandeur. At the very top of the mottled long table, a figure was obscured by thick grey fog, making it impossible to see clearly, like a bottomless abyss or a towering mountain whose peak could not be seen. He could only instinctively feel that the other party seemed to be leisurely gazing down upon everything in the world. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Leonard had a rough guess about his situation. He had recited the honorific name of the fool when he sought revenge on Insangwil. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly became serious, and he instinctively wanted to stand up from his seat to bow and praise this great existence who had provided him with help. As soon as he made a move, he was held down by an invisible force and pressed back. A calm and leisurely voice echoed in his ears. "There's no need for such trouble. I don't care for these. You can call me Mr. Fool." Sure enough, I was easily brought here from under the old man's nose. This is definitely not something other angels of the old man's level could do. Leonard's thoughts raced, trying to cover up his nervousness. After 2 seconds of silence, he stood up from his seat, turned sideways, and bowed to the figure at the head of the mottled long table, saying, "Respected Mr. Fool, why have you summoned me here?" Klein, shrouded in grey fog, chuckled. Seeing a familiar person's performance before him made him feel more relaxed, and his own state even improved a bit. He looked at Leonard, who was acting extremely sincere, and chuckled, "I adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Since you prayed to me for help and received my response, you naturally need to pay a price." A price, at this time, it doesn't sound like a good word. Leonard's body trembled involuntarily, and he lowered his head even further, saying, "What do you wish to obtain?" After a brief pause, the fool's voice came from within the grey fog, echoing in his ears. "Hey, you can relax. The price you need to pay is not urgent for now. Perhaps later I will ask you to do some things, to provide some help to certain individuals. Sit down." Leonard slowly exhaled. Just doing some things, providing some help, not demanding his soul, that's good. As thoughts flickered, he subconsciously glanced around twice. After sitting back in the high-back chair, he looked up at the figure at the head of the mottled long table and casually asked, "Did Klein Moretti also come here like me?" This was a question he had already anticipated. Klein's tone was calm, with little fluctuation, as he said, "In a different way." In a different way. Was he personally guided by the death console? Or, at the moment Insangwil killed him, did he choose to exchange faith and soul for power? Leonard couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, thinking of the evil gods recorded in the church's archives, and recalling what the old man had told him about the death console. As thoughts churned, Leonard's gaze once again swept around. He looked more carefully. 22 high-back chairs, corresponding exactly to the 22 Beyonder pathways, or perhaps, 22 tarot cards. Just as some guesses arose in his mind, Leonard heard Mr. Fool's leisurely voice. "Besides you, other beings have come here for various reasons. They have asked me to be a witness and convener, to regularly hold gatherings here, to facilitate their transactions and mutual assistance. This helps them advance their sequences." Chapter 610, KWM Chapter 607 Red Priest Card. The Fool Klein's words immediately reminded Leonard of the organization that always left a tarot card at the scene. "This is different from the hidden organization I imagined, it's quite loose. Why did Mr. Fool agree to such a request? What is his purpose?" After a moment of hesitation, Leonard looked at the top of the mottled long table and asked cautiously, "Respected Mr. Fool, is Klein Moretti also a member of that regular gathering? Does he have a seat here? Can I join that regular gathering?" The Fool Klein answered casually, "Yes." As he spoke, he gently tapped the chair with his right hand, materializing a deck of tarot cards, which he arranged face down in front of Leonard. They use tarot cards as their code names. You can also draw one for yourself. The ones already chosen have been removed by me. As expected, they use tarot cards as code names. Leonard inexplicably felt relieved. Based on the information he currently possessed, this hidden organization, which uses tarot cards as code names, had not shown too much malice or hostility towards the Orthodox churches. While sighing in relief, he looked at the face-down tarot cards in front of him and fell into a dilemma. If they were face-up, he could easily make a choice, but gambling on luck like this made him hesitant. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, which card did Klein Moretti draw? The world. That doesn't completely equate to him. The Fool said lightly. What does that mean? Leonard was puzzled for a moment, but didn't dare to ask more. He extended his right hand and casually picked up the card closest to him. The other surrounding cards disappeared. After Leonard flipped over the tarot card in his hand, he saw stars all over the sky and a goddess pouring holy water. The star card among the 22 tarot cards. Although it didn't quite meet his expectations, since he had already chosen, Leonard had no choice but to accept it. The gathering is at 3 p.m. every Monday, Backlund time. Remember to mention this to Palaz Zoroast when you go back. Do not try to conceal it from him. The Fool Klein, whose figure was shrouded in grey fog, chuckled and raised his hand, causing Leonard, who had just opened his mouth to ask why, to disappear directly from the ancient palace. Dispelling the grey fog that enveloped him, Klein took a deep breath, leaned back against the chair, and raised a hand to rub his temples, easing his mental fatigue. After advancing to demigod, his control over this grey fog deepened, allowing him to grasp all the details here more clearly and truly leverage the power belonging to Sapphira Castle. A bizarro sorcerer with certain concealment abilities could also conceal the grey fog aura on himself. It's time to explore this so-called Sapphira Castle. Klein muttered to himself, then rose from the high-back chair and walked towards the back of the hall. In the depths of this ancient and magnificent palace, there was a light door that he had never been able to reach before. He had a premonition that was the true Sapphira Castle, and this grey fog was just an accompanying product. Northern State, Baron's Port, which had been completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battles between numerous angels and evil gods, Leyton's figure quietly emerged from the spirit world. The original port city had completely vanished, leaving only scattered grey-white stones, extremely distorted and evil flesh trees extending from the ground, and faint black mist permeating everywhere. Deep, dark, illusory tides ebbed and flowed, stirring the minds of surrounding creatures, inciting various emotions and desires. Those who generated overly strong emotions and desires would then be corrupted by the surrounding black mist, mutating unknowingly and becoming part of the flesh trees standing around. Leyton stood still, gazing ahead somewhat lost, muttering, "For my own schemes, I directly caused 2 towns in the northern state to disappear. Unknowingly, I seem to be no different from those evil gods." A somewhat hoarse, slightly mocking voice suddenly sounded from the side, "Everything is done. Don't you think it's particularly hypocritical to come here now and lament?" Leyton turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw Medici, wearing black armor as if splattered with fresh blood, his bright, fiery red hair swaying slightly in the wind, slowly walking out of the suddenly rising flames. Leyton withdrew his gaze, sighed deeply and said, "People always need to find an excuse for their actions to comfortably accept the benefits they gain." Medici was stunned for a moment, his expression somewhat speechless, then he couldn't help but complain, "You're so honest that it makes one lose the desire to even mock you." Ignoring Medici's words, Leyton stepped forward, chanting as he walked, "The sage who perceives the world, the eye that peeks into truth, the embodiment of endless knowledge and numerology." As the honorific name of hidden sage was fully recited, stars emerged, dense and dazzling. These stars filled the sky like a brilliant galaxy, casting down beams of light that converged into a magnificent pillar of light, enveloping the entire Baron's port. Under the clear and pure starlight, the pervasive black mist and the towering flesh trees dissolved, collapsing and dissipating little by little. After about half a minute, all the remaining auras and powers in Baron's port were purified, and even the remaining traces of buildings disappeared completely, leaving only a patch of gray-brown earth and the waves crashing against the coastline in the distance. Having done all this, Leyton turned to look at Medici, whose expression was indifferent, and asked, "Why are you still lingering here? Knowing the truth of the conspiracy back then, shouldn't you be seeking revenge for yourself, or choosing new allies to fight for yourself?" Medici glanced sideways at Leyton, and said in a very unkind tone, "Are you provoking me?" As soon as his voice fell, the scar on his right cheek, which stretched from the corner of his mouth to his ear, suddenly split open, revealing a scarlet mouth that laughed hoarsely. "This coward, he neither wants to forgive his lord nor seek revenge on the other party." The next second, the scar on his left cheek also split open, revealing a mouth that also mocked Medici. "Girly, not even as good as Cheek. Perhaps you should go find Cheek, offer her this conqueror characteristic, and become one of her disaster witches. That way you can enjoy the most extreme pleasure every day." Leyton looked at the 2 mouths on Medici's face with a strange expression, and sneered, "You 3 are one now. Do you want to enjoy 3 times the fun simultaneously? Bullshit. Shut up, Zoroast, you fool." The mouth on Medici's right cheek roared exasperatedly. Leyton raised his eyebrows knowingly. He could finally tell which of these 2 mouths was Zoroast and which was Einhorn. "Shut up, you 2 fools." Medici growled, forcefully taking back control of his body, and looked at Leyton, saying, "You came to me to get feedback from these 2 fools to digest the provoker potion. Then you need to switch pathways first. I don't like the title Red Priest." Leyton calmly replied, then paused and continued, "I'm curious what choice you'll make, and incidentally, I'm trying to see if I can secure a reliable ally for myself. Of course, I also need some compensation, after all, I helped you fight Amon and Adam before." "Heh." Medici snorted indifferently, then said, "What do you want?" "An iron-blooded knight beyonder characteristic. After accommodating that conqueror characteristic, you should have extra characteristics." Leyton frankly stated his purpose. "All right." Medici nodded faintly. As he spoke, specks of crimson fire rose from his body and quickly converged on his raised right hand. After about 10 seconds, the crimson light gradually faded and solidified, forming a blood-stained, ancient-style miniature helmet in Medici's hand. The top of this helmet was inlaid with a piece of crimson fine thread, like hair, shimmering with a metallic luster, quite peculiar. Specks of starlight flowed from Leyton's fingertips, drawing this iron-blooded knight beyonder characteristic into his hand and condensing it into a transparent amber, temporarily sealing it. "By the way, take this too. As for an ally, forget it. I don't want to have any more connection with him. His Red Angel followers have already fallen in that ruin. Now there is only a returned evil spirit." As Medici's voice sounded, a poker-sized card flew into Leyton's hand. The front of the card showed a mighty army with all branches of service, and at the very front was a figure in full armor stained with iron and blood, wearing a crimson cloak. In the upper left corner of the card, a line of words was written in ancient Faceac, Sequence 0, Red Priest. By the time Leyton withdrew his gaze from the card of blasphemy and looked up at Medici again, he had already transformed into a scorching white, purple-tinged fiery spear, shooting towards the sky. "I haven't finished speaking yet." Leyton opened his mouth, swallowing the words he hadn't yet spoken. Suddenly, a thick gray fog surged before his eyes, and an invisible force from an extremely high distance attempted to pull his spirit body to a certain place. Feeling the summons from gray fog, Leyton resisted this pull with his own beyonder status. As deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in his eyes, cleaning vines cascaded around him like a waterfall, quickly covering the surroundings and completely engulfing his figure. After placing himself in a space isolated from reality, Leyton finally released his resistance, allowing his spirit body to follow the invisible pulling force to Grey Fog. Chapter 611, KWM Chapter 608 Communication. Above the grey fog, Klein, leaning back in the fool's high-back chair, exuded a mix of dim, low, lost, bewildered, and depressed emotions, appearing uninterested in everything. If not for being above the grey fog, Leyton would have no doubt that Klein would have lost control directly. His state when he previously advanced to Bizarro Sorcerer was already not very good. Did you know all along? Klein's tone was very certain. He didn't say what he knew, but he believed Leyton would understand what he was trying to express. Leyton nodded, his tone calm. If you're talking about this being Earth, I knew from the start. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein was first angry, then bewildered, and finally let out a long sigh. That's right, you haven't been hung up before. I should have thought of it sooner, but I've always been unwilling to admit it, always subconsciously avoiding the question. Leyton gently tapped the edge of the table with his right hand, making a thudding sound, and fragments of starlight overflowed from where his fingers tapped, spreading an invisible ripple outwards, soothing Klein's increasingly intense and extreme emotions. After 2 seconds of silence, he lowered his voice and said, "Time is a distance more difficult to cross than space, but once you master the authority of history, you can at least look back through the river of history. Does that make you feel any better?" Whoosh. Letting out a long breath, Klein looked at Leyton expressionlessly, asking in an even tone. "Besides me and Roselle, who else is a transmigrator? Or who else is a remnant from the ancient era? 2 people you are very familiar with." Leyton curled his lips. Evernight goddess Ammonises, and the ancient sun god. Klein's eyes widened in surprise. He did indeed suspect the ancient sun god's identity, but he hadn't expected that the Evernight goddess, whom he had encountered from the very beginning, would also be one of the transmigrators. Composing himself, he murmured, "Goddess. No wonder. So, from the very beginning, the goddess noticed me. If she hadn't intervened, you would have already been a goner." Leyton leaned back against the chair, answering leisurely. He did not hide anything regarding Klein's questions. Neither of them spoke again. After a moment of silence, Leyton leaned forward and sighed. "Time cannot be reversed. No matter how the world changes, we will always move forward, and we can only move forward. But before that, you need a psychiatrist. I've already scheduled with Justice Audrey." Klein nodded calmly. Leyton gently nodded, moving past the topic. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the card of blasphemy he had brought with him to the grey fog, casually tossing it onto the table in front of Klein, and said, "Medici gave it to me. You can use it to play dress-up games." Klein reached out and took the card, softly reading the small line of text in the upper left corner. Sequence 0, Red Priest. As spiritual energy was infused, the information hidden within the card was revealed. Red Priest's ritual requirements: initiate a continent-spanning war and achieve sufficient victory, then consume the potion amidst the sorrow and cheers of victory. He thought of a page from the Roselle diary he had read earlier, which contained Roselle's speculation about the Red Priest. Red refers to the red of war, and priest can be understood as a priest of the essence of power. As long as a Red Priest exists, they will naturally influence those around them, making them inflated and leading to violent conflicts. If willing, this influence can also become corruption. Flipping the Red Priest card face down on the table in front of him, Klein leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Too bad it's not the Fool card." Leyton leaned back slightly, saying calmly, "That card of blasphemy is on the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains. It seems a holder was drawn there but ultimately couldn't leave. Hornacis Mountains. What's there? It shouldn't be as simple as just being the birthplace of the Antigonus family, as you once said." Klein murmured softly, then pressed on. Leyton didn't hide anything, stating frankly. Antigonus, who was barely half a fool, went mad and was sealed there by the Evernight goddess. Half fool. Klein's already not-so-good complexion stiffened, and faintly discernible transparent worms squirmed beneath his skin. After a moment, he twitched his lips and chuckled softly. To be called the half-fool, he must have surpassed ordinary king of angels, mastering a uniqueness and 2 or 3 sequence one beyond her characteristics. Leyton nodded calmly. 2, but now he only has 1 attendant of mystery's characteristic left, the other has already been taken by Zeradal. I see. Klein nodded gently, slowly exhaling a long breath, and with extreme restraint in his tone and emotions, he brought up the next topic. "Can you tell me what happened before, when I was hunting in Sangwil? What all happened?" Leyton observed Klein deeply. His mental state had deteriorated further, looking as if he could lose his human form at any moment, collapsing into a pile of squirming worms. Specks of starlight diffused from between his fingers, carrying the effect of soothing and purifying the mind, echoing through the ancient and magnificent palace above the grey fog. Klein leaned back in the high-back chair, letting the fragments of starlight glide over him, dispelling the accumulated emotions within him. Feeling that his condition had recovered somewhat, Klein raised his hand and spoke in a calm voice. I won't lose control so quickly. Although my mental state isn't great, my control over myself has become clearer. I should say, ever since my mental issues began, I feel much more spirited overall. You should look in a mirror when you say that. The worms of spirit under your skin can't be hidden anymore. Leyton sighed, then paused. He no longer dwelt on the topic, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, and began to recount the grand drama he and the true creator had orchestrated for Klein. When you were hunting in Zangwil, I and Arihog, that's Ankwelt's current identity, I, him, and Ouroboros were fighting the Amon brothers for 0-08. As he finished narrating, Leyton pursed his somewhat dry lips, leaned slightly forward, and said with barely concealed excitement. The final result was, the Lord of Storms descended, but his obstruction failed. The true creator escaped the seal in the forsaken land of the gods and descended upon the southern continent. Adam merged with the true creator through self-sacrifice and fell into a deep sleep. This world's best psychiatrist will treat his own psychological issues in his dreams. A psychiatrist treating himself? Klein sighed noncommittally, then continued. Adam isn't the ancient sun god's child, but rather an identity he separated using his visionary abilities, a contingency for resurrection, just like Ankwelt left Arihog. No wonder he's an angel of imagination. I should have thought of this when I saw Ankwelt. Klein let out a long breath, looked down at the gold-cased pocket watch he had materialized, and smiled at Leyton. Let's stop here for today. It's time for my therapy session with Justice Audrey. Leyton nodded calmly, and crimson light rose around him, dissolving his body and carrying his spirit body out of the space above the gray fog. Klein's gaze swept across the empty hall. He rose from his seat and materialized a small room on the side of the hall, separated by a wooden partition, for Justice Audrey to help him with his psychological issues. After sitting down on the other side of the small room, Klein raised his hand and pulled Justice Audrey, whose time was already reserved, into the space above the gray fog. In the manner outside in pace, Leyton walked out of the spirit world, just in time to see Anderson standing in front of the bathroom mirror, holding a dull black short blade, gesturing at his lower abdomen. After 2 seconds of eye contact with Anderson, Leyton nodded expressionlessly. Remember to clean up the blood after you commit suicide. Don't dirty my bathroom. Anderson's mouth twitched twice, and he muttered, somewhat speechless. If I've already committed suicide, how can I clean up the blood? Turn into a zombie or a wraith shadow. If you don't mind turning into a zombie, I can help you. Leyton nodded, and as he spoke, he threw the miniature, strange helmet, encased in transparent amber, to Anderson, saying, This is the iron-blooded knight characteristic. You just need to complete the advancement, and you'll be able to absorb the excess characteristic within your body through your own beyonder rank. You can tell. Anderson looked down at his lower abdomen, then looked up at Leyton. It's been almost 2 months. Leyton nodded gently, making a joke. Anderson was speechless for a moment, only managing to utter, This isn't pregnancy. Leyton nodded dismissively and turned to walk towards the manor hall. During this process, a transparent, headless, paper-thin undead creature emerged from beneath the floor, leading the way for Leyton like a personal maid. Following this undead maid, he arrived at the reception room located on the side of the hall, where Leyton saw a woman wearing the long robe of a Church of the Evernight Goddess clergyman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, very well preserved, with glowing skin on her face and dark hair. She wore heavy eye makeup, as if to conceal non-existent dark circles. Seeing Leyton approach, she stood up, tapped her chest 4 times in quick succession, drawing the shape of a crimson moon, and greeted him gently. Good morning, Mr. Tynes, I am Elia, a senior deacon of the Church of the Evernight Goddess responsible for matters in the southern continent. Chapter 612, KWM Chapter 609 Meeting. Returning to his room with the iron-blooded knight characteristic, Anderson's expression relaxed considerably, but soon turned serious again. I don't have the iron-blooded knight potion formula, so even with this characteristic, I can't use it. Moreover, the ritual to advance to a demigod is not easy, and I'm still carrying a bait targeting high-sequence hunters, which could attract unknown demigods at any time. Sighing deeply, Anderson slumped into the armchair on the balcony, looking unwilling to think. In the living room, Elia, a senior deacon of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, explained her purpose. Thank you for your assistance in killing in Zangwil. Because his remaining spirit was severely damaged, the clues I could obtain through spiritual communication were not many, so I came to you to understand more details. Besides in Zangwil, I also represent the Church of the Evernight Goddess's support for the independence of the southern continent's government, and with this, I propose cooperation to you. Leyton opened his mouth, intending to say, why don't you go directly to Bishop Luke? But as the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered that the other party was preparing for the Dreamweaver advancement, and he was temporarily taking over his duties. My avatar is also preparing for the Cognizer advancement. I can't even find someone to help me share the work. Sighing inwardly, Leyton straightened his face and began a more formal negotiation with Elia, who represented the Church of the Evernight Goddess. On the south bank of Pa's River Valley, in the Red Rose Church, Bernadette slowly walked and sat down beside Sasser, who was praying in front of the statue. Beside her, a black and white penguin quickly stretched its body, transforming from a cute penguin, the height of an adult's calf, into Roselle, wearing a dark red coat with rusty gold threads. Roselle calmly looked at the statue of the hanged man in front of him and said with great emotion, "It's truly surprising that Adam is another identity of the ancient sun god. I have to say, a visionary after high sequence is truly terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. You deceived everyone, and you deceived all gods." "Not all of them," Sasser slowly shook his head and said calmly, "the knight should have suspected it long ago. Harabergen was once the dragon of wisdom, and he is not unfamiliar with the visionary's abilities. That sage, who can represent knowledge to a certain extent, also knows." Without waiting for Roselle to ask further, Sasser continued. "Both I and the knight have paid attention to you. Unfortunately, you didn't choose the seer pathway, and you secretly went to the moon outside the god's gaze, which led to your corruption." "Paid attention to me?" Roselle froze for a second, his eyes shifting from confusion to shock. He pointed at himself, then at Sasser, and murmured, "You too? Why? Why did you never contact me? I once thought I was the most special one." Sasser slowly stood up and said peacefully, "When I noticed you, you were already the son of Steam, a mad evil god. Between a mad evil god and Steam, one of the 7 orthodox deities, the choice is obvious. As for the knight, she might have noticed something from the beginning, but not belonging to those 3 pathways, she couldn't grasp the details too precisely. As for later, perhaps she felt your style was not suitable to be a reliable ally." Roselle's face alternated between red and white. He didn't even dare to turn his head to look at Bernadette standing beside him, and he weakly defended himself. "This is the custom of Intis, I was just doing as the Romans do." The prayer hall was silent for 2 seconds. Roselle sighed, ending the topic, and then asked, "How is Bornova doing?" Sasser slowly paced towards the stained glass window embedded in the wall, and at the same time, said in a low voice, "I planted the seed of fallen in him. The human emotions and desires within him will slowly emerge, but these are mostly negative ones. To truly solve the problem of divinity suppressing humanity, I have to wait for my main body to awaken from slumber. Before that, he needs more anchors with strong emotions and will to resist the oppression of divinity." Roselle sighed and nodded, "I understand." After 2 seconds of silence, he turned his head to look at Bernadette beside him, nodded slightly to her, indicating that they could leave. Layers of green vines hung down from midair, quickly engulfing Roselle and Bernadette's bodies. A pumpkin carriage clattered out of nothingness and stopped in front of them. In the pumpkin carriage, Roselle leaned back against the carriage, looking at Bernadette opposite him, who was frowning slightly, with an expression of wanting to ask but also hesitating. He chuckled twice, then said, "When I truly resurrect, I will tell you these long-hidden secrets. For now, there are still some things I haven't figured out." He paused, then added, "Do you know the honorific name of the fool? I want to have a good talk with this fellow who collects my diaries." Bernadette hesitated and nodded, then directly read the honorific name of the fool that she knew in ancient Hermes. "The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck." Above the grey fog, Klein, who had just finished his psychotherapy and was meditating in his manor room to recover, suddenly heard layers of ethereal prayer sounds echoing in his ears. A strange voice, and it was a woman. Could it be Ms. Danitz? As the thought floated, Klein quickly got up from the bed, locked the room door, closed the windows, drew the curtains, and set up a layer of wall of spirituality. After doing all this, he began to walk the 4 steps backward and entered the grey fog. Inside the magnificent ancient palace, Klein looked at a new crimson star rising from the boundless grey fog outside the hall. He extended his spirituality to touch it. Crimson light burst forth instantly, engulfing most of the hall, and quickly condensed into a scene. Queen Mystic. And next to her is Emperor Roselle. Klein was stunned for a moment, not expecting that one day he would see the real-life image of Emperor Roselle. Is this a one-to-one replica figurine? As thoughts floated, he saw Emperor Roselle, sitting opposite Bernadette, look up and meet his gaze. The other party seemed to be able to see him through the grey fog. "Are you the one collecting my diaries? Won't you invite me for a meeting?" Roselle's voice echoed in his ears, making Klein pause. "Not a puppet." He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and casually manifested his usual citron pendant, beginning a divination. After a simple divination, he looked at the motionless pendant in his hand and frowned slightly. Divination failed. To some extent, this also explains the problem. Being able to shield my divination above the grey fog definitely requires concealment at the level of a true god. Muttering to himself, he once again extended his spirituality, touching the crimson star representing Leyton, and threw in the information he had just received. Soon, the crimson star connected to Leyton vibrated, and a piece of information was transmitted through the newly established connection to the grey fog, transforming into a string of crimson characters. In a sense, he is indeed Roselle. You can ask him for the specifics yourself. If he asks you to destroy, or posts a request to destroy the diary at the Tarot Club, remember to refuse. Destroy the diary. Klein was startled for a moment, then quickly realized that the diaries the Emperor wrote in the early days were truly embarrassing. Since he wasn't completely dead, it was normal for him to want to destroy such a piece of his own dark history. As thoughts surged, he used his demigod status to leverage the power of the grey fog, infusing it into a paper figure he casually summoned from a pile of sundries. He then threw the paper figure, through the crimson star connected to Bernadette, towards Roselle, who was sitting opposite her. In the pumpkin carriage, Roselle looked up in surprise. His gaze penetrated the void, seeing a tall angel emerging from the endless grey fog. He felt the aura of the Black Emperor from this angel's figure. Interesting, is that the Black Emperor card? Roselle raised an eyebrow, quickly connecting it to something Bernadette had told him. The Fool's dependents had found the Black Emperor card disguised as a bookmark through his diary. He allowed the angel, clad in black full armor and bearing 12 pairs of dark wings, to descend before him and envelop him in its layered wings. Crimson light surged like a tide, quickly engulfing all his vision. Relying on the Black Emperor's status and the aura from the paper angel just now, Roselle magnified and exploited that subtle connection, allowing Klein to easily pull him above the grey fog. Inside the magnificent ancient palace, crimson light quickly floated and condensed Roselle's figure, who then sat on the lowest high-backed chair on the left side of the modeled long table. Roselle looked around curiously for a while, finally settling his gaze on the figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the modeled long table, and said with a sigh, "I have always tried to establish a connection with this place, but all attempts failed. I didn't expect to have the chance to enter here after my death. How unpredictable life is." Klein nodded lightly and asked in a calm tone, "What's your situation now?" When he observed the other party above the grey fog just now, he had almost figured out the other party's true nature, merely a mechanical puppet that had awakened self-awareness. That's why he initially didn't believe the other party was truly Roselle. Roselle sighed, a wry smile on his face. The location of the last mausoleum I built was problematic. It had already been corrupted by the primordial moon, which caused issues with my resurrection. I couldn't truly escape the corruption and could only forcibly interrupt the process, waiting for an opportunity. This current me is just a mechanical puppet. Relying on a portion of the Earl of the Fallen characteristic that I had infected, it developed an independent self and a flawed cognition. I used my Sequence 0 status to distort this flaw, allowing this mechanical puppet to, in a way, be equivalent to me, serving as my eyes to observe the outside world. Although it's a bit miserable, it's at least much better than the previous state of being neither dead nor alive. As long as I truly resurrect, or even don't need to fully resurrect, I can turn this mechanical puppet into the real me. Chapter 613, KWM Chapter 610 Monday. The great Emperor's luck was indeed a bit bad. Perhaps his early life was too smooth, and all the waves of fate were concentrated in the later stages of his life. Klein nodded understandingly, sighing softly in his heart. Roselle glanced at the figure shrouded in grey fog, who looked quite leisurely, and chuckled, "Do you think this style of using rules and twisting rules has the demeanor of a high-sequence marauder?" I hadn't thought of that at all. My understanding of the marauder is still limited to Amon and the old man parasitic on Leonard. As thoughts swirled, Klein nodded slightly and mused, "Indeed." Roselle leaned back slightly against the chair, resting his right elbow on the armrest, in a posture of serious thought and analysis, saying, "This idea came from Leyton, you should know him. The fake identity he uses when active outside is Altine's. That identity of his is too fake. If it weren't for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, anyone could easily find out his true identity with a little investigation. The Mystery Prior is also a pathway good at learning. Compared to the reader, they can better represent knowledge and are closer to knowledge itself. That guy must have had too much contact with Amon, analyzing and learning a lot of knowledge from him, and picking up some habits of that brat. As the child of the ancient sun god, Amon is, to some extent, indeed like the neighbor's brat, except this brat holds too much malice towards me and could take my life at any moment. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Klein changed the subject. "Why did you want to see me?" Roselle paused, a smile spreading across his face, his two neatly trimmed mustaches wiggling along with it. He said calmly, "I'm curious about the fellow countryman who can understand my diary, and at the same time, I want to verify a conjecture of mine, whether the fool's blessed Bernadette met is equivalent to the fool himself." Klein was stunned. He hadn't expected how his identity was exposed. Was it a deduction based on the information obtained from Bernadette? It seems I guessed correctly. Roselle watched Klein, who was shrouded in grey fog, chuckled, and then said, "I also have a request. Don't translate those diaries for Bernadette, especially the ones where I record daily life. If she proposes conditions you cannot refuse, you can selectively translate the hints I left for later generations." Oh, and don't let Katlia know too much about the diary content. This Beyonder world is too fantastical. I just slept, and when I woke up, Bernadette had an adopted daughter, instantly promoting me to a grandpa. Great Emperor, even without counting the time you were suspended above the grey fog, you are already a few hundred years old. Being a grandpa is already quite young. Klein inwardly complained, then nodded gently, understood. Roselle nodded to Klein in thanks, thank you very much. I hope you can understand the difficulties of an old father. Klein leaned back leisurely in the high-backed chair, his thoughts unconsciously drifting. Roselle the Great Emperor in this state seemed to have a younger mindset, without the composure of his later diaries, nor the deeply concealment madness. Seizing the opportunity, Klein discussed some questions about transmigration with Roselle until the spiritual intuition of his body in reality was triggered. Only then did he end his conversation with Roselle and leave the grey fog. After pulling open the curtains on the wall to restore brightness to the room, he walked to the door, turned the doorknob, and opened the door. Leyton stood neatly at the doorway, looking at him, followed by Bugs Bunny and 2 cats. He was startled for a moment, subconsciously touched his face, and only relaxed when he didn't feel any protruding flesh buds. Leyton pointed to the 2 artisan cats wearing the same semi-tall silk top hats as Bugs Bunny and said calmly, they want to meet the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Klein looked down at the 2 somewhat plump orange and calico cats standing at his feet. Meeting their adoring gazes, he unconsciously looked away and hesitated. I wanted to ask before, why does Bugs Bunny mimic Gehrman Sparrow? What do you usually teach it? I think I know the answer to that question. Leonard, wearing a black trench coat and a pair of red leather gloves, walked out of the room across the hall. As he spoke, he held up several magazine-like books. On the exquisite covers were several eye-catching Duttonese words, Gehrman Sparrow's Grand Adventure. The Grand Adventure series, one of the best-selling novels here. There are even different language versions, making it convenient for people living in different linguistic environments to read. However, I prefer the Black Forest fairy tale series. The stories inside are absurd and bizarre enough, written with rich imagination, fantasy, and exaggeration, suitable for readers of all ages. Leonard spoke voluminously, like an art connoisseur. Leyton turned his head to glance at Leonard, not exposing his borrowed critiques from others. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Klein. Do I need to pay you royalties? Yes. Klein nodded calmly. Leyton was startled, then chuckled, I thought you'd be polite. I was already ready to agree. Grand adventurers also need money. Klein suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and casually asked, what is the Black Forest fairy tale series? The Little Match Girl. Leyton shook his head and said calmly, the little girl who sold nukes. Just kidding, that's another chapter. If you're curious about these, you can get them from Bugs Bunny's room. It has the complete set of books. It's lunchtime now. I'm here to invite you all to the dining room. Okay. No problem. Klein and Leonard each responded. Leyton nodded gently and turned to walk towards the staircase with Bugs Bunny and the 2 artisan cats. After enjoying lunch together, Leonard and Klein both took their leave, with only Anderson choosing to stay in Paws River Valley. Facing Klein's questioning gaze, Anderson shrugged, saying indifferently, I still have something on me that can attract high-sequence Beyonders of the Hunter pathway. Before resolving this hidden danger, I don't plan to leave here easily. Klein, who had returned to his Gehrman Sparrow appearance, nodded slightly in understanding. Then, led by Bugs Bunny, he and Leonard left the manor together. Patting his already full stomach, Anderson leaned back lazily in the wooden chair and casually asked, can you predict where I can obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula? Tomorrow's gathering. Huh. Anderson was startled, somewhat incredulous. Then he connected some dots and quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, no wonder I felt it was familiar, so we're all on the same boat. Is the Hermit Admiral of Stars Katlia? Anderson waited with excited and anxious anticipation until the next day. He lay in the armchair by the window, occasionally glancing at the wall clock, which he had set to Backlund time. As the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a dense grey fog suddenly surged before his eyes, and crimson light rose from the grey fog, engulfing his entire vision. When he came to his senses, he was already inside the magnificent and ancient palace above the grey fog. Before he could survey his surroundings, he noticed that there was an additional member beside him. Black hair, greenish eyes, a slightly awkward sitting posture, and like me, usually a casual person, a little familiar, I should have seen him. Anderson observed the new member sitting next to him, comparing him one by one with the people he knew in his mind. Soon, he locked onto his target, the Beyonder who had cooperated with him against Insanguil before. His name seemed to be Leonard Mitchell, a Nighthawk from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Anderson's heart uncontrollably beat faster twice. He felt as if he had discovered some hidden secrets beneath the calm surface. Was this a concealment collaboration between Mr. Fool and the Evernight Goddess? Or was Mr. Fool cultivating an undercover agent? On the right side of the long bronze table, Justice Audrey, who was just about to rise and bow, also noticed the newly joined Leonard and simultaneously detected the emotional changes Anderson revealed. Mr. Chariot's reaction seems to indicate he recognized this new member. Also, this gentleman was quickly and purposefully looking around from the start. Was he looking for someone? Is there someone he knows at the Tarot Club? He shouldn't know Mr. Chariot, his gaze didn't linger just now. As she pondered, Audrey rose from her seat with delight, curtsied, and bowed to Mr. Fool at the head of the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. While greeting, as a beyonder of the spectator pathway, she keenly noticed some differences coming from Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool's aura became even more profound and ethereal, like a bottomless ocean and an unreachable sky, as if he had merged with the entire palace and the entire space. Besides the observant Audrey, Katlia, who had already advanced to mysticologist, also noticed the changes in Mr. Fool. Her eyes of mystery prying, which had become controllable, allowed her to observe even more than Audrey. Mr. Fool has further recovered. According to my deduction, Mr. Fool should control the seer pathway. I wonder what aspect of authority these grey fog represent. Even as a demigod, I still find it difficult to glimpse the special nature of this grey fog. While her thoughts churned, Katlia did not forget to bow and greet Mr. Fool seated at the head of the table. After Leonard's delayed bow and greeting, the Fool Klein casually said, "This is Star. Introduce yourselves." Chapter 614, KWM Chapter 611 Shocking information. Actually, I prefer codenames like Justice or Wheel of Fortune. As thoughts drifted, Leonard focused on the members introducing themselves in a certain order, evaluating each of them in his mind. Their identities are quite complex. There are noble ladies, sailors or crewmen, adventurers, some arrogant, some lazy. While Leonard's thoughts were still wandering, he saw the lady, the hermit, sitting diagonally in front of him make a move. She faced the head of the bronze long table and bowed, saying, "Respected the Fool, I still haven't collected the Roselle diary this time." Normal. I guess there won't be any more in the future. Emperor Roselle has already stuck half a leg out of the grave. No, that's not right. Perhaps Bernadette will need a translator. After all, it's impossible for the Emperor to read the diary content to her himself. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Klein leaned back leisurely against the chair, his tone calm as he said, "That's normal. Her goal has already been achieved." Hermit Katlia was startled for a moment, then came back to her senses. She wanted to ask more, but found it difficult to speak, so she could only sit back down. The Queen's goal has been achieved. She found clues left by Emperor Roselle. Or has she already confirmed the information? When? She, who is she? Leonard, the Star, who was attending the Tarot Club for the first time, was a bit confused about the relationships between the members, his thoughts wandering. Without further response, Klein said leisurely, "You may begin." Upon receiving the reminder from the Fool Klein, Chariot Anderson was the first to raise his hand, his gaze sweeping around as he spoke. "Does anyone here have the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula?" Klein glanced at the red priest card he had placed face down on the table, then manipulated the world to speak in a low voice. "I have it. 20,000 pounds. That cheap? It can't be fake, or incomplete, can it?" Anderson wondered in his heart, but he didn't voice the latter part of his thought. The world glared darkly at Chariot Anderson, saying with little change in tone, "Consider it a repayment for the help you provided earlier." Anderson's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll need some time to raise the funds." This week, I'll find you to trade this week. It feels great to get paid twice for one job, but it seems a bit against my moral standards." "Never mind, moral standards can be flexible. At worst, I'll just give the world more money then." Having made up his mind, Anderson fell silent, and the Tarot Club briefly entered a quiet period. With Anderson's example, Leonard also followed suit, raising his right hand and then stating his need. "I need a mystical item." "What type?" "Justice," Audrey responded promptly, avoiding an awkward silence. I'm not sure." He paused, feeling a bit silly for answering that way, then Leonard quickly added, "I mean, the type isn't limited. It's best if it has strong offensive power, and is preferably used discreetly. It doesn't matter if the side effects are a bit strong. Anyway, the old men can just steal the negative effects from me. As long as they're not instant death effects, they won't affect me much." The members of the Tarot Club, including Justice, Hanged Man, and Hermit, simultaneously turned their gazes, a hint of confusion flashing in their minds. He doesn't care about negative effects. Does he have a very good way to avoid them? Or does he know an excellent artisan who can reforge mystical items? This is a flexible use of the old man inside him. Klein mused inwardly, then manipulated the world to say, "I will keep an eye out for you." The other Tarot Club members also chimed in, and the trading session for the day concluded, with the members tacitly moving into free communication. Chariot Anderson, who had been leaning lazily against the back of his chair, suddenly leaned forward, his tone like a boasting pirate in a bar, and with exaggerated gestures, he dramatically spoke. The church on the southern continent, which believes in the true creator, received an oracle. An additional phrase was added to his honorific name, ruler of the mind world. Ruler of the mind world. This sounds like a description of the spectator pathway. Did that true creator encroach upon the authority of the adjacent spectator pathway? As thoughts diverged, Justice Audrey instinctively turned her head to look at the fool at the head of the mottled long table, pondering how to ask. This matter involved her own sequence pathway, making it impossible not to take seriously. Leyton's gaze swept across the varied expressions on the faces of the Tarot Club members, and he calmly narrated, Adam merged with the true creator through self-sacrifice. The current true creator is already a true god of two pathways. Two pathways. Can one person occupy multiple pathways? No, it should only be adjacent pathways. Hangman Alger was stunned for a second, then quickly understood the key. Audrey pursed her lips, looking at Leyton, and asked with some concern, what impact will this have on the spectator pathway? Will it become as dangerous as the secret supplicant? Leyton slowly shook his head and explained, no, he is already asleep, and with Adam's integration, he can now escape madness. I understand. Audrey nodded lightly, then turned her head again to look at the fool at the head of the mottled long table, organizing her words. The fool, why was Adam able to merge with the true creator? Wouldn't that cause mental splitting or even loss of control? The fool Klein, whose figure was shrouded in dense gray fog, smiled leisurely. Others would, but he won't. They have always been one person. One person. Adam and the true creator are one person. The hearts of the Tarot Club members, excluding Leyton, echoed the fool's words, their emotions fluctuating to varying degrees, as if they had heard an incredibly unbelievable secret. Hermit Catlia tilted her head slightly, glancing at Leyton. She recalled what Leyton had said earlier when introducing the president of the psychology alchemists. Then, she looked towards the head of the mottled long table as if seeking confirmation, her voice hesitant. Adam is a special identity separated through the spectator pathway, just like the many identities possessed by the president of the psychology alchemists. Beneath the gray fog, Klein nodded gently, his tone leisurely. Adam failed in his pursuit of becoming the last characteristic of a visionary, so he chose another extreme. Helping the true creator escape the forsaken land of the gods, sacrificing himself to fully merge with the other party. Don't the seven deities stop them? The star Leonard instinctively pressed. They failed. The fool Klein's tone was very calm. After a pause, he added, Adam had already prepared the stage and written the script. Anderson clicked his tongue, saying with considerable emotion, the sky at that time was like a weak, easily trampled piece of white paper, sometimes starry, sometimes twilight, and sometimes brightly sunny. This description, it feels like Chariot is gradually revealing his true nature after adapting to the Tarot Club. Justice Audrey tilted her head to look at Anderson, who was still describing the scene he had witnessed, and her somewhat suppressed thoughts gradually became active. The star Leonard leaned back, slightly resting against the chair, recalling the scene he had witnessed and what Palez had described to him afterward. He calmly added after Anderson. Those black fogs originated from the dark side of the universe. The starlight is probably related to the hidden sage. This evil god is quite active in the southern continent, and his condition also seems to be improving. That twilight originated from the god of war. It was a manifestation of his struggle with one of the seven deities in the astral world. The subsequent lightning and sunlight came from the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing Sunday. According to the information I've gathered, either the Lord of Storms or the eternal blazing sun personally descended into reality. It sounds like you were present. Hangman Alger looked at Leonard with a heavy gaze, as if turbulent waves were surging in his azure eyes. Leonard chuckled and shook his head, not really. The anomaly in the sky was huge at the time, almost covering the entire northern state. Anyone nearby could see it. Justice Audrey leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped on the edge of the table, listening with great interest. To know so many details, the star's source of information is not simple. Either he holds a high enough position in the Orthodox Church, or he knows a truly important figure and learned these things from them. Figuring it out, I'm also someone who has been on the script written by Adam along with many true gods and evil gods. Klein, shrouded in gray fog, sighed to himself in amusement, then manipulated the world to speak. After leaving here, do not speak or write Adam's name, including his title, or any description that could point to him. He possesses the characteristic of, all that is spoken shall be known. The more you know about him, the more he will control you. After a second's pause, he added, including the true creator, any description pointing to both of them will be perceived by him, who has become whole again. With the support of the true god's god level, this characteristic of, all that is spoken shall be known, should be even more comprehensive and terrifying than Adam's before. Leonard made some conjectures in his mind. Unconsciously, he connected it to the church's ambiguous attitude towards the southern continent, and also to the god of war, who seemed to have helped the true creator at the time. A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Leonard turned to look at the world at the very bottom and directly stated his guess. Perhaps, after that one awakens, he will become the 8th Orthodox god in this world. Chapter 615, KWM Chapter 612, Cooperation of the Sanguine. The world Gehrman Sparrow looked back at Leonard with a gloomy face and said in an uninflected tone, possible. However, the probability is not high. The conflict between the true creator and the 3 orthodox gods, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, is irreconcilable. Perhaps in the future, it will become a situation where the gods are divided into opposing factions. As the world, Star, and Chariot each recounted their experiences, the members of the Tarot Club generally learned about the recent events on the southern continent, and everyone fell silent for a moment. It wasn't until Moon Emlyn broke the silence. Everyone, a prominent figure from my clan is arriving in Backlund soon and has specifically requested to see me. How should I deal with him? Him? A sanguine angel. A sanguine angel, known for his long lifespan, is highly likely to be a figure who has survived from ancient times. Hangman Alger pondered for a moment, then carefully said, this is both a test and an observation. Just act as you normally would. There might be some trials and tasks directed at you later. This kind of test is very likely to involve probing the forces behind you, and it's something you can't complete on your own. You'll need to rely on the strength of our Tarot Club. Moon Emlyn was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, I understand. Regarding the possible directions and content of the Sanguine's test, everyone had a brief exchange until the Fool Klein signaled the end of the gathering. After everyone stood up and bowed, streaks of crimson light surged, engulfing their figures. On the south bank of Paws River Valley, in a hotel in Insnees booked by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Leonard rose from the chair at his desk and stretched his body slightly. In his mind, Palez's slightly aged voice echoed. Your spirit just left your body to attend that gathering. That's right. Leonard responded, then murmured to himself, so everyone who appears there is just an astral projection. He paused, then tilted his head, his voice low, old man, can you block perception similar to 0-08? Palez scoffed, then said, what do you think? Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Did you learn something about Adam at the gathering? Hearing Palez mention Adam's name, Leonard was startled at first, his gaze subconsciously shifting left and right, but he quickly regained his composure. The old man acting so nonchalant indicated he had a way to block the other party's perception. In Leonard's mind, Palez let out a heh sound, his tone strange, it's fine for me to mention his name, he'll just think it's some ordinary person talking. But you can't. Leonard's expression froze on his face, the words on the tip of his tongue neither coming out nor staying in. You're easily scared. Just say what you want to say. I'll substitute concepts so that what you say becomes unconscious ravings from passers-by to Adam. Leonard was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, his tone hesitant, why didn't you do that when we faced 0-08? That was your own business, and too many actions would inevitably be noticed as abnormal by Adam. Palez snorted, his tone sounding a bit impatient. Leonard was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. After composing himself, he carefully chose his words, Adam and the true creator are the same person. They have already re-merged and are now in a deep slumber. When he awakens, he will be a normal true god, mastering 2 pathways. All right, no need to say more. Palez suddenly interrupted Leonard's narration. Before Leonard could wonder, he continued, it's a good thing he's asleep, otherwise he might have already appeared before you. Why? Didn't you already? Leonard's question was cut off again by Palez, the true creator is sleeping in Paws River Valley. At such a close distance, the interference I provide is basically useless. Unless there's help from concealment, don't talk about him anymore in the future. Concealment. Leonard muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of Mr. Fool's divine kingdom above the grey fog. During the Tarot Club, they discussed these topics quite boldly. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and asked with undisguised curiosity, does Mr. Fool also control the concealment authority? Of course, otherwise, the issue of Dwayne Dantes' identity wouldn't have been able to escape my notice back then. Palez's voice quickly faded. A knock on the door sounded at this moment. Leonard walked to the door and turned the doorknob. With a creak, Danitz, wearing a hooded black robe, appeared at the doorway. Her face was adorned with her usual blue eyeshadow and blush, and her mental state seemed much better. Looking at Leonard who had opened the door, Danitz chuckled, I thought you would leave the church. People with too many or too big secrets aren't suited for this kind of place. Leonard was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and sighed with complex emotions, I'm used to being in the church. Danitz nodded gently, skipping over the topic and instead said, Lady Aaliyah, the goddess, has reached an agreement with the Moses ascetic order here in Paws River Valley, as well as the Reformed Aurora order. One of their demands is to obtain the right to publish books, newspapers, and magazines in loan and receive advancement from the church. Lady Eye of the Goddess has asked me to first investigate the types and content of books here and remove anything unsuitable for dissemination. Doesn't the Church of the Lord of Storms object? Leonard asked blankly, voicing his confusion. That's why our cooperation in loan is limited to the Moses ascetic order. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery might have opinions, but it's not their home turf after all, so they can only painfully suppress the desires they want to vent. As Danit spoke, she lowered her gaze, making one subconsciously associate her words with other meanings. In the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom on the north bank of Pa's River Valley, streams of complex and pure knowledge quickly converged, reconstructing Leyton's figure. He had just finished today's tarot club and was preparing to deal with the accumulated affairs of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom over the past few days. No sooner had he sat down at the desk piled high with documents than an illusory, hazy door, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, materialized on the other side of the room. A crimson, hazy moonlight flew out from the door, instantly shattering and rapidly reassembling. Duke Full Moon Ulmer, dressed in a long tailcoat, with dark hair and crimson eyes, and a straight posture, appeared in the bishop's lounge of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Leyton, then he mused, I can't see through you anymore. Your life has fundamentally changed. It's not a change brought by divinity, but a deeper transformation. In essence, you have already surpassed an angel. Is it the protection from concealment? Is that why I didn't notice the special nature of your life essence back then? The prominent figure Emlyn mentioned wasn't this Duke Full Moon. Leyton looked up at Duke Full Moon Ulmer, who had suddenly appeared before him, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. He didn't answer the other party's question, but instead asked, is this the life-giver's perception and judgment of life? Without waiting for Duke Full Moon Ulmer's reply, he continued to ask, what happened that would make a sanguine duke directly intrude into an Orthodox God's church? Duke Full Moon Ulmer raised a hand, making the summoning gate behind him disappear, then dragged a chair opposite the desk and sat down, his tone calm. Baranka hasn't returned to the Rose School of Thought yet. Leyton nodded gently. He knew this information because Glenn, who was previously responsible for restraining this Rose School of Thought angel, also hadn't returned to Pa's River Valley. He had paid attention to Glenn through the hidden sage and she was gaining the upper hand in her pursuit of Baranka. Duke Full Moon Ulmer suddenly let out a heavy sigh, his tone carrying a subtle sense of vicissitude. The Rose School of Thought has obtained an important sealed artifact belonging to the Sanguine. It evolved from a portion of the beauty goddess's beyonder characteristic. I suspect that the mother tree they worship interfered with the primordial moon's believers through this characteristic, causing them to also join the Rose School of Thought. This characteristic was lost in the second epoch. Due to Giant King Ormer's betrayal, the progenitor was ambushed by the demonic wolf and the mutant king. They successfully assassinated the progenitor at the cost of their own lives, and the characteristics belonging to the three ancient gods were picked up by the subsidiary gods present after their separation. At that time, the god of spiritual creatures, Tolsna, took away the beauty goddess's characteristic before I arrived. He was very cautious, and the Sanguine have never succeeded in retrieving this characteristic. Sighing lightly, Duke Full Moon Ulmer continued, I want to invite you to cooperate. The Rose School of Thought is the biggest tumor on the southern continent for you, and the Sanguine want to reclaim that beauty goddess's characteristic. During the Rose School of Thought's previous attack on Pa's River Valley, this sealed artifact was entrusted to Baranka. Abomination Sua's condition must not be good after being repelled by Sasfur. The cull of the spiritual flesh, originating from the fallen domain, is especially effective against mutant who indulge in desires. Leyton propped his hands on the edge of the desk, leaned back against the chair, and looked at Duke Full Moon Ulmer, his tone calm. Perhaps Abomination Sua's condition isn't good, but the Rose School of Thought still has the chained god, and also the mother tree of desire, who can exert influence from afar. Duke Full Moon Ulmer calmly met Leyton's gaze, his tone certain, as far as I know, the hidden sage also possesses some authority over concealment. As long as we can pray for the protection of concealment, we can quickly kill Baranka before the Rose School of Thought reacts. He paused, then added, if I'm not mistaken, you want to promote reforms in the southern continent. The Sanguine can further cooperate with the Moses ascetic order you represent. After 2 seconds of silence, Leyton chuckled, I don't seem to have a reason to refuse. Chapter 616, KWM Chapter 613 Baranka. In the spirit world depths, streams of complex and pure information surged rapidly, darting out from different directions, chasing and surrounding an ugly rag doll the size of a castle. Its body was inscribed with countless mysterious patterns, and the giant rag doll, entwined with strange vines, had many charred marks from being scorched, with viscous black liquid constantly flowing from its body, carrying a strong aura of filth and curses. At a certain moment, a violent wind howled around, a sound that seemed to come from reality, yet also from illusion. This wind carried strong wills, like thick shackles, firmly locking the giant rag doll, causing its body, mind, and spirit to be in an uncontrollable state. Streams of complex and pure information quickly converged, reshaping Glenn's figure. She calmly looked at the Rose School of Thought angel, who was temporarily unable to control himself due to mind deprivation, and raised her hands. Green gourd vines draped around, intertwining to form a tall, seven-colored mountain, which pressed down from the giant rag doll's head, pushing him out of the spirit world and onto a rocky mountain ledge. The seven-colored mountain transformed into layers of invisible barriers, trapping him in place and severing the connection between the spirit world and reality, preventing this ancient being from leaving through the spirit world. Green vines draped around, revealing Leyton and Duke Full Moon Ulmer of the Sanguine, who had been hidden nearby. In the spirit world, after forcing back Barranca, the angel of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, Glenn's figure once again became ethereal, breaking down into streams of complex and pure information that continuously expanded outwards until they completely enveloped the surrounding spirit world area. She exploited the special nature of information beings to block the information floating in the spirit world, preventing Barranca's information here from being transmitted and making it difficult for the abomination of the Rose School of Thought to perceive him and launch a rescue. In the real world, Barranca, maintaining his mythical creature form, faced the sky, firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Above the giant rag doll, a crimson moon quietly emerged, and the surrounding spirituality and life uncontrollably proliferated wildly. Green leaves grew in patches on the rocky ground, rapidly growing, blooming, and bearing fruit. Even the strange vines entwined around the giant rag doll began to grow new green leaves and roots, continuously burrowing down, piercing the rag doll's skin, and taking root within his body. Viscous, strange black liquid continuously seeped from the giant rag doll's body, and his body began to abnormally shrivel. A strong sense of panic caused the scarlet flowing in this ancient being's eyes to waver. He opened his mouth, continuously inhaling, attempting to conjure a gloomy green wind that could extinguish all life. Before the chilly wind could fully form, an invisible, transparent breath descended from mid-air, directly affecting his mind and spirit bodies. It instantly struck him like lightning, causing his spirit to tear, and his spirit body to feel as if it were pierced. The gathering chilly wind spontaneously dissipated. In mid-air, Leyton's eyes changed from pale golden vertical pupils back to normal human eyes, simultaneously glowing with a dark red light. He extended his right hand, gloved in mechanical plating, and gripped downwards. The plants growing and spreading on the ancient being's giant rag doll body instantly became denser, almost completely burying the castle-sized ugly doll. Gloomy green ice crystals rapidly spread, freezing the rampant plants, which withered bit by bit under the encroachment of death aura. In the brief respite, Barranca opened his mouth, filled with crimson fangs, and let out an extremely sinister shriek that pierced the spirit body. Leyton and Duke Full Moon Ulmer's movements simultaneously paused, their minds suddenly went blank, temporarily losing the ability to think. Taking advantage of this pause, Barranca quickly chanted a true name. Son of the god who should never have been born. A cage for the imprisoning curse. An evil that erodes history. As he chanted the true name of the abomination Sua, blood like deep red flowed from Barranca's eyes, who maintained his mythical creature form. The strong curse contained within his body seemed to boil, solidifying into pitch black, viscous, strange liquid that surged from the giant rag doll's body. The countless mysterious patterns inscribed on the rag doll's surface began to wriggle, and his right hand, covered with withered vines, suddenly elongated. An extra section of illusory fingernail with peculiar patterns grew from his fingertip, deeply piercing into the invisible, heavy barrier. This caused the invisible barrier to boil, becoming covered with viscous black liquid that continuously spread outwards, eroding it. The layers of invisible, heavy barriers seemed like ice cubes dropped into boiling water, melting rapidly. As a gap appeared in the barrier, Barranca's giant rag doll body instantly became ethereal and transparent, disappearing from its original spot in the blink of an eye. The next second, Barranca's figure, wearing a tattered robe covered in charred marks, with deep features and ancient eyes, was reflected in Duke Full Moon Ulmer's eyes. The hair on his head, which had been somewhat dark, had now turned completely white, as if he had suddenly aged hundreds or thousands of years in these mere 2 days. In Duke Full Moon Ulmer's scarlet eyes, Barranca's figure quickly became clear, his body stiffened, and a sense of detachment between his body and spirit emerged. Without waiting for Leyton to offer aid, Duke Full Moon Ulmer directly gouged out his own eyes. Dense black mist surged, instantly enveloping his 2 eyeballs, using a curse to erase all of Barranca's senses. The next second, he himself fell into profound darkness, losing sight, hearing, smell, touch, and even spiritual intuition. Barranca, an ancient bane also skilled in curses, used the established connection between them to distribute the curse onto Duke Full Moon Ulmer's body. The whimpering wind sounded again, echoing in reality and traversing the collective unconscious sea. It stirred up a storm in the collective unconscious sea, violently impacting Barranca's island of consciousness and mental barrier. Within Barranca's island of consciousness, Leyton's figure quietly emerged, sowing the seeds of infectious madness there, then silently departing. Outside the island of consciousness, a gray-white giant dragon flickered in and out of sight at the center of the storm. In reality, golden stars appeared around Duke Full Moon Ulmer, emitting scorching, pure light accompanied by a strong sun aura. Duke Full Moon Ulmer's body sizzled under the light, black smoke continuously rising from his skin, and his flesh melted at a visible rate. In just a moment, Barranca's translucent body floated out of Duke Full Moon Ulmer's, his figure quickly solidified, and he flew into the distance. Splat. A thick, silver-white lightning bolt instantly struck down, transforming into countless dense silver-white electric snakes that coiled and danced around his body. The strong paralyzing effect instantly stiffened Barranca's body, causing him to fall forward onto the ground due to inertia. The surrounding shadows rapidly surged, forming pitch-black shackles that coiled around Barranca from all directions. Deep red long arrows, condensed from moonlight, cut through the air and pierced into Barranca's body. Barranca's body blurred for a moment, then transformed into a rough, palm-sized doll, its body bound by chains and pierced by arrows, shattering into pieces. Barranca's giant rag doll body, covered in strange patterns and withered vines, emerged from not far away. He looked in Leyton's direction, his mouth open, as if letting out a silent shriek. Silently, a curse infiltrated Leyton's body, his eyes lost focus, his body simultaneously swelled and hunched, and fine white fur grew on his skin, transforming him into an ordinary goat. The transformation curse lasted less than a second. The goat's body instantly became transparent and ethereal. He relied on his unique status to directly modify his own information, causing streams of information to separate from the goat and quickly reassemble into Leyton's body. A hint of astonishment appeared on Barranca's huge, ugly rag doll face, not expecting his transformation curse to fail so quickly. After a moment of silence, he extended a hand into his heart area, dragging out a blood-red orb of light. Inside the orb, countless mysterious symbols floated, like a miniature crimson moon, extremely beautiful and full of spirituality. The full moon environment summoned by Duke Full Moon Olmer uncontrollably shifted, filled with darkness and strangeness, continuously intruding into the spirit world, attempting to break the surrounding blockade. Duke Full Moon Olmer's eyes glowed with fervor as he looked at the deep red light held in Barranca's hand, his emotions becoming agitated. His body rapidly split into a swarm of vampiric bats, existing between true and illusory, carrying highly corrosive black mist, engulfing Barranca like a tide. Within the black tide formed by the vampiric bats, an extremely sinister and extremely mad aura rapidly spread. Soon, the vampiric bats became infected with madness, either dying outright, undergoing mutations, or attacking their own kind, and the black tide instantly collapsed. Barranca's figure was reflected in the eyes of each vampiric bat, rapidly shifting his position, making it difficult for Leyton to lock onto him for a moment. Suddenly, a faint shattering sound echoed in his ears. Leyton slightly raised his gaze, piercing through the obstruction to look into the spirit world. The information torrent covering the surrounding spirit world was torn open by a pitch-black, massive arm covered in strange liquid. An aura of strange madness instantly spread, causing the nearby area to boil. This influence rapidly spread from the spirit world to reality. The crimson moonlight quickly became stagnant, gradually seeping out a layer of viscous black liquid and giving birth to various bizarre things. Barranca quickly detached from the vampiric bats, his transparent, ethereal figure appearing in midair. The surrounding curses and madness did not affect him at all. The transparent, ethereal rag doll slipped into the spirit world like a wraith. Chapter 617, KWM Chapter 615 The Test of the Sanguine. Emlyn tilted his chin slightly, his mind racing. Even if everyone was a sanguine summoned by that important figure, he would definitely be the first. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he saw Cosme push open the door from outside the living room and glance at him, saying, "Emlyn, that important figure wants to see you." "I knew it." Emlyn's lips curled into an uncontrollable, joyful arc. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then slowly walked to Cosme's side, following him down into the villa's basement. After passing through a gray-black metal door and entering the underground area, he finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. He tilted his head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Cosme, who exactly is the important figure we're about to meet? How should I address him?" Cosme glanced at Emlyn, not minding his direct address, and without concealment, he said with a tone full of respect and admiration, "Duke Full Moon Olmer." Duke Full Moon Olmer. Emlyn instinctively straightened his back, trying to appear more energetic. Every duke was a living legend to the Sanguines, a witness and guardian of Sanguine history and glory. Duke Full Moon Olmer was an ancient powerhouse who existed before the Great Cataclysm, one of the first Sanguines who followed the Ancestor. And I am a Sanguine favored by the Ancestor, the savior of the Sanguines. This must be the Ancestor's arrangement, to better fulfill my duty as the Sanguine savior. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Emlyn's mind, causing his heart to unconsciously quicken, and his mood became anxious yet excited. Passing through layers of heavy secret doors, Emlyn, led by Cosme, arrived in an iron-gray hall. The walls and floor here were covered with green grass and flowers, making Emlyn feel as if he hadn't entered an underground space, but rather a suburban jungle. Soon, he noticed some subtle oddities and distortions. Many of the green grasses and flowers had mouth-like slits, or spat out plant fibers like spiders, or grew sharp, fine teeth, or oozed a pale green, nerve-toxic liquid. The insects scurrying through the grass, upon closer inspection, were all distorted monsters, seemingly cobbled together from many different species, extremely incongruous, yet brimming with vigorous vitality. Is this an anomaly manifested under the influence of Duke Full Moon Olmer? Does this indicate that the Sanguine pathway, at a later sequence, controls authority or abilities related to life? As thoughts flickered, Cosme led him to a grave and respectfully bowed to it, saying, "Duke, Emlyn White has arrived." Emlyn snapped back to attention and, somewhat flustered, bowed towards the grave and greeted, "Good afternoon, Duke." The surrounding light and shadows suddenly distorted, transforming the environment of this underground hall into a brightly lit, magnificent, ancient castle. A blurry figure sat on a high-backed chair at the head of a dark red long table. He chuckled towards Cosme and Emlyn, saying, "A very outstanding sanguine. Cosme, you may leave first." "Yes, Duke." Cosme bowed respectfully and exited the refreshed hall. After Cosme left, the blurry figure of Duke Full Moon Ulmer looked at Emlyn and chuckled, "Sit down. What were you thinking when you saw the vibrant environment here just now?" Emlyn was momentarily stunned, not expecting Duke Full Moon Ulmer to ask him this question. He paused for a second before answering, "Duke, I was just thinking whether our sanguine pathway, at a later sequence, would control abilities or authority related to life." "Not bad, you know about authority." The blurry figure of Duke Full Moon Ulmer nodded slightly, then smiled. "Our pathway sequence 2 is called Life Giver, mastering the power of creation, which allows surrounding life to feel the joy of all things growing and new life arriving." "Life Giver?" Emlyn murmured softly. He instinctively glanced around. Although the dense grass and scurrying insects were no longer visible due to the illusion, he could still feel the vibrant life force around him. Duke Full Moon Ulmer didn't give Emlyn much time to think. After a brief pause, he continued, "For a race, nurturing talented young members is a necessary task. And for you to advance to Viscount in such a short time, you are quite a notable presence among the younger generation of the entire sanguine race. So, I decided to meet you personally, to give you some tests, and also, some missions." "Missions?" Emlyn asked with a slight hesitation. Duke Full Moon Ulmer nodded gently. "The 5th epoch is nearing its end. In the foreseeable future, the world will become increasingly dangerous, just like the southern continent now. At such a time, mere conservatism and retreat cannot protect every sanguine, nor our living environment. We need cooperation, we need allies. I and 2 other dukes already have a leaning. Next, we need some consideration on whether to increase investment or find some more allies to cooperate with." He paused, then chuckled, "We need a spokesperson." Emlyn's breathing suddenly quickened, his crimson eyes seemed to brighten, becoming fervent, and also a mix of excitement and helplessness. A spokesperson for 3 dukes, this would represent the entire sanguine race. Duke Full Moon Ulmer smiled, his rich voice carrying a soothing power that gradually calmed Emlyn's heart. "Before that, we need to give you some tests. Of course, these tests are also given to other excellent young sanguines. I will make a judgment based on your completion. This is what a sanguine savior, a sanguine chosen by the ancestor, should do." Amidst his swirling thoughts, Emlyn respectfully replied, "I am always ready." "Good." Duke Full Moon Ulmer praised, then continued, "Your next mission is to find members of the Rose School of Thought hidden in Backlund. This is not only a test for you, but also a show of sincerity from us sanguines to our partners. Most members of the Rose School of Thought are from the mutant pathway, skilled at concealing themselves. There are very few clues the clan can provide, and you will need to investigate many situations yourself. During the mission, you can try to inquire about the attitude of those heretics who believe in the primordial moon towards the Rose School of Thought, and clarify whether they have thoughts of leaving the Rose School of Thought." Followers of the primordial moon. Emlyn was a bit confused about this additional task. Has an irreconcilable conflict arisen between the primordial moon and the mother tree worshipped by the Rose School of Thought, leading to an internal schism among their followers? Duke Full Moon Ulmer saw Emlyn's confusion and chuckled as he explained, "We have already retrieved the holy artifact left in the Rose School of Thought. Without that item, the mother tree no longer has the ability to interfere with the moon pathway. I wonder what kind of holy artifact it is." As thoughts drifted, Emlyn nodded solemnly, "I understand, Duke. I will diligently search for members of the Rose School of Thought in Backlund." "Very good." Duke Full Moon Ulmer's voice softened slightly, and he nodded gently towards Emlyn, "You should go find Cosme later to get some information and a suitable entry point." Emlyn had wanted to ask more questions about the Sanguine's allies, but Duke Full Moon Ulmer had no intention of continuing the conversation. After ending the topic, he directly dismissed Emlyn from the hall. After Emlyn left, Duke Full Moon Ulmer leaned back in the high-backed chair, looking at the spot where Emlyn had just sat, and sighed softly. To be able to advance from an ordinary Sanguine to a Viscount in such a short time, he should not be an unknown person in the Fool's organization. We can indirectly contact the Fool through this young man. Even the ancient dragon, who stayed in the spiritual world, have started to move. The end of the 5th epoch might come sooner than I expected. On the safe shipping lane of the Berserk Sea near Mid-Range Island, storms frequently occurred due to the Berserk Sea's weather. Amidst the pouring rain and howling winds, a massive 3-masted schooner covered in pure black crushed through the waves, calmly sailing on the sea. Lanterns hung on both sides of the huge schooner's hull, clearly illuminating the nearly 100-meter-long ship. The 3 towering sails bore no markings, only a paint black, but on the deck, near the ship's cabin, stood a mottled stone chair 2 or 3 meters tall. Silently, brilliant starlight flew out of the void, quickly gathering on the deck, forming a dark blue double door covered with mysterious patterns and symbols. Leyton and Roselle emerged from behind the door. As they appeared, the door, seemingly composed of pure starlight, instantly shattered, turning into specks of stardust that flickered and vanished into the dim air. The moment the two appeared, they were discovered by the pirates stationed on the deck. Bird Mustana, the first mate of the Black Emperor, his pupils contracted slightly. He recognized Roselle's figure but found it somewhat unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward, instantly covering a large distance, appearing to the side of Leyton and Roselle. His voice was deep, carrying a strong sense of authority. "Sirs, what business do you have boarding the Black Emperor?" Roselle ignored the wary and cautious first mate. As he walked forward, he sighed. "So many years have passed, and the Black Emperor is still the same. Nast's taste really hasn't improved at all." Leyton helplessly glanced at Roselle, who had suddenly become pretentious, and said calmly, "This is a ghost ship. Besides an artisan, no one else should be able to modify such a ship. Also, why did you insist on me accompanying you to see Nast? Didn't you see the desk in the lounge almost overflowing with documents?" Chapter 618, KWM Chapter 614, The Evil That Erodes History. Around the phantom-like, illusory ragdoll, dim glimmers of light erupted from the void, not brilliant, not clear, and devoid of any color, as if composed of a vast amount of illusory things. These lights floated slowly in the surroundings, forming layers of mottled light screens that appeared thin yet felt extremely heavy, forcing Barranca back from the spirit world. A beam of deep red moonlight gathered and fluctuated, quickly reassembling Duke Full Moon Olmer's figure. He reached out with both hands, stretching out an illusory, hazy door engraved with many mysterious symbols from thin air. A cold wind blew from the other side of the door, seemingly capable of freezing spirit bodies and making life move rapidly toward death. Amidst the wailing cold wind, slippery tentacles with dead fish eyes reached out from behind the door, coiling around Barranca's massive ragdoll body from all directions as if they intended to violently tear him apart. While the tentacles extending from the doors of summoning tightly bound Barranca, his massive ragdoll figure was also reflected in those eyeballs that resembled dead fish eyes. Barranca's body gradually became stiff. His lusterless skin bit by bit became pale and decayed, growing patches of corpse spots and oozing pale yellow corpse oil. He became closer and closer to a long-dead corpse, his vitality rapidly withering as if he were crossing the river of death inch by inch. The eyes on those tentacles bulged outward, with fine, bright red blood vessels clearly visible, as if they could explode or fall off at any moment. They bore the corruption and curse of an ancient bane, dragging the opponent quickly along the path of death. Leyton slightly turned his head to glance at that doors of summoning, a deep color flashing in his eyes. Behind this doors of summoning seemed to be the underworld. These tentacles should be part of some powerful underworld creature. As thoughts drifted, he made the extremely heavy mottled light screen press down continuously, pushing Barranca, who was struggling with the tentacles, toward the doors of summoning. Under Duke Full Moon Olmer's pull, the deep red moonlight transformed into long spikes shimmering with strange patterns. They pierced into Barranca's body from different parts, separating spirit from flesh while sealing most of his traits and beyonder abilities. In this state, Barranca's life form began to regress uncontrollably. Crack after crack appeared on his massive ragdoll body, and the mysterious patterns engraved on him and the eerie vines entwining him gradually became blurred and distorted, as if his mythical creature form could collapse at any moment. This was the power of creation, mastered by the life-giver. Not only could it allow all things to grow and new life to descend, but it could also make an already formed life gradually return to its primitive, natural state. Within the spirit world, Abomination Sua broke free from Glenn's entanglement. The hands of the ugly ragdoll, whose skin was lusterless and whose facial features were squeezed together, suddenly lengthened and reached out of the spirit world. As Sua's arms extended, the surrounding spirituality began to boil and thicken, as if turning into layer upon layer of barriers, attempting to bind Leyton and Duke Full Moon Olmer in place and restrict their movements. Simultaneously, pitch-black, sticky, eerie liquid continuously seeped from the surrounding void, from which various bizarrely shaped things grew, causing a feeling of extreme evil and extreme madness to spread rapidly. The light screen formed by the mottled light and shadow instantly dimmed, as if subjected to unspeakable erosion, cracking inch by inch. The mottled light screen, pieced together from fragments of civilization, was easily corroded, causing Leyton to be briefly stunned. He quickly thought of the last line of Sua's honorary name. Is this the evil that erodes history? It represents the extremely eerie and highly corrosive side of curses. As thoughts drifted, Leyton reached out and pulled an ancient-styled spear from the void. From its tip to its handle, it burned with cluster after cluster, dot after dot of blood-dark red light. The spear drew a dark red trail in the air that tore through space, piercing deeply into Sua's right hand that extended from the spirit world. Blood-colored flames instantly flared up on Sua's right hand, which was dripping with pitch black, sticky liquid, igniting his spirituality and melting his flesh. On the other side, Duke Full Moon Ulmer's body blurred and took on a pale red hue, turning into a beam of hazy moonlight. This moonlight instantly shattered, turning into pieces of red scales that dissipated on the spot and quickly reassembled beside Barranca. Crimson moonlight fluctuated on his right fingernails, condensing into an extra section with mysterious symbols and patterns. It easily pierced through Barranca's body and plucked a deep red crystal ball from his chest. The surface of this crystal ball was engraved with many ancient and mysterious patterns. Different angles revealed different curvatures, resembling the crimson moon at different times. In the next second, an arm dripping with pitch black, thick, extremely eerie liquid grabbed both him and Barranca, who was on the verge of collapse, in its hand. Duke Full Moon Ulmer's body rapidly became thin, like a paperman condensed from crimson moonlight. Under the infestation of the curse, it instantly turned pitch black, cracked, and shattered into fragments of dark red light spots. Duke Full Moon Ulmer's body then manifested beside Leyton. He gazed calmly at the arm pulling Barranca back into the spirit world and asked faintly. "It seems you didn't have the intention of killing Barranca." "There's no need. The Rose School of Thought doesn't have any psychiatrists and isn't good at treating psychological issues. An angel with mental problems might play an unexpected role at certain times." Leyton slowly shook his head, his tone very calm. A deep pale purple flashed through his eyes. He could already vaguely see a certain future from Barranca. Duke Full Moon Ulmer gave Leyton a deep look and said with a sigh. "Who was that dragon staying in the mind world earlier? Its aura was very ancient, giving me a sense of familiarity, as if it were an old friend." "Arihog." While answering, Leyton turned his gaze slightly to observe this sanguine duke, who had also survived since the second epoch, wanting to see what his reaction would be upon hearing this name. Duke Full Moon Ulmer was momentarily dazed, seemingly lost in distant memories. After a moment, he sighed softly and said. "So it was him. I know this ancient dragon. He is one of the only 3 remaining ancient dragons. Unlike the sanguine, dragons have almost disappeared from the long river of history due to the ancient sun god reclaiming authority and the emergence of the potion system. Only a few old fellows remain, lingering in the depths of the mind world." Leyton nodded, then sighed with ambiguous meaning. "Perhaps there will be traces of dragons appearing in the future." As he finished speaking, his body instantly blurred, decomposing into stream after stream of complex and pure information that surged into the spirit world. Watching Leyton leave, Duke Full Moon Ulmer looked at the deep red crystal ball in his hand, a flash of joy in his eyes, which then turned into confusion. "I didn't expect him to become active. This doesn't seem to fit the style of a mind dragon." The honorary name of the true creator now includes the description, dominator of the mind world. What other secrets were hidden in the descent event from 2 days ago? After murmuring to himself, Duke Full Moon Ulmer reached out his right hand and pushed open an illusory, hazy, doors of summoning, engraved with many mysterious symbols. By utilizing the doors of summoning's characteristic of connecting reality and the spirit world, it could be used as a traveler's door to some extent. Deep in the spirit world, points of starlight fluctuated rapidly, casting layers of pale blue starlight in the surroundings. Amidst the starlight, pitch-black smoke continuously seeped from Glenn's body, as if composed of countless tiny insects, emitting a filthy and eerie aura. It constantly spread and wriggled within the starlight, gradually being assimilated and dissolved by it. Only when no more smoke seeped from her body did Glenn let out a long breath, letting the floating starlight around her collapse. Her face slightly pale, she looked toward Leyton, who had appeared nearby, and said with some dissatisfaction. "That abomination's state isn't quite right. Even if the mutant pathway has strong recovery power, an arm severed by Sasra using the cull of spiritual flesh shouldn't recover so quickly. That's a loss on the spiritual level. And how could he arrive so quickly and manage to curse me while breaking through the blockade?" While speaking, she took off a silver-white glove with a metallic luster from her right hand and put it into a pitch-black cloth bag hanging at her waist. Leyton said thoughtfully. "He is the son of the chained god. Isn't it normal for him to be able to borrow the power of the chained god to some extent? I didn't see any signs of him borrowing power." Glenn slowly shook her head, dismissing Leyton's guess. After pausing for 2 seconds, she added. "However, I saw some madness in him and heard some ravings. That's also why I was so easily cursed. Those madness and ravings were quite peculiar, cold and frantic, giving me a sense of facing a devil, yet not quite." "Devil?" Leyton murmured softly, his eyes becoming deep as if countless bits of information were floating within. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "Perhaps that Mother Tree felt the pressure and gave her most useful offspring a bit of a boost." "You mean he obtained devil characteristics?" Glenn looked at Leyton, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Even if devil and mutant were neighboring pathways, accommodating extra characteristics was still a significant burden for an angel. The next day, in a villa in Backlund Westborough, the Odora family home, Emlyn came upon being summoned. That sanguine high-ranking figure had arrived in Backlund and specifically asked to see several young sanguine, including him. His gaze quickly swept across the several sanguine in the living room, summarizing the information he observed in his mind. This was a habit he had developed at the Tarot Club. The sanguine in this living room were at least barons. He was still a newly born sanguine, while those slightly older had become viscounts like him. We are all the cream of the crop among the younger generation of sanguine, and I am the most outstanding one among them, the one favored by the ancestor. Chapter 619, KWM Chapter 616 Happy May Day. Roselle waved his hand indifferently and said, "You can't expect an old man like me to run around on the sea by myself, can you? How dangerous would that be? Besides, the fact that there are so many documents piled up on the desk means you never intended to deal with them." As he spoke, he walked to the high-backed chair on the deck near the cabin, seemingly hesitating whether to sit down. Hopefully, Bishop Luca won't be too surprised to see the untouched documents in the lounge after he completes his advancement. After becoming a dream weaver, he can also separate an identity to help him share the pressure of work. As thoughts floated, Leyton gradually convinced himself. The next second, the surrounding scenery quickly shifted. Although no one moved, the environment quickly changed from the deck to inside the cabin. A deep and majestic voice echoed within the cabin. "Are you really Emperor Roselle?" Leyton looked at the figure sitting on the high-backed chair on the high platform directly in front of him, a deep pale purple flashing in his eyes. A highly authoritative figure leaned back in a dark high-backed chair, wearing a scaled-down spire crown on his head and a black robe with silver trim. His facial features were sharp, his forehead slightly wrinkled, and a short black beard adorned his chin. He stood about 1.9 meters tall, exuding an aura of immense majesty. His aura was highly recognizable, anyone who had seen him would never doubt his identity. He was one of the 4 pirate kings, the acknowledged pirate king, and the most renowned powerhouse on the 5 seas. King of the 5 seas. Nast's dark eyes flowed with a dark red glow, his gaze filled with disbelief as he calmly looked down at Roselle. A deep sense of majesty emanated from him, making the air in the cabin feel viscous and difficult to breathe. The crew members of the Black Emperor inside the cabin, as well as First Mate Bird Mustana, who had been moved in with Leyton and Roselle, unconsciously lowered their heads, their chests heaving violently as they gulped down the air in the cabin, alleviating the sense of suffocation. As a mechanical puppet, Roselle completely ignored King of the 5 seas Nast's pressure and the sluggishness in the air. He took 2 steps forward and met Nast's gaze. After a second, he suddenly burst out laughing and then said, "As your guest, aren't you going to invite us to sit down, Nast? Please sit." Nast raised a hand, his words carrying an indescribable majesty that made one instinctively want to obey him. However, this sense of majesty was completely ineffective on Leyton and Roselle. Unaffected, they each found a chair and sat down. The cabin was silent for 2 seconds. Nast looked at Roselle and said in a deep voice, "A mechanical puppet containing the Earl of the Fallen characteristic, you shouldn't be able to ignore my influence so easily, by rights." He closed his eyes, as if sensing something, and after a moment, he continued, "There's something about you that makes me instinctively tremble." Roselle did not respond to Nast's question. He leaned back against the chair, his tone sounding almost boastful as he said, "Bernadette has already advanced to sage. When do you plan to become a duke?" "Actually, without external pressure, I think staying at Sequence 3 is the best choice. Beyonders at this stage already possess various unique abilities and have a lifespan far exceeding ordinary people, but they haven't reached the point of qualitative change. They won't be overly affected by the potion and the top of the sequence, nor will they actively or passively choose a faction." Roselle rambled on, like an old father trying to show off his daughter, or like an elder giving advice to a junior. Except for the crew members on the Black Emperor, their expressions were not very good. Roselle's words just now always made people feel that he was mocking Nast, mocking him for not being able to advance to Sequence 2 and become an angel active on the 5 seas for so long. This guy is a bit irritating. He didn't call me here to be his bodyguard, did he? Leyton's thoughts floated, then he calmly scanned King of the 5 seas Nast's expression. Nast, seated high above, sighed with no fluctuation in his tone. After the Solomon Empire era, there are no living mythical creatures left on the Black Emperor pathway. The remaining characteristics either became sealed artifacts or belonged to the angels of the Tudor and St. Terenzo families. So you need some help, some allies with the strength to hunt angels for you. Roselle chuckled as he looked at Nast, whose eyes flowed with dark red, seemingly certain that the other party would not refuse him. Nast slowly shook his head and said, "That's not enough. You need a reason to convince me. Just as you said, I'm not in a hurry to advance to Sequence 2. I still have enough lifespan to patiently wait for the right moment." Roselle tilted his head back, exhaled a long breath, and said in an exceptionally calm tone, "No, you have enough lifespan to wait, but this world may not have enough time. Only by becoming an angel can you protect yourself and those you want to protect when the end of the 5th epoch arrives. Because of the apocalypse." Nast's tone seemed a little hesitant. He didn't know much about the so-called apocalypse, only that when he had communicated with many saints from various churches, he had heard their very certain descriptions of the apocalypse. He paused, then continued, all the major churches have theories about the apocalypse, but not many descriptions. They only state that when the apocalypse arrives, the deities they believe in will become the saviors of this world. Excluding those unreasonable contents, I am very curious about the cause of the apocalypse, which none of the churches and concealment organizations have mentioned. Roselle shook his head and said in a calm tone, before you become a duke, merely knowing this information will bring about corruption. No wonder. Nast murmured softly, quickly adjusted his emotions, and chuckled, how do you plan to cooperate? Leyton looked at Roselle curiously. He was also somewhat curious about what the other party wanted to cooperate on with this king of the five seas. Roselle glanced around the cabin, his gaze falling on Leyton. He nodded at him and said, give me a concealment, and make sure the people on the ship forget we were here. Okay. Leyton nodded faintly, snapped his fingers, and a dark gold pattern like dense scales emerged on the mechanical glove on his right hand. His eyes turned pale gold and vertical, then quickly returned to normal. The candle light in the cabin suddenly dimmed, and stars appeared one by one in the air, moving rapidly, outlining symbols and indications of the concealment. The cabin, shrouded in dim starlight, was cut off from its surroundings both in reality and in a mystical sense, isolating it from all external attacks and interactions. It's indeed much more convenient with you here, Roselle murmured softly, then turned to Nast, who was now looking serious in the high-backed chair at the head of the table, and explained with a light laugh, before my true resurrection, my identity cannot be exposed. He paused, then continued, I wonder if you've been following the news from Leyton. I suspect someone in the Leyton royal family is preparing to advance to Black Emperor. You need my help to stop him. As the king of the five seas, my movements are constantly watched by various churches and royal families. I cannot stay on land for long, and the Black Emperor's sights in the spirit world always leaves traces, making it unsuitable for places like Backlund. As he spoke, Nast leaned back slightly, searching his mind for information he knew, and recalling the rituals related to the Black Emperor. A moment later, he nodded in understanding and said, the Church of the Lord of Storms has been investigating the disappearances of people in some maritime colonies. This wasn't something worth noting before, but now, I have some new insights. When Nast stopped speaking, Roselle finally rose from his seat, his gaze level with Nast's, and said leisurely, there are more suitable people than you to stop the God Ascension ritual, such as Bernadette, such as Bornova. I need you to help me with another matter, which helps both me and yourself. I will lend you the Black Emperor card then. You only need to wait in the corresponding spirit world in advance and use the convergence effect between Beyonder characteristics to make the characteristic separated from that guy who failed to advance to Black Emperor gather around you. You don't need all of them, just one or two will do. As compensation, I will give you the characteristic belonging to the Duke of Entropy. Chapter 620, KWM Chapter 617 Zeridal. Nast gazed at Roselle, not directly agreeing, but instead asked with a puzzled expression. As a Black Emperor, once you successfully revive, the corresponding Beyonder characteristic and uniqueness will naturally return to you. Why risk trying to obtain the Beyonder characteristic there? There were some issues with my revival process. I want to try to bypass the mausoleum and directly return from death using a Beyonder characteristic. Roselle did not hide his situation. For those who understood the Black Emperor, it was not difficult to guess. In Nast's dark eyes, the crimson surge became more intense. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the flowing crimson had receded, leaving only a profound, solemn darkness. All right, he slowly nodded in response, then added, I need to know the truth about the apocalypse. Tell me when I become a duke. All right, Roselle chuckled and nodded. After a brief moment of silence, the shimmering starlight enveloping the surroundings quickly dissipated, along with the figures of Leyton and Roselle. Inside the cabin, the crew of the Black Emperor looked hesitantly at their captain, who was seated on the high-backed, dark chair at the head of the table. The heavy majesty of Nast, the king of the five seas, made them immediately lower their heads. Strange, what was I just thinking? Why do I feel like the captain disappeared for a while? The Black Emperor's first mate, Bird Mustana, muttered to himself in confusion. As he thought, he forgot what question he had been pondering. Never mind, it shouldn't be anything important, but what did I come into the cabin for? Isn't it my turn to patrol the deck today? As thoughts floated through his mind, Bird Mustana turned and exited the cabin. Deep within the spirit world depths, amidst layers of rich colors, a pumpkin carriage pulled by two plump rats swiftly traveled forward. Inside the pumpkin carriage, Leyton looked at Roselle, who was sitting opposite him, with some curiosity and asked, Are you sure you can bypass the mausoleum and revive directly through this method? Roselle slowly shook his head and said, Of course not. But if I already possess a Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, then the moment my consciousness returns, I will instinctively twist concepts and rules, escaping the mausoleum's restraints and appearing in the astral world, without needing to wait for the uniqueness to return and then initiate this process. As long as the uniqueness is not corrupted by the primordial moon, even if my mental state deteriorates, there is still room for recovery. Moreover, with a beyonder characteristic by my side, I won't be as fragile as I am now, needing someone to accompany me even to go out, with no privacy at all. Leyton glanced at Roselle's lower body and said with calm sarcasm, "You're just a mechanical puppet, without any extra functions. Don't slander my noble character as soon as you open your mouth." Roselle grumbled a few times, then stopped speaking. After sending Roselle back to Bernadette's dawn, Leyton did not rush back to the southern continent. Instead, he first went to Toscat Island in the central Sonia Sea, an area where the Church of the Evernight Goddess preaches. In the Church of the Evernight Goddess on Toscat Island, Leyton appeared silently in the prayer hall. As it was nearing night, many people came to the church to pray. Leyton's figure was lost in the crowd, drawing no one's attention. He slowly walked with the crowd to the dark holy emblem at the very front, found a quiet spot in a corner, and began to pray silently. Unbeknownst to him, he awoke amidst the fragrance of nightshade flowers. A female figure dressed in layers of black classical long robes stood quietly among the flowers. Her body was somewhat ethereal, showing signs of rippling outwards, and her face seemed veiled by layers of thin gauze, hazy yet exceptionally beautiful. Leyton looked at the figure that appeared in his dream and chuckled, saying, "It's just a small request, it shouldn't warrant you coming to see me personally. This is necessary courtesy. You can release Zeridal's historical projection and use it to demand appropriate compensation from him." The Evernight Goddess's voice was very calm, and even without any beyonder power, it carried a soothing meaning within it. Leyton nodded calmly, looking at the Evernight Goddess's figure before him, and chuckled. "Then, what do I need to pay?" "A drop of water from the river of eternal darkness," the Evernight Goddess said without inflection. "All right," Leyton nodded gently. The Evernight Goddess's request was somewhat unexpected for him. He had originally thought she would ask for more. The water from the river of eternal darkness was very useful for her, who was trying to control the death uniqueness. As he responded, he extended his left hand forward, and specks of starlight floated at his fingertips, outlining a somewhat illusory and hazy door. He directly extended his hand into the door, took out a dark brown glass vial covered with strange symbols and patterns, and threw it towards the Evernight Goddess before him. The dark brown glass vial rippled as it approached the Evernight Goddess, then disappeared, its destination unknown. A breeze carrying a faint floral scent blew past him, and Leyton suddenly awoke from his dream, the sounds of devotees moving and their hushed conversations entering his ears. Leyton lowered his gaze to his half-clenched right hand, where a dark, heavy emblem had appeared at some point, a deep black base adorned with stars, embracing exactly half of a crimson moon. After putting away the dark holy emblem, Leyton took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then rose from his seat, left a few banknotes in the offering box at the front, and then walked out of the church. In the exceptionally clear sky, a half-moon of crimson hung high, and on the sea horizon enveloped in night, only a faint twilight remained. Walking down the gradually sparse street, Leyton suddenly stopped, brought the dark holy emblem closer to his eyes, examined it briefly, then poured some spirituality into it. Silently, the dark holy emblem shattered little by little, and a layer of profound, serene darkness surged from the broken emblem, submerging Leyton's figure like a tide. His body rapidly dissolved under the wash of darkness. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the street. The surrounding pedestrians continued to come and go, as if they had never noticed a person there, much less how he disappeared. On the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, in an exceptionally quiet, utterly desolate yet clean and tidy small town, Leyton's figure rapidly materialized. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, a deep pale purple glow swiftly flowing in his eyes, outlining one symbol after another within them. In this state, his gaze seemed to penetrate the surface and see the essence of things. The street beneath his feet, the houses on both sides, the withered trees by the roadside, and even the crimson moon in the sky, all transformed into a pure, information-laden mist with dark, swirling vapors in his eyes. After a brief search, he quickly discovered the spire church located in the center of the town. Inside the church, there were many mummified bodies hanging, quiet and eerie. "Poor Zeridal, someone has finally remembered you and decided to come save you. I hope you have enough in return." Leyton curved his lips, sighing inwardly, then stepped towards the church in the center of the town. As he stepped, his body suddenly etherealized, breaking down into complex streams of knowledge, surging like a torrent towards the center of the town. Before long, the crimson moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting silhouettes on the streets here, and the once quiet street became noisy. In the spire church in the center of the town, streams of information surged in from outside, countless pieces of knowledge converging here, reassembling Leyton's body. He looked back at the bustling street, his gaze penetrating the figures, discerning their essence. With a soft sigh, he withdrew his gaze, walked past the mummified bodies hanging upside down from the ceiling, and finally stopped before a grayish-white stone chair. A figure wearing a black hooded robe materialized on the stone chair. His eyes were dark like a lightless water surface, and the white beard around his mouth and face was long and dense, like a mysterious, wise elder. He was the target Leyton had come to find, Zeridal, the leader of the secret order, whose historical projection was sealed by the Evernight goddess in the Hornacis Mountains. Zeridal's gaze lingered on Leyton for a moment. He curved his lips, his voice low and hoarse, saying, "So many years have passed, and I didn't expect another angel to arrive here. Your eyes are very special, but there shouldn't be anything you need here. Why did you come here?" Leyton calmly gazed at the elder before him, his tone leisurely saying, "There's nothing I need here, but you have it." As he spoke, his gaze deeply swept back and forth across Zeridal's historical projection, taking in every ethereal worm of spirit on him. Ignoring Leyton's rather impolite gaze, Zeridal said in a flat tone, "What do you want to gain from me? I am merely a historical projection left here, possessing no substantial beyonder characteristic nor overly powerful strength." Ignoring the inaccuracies in Zeridal's words, Leyton scoffed and stated his purpose directly. "Grant me 3 wishes, and I will take you out of this concealed world. How about that?" Zeridal's dark eyes looked at Leyton with some surprise, and he explained calmly. "You are already an angel, the wishes of a miracle invoker can only have very limited effect on you. Moreover, I am only a historical projection, and this place is isolated from the outside world. I cannot borrow power from the spirit world, nor from history." Leyton smiled, speaking the words he had already prepared. "I can first release this historical projection of yours, and when your main body, which is outside, awakens from its madness, you can then pay me. I will tell you the type of wishes I need in advance, and you can accumulate them little by little until you can create the corresponding miracle. Chapter 621, KWM Chapter 618 Antigonus. After a pause, Leyton looked at Zeridal, whose expression was gradually turning solemn, and added, "To ensure you don't go back on your word, we need an insurance, a vow with strong binding power. It seems I have no room to refuse." Zeridal sighed softly, then continued, "What did you promise the Evernight goddess? Or, what did you pay?" "A drop of water from the river of eternal darkness," Leyton replied truthfully. Zeridal's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to ask with an even tone, "I'm not the only miracle invoker alive. Why did you pay such a high price to find me? The wish I need is a bit troublesome." "It would be better to have the help of an attendant of mysteries," Leyton still answered Zeridal's question truthfully. After a moment of silence, Zeridal sighed softly, "I have no more questions. What kind of vow do you need to bind both parties?" Leyton smiled and replied calmly, "Very simple, a witness with absolute binding power." "Who?" Zeridal asked, puzzled. Leyton chuckled, "The one who can best represent knowledge." Zeridal's expression still hadn't changed in the slightest, but his deep, lightless eyes flickered, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his gaze towards Leyton. After 2 seconds of silence, he said seriously, "The witness can only be the god of knowledge and wisdom." "All right." Leyton nodded with a light laugh. Zeridal's reaction was completely within his expectations. As he spoke, he reached out his right hand, grasping a pre-prepared yellowish-brown parchment scroll from the void in front of him. On it was a pattern composed of an open book and an omniscient eye, the holy emblem of knowledge and wisdom. This was a contract blessed by the god of knowledge and wisdom, witnessed by him personally. Coincidentally, he and I are quite familiar. As he spoke, Leyton handed the parchment scroll to Zeridal opposite him. Zeridal took a deep look at Leyton, then accepted the grayish-brown parchment scroll. His eyes were veiled, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. "I see the shadow of a certain prankster in you," Zeridal murmured, then reached into the historical void and pulled out a round-bellied steel pen. He wrote his name on the scroll, then handed both the parchment scroll and the pen to Leyton. As Leyton also signed his name, the grayish-brown parchment instantly became illusory, disintegrating into streams of brass-colored motes of light that drilled into Leyton and Zeridal's bodies, imprinted deep within their worms of spirit. Suppressing the faint urge to fulfill the other party's wish right now, Zeridal looked at Leyton with an indifferent expression and said, "How do you plan to take this historical projection of mine out of here? I will temporarily open the connection between this concealed world and reality. You just need to return to the historical void yourself." As Leyton spoke, he stepped towards the dark green stone wall at the back of the church. During this process, his body gradually became ethereal, as if it had become something non-existent, and his movements quickly became effortless. After a brief interference, the church's control over the worm of spirit body threads on his body returned to its initial state. Feeling the not-too-severe numbness and sluggishness on his body, Leyton chuckled as he approached the double doors embedded in the stone wall. He pressed his right hand, clad in a mechanical glove, against the cold stone door. Deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in his eyes. Silently, streams of dim light, neither brilliant nor clear, devoid of any color, erupted from his hand, quickly covering the entire door. The information of this sealed door was quickly analyzed and modified by him. He used the information to complete the missing parts of the door, directly bypassing the necessary steps and opening a subtle gap in the door. The next second, his body instantly became illusory, disintegrating into complex streams of knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow entity. He directly passed through the stone door carved from dark green giant stone, arriving in the palace where Antigonus, the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, slept. As he departed, Zeridal's historical projection, sitting on the stone chair, also left the area by taking advantage of the renewed connection between this concealed world and reality, returning to the historical void. The consciousness he was forced to leave in this historical projection finally returned to his main body. In the palace on the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, Antigonus leaned against a high-backed chair carved from bronze, his eyes tightly shut, but occasionally a painful expression would surface, as if he was trapped in a nightmare from which he couldn't awaken. He wore a translucent mask inscribed with the Fool symbol. Beneath the mask were constantly wriggling transparent worms, appearing quite sinister and distorted. The long hair on his head was already half white, half concealment and half obvious, giving a contradictory feeling of both old age and youth, both rationality and madness. Beneath the classical and luxurious clothing, translucent white tentacles stretched out, flailing wildly around, seemingly sensing that an intruder had invaded his territory. Leyton calmly watched this king of angels of the full pathway who had fallen into madness. Deep, pale purple light surged in his eyes, quickly outlining symbol after symbol. Around him, stars emerged, dense and dazzling. These stars seemed to be an extension of Leyton's eyes, allowing him to see more details and observe Antigonus's state from different angles, analyzing mystic knowledge from him. Stimulated by Leyton's gaze, Antigonus let out meaningless gibberish. The sound seemed to come from every worm of spirit, layer upon layer, carrying strong corruption. Beneath him, translucent white tentacles flailed wildly in the palace, shattering the stars they touched. Still not sleeping soundly enough. Murmuring softly, Leyton raised his right hand, and more stars appeared around him, scattering streams of radiance, transforming the palace into a dazzling sea of stars. As the starlight flowed, the palace quickly quieted down. The tentacles extending from Antigonus's body gradually lost their vitality, becoming weary, and once again sinking into a deep slumber. Leyton flickered, appearing before Antigonus. His figure was somewhat transparent and ethereal, as if non-existent. The tentacles, formed by countless worms of spirit, passed through his body without obstruction. A drop of transparent, dark liquid dripped from Leyton's outstretched right hand, penetrating the translucent mask and landing on Antigonus's forehead, seeping into his body. The wriggling tentacles on Antigonus's body suddenly stopped, and the translucent worms beneath his exposed skin also quieted down. Every worm of spirit fell into a deathly silence, into the deepest level of slumber. Amidst the flickering starlight, eyes emerged from the void, each eye glowing with a pale purple luminescence, appearing exceptionally sacred yet exceptionally cold. Antigonus's figure, reflected in these eyes, lost its human form, transforming into a deep, dark vortex of worms with countless slimy tentacles extending from it. The mystic patterns interwoven on those worms were gradually reflected and extracted. The aura of domains such as history, time, destiny, change, and concealment permeated the surroundings, gradually distorting spacetime and evolving an incomplete realm of mysteries around them. As he analyzed the information contained within Antigonus, Leyton gradually sensed an extremely weak but stable consciousness. He was attempting to root deeply in Antigonus, awakening bit by bit in his flesh and soul. Affected by the Evernight goddess, Antigonus fell into a deep slumber, and the consciousness reviving within him was also forced into slumber, interrupting the process of revival. The degree of celestial worthy's consciousness reviving in Antigonus is higher than I expected. When Klein accommodates the sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness from him, plus the curtain from the forsaken land of the gods, even without Amon's influence, he will inevitably fall into slumber and enter into a confrontation with the celestial worthy, though the degree will differ. As thoughts flickered, Leyton bent down and picked up the Fool card at Antigonus's feet. The front of this card depicted Roselle dressed as a traveler, wearing exaggeratedly colorful clothes. His left hand held a white rose, and his right hand held a staff with a bundle tied to it, with a small dog following at his feet. In the upper left corner of this card, a small line of ancient Faceac read, Sequence 0, the Fool. Putting away the Fool card, Leyton turned and walked out of the palace. Without his maintenance, the flowing starlight quickly receded, and the incomplete realm of mysteries formed by the interweaving of various auras also faded away. Around the bronze-carved high-backed chair at the top of the hall, the tentacles extending from beneath Antigonus's clothes began to sway again, swaying without rhythm, as if uttering meaningless dream gibberish. As the incomplete realm of mysteries completely disappeared, Leyton's body instantly became illusory, disintegrating into complex streams of knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow entity. He directly passed through the palace walls and doors, surging far away towards the distant horizon. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the Fool card placed on the table, opening his mouth, momentarily unsure what to say. After 2 seconds of silence, he finally asked faintly, "You went to the Hornaces Mountains?" His voice was transmitted to Leyton's ears through the flickering crimson stars, and the latter replied calmly, "I made a deal with Zeridal, who is imprisoned there." Made a deal with Zeridal? Klein's pupils constricted and expanded. He asked, somewhat astonished, "You didn't let him out, did you?" Chapter 622, KWM Chapter 619 Encounter. Leyton didn't directly answer Klein, instead saying, if you want to become an attendant of mysteries, the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic on Zeradal is the safest. Klein was stunned for a moment, then hesitated. Other Beyonder characteristics aren't safe. At least he isn't mad. After all, it's a Beyonder characteristic that has been accommodated repeatedly, and the spiritual imprints within it have become modeled. Accommodating it will have much less impact on oneself. Leyton chuckled in response, then paused before continuing. I've analyzed a lot of mysticism knowledge from Antigonus and need some time to digest it. If anything happens, please don't look for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the deep red light rising within the ancient palace quickly receded, and the deep red star representing Leyton also stopped flickering. Klein looked at the silent deep red star and muttered to himself, he can cut off the connection unilaterally. He seems to have a deeper understanding of this place. I have a bad feeling. Will I encounter something bad recently? For him to tell me not to look for him, is it something I can solve myself, or will there be some kind of additional development? After a moment of silence, Klein picked up the Fool card that was on the bronze long table, infused it with spirituality, and made its content appear. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Main ingredients, a pair of Hound of Fulgrim's eyes, 1 transformed heart of a demonic wolf of fog. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of Hound of Fulgrim's blood plus 30 grams of demonic wolf of fog's white frost crystal plus a large amount of true ancient historical records. Ritual, completely detached from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after you have become history and no longer belong to the current era. The description of the Scholar of Yore's advancement ritual made Klein subconsciously frown. This was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? No, in the world of mystic arts, there are no absolute coincidences. So, was this something the former owner of Sapphira Castle had arranged from the beginning, a backup plan for his own resurrection? As thoughts flickered, Klein suddenly felt that his rapid advancement through the sequence was not entirely due to his various encounters, but also due to the propulsion of fate. Just as Ankwelt could leave murals in the City of Miracles, Liveseed, allowing the story to unfold thousands of years later, the former owner of Sapphira Castle might also have similar means to manipulate fate. However, there might have been some problems with the arrangements left by the former owner of Sapphira Castle. Neither the goddess nor Roselle chose these 3 pathways, including the seer. If it weren't for the page of Roselle's diary back then, I might have chosen the pathway the goddess is on. The diary, that page of the diary appearing at just that time, was it a coincidence of fate, or the goddess's arrangement, or something else? Thoughts continuously floated in his mind, eventually turning into a long sigh. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts, his gaze falling back on the Fool card in his hand. 300 years. I don't know how many years I was hung above the grey fog before. This ritual is no difficulty for me at all. As long as I digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion on me, I can continue to advance at any time. After muttering to himself, he continued to look down. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Sequence 0, The Fool, Ritual Requirement, the Fool time, History, or Fate once. It's a bit abstract. How exactly does one the Fool time, History, or Fate? Does stealing someone else's fate like Amon count? Probably not, at least ordinary Marauder doesn't count. To reach the point of fooling fate, what's stolen must at least be the fate of a Sequence 1 angel, or even a king of angels, and then use that to the fool and deceive many people. Deep in the spirit world, Leyton, rapidly roaming in the form of information, suddenly caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. After a moment of hesitation, he separated a portion of information from the torrent and cast it into the real world corresponding to the spirit world, in Intis's Upper Hornacis province. In a small town near the Hornacis Mountains and mid-seashore, Medici, wearing a dark red trench coat splattered with blood and with fiery red hair, looked leisurely at the shadows ahead, a hint of pleasure curving his lips. In the shadows he looked at, a light difficult to observe with the naked eye descended from the spirit world, reassembling a somewhat illusory body of Leyton with complex and pure knowledge. Hey, Medici sneered. On each side of his face were scars from the corners of his mouth to his ears, from which illusory fangs and crimson tongues grew, like 2 mouths torn from inside his body, repeating Medici's words in perfect unison. Interesting, you sages can also create clones by differentiating your own information. But aren't you being a bit too cautious? This is just a border town in Intis, not a place like Trier. Steam won't cast its gaze without reason. Leyton's avatar, formed from information peeled off from himself, looked at Medici expressionlessly, his tone flat as he said, your presence here is reason enough. Medici scoffed, not continuing the topic, and instead looked towards the Hornacis Mountains, saying, you wouldn't have come all the way here for no reason. Did you go to Antigonus's place? I noticed it just now, some unusual aura spreading. Leyton glanced sideways at Medici, his tone still flat as he said, there's concealment coverage from Evernight there. How could you, a conqueror who is neither omniscient nor omnipotent, notice any unusual aura? Medici chuckled, a smirk playing on his lips, and said with some pleasure, I'm indeed not omniscient or omnipotent, but your answer and attitude confirm that you did go to the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains just now. So? Leyton retorted. Medici took 2 steps forward, leaning casually against a gas lamp post, in a relaxed posture, saying, I suddenly remembered that I left too hastily last time, and you probably still had something to tell me. Why not tell me now? If you're sincere enough, it's not impossible for us to cooperate temporarily. The most powerful conspirer suddenly finds himself unable to find reliable allies, and can only turn back to options he had previously abandoned. Leyton scoffed, mocking Medici, then paused for 2 seconds before continuing, somewhere underground in Trier, there's an out-of-control conqueror. The mouth on Medici's right cheek spoke first. Trier is a descendant of the Sauron family. Out of control. Haha, Sauron, your descendants are as useless as you. The mouth on Medici's left cheek then burst into mocking laughter. Shut up, both of you. Medici growled, lowering his voice, using his dominance to temporarily silence the consciousnesses of Sauron and Einhorn. The 2 mouths on his cheeks reverted to 2 deep scars. Then he looked at Leyton and chuckled, you're making fun of me. What you wanted to tell me last time wasn't this, was it? Allies and temporary partners are not the same, are they? Leyton chuckled in response. As soon as he finished speaking, his somewhat illusory body immediately disintegrated into streams of pure information, surging towards the location of his main body deep in the spirit world. Medici watched the spot where Leyton's figure disappeared, his expression gradually growing serious, his crimson eyes showing no emotion, as if he were deep in thought. A moment later, the mouth on his right cheek, formed by the consciousness of the Sauron family ancestor, reappeared, saying in a low voice, such an obvious conspiracy, do you really believe him? Then Einhorn's consciousness on his left cheek also spoke, a clumsy scheme. He wants us to help him attract the attention of Steam and Eternal Blazing Sun, and then take the opportunity to achieve his own goals. Medici twitched his lips and mused, at least he didn't lie, did he? And no matter what's underground in Trier, we must retrieve that conqueror beyonder characteristic. Always being so worried about gains and losses, I really doubt how you 2 advanced to sequence 1 back then. Did you jump over from the Demonis pathway? As if provoked, Sauron's consciousness became agitated. Foolish Medici, you've already paid the price for your arrogance once. Do you want to be killed a second time in the same trap? If we die again, we won't even have a chance to be evil spirits. You've already died once, and you're still so easily provoked. With a scoff, Medici suddenly lunged forward, his body igniting inch by inch, turning into a crimson-purple flame, which then condensed into a long spear and shot towards the sky. Within the spirit world, streams of insubstantial information swept past from afar, merging into Leyton's body. He closed his eyes, feeling the additional piece of information in his mind, and quickly deciphered it. It seems Sauron and Einhorn's influence on Medici is even greater than I imagined. Not only do they need 3 consciousnesses to reach a consensus to act, but their thought patterns have also changed. It can be confirmed that there is an aura of the City of Calamity on him, but it's not very strong and quite hidden, difficult to detect under normal circumstances. Perhaps they themselves haven't noticed that their thought patterns and personalities have changed unconsciously. The obsession to reclaim beyonder characteristics and authority comes from the City of Calamity. They will soon reach a consensus and go to Trier. At that time, I only need to magnify the influence from the City of Calamity on him, and I can easily make Trier chaotic and unleash calamity. This way, it will be very easy for me to take that knowledge Emperor beyonder characteristic. After a moment of thought, he reined in his thoughts, used the power of concealment to erase the information generated by the interaction with the spirit world just now, and then transformed into pure and complex streams of information, surging away into the distance. Chapter 623, check out my second profile, Miss Raven. More fics are uploaded there. Chapter 624, KWM Chapter 620 A New Week. In the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom on the north bank of the Paz River Valley in the southern continent, Luca Brewster, who had successfully advanced to Dreamweaver, returned to his post. He wore a plain white robe with brass threads, his graying hair was neatly groomed, and his eyes, a grayish-green with a hint of pale gold, were very bright, like a calm lake, capable of easily seeing through people's hearts. In the bishop's lounge, at the desk, Leyton enthusiastically rose from his chair and congratulated Bishop Luca. Congratulations, Mr. Dreamweaver. Luca Brewster smiled and nodded, a hint of helplessness flashing in his grayish-green eyes as he said. Although I can tell that what makes you happier is finally not having to deal with church affairs, I still appreciate your blessing. This Dreamweaver characteristic does not include prerequisite sequences, which means that the beyonder abilities I already possess haven't changed much, and I don't have to worry about adapting to the potion. After a 2-second pause, Luca Brewster walked to the stained glass window of the lounge, looked at the sunny sky outside, and mused. Although the advancement was smooth, I still saw some scenes during the process, some scenes I had never seen before. For a moment, I found it difficult to understand the meaning of those scenes. They seemed to be related to certain existences before the Great Cataclysm. Seeing some scenes from before the great cataclysm during advancement. Is it because the true creator's mind, which is dormant deep within the spiritual world here, has recovered the visionary pathway characteristics, and some of his memories or thoughts have diffused out, being captured by Bishop Luca, who was coincidentally in the state of advancement? As thoughts flickered, Leyton asked curiously, what kind of scenes were they? Luca Brewster briefly fell into recollection, then slowly exhaled, describing in a calm tone. The scenes in the dream were not continuous, with intense colors and abstract lines, more like magnificent murals carved on walls. In the very center, occupying most of the space, was a towering mountain, surrounded by pure white light, like holy radiance sprinkled from the sky. Around the mountain were grayish-white steps spiraling upwards, reaching the peak, where a giant cross stood, and the light on both sides emanated from this giant cross. Around the mountain, there were many angels with wings on their backs. Further away, giant dragons bore shackles, roaring on the ground, and giants struggled in the bonds of chains and boulders. On the dark sea, tentacles with bird-like feathers unfurled, and in the shadows of the mural, in the darkness, sinister, malicious eyes watched the mountain surrounded by light and angels. These are all the scenes. It's more akin to a dream with a revelatory meaning, but it's clearly different. Leyton listened in silence, his brows furrowing slightly, then quickly relaxing. He pointed to the files piled on the desk and chuckled softly. Regarding the interpretation of the scenes, as a dream weaver, you should be better at it than I am. I won't offer much interpretation. As for the reason you saw those scenes during advancement, you'll know once you've dealt with these files. Luca Brewster paused, then sighed. It seems a lot has happened in the Paws River Valley recently. Leyton nodded calmly. Indeed, recently Mazanias has been preparing to incorporate the northern state into his rule, and he has come to see you several times. It seems my advancement to Dream Weaver was a wise choice. The affairs here have made me wonder if even an avatar can handle them. Luca Brewster sighed with emotion. In front of him, a phantom, transparent figure slowly appeared, as if looking into a mirror. This figure, appearing out of thin air, quickly became clear. He wore a Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom priest's robe woven with book and eye patterns, his eyes were grayish-green, and his face was identical to Luca Brewster's, but he looked younger, with gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and his demeanor, compared to a church bishop, was more like a wise man refined by knowledge. Fortunately, I have a surplus polymath characteristic, and this identity can quickly handle the accumulated affairs from this period. Luca Brewster chuckled and sighed, then gently nodded to the identity he had separated. I'll leave the accumulated church affairs to you. I'm going to see Mazanias. After receiving a response from his avatar, Luca Brewster nodded gently to Leyton, bid farewell, and turned to step backward. Layers of light and shadow undulated around him, quickly engulfing his figure and making him disappear from the room. The Dream Weaver's level of conscious wander allows the physical body to also enter and roam the collective subconscious sea. Looking at Luca Brewster, who was already flipping through the files piled on the desk in the room, Leyton awkwardly touched his nose. During the time he had substituted for the other party's position, only these 2 days had he truly been handling church affairs. After bidding farewell to the other party, he directly left the church, found a quiet place, and waited for this week's tarot club to convene. Time quickly reached 3 in the afternoon. Leyton, who was discussing with Roselle the feasibility of improving the second-generation difference engine into a computer, suddenly stopped. Ignoring Roselle's curious gaze, green vines draped down from around him, quickly obscuring his body and weaving a space isolated from reality around him. This bad habit of slipping away mid-sentence. Roselle looked at the empty seat opposite him, muttered softly, then also got up and left the room. Above the gray fog, in that ancient palace, streaks of crimson light surged, quickly coalescing into vague figures on either side of the mottled long table. After a brief observation of her surroundings, confirming that no new members had joined this week, Justice Audrey immediately rose and bowed to the head of the mottled long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. During this process, Justice Audrey suddenly noticed that there was another face-down card on the table in front of Mr. Fool. Are there new blasphemy cards again? Is this efficiency a bit too high? While sighing inwardly, Audrey also began to guess which pathway this new card of blasphemy represented. Following Justice Audrey's lead, everyone rose and bowed, then nodded to each other before taking their seats. Subsequently, most of the people at the tarot club looked towards the hermit, Katlia, seemingly curious if she would provide Roselle's diary today. Ignoring the curious gazes from around her, Katlia turned to the head of the mottled long table and bowed her head, saying, Respected Mr. Fool, I still haven't collected any of Roselle's diary this week. As expected, it seems I won't be able to get the diary from Bernadette anymore. No, the diary is no longer important to me. If I have questions, I can just ask Emperor Roselle myself. So much has happened recently that I forgot to mention this. As thoughts flickered, Klein leaned leisurely against the back of his chair, his voice calm. It's fine. You don't need to collect the diary anymore. I have already obtained the information I need. He paused, then added. You can still obtain some knowledge or help from me, but the payment will no longer be the diary. It can be any other form of thing, for example, some concealment but true information, some items with magical effects. This. Mr. Fool no longer needs to collect Roselle's diary. What news did he obtain from the diary? But no one submitted a diary last week, right? Was it a diary provided by Mr. Fool's dependents or some forces directly under him? At this thought, Justice Audrey subconsciously turned her head to look at the world at the very end of the mottled long table. The hermit, hanged man, and chariot also made the same gesture. Son Derek looked curiously at the head of the mottled long table. He was very interested in the news Mr. Fool obtained from Roselle's diary. He wondered what kind of news it was that needed to be hidden in a diary no one could understand, and that Mr. Fool had to personally collect. One thought after another flashed through Derek's mind. He bowed to the figure at the head of the mottled long table. As you wish. The rest of the Tarot Club members quickly came to their senses and, with great tacit agreement, followed son Derek in bowing. As you wish. The fool, Klein, leaned back in his chair and nodded gently. You may begin. As his voice fell, he seamlessly manipulated his alternate account, the world, and raised a hand, saying, Everyone, I have some mystical items for sale. Some. Klein's family fortune is quite substantial. Well, yes, he hunted down many pirates and pirate admirals during his time as Gairman Sparrow. As thoughts floated through his mind, Leonard looked at the world at the very end of the mottled long table with interest, hoping that the mystical items he was selling would include something that met his needs. With the world, Gairman Sparrow's introduction, several mystical items he put up for sale were quickly bought by Justice and Hanged Men. The transaction phase quickly passed. Moon Emlyn's gaze swept around, then he spoke first. Everyone, I have already met that important figure of our sanguine. He thinks highly of me and has given me some trials. If I pass the trials, I will then represent the three dukes to conduct some cooperation with the Sanguine's allies. Allies of the Sanguine, is this guy going to be thrown into the southern continent? As a gathering place for primordial moon believers, the Sanguine is indeed more likely to advance there in the southern continent, but they could also become beyonder ingredients, helping others advance. As thoughts flickered, Leyton nodded gently to Emlyn. Congratulations. Chapter 625, KWM Chapter 621 Fairy Tale. Hangman Alger calmly looked at Moon Emlyn, automatically ignoring his superfluous words, and asked directly, What is the test the Sanguine gave you? Emlyn did not keep it a secret and responded calmly, Find the Rose School of Thought members hidden in Backlund, and also inquire about the attitude of those who believe in the primordial moon within the Rose School of Thought towards the Rose School of Thought. Rose School of Thought. Why did the Sanguine suddenly move against the Rose School of Thought? Because of those believers of the primordial moon. The Sanguine are not good at divination, nor do they have a detective's observation skills. Unless they have a corresponding mystical item, it would be difficult for them to find beyonders of the mutant pathway above the sequence 5, especially since Emlyn doesn't seem to be very smart. As thoughts flickered, Klein manipulated the world to speak in a low voice, You can cooperate with the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. They understand them better than you. The Temperance faction. Emlyn pondered and nodded, I understand. Emlyn's topic quickly passed. After a brief silence, Justice Audrey looked around and said, Last week, I met with Vin Rambus, a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists Council, and learned new information about the Psychology Alchemist president from him. That unknown president has recovered his demigod status, but he seems to have developed some psychological problems due to the previous assassination. For now, several committee members of the council are jointly assuming his duties. During our conversation, he tried to give me some psychological suggestions, but fortunately, I had informed Mr. Fool beforehand and received a King of Angels blessing, so I was not actually affected. Vin Rambus, Psychology Alchemist President, King of Angels blessing. Leonard chewed on these words repeatedly in his mind. Every piece of information here was enough to shock him, but upon noticing the calm reactions of the other members around him, he immediately reacted, reined in his emotions, and treated himself as an ordinary listener. Leyton looked at Miss Justice, who wanted to solicit opinions from the Tarot Club members, and chuckled, Don't worry about it. Almost all hidden organizations do this, but after thousands of years, they still haven't been able to shake the rule of the Orthodox churches and the major royal families. Justice Audrey was stunned for a moment. She was about to nod in agreement but then felt something was off. Our Tarot Club also falls under the category of hidden organizations. Mr. Tower means hidden organizations other than our Tarot Club. After all, Mr. Fool is a true deity like the seven gods, not the evil gods that those hidden organizations believe in. After a moment of thought, Audrey nodded gently towards Leyton. I understand, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Tower. Leyton nodded to Miss Justice, then started a new topic. Medici recently went to Intis. Given his special nature, this red angel evil spirit, who can represent disaster and strife to some extent, might plunge Intis into chaos, or even war. Because of his symbolism, he brings corresponding influence around him, but because he was once a king of angels, his status is sufficient, so this mystical influence will be greatly magnified, and it might even evolve into war. Klein quickly interpreted the meaning of Leyton's words in his mind. Intis. Why would he go there? Chariot Anderson subconsciously asked. Of course, there's something attracting him, right in Trier, Leyton responded with a light chuckle. He paused, then continued, it's going to get very lively there for a while. Anderson clicked his tongue, saying in a tone that sounded like he was watching a show, your tone is a bit schadenfreude. Is it because the Intis military's troops are already approaching the southern continent? Ignoring Anderson's question, Leyton leaned back in his chair, indicating the end of the topic. Hermit Catlia looked at Leyton, who was diagonally in front of her, and asked with some confusion, in the magazines published in the southern continent, there is a series called Black Forest Fairy Tales. Is the content related to certain histories of the Second Epoch? After I accidentally deciphered some of the content, my mysticologist Beyonder potion showed signs of digestion. Leyton leaned forward, looking at Hermit Catlia with some surprise, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that it wouldn't be those from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom who discovered it first. That's right, a mysticologist has a natural advantage in judging the correctness of information. You can collect more newspapers, magazines, and books from Clock Tower Publishing House. There's a lot of concealment, encrypted information in them. The more difficult it is, the more valuable the information you gain. These are some small surprises I left for my readers. Some of the content should speed up the digestion of your mysticologist potion. Catlia was stunned for a moment. She suddenly thought of how the knowledge recently instilled by the hidden sage had contained much meaningless, chaotic information. Perhaps that information wasn't meaningless, but encrypted. Thinking of this, she looked at Leyton with some astonishment and asked hesitantly, recently, the knowledge instilled by the hidden sage into the mystery prior pathway has contained a lot of useless, chaotic information. Is it also encrypted? That's right, Leyton nodded gently, then explained with a light chuckle, I believe knowledge shouldn't be gained without effort. Even if knowledge-seeking people bring some pain, and this random infusion of knowledge can make one lost and unable to find the truly suitable direction, so I gave the hidden sage some suggestions to add a layer of encryption to the knowledge he instilled. This is also a form of protection. Before the mystery priors decrypt it, that knowledge doesn't belong to them, and naturally won't cause too much harm. Different types of knowledge are given different passwords. Every mystery prior can focus on their own field. Catlia froze for a second, then slowly nodded. The problem of knowledge-seeking people that had plagued all mystery prior pathway beyonders was solved just like that, in an incredible way. Normally, no one would ever suggest something to the hidden sage, let alone have it adopted by him. This was an honor that even a blessed might not have. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at the world at the very bottom. Why are you looking at me? Are you dissatisfied with the Fool and want the world to also offer suggestions to Mr. Fool? Noticing Hermit Catlia's gaze, Klein had the world look back at her expressionlessly. After Catlia withdrew her gaze, Klein then focused on Leyton's words. Is this to categorize mystery priors into different subjects, letting them choose their preferred direction to research? It's a reasonable yet somewhat absurd operation. Klein suddenly felt that what he had done in this world after being thrown by Sapphira Castle was still too conservative. As thoughts flickered, Klein gradually had some ideas. Spirit world creatures should have a strong ability to receive information. If I can exert some influence on them and turn them into potential believers of the Fool, I won't have to worry about anchors in the future. Moreover, since they are spirit world creatures, they won't attract the attention of the major powers. Thinking of this, he immediately manipulated the world and asked Leyton, can the hidden sage also instill some knowledge into spirit world creatures? Leyton was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Klein would ask this question, but still responded thoughtfully, theoretically, yes, but it requires establishing a certain connection with him, unless the spirit world creature itself corresponds to certain sequences of the mystery prior pathway. And it must be a spirit world creature with sufficient wisdom, otherwise, it wouldn't know how to use the knowledge given to it. That's true. If I'm going to choose believers from spirit world creatures, they also need to be rational enough and relatively friendly to humans. There don't seem to be that many spirit world creatures that meet the conditions. After thinking for a moment, Klein decided to change his approach. The amount of work involved in screening spirit world creatures was too large. What if I could have others unknowingly help me complete this process? I've got it. I can do it this way. A flash of inspiration struck Klein. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had the world turn to Leyton and ask, if the hidden sage adds spirit world-related information to the knowledge-seeking people information, will there be any problems? No problem. Those who can access this knowledge-seeking people information are already beyonders. As long as that part of the information isn't too dangerous, they can all bear it. As Leyton answered, he speculated about Klein's intentions in his mind. Does he want to use beyonders interested in the spirit world to help him screen a batch of suitable spirit world creatures? He wouldn't be thinking of spreading faith among spirit world creatures, would he? Why wouldn't he directly look for the 7 lights? I understand, the world, Gehrman Sparrow responded in a deep, hoarse voice, and then fell silent. Seeing that the exchange between the world and Mr. Tower had ended, Katlia adjusted her non-existent glasses on the bridge of her nose and looked at Leyton, asking, do the 8 animals that appear in those Black Forest fairy tales allude to the 8 ancient gods of ancient times? Leyton chuckled and nodded. Haven't you already received feedback from your potion? I still need to confirm some things. Before this, I hadn't guessed the identity that each animal alluded to, Katlia explained simply. Justice Audrey listened intently to their conversation. Seeing that the exchange between Miss Hermit and Mr. Tower had ended, she looked at Hermit Katlia, who was beside her, with great curiosity and raised a hand to ask, Miss Hermit, what is the content of the fairy tale you deciphered? Could you sell me a copy of the magazine or newspaper that contains the fairy tale? I'm very interested in it. Chapter 626, KWM Chapter 622 2 Methods. This isn't something that needs to be kept secret. Hermit Katlia nodded in response, then recounted the fairy tale she had deciphered. In the rich Black Forest lived many magical animals. Some were cunning and vicious wolves, some were tall wild men, some were beautiful bats, and some were lizards good at hiding themselves. One day, a silent strange bird discovered a great river flowing past the edge of the forest. The strange bird had never seen a river in the forest before, and it found it very novel. So, it used all its strength to dig a shallow ditch in the forest, connecting it to the river outside the forest, allowing the river water to flow into the forest. From then on, there was also river water in the forest, which would carry away fallen leaves and water the trees. This story is very short, an inconspicuous page in a magazine. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but I accidentally got a flash of inspiration from a conversation between crew members, which reminded me of an ancient legend I heard from an elder. I deciphered it and drew strength from the mysticism contained in the story to create peculiar magic. It was a somewhat strange story, with a sense of absurdity and oddity, a bit illogical, but upon careful thought, it felt like an ingenious metaphor. Magician first placed her hands on the edge of the table, listening intently. As a best-selling author, she was very interested in this style of story, which differed from the mainstream. After listening to the hermit's narration, she became curious about the author of this story. She wondered if the person who wrote this story was still a naive child, or a wise elder with extensive knowledge and experience. A short story, with a straightforward style, sounded like a children's book. Was it to reduce the difficulty of reading? Justice Audrey's thoughts wandered curiously. This was the first time she had heard a story in this style. A strange story, like describing an absurd dream. Star Leonard directly stated his feelings, then he looked at Hermit Katlia and asked curiously. What is the legend or ancient history corresponding to this story? It's related to Phoenix ancestor Greg Race. After a slight pause, Katlia's gaze swept over the members of the Tarot Club before she continued. In some ancient legends, this ancient god opened up the underworld somewhere in the spirit world, but according to my elder's description, the underworld was merely a byproduct of one of Greg Race's actions. What she truly wanted to do was open up a peculiar river. She had heard this from Queen Mystic when she was on the Dawn before. It was said to be a discovery made by Emperor Roselle in an ancient ruin on the southern continent. Ancient god Greg Race. The Tarot Club members' gazes subconsciously turned to son Derek, who was sitting on the right side of the mottled long table. Noticing everyone's gaze, Derek shook his head after a brief thought. I don't know. The City of Silver doesn't have many records of ancient gods, it only mentions that this Phoenix ancestor opened up the underworld. Justice Audrey shifted her gaze to Leyton, who was sitting next to Derek, and asked with some certainty in her tone. Mr. Tower, you should know, right? I know. Leyton nodded lightly, without explaining further. Just knows, but unwilling to share. No, he hopes we will interpret the hidden content ourselves, just like the hermit. After a simple analysis, Audrey looked at Leyton and smiled. Mr. Tower, can I order some newspapers and magazines from Clock Tower Publishing House? Leyton nodded and said. Yes, actually, you'll be able to buy these in Backlund soon enough. With the support of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, books from the southern continent will quickly spread to Lone. I thought the relationship between the southern continent and the kingdom would be quite strained right now. Audrey was slightly surprised, but quickly realized that the kingdom and the church were not equivalent. As the discussion topic ended, son Derek finally found an opportunity to ask. Everyone. To advance to Priest of Light, I need to bury my entire body in ice that normally doesn't melt, in pure darkness. However, in the City of Silver, exposing oneself to darkness is extremely dangerous. One might disappear directly or encounter an attack from a monster. Leonard opened his mouth, intending to say that pure darkness was easy to create, but son's subsequent words made him decisively stop what he was about to blurt out. Is the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods so dangerous? After 2 seconds of silence, seeing no one answer son Derek's question, Leyton raised his hand and tapped the table, extending 2 fingers. There are 2 methods. One is to actively accept the corruption in the darkness and transform yourself into a monster of darkness. Protected by the authority of Fallen, you will not disappear in the darkness, nor will you be attacked by other monsters. This way, all darkness will become pure darkness. The second method is to create darkness with a temporary dream world, allowing your spirit body to accept the protection of dream. This can effectively slow down the erosion of darkness, and the duration should be enough for you to complete an advancement. As for how to complete the advancement while dreaming, the City of Silver should have a way to do it. Klein, his figure shrouded in thick gray fog, frowned slightly, thoughts floating through his mind one after another. Darkness with a temporary dream world, this is a bit like the ocean evolved from the Sea of Ruins. At night there, if one cannot enter the dream world, they will disappear directly. Is there any connection between the two? Hermit Catlia and Chariot Anderson, who had also been to that ocean evolved from the Sea of Ruins, also thought of it. The former pondered and glanced at Leyton, while the latter decisively asked. Is this why people disappear at night in the ocean evolved from that Sea of Ruins if they can't enter in time? What is the relationship between that place and the forsaken land of the gods? They all originate from the residual divine power of the Evernight goddess. Leyton replied calmly. What about the monsters that derive from the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods? Hermit Catlia pressed on. Leyton glanced at son Derek, who was sitting to his right, and then said. That comes from the lingering influence of the creator worshipped by the City of Silver. He himself controls authorities related to shadow, fallen, darkness, and defilement, representing the dangers in darkness, and can cause darkness to give birth to monsters. Son Derek's expression was momentarily blank, but he quickly composed himself and asked sincerely. Mr. Tower, do you know how to create darkness with a temporary dream world? Leyton and the world simultaneously looked at Star Leonard. The latter was startled for a moment, then lightly coughed and spoke calmly. It's very simple. I can make you a charm, but I can't guarantee it can resist the darkness there. Your description just now sounds very dangerous. Star is from the Church of the Evernight Goddess, or rather, used to be. Justice Audrey, Hermit Catlia, Hangman Alger, and Chariot Anderson all had this thought simultaneously. Son Derek subconsciously turned his head to look at the top of the mottled long table. If Mr. Fool responded, then it should be fine, right? Thinking this, he looked at Star Leonard and sincerely thanked him. I understand, Mr. Star, thank you very much for your help. Being thanked so formally made Leonard a little uncomfortable. He raised his hand and responded with a light laugh. This isn't too much trouble. After solving Little Son's problem, the Tarot Club members continued to share other content. Time passed bit by bit, until the Fool Klein announced the end of today's Tarot Club. After everyone stood up and saluted, streaks of red light rose, carrying everyone away from the space above the gray fog. After the Tarot Club ended, Klein prepared the ritual to communicate with the 7 lights of the spirit world in his room. He intended to seek some help from Red Light Ire Moria, who possessed knowledge related to spirit world creatures and locations. The arranged candles were lit, and then herbal powder and hydrosol were sprinkled into them, a faint herbal scent permeating the room. Red Light shouldn't mind that these ritual materials are just something I casually put together. He muttered to himself in a low voice, then took a step back, clasped his hands together, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. The never-fading light of the spirit world, the embodiment of endless knowledge, the red of authority and will. Just as he finished chanting the honorific name, before he could even state his needs, Klein felt a grand will project itself through the ritual connection, seemingly preparing to break through the spirit world and descend into reality. Noticing Red Light Ire Moria's action, Klein unhurriedly pulled out a paper figure from his pocket and flicked it out. A cold, wailing wind suddenly swept through the candlelight at the center of the ritual. The paper figure circled in midair for a while, and then a deep red light burst forth from the candlelight, landing on the paper figure, draping it in a deep red robe, and then slowly descending to the ground. Klein slightly bowed to the paper figure, which had suddenly donned a deep red robe and become extremely majestic. Good afternoon, Mr. Ire Moria. Red Light Ire Moria, possessing the paper figure, returned a very solemn bow. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Congratulations, you have taken a big step towards returning to that supreme position. Klein nodded lightly, no need to be so polite. Understood, Your Highness. After a pause, as if discerning Klein's continued confusion, Ire Moria added. We 7 lights are very close to that gray fog, and therefore, we have also seen some changes above the gray fog, and seen the aura on you gradually recovering. Your Highness, do you have any questions you wish to ask me? Chapter 627, KWM Chapter 623, Pure White Brotherhood. Klein organized his words for a moment, then replied. I need some information about spirit world creatures, preferably those with good intelligence and a relatively friendly disposition towards humans. No problem. Ire Moria, possessing the paper figure, nodded slightly in response, then added. Your Highness, do you require physical books, or will you receive the information directly through a mystical ritual? If it's the latter, it's best to do it in batches, as information related to the spirit world will carry some degree of corruption. If there's too much information, the accumulated corruption will exceed your current body's tolerance limit. After a moment of thought, Klein asked again. If I want to transmit this information to the hidden sage, what do you suggest I do? Red Light, Ire Moria hesitated for a moment before saying. If it's that one, I suggest doing nothing. To a certain extent, he, who is almost equivalent to knowledge itself, has mastered most of the information in this world, which naturally includes the spirit world and spirit world creatures. May I ask, Your Highness, what you intend to do or achieve through the hidden sage? Perhaps I have other methods that could help you. The hidden sage, to a certain extent, is equivalent to knowledge itself, yet even he only possesses most of the information in this world. Can omniscient truly be omniscient? Klein collected his wandering thoughts, exhaled softly, and looked at the paper figure in the crimson robe, saying, I plan to spread the knowledge of spirit world creatures through the hidden sage, and through human interaction with them, subtly spread some influence to prepare some anchors for myself in advance. Red Light, Ire Moria, attached to the paper figure, changed his posture and said with a pleasant tone. Your Highness, you might have a better option. Before Klein could ask further, he continued. You should have heard of the Pure White Brotherhood. It was a secret organization I and several other lights of purity founded with many spirit world creatures, specifically to impart knowledge to humans. Your Highness, if you don't mind, I and the others can spread your name within the Pure White Brotherhood. However, not many humans truly join the Pure White Brotherhood. Most members are friendly spirit world creatures who enjoy pursuing knowledge. I believe they would be very willing to become your believers as long as they sense your aura. The Pure White Brotherhood. I actually forgot about this organization. Well, one could say their sense of presence is too low, and besides the 7 lights of the spirit world, I've never interacted with any members of this organization, so it's normal that I didn't think of them immediately. The fact that most members are spirit world creatures fits my needs perfectly. This allows for greater secrecy, especially since Zeradal, a sequence 1, is now also watching the fool. After some thought, Klein nodded slightly in response, all right. He paused, then added, just spread the name of the fool. Whether they believe or not is their freedom. I don't have an immediate need for anchors yet, this is just preparation. Besides, I still have the Sea God persona, and a group of devout believers belonging to the Sea God. Although the Sea God's image differs greatly from mine, that faith can still be used, albeit barely. As thoughts flickered, Klein bowed slightly to Red Light, Ire Moria and said. Thank you for your help. I have no other questions. Very well, Your Highness. If you have any problems, you can always find me. As long as it's within the spirit world's coverage, I can respond or descend in time. Red Light, Ire Moria, controlling the paper figure, bowed slightly before directly ending the ritual, his consciousness returning to the spirit world depths. The crimson robe on the paper figure slowly disappeared, then it fell to the ground as if losing support, reverting to an ordinary paper figure. Looking at the normal-looking paper figure in the room, Klein gently rubbed his fingers, controlling the power of the air bullet just enough to extinguish the candle. Then he opened the window, letting the sunlight stream into the room, dispelling the chill brought by the ritual. After all this, Klein let out a long sigh and sat down in a nearby armchair, lamenting. The 7 Lights attitude is always so good that it makes me uncomfortable. Although Orange Light, Hilarion explained it very thoroughly last time, aren't their investments in me too large, are they trusting me too much? Rcited Archipelago, the considerably desolate city of generosity, biome. 2 plump rats pulled a pumpkin carriage out of the spirit world, finally stopping outside a house near the port, illuminated by a gas wall lamp. Leyton and Roselle, wearing a dark red jacket with rust gold threads, stepped out of the carriage one after another, their figures disappearing into the shadows of the wall corner. After concealing their figures, Leyton finally spoke. What are you doing here? My reputation in the Rcited Archipelago isn't exactly good. If the Church of the Lord of Storms notices me later, are you planning to receive divine punishment with me? We're not going to the church here, those barbarians won't notice you unless you deliberately expose yourself. Roselle waved his hand dismissively. After 2 seconds, he continued. Bernadette told me that Sylph's descendants are here, and I wanted to see them. He was my first child, inheriting only a few of my traits, yet he had to choose the savant pathway. As a father, I owe him something. My emotional investment and concern for him were far less than for Bernadette and Bornova, who made him not as cute as his younger siblings. However, he is very much like me, well, except in terms of talent. And he also admires me greatly. Despite having little talent, he diligently tried to become an excellent artisan. I can see that this wasn't his interest. If he had a choice, he would probably rather be a warrior, which would make it easier for him to become a qualified playboy. Roselle's voice gradually deepened until it was completely drowned out by the surrounding wind. He slowly inhaled and exhaled a long breath, adjusting his emotions. He tilted his head and said, "Let's go, let's see him. Oh, and help me obscure my appearance somewhat." Leyton nodded slightly, snapped his fingers casually, and used the mysterious magic of Cinderella to somewhat obscure Roselle's appearance. Then he followed Roselle to the front door. After standing at the door for a while, Roselle finally raised his hand and knocked. The thudding sounds echoed in the quiet night. After a long while, footsteps were heard from inside, followed by the creaking sound of the front door opening. Opening the door was a lean, somewhat dark-skinned middle-aged man. He leaned one hand on the doorframe and the other on the doorknob behind the door, in a posture that suggested refusal of entry. He spoke with a hint of vigilance and confusion. "Who are you?" Leyton calmly observed the man, who had half his body hidden in the shadows of the doorway. A profound color flickered in his eyes, then he chuckled lightly and said, "In some ways, he really is like you, looking like he's indulged too much. If it weren't for the physical enhancements from archaeologist, he would have collapsed on some woman's bed long ago." Inside the house, the already dark-skinned middle-aged man's face grew even darker. He looked sinisterly at Leyton, who was behind Roselle's original position, and opened his mouth to say something, but before he could speak, Roselle interrupted him. "Are you Sylph?" "Yes." The dark-skinned middle-aged man looked at Roselle with confusion, not understanding why the other party was asking this, but his mouth reacted faster than his brain, truthfully answering Roselle's question. "Be under." Noticing his own abnormality just now, Sylph immediately reacted and instinctively wanted to step back, but his body strangely took a step forward, half a foot crossing the threshold, completely exposing himself to the crimson moonlight. Roselle calmly observed Sylph, and in the other party's tense, surprised, and vigilant gaze, he sighed softly, softening his tone as he asked, "Who is your father? And why did you flee the church of the god of steam and machinery?" Sylph wanted to refuse to answer, but his body defied his own will, revealing his information without reservation. "Rog Gustav. I don't like the atmosphere of the church of the god of steam and machinery. I yearn for freedom and enjoy sleeping with women of different charms every day, rather than staying in the church under their surveillance, living like a gear that cannot decide for itself." Roselle sighed, his voice becoming calm and somewhat helpless as he said, "But at least it's stable, isn't it? Under the protection of the church of the god of steam and machinery, you could live a normal life without too many worries, unlike now, being targeted by followers of the primordial moon and suffering from its corruption." "Why corruption? Perhaps it's a blessing." Sylph's expression distorted for a moment, his head uncontrollably turning towards the crimson moon in the sky. He devoutly wanted to prostrate himself in worship, but his body went against his will, remaining stiff in place, which made his expression increasingly distorted. "How did you encounter the followers of the primordial moon?" Leyton ignored his gradually ferocious and distorted expression and asked his question with some curiosity. Without that werewolf characteristic, yet still getting involved with the followers of the primordial moon, is this Gustav's destiny? Leyton gave Roselle a strange look. He suspected this was a fated intertwining brought about by the mystical connection between Roselle and the primordial moon. Roselle ignored Leyton's gaze and, relying on his own authority, pressured Sylph, twisting his will, making him unable to refuse to answer the question. "At a Beyonder gathering on Orvie Island, I purchased a portion of artificial vampire characteristics, hoping to create a mystical item that could enhance physical fitness and simultaneously produce mystical potions, to solve the physical weakness caused by prolonged indulgence." Chapter 628, KWM Chapter 624 Travel. Alas. Roselle sighed deeply, looking like he didn't want to say more. "That really sounds like you." Leyton looked at Roselle, swallowed a retort, then took half a step forward, placing his right hand, encased in a mechanical glove, on Sylph's shoulder. A layer of pitch black covered the bronze glove, continuously spreading over Sylph's body. Sylph maintained his posture, his expression unchanged, only a hint of fear and panic showing in his light blue eyes. The pitch black spreading from the mechanical glove continuously surged, separating the fallen thoughts within Sylph's mind bit by bit, and merging into the shadow beneath his feet. The replenished shadow instantly came alive, rising like water, forming an uncontrollable, independent creature beside Sylph. It was entirely pitch black, but its body outline was almost identical to Sylph's, just without a layer of clothing. There were many strange, pattern-like cracks on its pitch black form, through which a crimson moonlight shone. "Humph." Roselle snorted, clenching his right hand into a fist and swinging it forward. Bang. A violent sound followed. Roselle's fist ignored distance and direction, directly smashing into the pitch-black figure, shattering it and disintegrating it into a dark void and a rapidly disappearing crimson moonlight. As the shadow of deprivation separated from Sylph was shattered, he suddenly entered a sage-like state of detachment, standing calmly in place, seemingly without even the desire to speak. "Did you strip too much desire from him?" Roselle tilted his head suspiciously to look at Leyton. The latter shrugged, replying calmly, "It should be said that apart from mating, there's nothing else in his head." Roselle was silent for a second, then changed the subject. I originally planned to take him back to the southern continent and keep him by my side, but given his current state, I think I'll pass. I just feel his behavior might affect my reputation. Let's just keep him on the Dawn for now. Alright, with things here settled, first take Sealf to the Dawn, and then send me back to the southern continent. I'm not your driver. Leyton grumbled but still summoned a pumpkin carriage pulled by 2 fat rats, stuffing Roselle and his descendant Sealf inside. Roselle leaned against the pumpkin carriage, sighing softly. I can't help it. Bernadette has been staying near Backlund recently. The lone royal family's ascension ritual is nearing its end. Although they've lost Adam's support, they won't give up because of it, and few people know that the identity of Adam has disappeared. This is clearly being driven by the true Creator's will. Although the Visionary's ascension ritual is no longer needed, a large-scale war can also attract the attention of the gods and alleviate the pressure on the southern continent. Leyton did not respond, driving the pumpkin carriage to deliver Roselle and Sealf separately to the Dawn and the southern continent. After several round trips, Leyton finally arrived in Backlund as dawn approached. In the West Borough, inside Leonard's detached house, Leyton's figure quickly materialized on the living room sofa. He rubbed his forehead with one hand, seemingly a little drowsy. The moment he appeared, Leonard sensed an extra person in his room. After seeing who it was, he slightly relaxed, walking a few steps from the dining room to the living room, and asked Leyton. Why are you here? Leyton chuckled, replying, to invite you and Oldman to travel to Trier with me. Travel. A trip for the purpose of Marauder. Palez, speaking through Leonard's mouth, scoffed, then paused slightly before continuing. You'd best be well prepared. If you appear in Steam's sight, I believe he will personally emerge from the land of perfection to welcome you. Leyton nodded slightly, not denying Palez's statement, but also not overly concerned, saying, Don't worry, Steam only has one ally, and I have many. Best be so. Palez replied blandly. Leyton raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Palez had no intention of emerging from Leonard's body, he asked curiously. Are you planning to take Leonard with you? Leonard's expression instantly changed from calm to horrified. Before he could ask, Palez spoke through his mouth. I'm just an old man who's still recovering. If we run into Amon, he can still serve as an insurance. As soon as the words fell, Leonard's voice immediately followed. Wait, I don't agree. I'm a Nighthawk of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. If my identity is discovered, it will directly cause conflict between the two Orthodox churches, and I will definitely be wanted by the church as a traitor. Palez chuckled, saying calmly. Don't worry, no one will discover your identity. In front of a high-sequence marauder, identity can be changed at any time. At that time, I will swap your identity and fate with an incision. No one will see any problem. Steam doesn't have the authority of fate, so unless there's a direct encounter, he won't be able to tell. Seeing Leonard still hesitant, Leyton followed up on Palez's words. I can provide the concealment's blessing. Even if your false identity is seen through, no one will be able to tell who the true you hidden beneath that identity actually is. Are you sure my true identity won't be discovered? Leonard asked suspiciously. Leyton calmly shook his head. No, and even if it is, it's not a big problem. Your goddess won't care what Steam thinks. She is very strong and fully capable of protecting the Nighthawks of her church. The 7 deities have basically chosen their factions by now. A small matter won't make them change their original choices. The real danger lies in the attacks after your actions are discovered by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, but as long as I can successfully accommodate that characteristic, I can easily take you away. You're going to directly accommodate the characteristic? Aren't you afraid of losing control? Or, have you already prepared the ritual and corresponding supplementary ingredients in advance? Leonard looked at Leyton with some suspicion. Directly accommodating a characteristic to advance, even at low sequence, has a high probability of losing control, let alone the other party already being an angel. The danger involved is multiplied many times over. Everyone has some secrets, don't they? Leyton looked at the surprised Leonard and chuckled in response. This was something he deliberately told Palez, revealing some of his cards so that both sides could cooperate better, and also to tell him that he had enough confidence and ability to help him fight Amon, otherwise this worm of time would definitely not help him with all his strength. After a moment of silence, Palez sighed heavily. The secrets on you far exceed my imagination. I'm already this old, and I still have to be plotted against by you guys. Can't you give an old man some time to peacefully retire? What secrets? Leonard's words were interrupted by Palez before he could finish. That's not something you should know right now. To understand the shadows beneath the surface of this world, you need to at least become a sequence 4 Beyonder, after gaining divinity. Leonard's expression froze for a moment, then gradually became solemn. Palez usually subtly urged him to advance, but never as directly as now. The old man's tone was exceptionally serious, with a sense of urgency. Demigod, this is already the true high level of the church, a archbishop in charge of a region or a senior deacon among the Nighthawks. How could it be so easy to advance? Even His Excellency, Sword of the Goddess, has remained at sequence 5, unable to get an opportunity to advance to this day. Sensing Leonard's thoughts, Palez snorted and said, "There will be opportunities soon. This world is becoming increasingly dangerous. To cope with increasingly frequent Beyonder events and the potential outbreak of war, the major churches will intensify their efforts to cultivate new recruits. Haven't you noticed that the Archbishop of St. Samuel Cathedral, even knowing you might have some issues, only transferred you from your original Red Gloves team, marginalizing you, but still assigns you tasks to accumulate contributions in exchange for the Spirit Warlock potion?" Leonard was stunned for a moment, as if just realizing, and murmured to himself, "Isn't that His Excellency the Archbishop's regard and cultivation for me? What do you have that's worth the Archbishop's regard? A parasite? Or an undercover agent infiltrating fool's subordinates?" Leonard opened his mouth, unable to say anything. After a long silence, he finally accepted the fact that he was being guarded against by the church. He took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. After calming his emotions, he slowly said, "I understand. My potion is almost digested. I should be able to advance to Spirit Warlock by the end of this month. If I can't get the Nighthawk potion from the church later, I might consider changing pathways, although the Sinister Corpse Collector pathway doesn't suit my style." He paused, then looked at Leyton, saying calmly, "During this time, I just happened to be specifically reassigned by the bishop from the Red Gloves team to handle some incidents involving undead and natural spirits around Backlund. As long as I don't disappear for too long, no one will notice that I've left Backlund. When do you plan to depart? Do you have any matters that need to be handled today?" Leyton asked. Leonard recalled briefly, then simply explained the tasks he planned to complete in the next 2 days. There have been several ghost sightings recently at Green Graveyard in the West Borough, and there are rumors of hauntings and zombie traces at Harg's Graveyard outside the East Borough. After a slight thought, Leyton chuckled. "Klein can disguise himself as you to complete these tasks. It's very simple for him. I can bring him some local specialties from beneath the Steel Church in Trier as a reward." Chapter 629, KWM Chapter 625 Request for Remuneration. "Disguise yourself as me. That works too." Leonard paused, then nodded in agreement. "Klein used to be a Nighthawk, and he's familiar enough with me. There won't be any issues with him disguising himself as me to complete those tasks. Moreover, I usually carry out missions alone, so no one will discover the difference in Beyonder abilities. You can write a letter to Klein first, then make the necessary preparations. I'll come find you again at noon." As soon as he finished speaking, Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of information that surged out of the room. Leonard glanced in the direction Leyton had left, let out a long breath, and sat directly on a nearby sofa, whispering, "Old man, is there something wrong with his identity? Under normal circumstances, even for a low-sequence Beyonder, directly accommodating a characteristic for advancement is no different from suicide, let alone for someone who is already an angel. A bit smarter now." Palez praised him with a lack of sincerity, then sighed. "He is very likely the personalized incarnation of the hidden sage, or perhaps an consciousness projection from the Western continent. But no matter which identity, he is not someone an old man like me, weak and aged, can refuse. Western continent. Where is that? The forsaken land of the gods." Leonard keenly caught the words, Western continent. He frowned slightly, only able to connect it to the forsaken land of the gods where the son from the Tarot Club resided. Palez's aged voice immediately echoed in Leonard's ears. "No. To think of the forsaken land of the gods so quickly, have you recently come into contact with people from there?" "Why people, and not items from that place?" Leonard asked subconsciously. Palez chuckled, saying with a hint of mockery, "You're not a seer. A dead object can't speak in your hands, and you won't be able to unearth much information." Leonard retorted, "When I become a Spirit Warlock, I'll also get some improvement in the field of divination, and I can also find and command natural spirits with such abilities." Palez smiled, "But you're not yet." Leonard stopped arguing, leaned forward, pulled out a piece of paper from the coffee table in front of him, and began writing a letter to Klein, hoping he could help impersonate him for a few days. By the tussock riverbank, Leyton's figure quietly appeared. As soon as he materialized, several emerald green pea vines descended from midair, covering the surrounding area like a waterfall. The verdant vines intertwined, quickly forming a forest that layered upwards, its peak nowhere in sight. Bernadette's figure swiftly outlined itself on a swing woven from verdant vines. She leaned against the green vines, with a golden teapot-shaped lamp placed beside her. Bernadette gazed into the distance, her voice calm as she narrated. "I found the several mausoleums used for the Black Emperor ritual. They require specific incantations or marks as keys to enter. I haven't been inside. However, I found that there seemed to be others around also investigating the royal family's secrets. The other party is very well hidden, I couldn't see who it was. They are very good at concealing themselves, most likely someone from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She should have discovered the hints I left. Oh, and I also found traces of Amon in the dock district. It should be him, wearing a monocle made of crystal. My eyes of mystery prying couldn't see any abnormalities, but that in itself is the biggest abnormality. Amon. Leyton murmured, then chuckled, the knight will be watching him, no need to worry too much. He paused, then continued. I plan to go to Trier with Palez. When that happens, I'll need your help to stall Bornova again. Bernadette nodded gently, okay. As she spoke, she handed the golden teapot-shaped lamp from beside her to Leyton. Thank you. I should go to Zeradal to claim a wish. After taking the wishing lamp, he nodded slightly in response. Leyton's body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into vast and pure knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow creature. He penetrated the forest of green vines and surged like a torrent into the spirit world. Relying on the connection from the previous contract and the information exchanged in the spirit world, Leyton grasped Zeradal's approximate location. He's in Backlund so quickly. This metropolis is really lively. Murmuring in appreciation, Leyton, maintaining his information creature form, instinctively approached the Hillston Burrow. In the Hillston Burrow, near Kings Avenue in the West Burrow, inside a red three-story house, Zeradal, wearing a hooded black robe that heavily concealed him, sat opposite a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, a large cloak, and extremely long-tipped shoes, whose attire seemed out of sync with the current era. The two silently gazed at each other for a moment, then Zeradal suddenly chuckled. Your Royal Highness Sonia, what have you decided, or rather, what has your Augustus family decided? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man, referred to as Prince Grove, asked with a serious and dignified expression. Why do you want to help us, and what do you hope to gain from it? I've already said, this is a revelation of fate. I also don't know what I will gain, but this is an opportunity. As long as I seize it, it will definitely be what I need. Zeradal maintained his usual gentle smile, yet it carried a mysterious undertone. Prince Grove gazed at Zeradal, who had half his head hidden in his hood, and said with a heavy, authoritative tone. You seers are all so insincere when you speak. It's very difficult for us to fully trust you. Zeradal sighed, his tone quite helpless. This is a revelation of fate. Before the actual outcome appears, I myself cannot know more information. As an angel who has grasped a certain authority over fate, though not as good as the snake of fate of the fate pathway, with my participation, you can still gain some good fortune and increase the probability of your plan succeeding, can't you? A faint glimmer flickered in Prince Grove's deep blue eyes, but it quickly receded. He said calmly. Your miracles cannot yet influence a true god. Zeradal smiled, his expression unchanged. Miracles can also appear in a roundabout way, starting from subtle points, exerting force little by little, to leverage greater power. At certain crucial moments, perhaps it is precisely this insignificant power that happens to change the situation. Prince Grove's extremely authoritative deep blue eyes met Zeradal's gaze for a while. He could not discern any emotions or will from those deep, dark eyes, like a lightless water surface. This leader of the secret order, who had recovered from madness, seemed to have become even more inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, and then exhaling slowly, Prince Grove rose from the sofa, extended his right hand forward, and said in a deep voice. I do not understand your miracles, but if you wish to join this grand ceremony, our Augustus family will not refuse. As long as that opportunity you speak of does not affect our plans, we welcome any friend. You will all gain the friendship of Augustus. Then, a pleasant cooperation. Zeradal also rose from the sofa and shook hands with Prince Grove. A few minutes later, only Zeradal remained in the room. He leaned back on the dark red single sofa, holding a cup of steaming black tea. Streams of complex and pure information flowed from various corners of the room, converging on the sofa to Zeradal's left, reassembling Leyton's figure. He glanced at the sofa where Prince Grove had just been sitting, a profound color flashing in his eyes, then turned his head to Zeradal, chuckling. I didn't expect the leader of the secret order to have so many friends in Backlund. Unfortunately, I got lost in the spirit world just now, otherwise I should have been able to meet your friend. What a pity. If there's an opportunity next time, I'll introduce him to you. Zeradal responded calmly, a timely hint of regret in his eyes. What a sly fox. He tampered with the spirit world coordinates several times, making me run around Backlund a few times. Leyton narrowed his eyes. He now had an urge to dunk Zeradal in the Tussock River a few times. Even Amon hadn't been able to trick him like this since he became an angel. Zeradal seemed not to notice the malice in Leyton's eyes, and his tone remained calm. The wish you need has not yet accumulated. It has not reached the level of a miracle yet. Miracles of transferring and grafting position should not be too difficult for you. You can pay me these 2 miracles first. As he spoke, Leyton calmly gazed at Zeridal. A suitable delay did not constitute a breach of contract. Although this couldn't change anything, it could be annoying. He couldn't be sure if Zeridal would do this. After the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, it wouldn't be too strange for him to become schizophrenic. After a brief silence, Zeridal smiled and reached into his black robe, pulling out 2 grayish-white talismans engraved with distorted lines and a half-eyeless symbol. He casually handed them to Leyton, saying at the same time, "The talismans can only last for 3 months. Your eyes should be able to easily see their specific effects. The activation method is to infuse a certain amount of spirituality and speak your wish using language that can leverage natural forces." Leyton's gaze swept over the 2 grayish-white talismans. After a slight nod, he put them into his pocket. Then he looked again at the sofa where Prince Grove had just been sitting, and a deep blue, almost violet, glow emanated from his eyes, outlining one mysterious symbol after another within them. Gradually, faint blue starlight appeared on the sofa, quickly moving and intertwining, outlining a somewhat blurred figure.